All the vampires in the world know it. The most dangerous existence among the vampires is definitely not the gifted vampire count. She is not a vampire princess who inherits royal blood. But it was me, the one beside the princess who seemed to be doing nothing but eating and waiting to die. I spent the whole day soaking in tea and listening to opera, leisurely and giving people a lazy impression. But I am actually the most powerful vampire among the blood race. Other vampires can only come out at night, but I can move freely in broad daylight. Not only that, I can also absorb sunlight and transform it into power. It takes other vampires 10 years to awaken a talent, and I can have one in 10 days. This kind of vampire talent is definitely the top existence among the blood race. And it all started from the fact that I was an ordinary high school student. But fate dealt me a heavy blow and I was diagnosed with ALS. The doctor said that my remaining days were numbered. In order to prolong my life, I had no choice but to sell the factory my father left me and use my savings to buy the blood of the third-generation vampires on the black market. When I injected the blood into my body, my consciousness became blurred instantly and my heartbeat gradually became weaker until it stopped completely. I held my chest tightly and forced myself to stay awake. A minute later, a smile appeared on my face. My heart had stopped beating. This meant that I had successfully transformed into a vampire. Hundreds of years ago, a mysterious fruit quietly arrived. Any creature that took it would gain extraordinary power and be almost unmatched. This fruit not only grants mysterious powers, it also changes the course of history. The ancestor of the Blood Clan transformed humans into immortal vampires by taking this fruit. Newly transformed vampires will awaken an initial talent in their bodies, and their hearts will no longer beat like humans. A vampire's heart beats only once a year, and as the number of beats increases, their abilities grow. 10 beats grant a minor gift, and 100 beats grant a major gift. If there is enough food, a vampire may only feel a heartbeat once every 6 months. I quietly recalled the information I had collected and carefully felt the changes in my body. Gradually, I found that the ALS that had troubled me seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, a strong feeling of hunger came over me. I got out of bed and turned on the light out of habit. Then I froze in place. I found that my body seemed to absorb the light unconsciously. How is this possible? How could this happen? Is it possible that the first ability of my innate talent is to eat light? I couldn't believe it, and my eyes unconsciously moved to the incandescent lamp. The light flickered in the dim light, as if it had life. I looked up at the incandescent light, and my doubtful face gradually revealed a look of ecstasy. Without further hesitation, I quickly walked to the window and yanked open the curtains. As the morning sun poured into the house, casting its warm light upon me, I felt a sense of fulfillment I had never felt before. Almost instantly, the discomfort caused by hunger disappeared without a trace. It turned out that I had become an alien among vampires, a monster that feeds on light. The next day, I lay on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses, enjoying the warm sunshine, and felt so relaxed that I almost melted. I hesitated for a moment and finally picked up the phone next to me and dialed the number of my head teacher. After the call was connected, I hesitated for a moment and said, "Teacher Chun, it's me, Yusian." Before that, I applied for leave of absence from school on the grounds that the factory needed management personnel, and I was ready to stop studying. However, after learning about the power of the talent Light Eater, I realized that my identity as a student is actually the best cover. After all, who has ever seen a vampire walking around in broad daylight? Even if other vampires suspect me in the future, a little investigation would easily eliminate my suspicion. After a brief conversation with my class teacher, I confirmed the arrangement of returning to school. Next Monday, I will once again become the good student who grew up in the spring breeze and bathed in the sunshine. Suddenly, I felt a strong heartbeat, which broke my train of thought. I pressed my chest hard, my face full of astonishment. Doesn't a heart beat once a year or once every 6 months? I just basked in the sun for half a day. The feeling of my heartbeat was so obvious that I subconsciously took a breath. It turned out that the ability of the Light Eater was far beyond my expectations. The intensity of the sunlight allows me to absorb light much faster than the average vampire can absorb blood. Therefore, my food is no longer scarce. A heartbeat once a day or once every half a day is enough to sustain my life. If every heartbeat of mine could bring growth to my talent, Then I would be able to gain a small talent in 5 to 10 days, and after 100 days, I would definitely gain a great talent. Even if it is the ancestor of the blood clan who has lived for hundreds of years, I believe that I will surpass him within 10 years. All I need to do is keep a low profile, live steadily, and slowly accumulate strength. On Monday morning, I wore a neat school uniform, carried my school bag, basked in the morning light, and walked towards the gate of Incheon No. 3 Middle School. Shinyu, is it really you? Didn't you drop out of school? On the way, a slightly plump boy suddenly ran up to me and asked excitedly. He is my dining partner, Zhang Shou. I smiled and said, the problem has been solved. The application for reinstatement has been submitted. After arriving at the school, I still had to go through the procedures for resuming my studies. Since I had already informed my class teacher, it was basically just a formality and filling out a form. The two strolled around the campus, occasionally chatting about unimportant things, and the atmosphere was relaxed and comfortable. Would you like some dumplings? I'll treat you. Zhang Shou smelled the aroma wafting from the breakfast shop, swallowed his saliva, and asked, I've eaten. You can eat it yourself. I shook my head indifferently. After I became a vampire, I only needed two kinds of food, blood and sunlight. The former was the natural food of vampires, and the latter came from my special talent. Although other foods were edible, they tasted like chewing wax and were impossible to digest. Vampires, as extraordinary creatures, not only have unique innate abilities, but also physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people. Even without the help of weapons, a vampire can easily defeat a dozen well-trained Special Forces soldiers. Although I have only been a vampire for 3 days and my body is still gradually strengthening, I already have considerable combat power. However, facing a dozen Special Forces soldiers, I am afraid I will have to suffer a bit. Like most vampires, my appearance gradually became more delicate and my body shape evolved towards being slender and taller. This is one of the reasons why wild vampires are difficult to hide. Their features are too obvious. They can only move at night, and they need blood to survive, so their identities will be exposed if they are not careful. However, as a student, I provided myself with a layer of cover. After all, handsome looks and slender figures are not only the characteristics of vampires, but also apply to elves and even some ordinary humans who are transformed into elves through forbidden fruit. I don't have pointed ears, but I can walk freely in the sun. The most a vampires suspect is that I'm a hybrid of human and elf, but they will never suspect that I'm a vampire. When we walked into the school, Zhang Shou was already breathing weakly. He looked at me, who was calm and composed, and asked in confusion, Shinyu, did you exercise secretly? Look over there. I was too lazy to explain and pointed to the Superpower Academy diagonally opposite. There seemed to be more security guards at the Superpower Academy, with men in suits patrolling around the perimeter of the walls. Those bodyguards? I heard that the little vampire princess was attacked some time ago. Zhang Shou said calmly, with a hint of indifference in his tone. Little vampire princess? I frowned, and my eyes moved slightly. Could it be that the blood I injected was extracted from her? Even though most students in the school don't care about the Superpower Academy, strange knowledge will still flow into our ears unknowingly. Although this knowledge is scattered, it has helped me understand the secrets of many extraordinary creatures. According to rumors, the little vampire princess Nora Rex is a second-generation hybrid of vampire and human, with impure bloodline, which has caused great controversy within the clan. Some vampires believe that she should not become a member of the vampire clan, but her father rejected the objections and sent her to Incheon No. 3 Middle School and won the title of Little Princess of the Vampire Clan for her. By the way, Lao Zhang, what are the innate abilities of the little vampire princess? I asked. Zhang Shou thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, I forgot. It seems very special. At this time, the girl walking in front turned around and said, I know. Her talent is Daywalker, the only vampire who can walk freely in the sun. When I heard this, my heart was shocked, and I became more certain that the blood I injected came from Nora. However, this way my cover might no longer be so secure. If the vampires suspect that I am a wild vampire transformed by Nora's blood, they may find that I'm also not afraid of sunlight. It was late at night. In the basement of a villa in Incheon, the air was stuffy and the light was dim. A dozen men were blindfolded and hung in the air, and groans of pain could be heard from time to time. You have a big mouth, but your ability is limited. Since you can buy anything, I wonder if I can buy your life now. A long-haired young man in a tuxedo, with a feminine face exuding murderous intent in the darkness. He stared at the group of daring guys in front of him, and his eyes gradually showed a cold, murderous aura. If it wasn't for the purpose of interrogating the whereabouts of Nora's blood, he would have cut these people into pieces and fed them to the dogs. As Nora's protector in Silver City, when Nora was attacked, the responsibility fell on him, Roach's shoulders. He felt angry but helpless. After all, Nora had the gift of a daywalker and could move freely during the day, but he could only send ordinary bodyguards to protect her. But what can he do when Nora is attacked while out shopping? After the incident, he immediately mobilized all the Blood Clan forces in Silver City and finally captured them all before the group of people evacuated. But to his surprise, this group of people were not extraordinary people, but ordinary people. Tell me, who did you sell the blood to? Roach walked up to a young man, tapped his face lightly with his fingers, his voice low and cold. The young man was obviously the leader of the gang. He calmly replied, "I don't know him. He was wearing a mask and probably had makeup on underneath. We have rules in our business. It's taboo to inquire about a client's background. That's all I know." Roche sneered and suddenly reached out to grab the neck of the man hanging upside down next to him. The man's body began to twitch violently, and he screamed in pain. Then blood gushed out from the wound, flowing along Roche's hand and turning into a slender blood sword. "Since you have your rules, I will also use mine to ask and see who is stronger," Roche said coldly. From time to time, painful cries and horrifying tearing sound were heard from the basement. It was not until the moon was about to set that the basement regained its brief tranquility. Roach walked out of the basement, took the white towel handed to him by his assistant, and wiped his hands gracefully. Then, he said casually, "Tang Bo, take someone to investigate. The thief who stole Miss Nora's blood should be about the same age as her. His family has a little bit of assets, and he should have withdrawn a large amount of money recently. It won't be difficult to investigate." "Understood. I will find that person, and then—" The assistant replied with his head down. "Bring him back alive." Roche interrupted him. "Let Miss Nora do it herself. The Duke has something to say, and it's time for Miss Nora to see blood." Logically speaking, although the bodyguard was shot and killed, as a vampire, how could Nora be easily captured by an ordinary person? The physique of extraordinary creatures is far superior to that of ordinary people. Even if the opponent is armed, Nora can easily escape. However, Nora was so flustered after the bodyguard's death that she failed to react in time and was eventually injured by these ordinary people using silver. If those people really aimed at Nora's life at that time, she would probably have died long ago. In Class 3 of Grade 12 at Incheon No. 3 Middle School, I sat in the 4th row by the window, holding a novel in my hand, quietly enjoying the sunshine. This seat used to bother me a lot because the afternoon sun always shone directly in, and even if I drew the curtains, the heat waves still hit me in the face. But now I like this position very much. As a vampire, I don't need to rely on sleep like humans do. With enough food, I bask in the sun during the day and practice various fighting skills through online classes at home at night. My body was gradually getting stronger, my strength was growing, and at some point my extraordinary abilities began to awaken. Gradually, I realized that I was getting stronger and stronger, and things that I couldn't do in the past, I could now accomplish easily. For example, one-finger handstand push-ups, it was difficult for me to do 1 or 2 before, but now I can easily do 1,000 without taking a breath. His strength is increasing rapidly every day. He can hang himself on the wall with just one finger without falling. The force of a single arm punch is over 1 ton, and he can easily kill a cow with one punch. I know that I have entered the world of the supernatural, and whether I like it or not, there will be times in the future when I will need to use violence. So I have to prepare myself now so that I can respond calmly when it is really necessary. Today, my heart rate has reached nearly 9 times. Logically, I should be able to trigger my first little talent today. Some information on the internet mentioned that common minor talents of vampires include controlling bats, blood flames, enhanced sense of smell, and hibernation. Controlling bats and blood flames are top-level talents. Enhancing the sense of smell is a mid-level talent, and hibernation is a low-level talent. Although hibernation is not bad, it allows vampires to greatly reduce their physical energy consumption while sleeping and have the ability to self-repair injuries. But its disadvantages are also obvious. Vampires in hibernation have slow perception of the outside world and are extremely vulnerable to sneak attacks. In the past, ordinary people have discovered the hibernation habitats of wild vampires, killed them easily, and even taken the opportunity to join the Blood Clan. Therefore, for a wild vampire like me, unless there's an absolutely safe place, I dare not use it casually even if I wake up from hibernation. The afternoon sun was growing stronger and stronger. The students around me had already drawn the curtains, but I was the only one who left a small strip of the curtain open so that I could continue to bask in the sun. The second class was history class. I picked up the history book, covered myself with it, and lay on the desk to continue basking in the sun. I have to admit that the history teacher seems to have some extraordinary hypnotic ability. Although I was not sleepy, his lecture was like a lullaby, making me sleepy without realizing it. My eyelids began to feel heavy, and I could hardly control myself. Suddenly, my heart beat violently, and the strong heartbeat instantly dispelled my sleepiness. Then the power began to spread and impacted my whole body. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang in my mind, and a certain power condensed in my body through my blood. My intuition told me that my first little talent had awakened. That talent was called silver blood. In the world of vampires, sunlight is undoubtedly deadly, and silver is another big taboo. While silver is far less of a direct threat than sunlight, its effects on vampires are just as profound. Generally speaking, as long as the vampire has enough food and the heart is not seriously injured, the wound will heal quickly. However, if the wound is caused by silver, the recovery speed will be greatly reduced or even extremely difficult. Many sleeping vampires in the Blood Clan are often severely injured by silver weapons and are forced to enter a dormant state. After school, I returned home and couldn't wait to take out the silver ring that I had used for experiments from the cupboard. It is rumored that vampires will feel a burning sensation on their skin if they just touch silver, and long-term contact will cause ulcers. However, at this moment, I was holding the silver ring and did not feel any discomfort at all. Is this considered a small talent? I thought to myself, I guess ordinary vampires don't have this ability. I crumpled the silver ring into a ball, confirming that my newly acquired silver blood talent made me completely immune to the inhibitory effects of silver. In fact, the real function of silver blood is not just to make me immune to the damage of silver, but to allow me to absorb silver and convert all the blood in my body into silver blood. Once the blood is completely converted, my physical fitness will be further enhanced, and I can actively use the silver blood in my body to form a long whip or thin wire to attack the enemy. Being immune to silver damage is just a byproduct. Obviously, this talent is simply the best. I opened my mouth, and the vampire's fangs slowly grew out. Then I aimed the pinched silver ring at the fangs and sucked it. It felt like sucking in a ball of jelly. After the silver ring entered the body, it quickly merged with the blood. The temperature rose slightly, and the silver blood in the blood flowed in the body as if a warm current was passing through, which made people feel unusually comfortable. Not enough. I clearly felt that the fusion of the silver blood with the blood in my body was not sufficient, and I still longed for more silver. However, it is difficult to obtain a large amount of silver now. The Blood Clan has been buying up silver, and the price of silver has been hyped up to be higher than gold. Moreover, the vampires never reveal the storage location of the silver, making it impossible for people to spy on the secret. What's even more interesting is that the Blood Clan has an unwritten rule. Anyone who contributes more than 10 tons of silver to the Blood Clan will directly qualify to become a vampire and be exempted from other assessments. Although this method cannot make people become core members of the vampire race, the temptation of immortality is enough to attract those who are wealthy and afraid of death. The vampires are therefore very wealthy, and many of the wealthy join the vampires through this channel. But in order to get more silver, I fell into deep thought, but still couldn't find a suitable way. I once tried to buy it on the black market, but the background of that black shop was too complicated and even dared to attack Nora, the little princess of the vampire clan. Now, I will never get involved with that kind of place again. Safety is the most important thing. Early in the morning, as usual, I sat on the balcony basking in the sun. Suddenly, a foul smell hit my nose like a dead rat in a garbage dump, and I couldn't help but frown. What's that smell? I got up from my recliner and sniffed around. The stench came and went, then seemed to disappear, until I suddenly realized it is when the heat of the silver blood flows through the nose that the sense of smell is enhanced. I immediately understood the principle. I controlled the flow of the silver blood to my nose, and sure enough, the bad smell reappeared. I followed the smell and looked down, only to find that the smell came from the neighbor downstairs. A family of 3 lives downstairs. The husband is a lawyer, the wife runs a clothing store, and their daughter is in the 4th grade. Last night, the whole family went out, and it shouldn't have been possible for an accident to happen so soon. Although I was curious, I didn't want to intervene, so I continued to prepare to go out to school. However, when I went downstairs, I happened to meet the daughter of the family of 3 downstairs going out with her school bag on her back. At this moment, I controlled a small amount of silver blood to flow into my nose, and instantly, a strong stench hit my nose. It stinks. I quickly transferred the silver blood to my right eye, and the stench disappeared immediately. However, through my enhanced right eye, I actually saw countless red worms entangled and wriggling under her skin. She is going to die? I was shocked, and my trypophobia was about to kick in. Just then, she turned around and said to me, "Good morning, brother upstairs." I forced a smile and responded, "Good morning." Then he left quickly, feeling a heavy heart. On the way, I frowned and began to wonder whether the parasite from Rongqing had quietly invaded Incheon. A year ago, the Chengdu tragedy shocked the whole country. In that disaster, a mysterious parasite hollowed out the brains of the teachers and students of the entire middle school, almost leading to irreversible consequences. I couldn't help but recall the national physical examination. It was that examination that diagnosed me with ALS. I lived in a daze for a whole month afterwards, and my memory of the details of that time is vague. Now, the parasite seems to have quietly entered Silver City. Should I report it? I was hesitant. After all, once I report it, the authorities will definitely take action to eliminate the parasites. However, while the parasites are being eliminated, a second round of physical examinations is imperative, and as a wild vampire, if my identity is discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. At this moment, Zhang Shou's voice interrupted my thoughts. I looked at him and was slightly relieved to see that he was not infected by the parasites. "Nothing, I just didn't sleep well," I said casually. Zhang Shou yawned and asked, "Are you reading that forum again?" "What forum?" I was stunned. Zhang Shou explained. That forum is dedicated to recording the appearance patterns of forbidden fruit and predicting where the forbidden fruit might appear. If it is predicted to be in our Incheon, I will definitely go for it. The appearance of the forbidden fruit is like a mysterious temptation, and many people are eager to obtain that power. Therefore, that forum came into being and became a gathering place for ambitious people. Although I'm not interested in this, at this moment, my mind is still occupied by the problem of parasites. In the entire school, 30% of the students are infected. I came to the school, and during the break, I carefully observed the classmates around me, and my heart sank. The situation in Incheon is even more serious than that in Rongqing. It is only a matter of time before it is exposed. As long as the parasite is exposed, it will not be long before I am implicated. This matter is imminent, and any small mistake may trigger a disaster. Action must be taken. Back in the classroom, I took out my cell phone and eagerly checked the reports of the Chengdu tragedy. 6 months ago, the parasite was officially named heteromorpha, but its transmission route remains unclear. Studies have shown that once the eggs of the heteromorpha enter the body, they quickly enter the blood circulation and eventually take root in the heart. The tentacles break out of the eggs, releasing a pain-numbing liquid that quietly devours the parasite's entire body along the blood vessels, leaving only the parasite's brain. During this process, the parasite still retains self-awareness, but loses the ability to perceive the outside world and can only feel despair and fear in the endless darkness. This is an extreme mental torture. When the parasite is completely desperate, the alien worm will begin to devour the brain. Once the brain is completely devoured, it will imitate the parasite's behavior and look almost identical to the original person. This mimicking behavior allows the alien worm to conceal its true identity. The most terrifying thing is that when the alien worm imitates the behavior of the parasite, it will gradually realize that it is not a parasite, but an independent individual with the wisdom of the parasite. If it parasitizes humans, it will gain human intelligence and become extremely cunning and difficult to deal with. This is the final form of the heteromorph, known as the adult form. In the Chengdu massacre, several adult individuals were discovered and were finally subdued after a fierce battle, but many people are still missing. The authorities suspect that these missing people may have been parasitized. If she is still conscious. After I finished reading the information about the alien insect, the scene of the little girl greeting me in the morning emerged in my mind. Subconsciously, I gripped the phone so hard that the screen cracked instantly. Oh shit. When I came to my senses, I found that the screen of my phone had gone black, so I quickly checked it. After selling the factory and the shop, the only source of income was the house that was being rented out. If he didn't spend frugally, he probably wouldn't be able to raise enough money even for silver coins. At noon, there was a sudden noise coming from outside, and the students in the classroom walked out one after another and looked outside the corridor. Xinyu, big news. The little vampire princess has transferred to our school. Zhang Shou rushed into the classroom excitedly. I frowned. Our school is just an ordinary school. What can she learn here? The Superpower Academy teaches knowledge about the supernatural world, which is completely different from ordinary schools. Is she exposed? Did Nora come to our school to deal with me? I don't know, but she really came, and she is so beautiful, definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Zhang Shou continued excitedly. At this time, Chunling walked in from outside, looking excited. Do you know why the little vampire princess transferred to our school? How do you know? Zhang Shou looked at Chunling with a surprised expression. Chunling smiled proudly and puffed out her chest. Don't you see who I am? How could I not know all the gossip about Inxing number 3 middle school? She is indeed the gossip queen of our class. Then tell us quickly, why does the little princess come to our school? Zhang Shou asked impatiently. Chunling looked around and whispered. This matter started when the little princess was attacked. You may not have thought that the person who attacked her was actually an ordinary person. What does this have to do with her transferring schools? Zhang Shou was confused. Chunling continued proudly. I have a close friend in the class next door. Her second cousin works at the Public Security Bureau. He found out that the people who attacked the little princess did not use any supernatural powers. They were probably a group of well-trained ordinary people who acted with silver weapons. When the news reached the little princess school, she was ostracized. Oh, that's how it is. Zhang Shou suddenly realized. It would be embarrassing if I had extraordinary powers and ended up being bullied by a group of ordinary people, he added. The students at the Superpower Academy think very highly of themselves. It is humiliating that Nora, who has extraordinary powers, is suppressed by ordinary people. The superpower world is not the only powerful force. The elves, witches, cultivators, etc. all have powerful powers, and the Blood Clan is not the absolute master. Finally, Nora transferred to another school. She did not choose to go to a superpower school in another city, because once exposed, she would still be isolated, so she simply chose to transfer to an ordinary school. At 2 p.m., the class bell rang. The head teacher, Lao Chun, walked into the classroom, followed by a girl with long blonde hair, a bandage on her right arm, and a cold temperament who slowly walked in. For a moment, time and space seemed to stand still, and all the boys' eyes were focused on her. Even girls were mesmerized by her impeccable beauty. As an extraordinary creature, Nora's beauty was too exquisite and simply flawless. Although number 3 middle school had never held a school beauty pageant, from the moment Nora transferred to the school, the boys tacitly believed that she was the school beauty. From today on, Nora will study with us. Lao Chen coughed, waited for everyone to regain consciousness, and then began the lecture. Nora glanced at the whole class, and finally her eyes fell on me vaguely. 25 million is not a small amount, and such a large flow of funds can be easily traced. The vampires quickly locked onto me. The original plan was for Tang Bo to lead people to capture me, and then Nora would kill me herself. But when they learned about my identity, Nora's father changed his plans and decided to let Nora do it herself. Nora's father thought that since Nora and I had similar talents, it was a good opportunity for her to improve her strength. If she could kill me herself, it would be of great benefit to her growth. So Nora transferred to another school. As for the information Chunling had found out, part of it was true, and part of it was false information that was released inadvertently. Although Nora did experience isolation at the Superpower Academy, she didn't care at all. She never felt that she needed to please anyone. After introducing herself, Nora was arranged to sit in the 4th row on the right, just parallel to me. Her first talent was Day Walker, and when she was 10 years old, she awakened her second talent, Blood Flame. Although she wanted to burn me to death with blood flames, she did not rush to act. She knew that I might have a high resistance to light and fire damage like her, and blood flames might not be able to kill me easily. So she chose a silver dagger, ready to give me a fatal blow when I let my guard down. When the bell rang, I quietly walked out of the classroom and stood in front of the railing in the corridor, staring into the distance in a daze. A cool breeze blew past, and I closed my eyes, ready to take a deep breath of fresh air. However, the stench in the air instantly broke my relaxation and my mood became heavy again. I'm very afraid of death, especially waiting to die in agony like my father did. I took care of everything for my father myself, and I understand the pain and despair of having to rely on machines to help with breathing and swallowing and being unable to move the whole body. Being destroyed until only the brain is left. I can imagine that this is definitely a more horrible way to die than my father's. It is precisely because of understanding that I can empathize with him. Call the police. I took a deep breath and made a decision. Although I chose not to be a human anymore, I couldn't give up my humanity. A real man has his own way of doing things and his own way of not doing things. Even if there are thousands of people against him, I will go forward. Even if my identity is exposed, the worst that can happen is that I can hide in the mountains and forests and return to human society when I am strong enough. I don't believe that vampires can find me in the wilderness. After all, I don't need to suck blood, and I'm not afraid of a war of attrition as long as the sun keeps rising. Lao Zhang, lend me your cell phone. I walked to the window and saw Zhang Shou chatting with Chunling. Where's your phone? Zhang Shou took out his own phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to me, asking at the same time. I reluctantly took out my cracked phone and said, "The screen is broken. I don't know if it can be repaired." After that, I took my phone back to the guardrail and called the police station. "Hello, I want to report it." The moment the call was connected, my heartbeat quickened and I spoke nervously. "I want to report that the alien bugs have invaded Silver City. Many people are now parasitized by the alien bugs. The situation is very urgent. Please hurry up." "Oh no, we're exposed." Suddenly, the voice on the other end of the phone changed, and a shrill male voice replaced the previous female voice. My eyes widened in shock, my mouth open, but I couldn't speak. Who was on the other end of the line? "Since you're exposed, let's play a game. Thanks for your call, little brother. Don't die." The other party said leisurely, not caring about being exposed at all. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. I clenched my teeth, and the phone in my hand exploded in an instant. Damn it. Have the alien bugs infiltrated the Public Security Bureau? Before they could react, a blinding light suddenly burst out from the chemical plant in the distance, followed by a violent vibration. The school's glass shattered instantly, and the students screamed in terror. Then, one by one, the students who were parasitized by the alien insects stood up from their seats with expressionless faces. They seemed to have received a unified command, and 6 3-meter-long red tentacles grew out of their backs. The students who had just recovered from their panic stared at this scene with wide eyes. Zhang Shou was chatting with Chunling, but when he saw this scene, he immediately climbed out the window. But the tentacles struck in a second, and before he could react, his neck was entangled. The next second, a silver light flashed, and the tentacle was cut off on the spot. Hide behind me. I condensed the remaining silver blood at my fingertips, jumped up, somersaulted into the classroom, and cut off the tentacle that was wrapped around Chunling's neck. "Thank you." Chunling was still in shock and gasping for breath. I pulled her behind me and said, "Stay with Zhang Shou. Don't be too far away from me." Almost at the same time, I quickly cut off several attacking tentacles, and then used a chair as a weapon to knock down a rushing alien insect. The chair was like nothing in my hand. I swung it with ease, and all the alien insects were knocked to the ground. Zhang Shou also raised a chair to defend himself. Seeing this scene, he was stunned. "Fuck, has Xinyu eaten the forbidden fruit?" Chunling's eyes sparkled, and she whispered, "Why didn't you realize before that I'm so handsome and manly? Don't be in a daze. Save them quickly." I glanced at the two of them, frowned, and urged them. Some students were knocked to the ground by the alien insects, and it was unclear whether they were dead or alive. What was even more infuriating was that Nora, a vampire, was entangled by the tentacles of the alien insect and hung in the air. Her slender legs were still kicking around, and she looked completely unable to cope with it. At first, I thought she was here to assassinate me, but when I saw how flustered she was, I immediately dispelled all my doubts. Judging by her performance, I guess ordinary people could easily deal with her. She knew help. Zhang Shou used a chair to block a tentacle, but he didn't expect the chair to be taken away in an instant. I frowned and found that the students in other classrooms had been wiped out and the alien insects were sweeping over. Prepare to retreat. Go to the rooftop, I shouted decisively, and immediately threw out the chair, knocking the alien insect that was trying to snatch Zhang Shou's chair to the ground. Jumping over a few tables, I quickly shot the head of an alien bug that was strangling Nora. Then I carried her out of the building. The surviving students followed closely behind. Along the way, we crashed into the alien insects that blocked our way, and they were either knocked away or knocked down by my punch. Finally, we arrived at the rooftop of the teaching building. After putting Nora down, I pushed her to Chun-Ling's side, turned around to guard the gate, and kicked away the alien insects that followed. I closed the door and leaned my back against it, absorbing the sunlight to regain my strength. The other students were panting, bent over on their knees, and sweating profusely. It's not safe here, I said in a deep voice, breaking the silence. The alien bugs will soon take control of the entire school, and the rooftop will definitely become the target of a general attack. I can't defend it alone. Look around to see if there is anything useful. Zhang Shou suggested. Why not take down the wire mesh and wrap it around the door? There are barbed wire fences around the roof of the teaching building. If they can be removed, the defense will be better. Nora said weakly. It's 4:30 in the afternoon, and there are still 2.5 hours until dark. As long as we can hold on until dark, my guardian Roche will definitely arrive, and then we'll be saved. To be honest, she feels like a waste now. She came here to assassinate me, but she still wants me to save her life. She didn't speak because she was shy, but because she was too embarrassed to see anyone. She was obviously quite strong. She also had the blood flame as her trump card. But when she was attacked, she still acted like a goose. How embarrassing. It's taking too long. There are still 2.5 hours until nightfall. By the time her guardian arrives, I'm afraid we will have been eaten clean by the alien bugs. I knew that I had exposed my identity, especially in front of Nora. When her guardian came, the others would be fine, but I might be in great danger. It has only been more than 10 minutes since the alien insects appeared, and students in many classes have been wiped out. If the alien insects increase their attack intensity, although I can escape with 1 or 2 people, the rest of us may not be so lucky. Lao Zhang, you and those male classmates hold the door first. I'll go find a weapon. I looked at the barbed wire and said something with an idea. As long as the barbed wire is tied securely, it might be useful as a stick. I have a weapon. Nora interrupted hastily, showing the bracelet on her wrist. The next moment, a red pistol appeared out of thin air in her hand. Space equipment. Everyone was surprised. Although there were some introductions to space equipment on the internet, the real thing in front of them still amazed everyone. What other weapons do you have? I took the pistol, tried to aim at the distance, and handed it back to Nora, asking by the way. After all, there are not many bullets in the pistol, and I'm not familiar with firearms. I guess even if the bullets are used up, I may not be able to kill a single alien insect. Nora was silent for a moment, and finally took out a half-meter-long short knife from the space, and said, "This is a silver knife. Although it is not particularly sharp, it has a strong restraining effect on vampires. You should use it carefully." A silver knife? I took the knife, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Nora immediately lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed. She knew I had understood the meaning. "Thank you, it comes in handy." I didn't say much. After all, the knife came at the right time. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, I pinched the dagger into a silver ball the size of a lead ball, opened my mouth, took a bite, and said with a smile, "I'm just hungry." Nora's eyes widened, as if she had seen some incredible monster. Not afraid of sunlight, and eating silver. Is this still a vampire? Did Roche and the others make a mistake? This is too outrageous. After I absorbed all the silver, I felt warm all over, and my 5 senses became extremely sharp. I could sense any movement within a radius of hundreds of meters. I took a deep breath, and my body instantly turned dark. "You, Xian," Zhang Shou couldn't help but exclaimed as he watched this scene. "Don't worry, I'm fine, better than ever before." In his eyes, I seemed to have become an existence that completely absorbed light, without any light reflection at all. Although I could absorb light before, it was not perfect, and some light was still reflected. But now, with the help of silver blood, I have completely strengthened this ability and become a perfect black object. When there is no light reflected, I become completely invisible. I may still be seen during the day, but at night, I am afraid no one can see me. More importantly, in this state, I recover extremely quickly, and even if I get injured, I can recover quickly because the food is so abundant. I'm gonna go down and deal with the alien insects. You guys stay here and don't move. After I got used to this situation, I smiled slightly, turned around, and left. After going downstairs, Chun Ling asked curiously, Yuxian must have eaten the forbidden fruit. Guess what his ability is? Student Yuxian probably didn't become a transcendent through the forbidden fruit. He started at eagle level. It wouldn't be so troublesome for him to deal with the abnormal insects in the school. Nora couldn't help but say, since the forbidden fruit appeared in the world, many people have gained various abilities through it. Different systems have their own level divisions. The original extraordinary people established a unified level standard. Insects, ants, bees, birds, snakes, eagles, wolves, tigers, dragons, and gods. Although the weakest insect level can easily kill ordinary people, a big boss once said, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some ability. The insect level is actually a reminder to those who have just gained abilities that in the eyes of the strong, you are still just an insect. So what level is he now? Zhang Shou asked Nora curiously. Nora thought for a moment and guessed, probably an upper insect level or a lower ant level. Do you think? Could he be a vampire? Vampire? Haha, how is that possible? He's not afraid of light, and he likes to eat silver. How can he be a vampire? Everyone laughed when they heard it. Although Nora wanted to refute, she couldn't find a reason. In fact, she couldn't explain it herself. Not afraid of the sun, but also eats silver? Could it be that Yuxian also has the talent of Silver Eater? However, if he was really a vampire transformed through her blood, it has only been a few days, and it is impossible for him to have a second talent. Moreover, I can actually turn my whole body black. With these three abilities combined, it is really unlikely that he is a vampire. The more Nora thought about it, the more she felt that Roche and his team might have made a mistake in their investigation. Although I did spend a lot of money, maybe it was spent on other things, such as buying silver for food. The price of silver is about the same as gold, so it makes sense to spend more. Nora decided to go back to Roche and the others to verify it. She must not wrongly accuse me. Downstairs in the corridor, my fingers danced like playing the piano, and the three alien insects were instantly chopped into 8 pieces. Although the blood in my body has not yet been completely transformed into silver blood, 40% of the blood has already turned into silver blood. This makes my silver wire extremely sharp, able to cut through walls or steel with ease, just like cutting tofu. The strange insects swarmed out from the classrooms, but I killed them one by one with silver wire before they got close. A parasitic insect that had been parasitizing the teacher had just come out. When it saw this scene, it showed fear in its eyes and immediately shouted, "Come out quickly! There are enemies, kill them!" Then, the alien insect from several classes rushed out and immediately charged after seeing me. I thought about it, and silver threads shot out from my fingertips. The enemies were cut in half and fell to the ground. I looked to the end of the corridor, and the shouting Chinese teacher had disappeared. Sure enough, the strange insects parasitic on the teacher were more cunning. At this time, the sound of artillery fire was heard in the distance. Apparently, the Inqing officials finally reacted and began to counterattack. 008 Zhou Tai. Very good. Yuxian was cheered up and listened to the sound of artillery fire as if it were the sound of nature. Having support means no worries and no need to consider follow-up issues. What he has to do now is to kill a lot of alien insects and kill all the alien insects in the school. But just as he was about to go downstairs, he heard a painful groan and stopped immediately. Are there any classmates alive? He turned and walked into a classroom and found a survivor with a faint breath in a corner full of debris. Incheon, Sangshan Psychiatric Hospital. A large number of strange insects were frantically eating the medical staff. The dean, Chun Ching-song, hid in the cabinet in his office, not daring to breathe. He didn't expect that there were so many patients in the hospital who were parasitized by alien worms. Compared with the alien insects that parasitize normal people, the alien insects that parasitize mental patients are obviously more violent, less afraid of pain, and even have stronger mobility than ordinary alien insects. The armed security guards in the hospital only had time to fire one shot before they were all killed instantly. Now he can only hope that the authorities will come to the rescue as soon as possible. Suddenly, the office door was violently pushed open, and a thin man in hospital gown walked in with relaxed steps. Dean? Dean? Where are you? I'm Zhou Tai. The man lowered his voice and called around the office. Finally, he came to the cabinet, knocked on the door, and said to himself, "Are you there? Not here. Are you there? Not here." After a moment, he seemed a little disappointed and muttered, "It seems that the dean is really not here. I wanted to tell him a big secret." As he said this, he turned and left. Chun Ching Song widened his eyes and let out a breath. Zhou Tai, this is the most dangerous patient in their hospital. Zhou Tai suffers from multiple personality disorder. The problem is that except for the main personality, all the other personalities are very scary. They are all perverted personalities such as murderers, skinning artists, finger collectors, cannibals, etc. This guy was locked up in the hospital and was restrained almost 24 hours a day. Chun Ching Song couldn't imagine how Zhou Tai broke free from the restraints and was not attacked by the alien insects. So no matter whether Zhou Tai was a human or an alien insect, he didn't want to have any contact with the other party. But the opposite happened. Just when he thought Zhou Tai had left, the door of the cabinet was suddenly pulled open. Zhou Tai looked at Chun Ching Song with a smile and said, "I found you, my dear dean." Then he pulled Chun Ching Song to the office chair and sat on the other side. "What do you want? You better not do anything rash, otherwise. Chun Ching Song said in panic. Zhou Tai interrupted with a smile. "What else? Are you going to lock me up again?" "Ha ha ha ha. From now on, no one can lock me up." Suddenly, his expression changed from crazy to a little cowardly. "Dean, am I sick? Please take a look at me and feel my pulse." As he spoke, he placed his hands on the table and looked at Chun Ching Song expectantly. Chun Ching Song did not act rashly, and Zhou Tai did not seem to care. He said to himself, "Dean, this world is amazing. Isn't it a parasite wanted to parasitize me? And I was so scared, but I didn't expect it to choose the most useless boss. After it replaced the boss, we parasitized it instead. This feeling is really great. Its body is too strong." "You mean the real Zhou Tai has been replaced by the consciousness of the alien worm. But you personalities have become parasites in the consciousness of the alien worm and suppressed its consciousness." Chun Ching Song asked in surprise, his eyes wide open. Zhou Tai nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, you are worthy of being the dean. You have sorted out the matter in just a few words. So do you think you're a human or a strange insect?" Chun Ching Song couldn't help asking with cold sweat on his forehead. A smile gradually appeared on Zhou Tai's face, and tentacles emerged from his facial features. With the help of the tentacles, the two eyeballs were almost close to Chun Ching Song. A tentacle broke apart and made a voice. "Of course I am a human." Chun Ching Song looked at the horrifying scene in front of him. His pupils trembled violently, and he was frightened to death. "It's really boring." Zhou Tai slowly retracted his tentacles and looked at Chun Ching Song, who was frightened to death, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Then he suddenly thought of something interesting and said with a smile, "We still have some time. Why not go play with that little brother?" As he spoke, his expression kept changing, and finally he looked at Chun Ching Song's body with greed. It was obvious that this body had changed its personality again. If Chun Ching Song were still alive, he would definitely guess after seeing this scene that perhaps the alien insects originally possessed some kind of ability similar to the consciousness network, and Zhou Tai's personality was like a virus, which had infected all the alien insects through the alien insect's consciousness network. These personalities of his can take over the body of a certain alien insect at any time, and even hide in the network to issue orders to all alien insects. Inching number 3 Middle School. Yu Xian carried a student with a broken leg back to the rooftop. He carefully put the injured student down and said, "Lao Zhang, all you boys come and help. I have dealt with all the alien bugs on the 6th floor. There are many injured students who need our help." "Okay." Zhang Shou nodded. Then several other boys gritted their teeth and decided to go down to help. Chun Ling said, "I'll go too. Just leave 2 students here to take care of the injured students." "Then I'll go too." Nora felt that she should do something. Yu Xian did not refuse because there were quite a few injured students, so one more person would mean more help. However, when everyone went down to the 6th floor and walked into the classroom of class 3 to 6, they couldn't help but turn around and run to the corridor to vomit. The situation in the classroom was too terrible. Some students were eaten by the strange insects, and only half of their body was left, and some students were only left with half of their face. It was simply hell on earth. As innocent and stupid high school students, Zhang Shou and his friends had never seen such a horrifying scene before. "Are they okay?" Nora looked at Chun Ling and others and asked worriedly. Yu Xian instead looked at Noila Mo with some surprise and said with a smile. I thought they would be like this, but it was you who didn't spit it out. I'm a vampire, and I don't have the ability to vomit. Nora rolled her eyes at Yuxian and continued. Yuxian finally realized that it was no wonder that although he felt that the situation in the classroom was tragic and terrifying, he did not feel any physical discomfort. It turned out that it was because he was a vampire. At this time, a strange insect rushed up from the 5th floor stairs. Yuxian immediately flicked his finger, and a silver thread instantly cut the strange insect in half. He dared to let Zhang Shou and others come down to rescue people, so he naturally had the confidence to protect everyone. Silver blood. When Nora saw Yuxian's silver line attack, her eyes suddenly widened. She looked at the corpse of the alien insect on the ground and thought in shock. This was the great talent her father awakened when he was 150 years old, but why did it appear here in Yuxian? She looked at Yuxian in disbelief, her mind in a mess. In fact, she didn't know much about the silver blood, mainly because her father had never shown the behavior of swallowing silver in front of her. She only knew that the silver blood was an ability to create silver threads. Otherwise, she would have associated it with something when she saw Yuxian swallowing silver before. After waiting for a while, Zhang Shou and the others finally recovered. Yuxian took the lead and walked into the classroom. Zhang Shou gritted his teeth and immediately followed, and the others followed suit. Here, she still has a heartbeat. Yuxian quickly found the first survivor, a girl with missing hands and feet and a bite on her face. Everyone present had a heavy look on their faces when they saw the girl. In the past, Chengdu massacre was just 4 words, and many people could not understand why the word tragic was used. Now that they have witnessed the tragic plight of their classmates, those present feel that the word tragic is not enough to describe the horror of this disaster. 009, beautiful silly goose. After Zhang Shou and the others got used to it, Yuxian did not stay on the 6th floor, but prepared to go downstairs to continue cleaning up the alien insects. If he had not discovered that there were still surviving students in the classroom on the 6th floor, some of whom were in urgent need of treatment to stop bleeding, his original plan would have been to go downstairs and kill all the alien insects in the teaching building. Now Zhang Shou and his colleagues are responsible for bandaging the wounds of the surviving students. What he has to do is to kill all the alien insects as soon as possible and save more classmates. Wait, I'll go with you, Nora said with courage. Yuxian looked at Noila, as if he saw a golden goose. Just as he was about to refuse her, Noila said, If you let me go with you, I'll give you 20 kilograms of silver next time. Deal. Yuxian agreed immediately. Silver is very expensive now. 20 kilograms of silver should be enough for him to use for a long time. The two went down to the 5th floor. Yuxian flicked his finger, and the silver thread instantly killed several alien insects standing in the corridor and biting students. Nora was not idle either. She quickly took out her pistol and aimed at an alien insect in the distance. With a gunshot, the alien insect's body was blown up on the spot. Yuxian was slightly startled and looked at the gun in Nora's hand. He didn't expect the bullet of this gun to be so powerful. I hit it, Nora said to herself excitedly as she looked at the fallen alien insect. She then aimed at the alien insects that came out after hearing the sound and pulled the trigger continuously. One by one, the alien insects exploded and died under the gunshot. There are about 25 to 30 students in a class, but there are only about 5 to 10 students infected with the alien worm. There are 4 classes on the 1st floor of the teaching building, so there are about 30 to 40 alien worms on each floor. Nora's pistol had a total of 15 bullets. After killing 15 alien insects in a row, she began to reload the bullets in a hurry. Those alien insects naturally didn't want to give her the chance to reload bullets, so they rushed out from behind the classroom cover. But before they got close, they were killed by Yuxian using the silver thread. After making sure that all the alien insects on the 5th floor were dead, the two went down to the 4th floor. Nora is still asked to kill some of the alien insects with a pistol first, and then use the replacement of bullets to lure the alien insects to launch a general attack. Yuxian will deal with the alien insects that rush up in the last wave. Do you have enough bullets? When they went down the 3rd floor, Yuxian asked. Nora nodded and said, Enough. I have prepared 100,000 rounds of bullets. Ever since she was attacked by an ordinary person, she had specially prepared a pistol and bullets, and in large quantities. On the 3rd floor, the two cooperated tacitly and killed all the abnormal insects in just 1 minute. After making sure that no fish had escaped, the two continued to go down to the 2nd floor. You are also a vampire? Nora walked behind, looked at Yuxian with a complicated look, and then asked in a low voice. Yuxian walked in front and said frankly, "Yes, I have ALS. If I don't become a vampire, I will die. I heard that you were not only attacked by gangsters, but also ostracized by other students in school because of me. I'm sorry." Anyway, he had already prepared himself mentally when he called the police. Once this disaster was resolved, he would flee to the ends of the earth and would not return to human society until he was invincible. "I see." Noila looked at Yuxian with a complicated expression and muttered softly. The two went down to the second floor. Nora immediately put aside all distractions, held the pistol with both hands, and kept shooting at the alien insects. After the bullets were used up, she took out the bullets and changed them while looking at Yuxian. The remaining alien insects took the opportunity to launch a general attack. Yuxian waved his finger downwards, and a silver line fell like a wave. In an instant, the alien insects were cut into various strange shapes. At this time, the teacher who had escaped before rushed out of a classroom, jumped down from the corridor, and landed on the ground square. "Still want to run?" When Yuxian saw this scene, he immediately held the railing with one hand and jumped from the second floor to the square. Before he could make a move, a gunshot rang out, and the upper body of the teacher who was parasitized by the alien insect exploded, and he fell to the ground. Nora, who was upstairs, was holding a gun and gave a sly smile when Yuxian turned around. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and her long golden hair fluttered in the wind. Yuxian's eyes were dazzled by this bright scene. Yuxian took back his previous thoughts. This is not a golden goose, but a beautiful goose. Suddenly, Nora's eyes showed fear, and she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. "Careful!" When Nora's voice rang out, a black shadow flashed by in an instant. Yuxian reacted quickly and started to dodge when Nora's eyes widened slightly. But one of his arms was still cut off by the black shadow. Boom! A rectangular sign fell heavily on the stairs of the teaching building. Yuxian's blood flowed down from the top of the sign, passed between the words "school ahead," "slowed down," and finally dripped onto the ground. Yuxian covered his wound, glanced at the sign, and immediately turned around. He didn't know when a woman in professional attire was squatting on the school wall. "Brother, I'm here to play with you." The woman showed a crazy smile, but the voice she made was that of a man. Yuxian looked solemn, with silver light flashing in his eyes, and gritted his teeth and said, "You are the bastard on the other end of the phone." "Yes, I'm that bastard." The woman jumped down from the wall and said with a smile, "Introduce myself. My name is Zhou Tai. I used to be a human, but now I'm a strange insect." It slowly walked to the body of the teacher who was parasitized by the alien bug and squatted down, muttering to itself, "Tiska, you already have such a powerful body, but you don't know how to use it. What a waste." Bang, bang, bang. Upstairs, Nora took advantage of Zhou Tai crouching down and unable to dodge, and immediately fired 3 shots at Zhou Tai. However, there was no explosion. Instead, Zhou Tai had 3 more bullets in his hand. He stood up and said with a smile, "The bullets are not very fast. In fact, all alien insects have the ability to dodge them. It's just that the alien insects have been pretending to be humans for too long. Even if they awaken their consciousness and realize that they are not human, they will still follow some of the bad habits of humans. Whether it is reaction ability or speed, they're constrained by their subconscious. Humans have a self-protection mechanism that automatically sets a safety threshold when controlling muscle activity to prevent excessive use of force from causing muscle and bone damage. Many alien insects were affected, so they could only exert about 50% of their strength. Zhou Tai's personality is different. He naturally doesn't care about his own body. He is the type that is willing to hurt himself to achieve his goals. So when his personality enters this body, the power of this body is fully released. "Give it back to you, little sister." At this moment, he swung his hand, and 3 bullets immediately shot towards Nora upstairs. Boom! In midair, the bullet touched the silver wire and exploded immediately. Yuxian's body had turned pitch black. At this moment, he waved his finger downward, and the silver line extending upward immediately slashed towards Zhou Tai. 010 Kirin. The body Zhou Tai used was that of a tall woman, estimated to be about 1.7 meters tall. Under normal circumstances, even if the body is full of alien insect tentacles, as long as the skin is not damaged, the alien insect's movements will still be those of humans. But Zhou Tai is different. Facing the silver thread that was coming at him, his body was like a deflated balloon. He twisted and dodged, easily avoiding Yu Xian's attack. Then he raised his hand, and the skin on his arm burst open instantly, and dense tentacles entangled together to form a thick arm. Here comes the fist. Zhou Tai laughed loudly, jumped up, and punched Yu Xian on the ground. Danger. Yu Xian immediately jumped to the side, landed on the ground, and rolled away quickly. It has to be said that losing an arm had a great impact on him. If his right hand was still there, if Zhou Tai dared to jump up, he would be strangled to death in minutes. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground where Yu Xian had just stood shook violently. Zhou Tai punched a half-meter hole in the dusty ground. If this punch had hit a person, it would probably have punched a hole through the person's body. On the other side, Yu Xian half-knelt on the ground immediately after rolling, inserted his left hand into the ground, and manipulated the silver wires to penetrate the ground and quickly attack Zhou Tai. In an instant, dense silver wires drilled out of the pit, weaving into a large net to cover Zhou Tai and shrink instantly. At the critical moment, Zhou Tai still had a smile on his face. His body exploded and turned into dense and disgusting tentacles, which flexibly passed through one of the grids, even bringing out human skin. If anyone has seen an octopus moving through various small holes in the sea, they can probably imagine how Zhou Tai got out. Then all the tentacles quickly drilled back into the human skin, and in the blink of an eye it turned into the appearance of a young girl again. Such micromanagement and speed. Yu Xian could see Zhou Tai's movements clearly and was shocked. Although Zhou Tai's ability did not exceed the limits of the alien insect, his control over the alien insect's body was too strong. It was estimated that most alien insects could not perform this operation. At this time, Zhou Tai saw Yu Xian's broken arm on the ground a few meters away. He glanced at Yu Xian, and then the broken arm grew a large number of tentacles. He picked up the broken arm on the ground directly, and the tentacles drilled into the arm one by one. The alien worm actually has a very abnormal ability. That is, it can use its tentacles to simulate the flesh, blood, and nerves of other creatures, thereby manipulating their bodies. This can be said to be the most basic ability of the alien worm. Otherwise, it would eat up the host body and cause the host brain to be deprived of oxygen and would have died long ago. Little brother, your arm is really nice. Let's continue playing. Zhou Tai manipulated the tentacles to control his arms to swing continuously and said with a smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Yu Xian. So fast. Zhou Tai's running speed is much faster than other alien insects. It was at least 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary alien insect, and his route when running was not a straight line, so Yu Xian could not guess his route at all. In desperation, Yu Xian could only retreat frantically, trying to keep as much distance as possible from Zhou Tai. The two chased each other on the playground. From time to time, Yu Xian used the silver thread to block Zhou Tai, while Zhou Tai seemed to be dancing or playing, easily avoiding various attacks. At the same time, Zhou Tai would also wave Yu Xian's right hand and occasionally suddenly stretch it out and punch Yu Xian. In fact, Yu Xian's attack posed no threat to Zhou Tai. Although the silver wire was extremely sharp, as long as it could cut Zhou Tai's body, it would definitely cause serious damage to Zhou Tai. But Zhou Tai was very, very flexible, and his body shape could change very quickly. Several times, Yu Xian intended to use silver wire to form a large net, but Zhou Tai was always able to escape from the mesh easily. Instead, it was Yu Xian himself who was nearly hit by Zhou Tai's fists several times. Although he managed to avoid the attack, he still sustained several scratches on his body. However, as a vampire, these minor wounds healed in the blink of an eye, so there were no obvious scars left. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot was heard. Zhou Tai, who was chasing Yu Xian, immediately leaned back to dodge. The bullet flew past his chest and finally hit the ground in the distance, causing an explosion. Good opportunity. Yu Xian seized the opportunity, turned around, and waved his left hand. A large number of silver threads waved wildly in the air, cutting towards Zhou Tai from different angles. Faced with the silver wire that was like a dragnet, Zhou Tai immediately repeated his old trick. A large number of tentacles burst out from his skin, and he chose one of the grids to escape. Bang! Another gunshot was heard. Just after coming out of the big net woven with silver wires, Zhou Tai was shot by Nora. A large number of tentacles broke apart in the explosion. The few remaining tentacles quickly drilled into the woman's skin and rolled backwards. Although Nora fired several more shots in pursuit, Zhou Tai's speed was too fast, and the remaining bullets all missed. Bitch, I'm playing with my little brother. You're so redundant. Zhou Tai did a series of backflips and landed on a branch of a tree in the school. He looked up at Nora, his wrinkled face full of resentment. Neither Nora nor Yuxian spoke. Instead, they had a surprising tacit understanding at this moment, which was to kill you while you were sick. The bullets and silver threads intertwined together, and in an instant, the tree where Zhou Tai stood was blown with a big hole by the bullets, and at the same time was strangled into pieces by countless silver threads. However, Zhou Tai jumped back quickly before the attack came, and now he's back on the school wall. Little brother, I'll come play with you next time, and you bitch, you're dead. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Zhou Tai first said to Yuxian with a smile, but the next moment his face changed, staring at Nora, and said crazily. As he finished speaking, bullets and silver lines came at him again, and he immediately did a backflip and disappeared outside the school. In fact, Zhou Tai's original plan was to kill Yuxian or destroy this body. But because he got Yuxian's arm, he realized that Yuxian's arm was not simple. So in order to bring Yuxian's arm back, he decided to retreat. Yuxian and Nora did not relax their vigilance immediately because of Zhou Tai's departure. They stood there for a while, and only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that Zhou Tai had really left. Sitting down on the ground, Yuxian felt exhausted both physically and mentally. He was almost beaten to death by Zhou Tai's punch several times just now, and now he is filled with fear. At this time, Nora came down from the second floor and trotted over. She slowed down when she got closer. Yuxian turned his head to look at her. Their eyes met, and suddenly they both smiled in tacit understanding. It's so scary. I've never seen such a terrifying monster. Nora, who was sitting next to Yuxian, was also still feeling scared. Yuxian nodded and said, "Fortunately, we chased them away." Suddenly, Nora pointed a gun at Yuxian's lower back, and Yuxian had no choice but to cooperate and raise his only hand. There are many people in the vampire clan who are 10, 100, or even 1,000 times stronger than that monster. My father's patience is limited. He asked me to kill you. If I don't take action, he will send someone stronger, and you will definitely die then. Nora said to Yuxian. Yuxian couldn't help but laugh and asked, "So you decided to kill me first? Let me give you a suggestion. You'd better find a way to join Qilin." Nora retracted the gun and said to Yuxian. Yuxian quickly asked, "Qilin? You're not going to say that there really is a Qilin mythical beast in the world and ask me to join its camp, right?" "No. Kirin is the name of the official organization. I don't know the specific situation, but I heard 3 years ago that there was a vampire like you who joined Kirin, and the Blood Clan gave up on self-purification on him." Nora said, "Kirin, official organization." Yuxian's eyes lit up. This option seemed more reliable than escaping to the mountains and becoming a savage. 011 Yue. As long as you can be a human being, who wants to be a ghost? Yuxian didn't really want to live in the mountains and become a savage. He just had no other choice. "Do you have a cell phone?" Yuxian was very curious about what kind of organization Qilin was, so he asked Nora, who was standing beside him. Noila Mo took out her phone and handed it to Yuxian, saying anxiously, "The password is 6 6s. You're not allowed to look at the photo album or the browsing history, or I will shoot you." "Don't worry, I'm just checking some things," Yuxian said with a smile. After unlocking the browser, Yuxian opened the browser and searched for the word Qilin. As a result, various legends about Qilin came out. Someone even declared in a post that he had seen a Qilin in the wild. Uffed. You don't think you can find Qilin's information on the internet? At this time, Nora couldn't help but laugh. Yuxian returned the phone to Noila Mo and said calmly, "There's nothing to lose by checking it out, so why not give it a try?" At this time, Nora took out a bag of blood from the bracelet, bit through the blood bag with her fangs, thought for a while, took out another bag and handed it to Yuxian, as if she was sharing a snack. "No, although I'm a vampire, I don't suck blood." Yuxian refused. Although his body was already a vampire, since he could feed on light, he thought it would be better not to suck blood. "Don't worry, I'm not a classical person. These are all artificial plasma. Let's try it." Nora licked her fangs with her little tongue and encouraged with a smile. The two pushed and shoved each other, and finally Yuxian couldn't persuade Nora and had to take the blood bag. All right. In fact, he was also a little curious about what it tasted like when a vampire sucked blood. He pierced the blood bag with his fangs and the next second he felt a surge of vitality being sucked into his body, and all the cells in his body became warm. This feels great. It's a completely different feeling from sunbathing. Gradually, his consciousness was lost in this warm feeling, and his mind went blank. When I came to my senses, the whole school was surrounded by a large number of soldiers. "What did you put in the blood?" Yuxian stood up, looked at the soldiers around him, and couldn't help but ask Nora next to him. He lost consciousness after drinking the blood. If Nora or these soldiers had tried to do something to him, he would have had no chance to resist. Nora explained with a smile, "It's just ordinary artificial plasma, but I didn't expect you to be blood drunk like my cousin." In simple terms, after sucking blood, you'll be like being drunk. Yuxian was speechless after hearing this. It turns out that there are vampires who are blood drunk. Fortunately, I discovered this weakness in time this time. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if I failed at the critical moment in the future. The following finishing work was all handled by the soldiers who rushed over. Under the arrangement of the surviving teachers, Yuxian and Nora went to the tent outside the school, with Zhang and others to rest. At present, the entire Silver City has entered a state of war, and it is definitely impossible to go home. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yuxian woke up from the wooden bed in the tent and couldn't help stretching. Maybe it was because he was quite exhausted from the battle with Zhoutai yesterday. He actually slept until dawn. This shows that vampires do not really need sleep, but their energy recovery speed is usually faster than consumption, so it gives people the illusion that they do not need sleep. Of course, it may also be because growing a new arm requires a lot of energy. When Yuxian woke up, he found that his right hand had healed. The newly grown right hand was almost indistinguishable from the original one. He said, almost because this arm seemed even more perfect. In fact, many people's arms are not exactly the same size because they are left-handed or right-handed. For example, right-handed people. If you look closely, you will notice that the right fist is bigger than the left. Yuxian used to be right-handed, so his right hand was actually a little bigger than his left hand. But now both arms are exactly the same size, and his sense of balance is much stronger whether he is punching or doing other movements. Walking out of the tent, with the sunlight shining on his body, Yuxian felt like a mobile phone connected to a power source. He became more and more energetic, his thinking became more and more agile, and he was aware of everything going on around him. Not far away, Zhang and others were sitting in a row, looking at the school. A group of soldiers in white protective suits were disinfecting the entire school to prevent the alien insects from leaving eggs somewhere and other hidden dangers. "What are you looking at?" Yuxian walked over and sat next to Zhang. Zhang said solemnly, "I just heard that there are only 100 or so survivors in the entire school, and most of them have been left with lifelong disabilities. Among these survivors, half were rescued by Yuxian and his team. If it weren't for the cooperation between Yuxian and Nora to quickly kill the alien insects in the teaching building, it is estimated that there would only be 30 or 40 survivors." Yuxian couldn't help but fall silent after hearing this. Of all the students and teachers, then, I don't know who started it, but several girls started crying quietly, making the atmosphere even sadder. Even Zhang had tears in his eyes. "Xinyu, do you think my parents are doing okay now? By the way, where's my cell phone?" Zhang suddenly asked. Yuxian immediately showed an awkward smile and said embarrassedly, "Your phone? As you know, it happened suddenly, so I accidentally broke it." "That's right. It was a mess back then, and it's a good thing you were there. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble." Zhang recalled yesterday's situation and said with understanding. If it weren't for Yuxian, he knew that he and the other classmates would never have gotten well. Even his life was saved by Yuxian, so what is a mere cell phone? At this time, Chunling and a male teacher came over with several bowls. She forced a smile and said, "Everyone come for breakfast." "Oh, I've been hungry for a long time." Zhang immediately cheered up, stood up, and said loudly. Chunling walked up to Yuxian with a bowl of noodles. Yuxian took the noodles and said with a smile, "Thank you." Although he couldn't digest other foods and they tasted like wax, he didn't want to reject Chunling's kindness now. He held the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other. Chunling then noticed that his right hand had grown back and asked in surprise, "Yuxian, is your hand healed?" "Well, it will grow out after a good sleep." Yuxian took a mouthful of noodles and said with a smile. At this time, he frowned and subconsciously looked up at the male teacher who was distributing breakfast beside him. This teacher is... He looked at the other party and asked Chunling. Chunling introduced. Mr. Yue is the physical education teacher of the 3rd grade. He happened to have no class yesterday, so he slept in the dormitory, which is why he did not get hurt by the alien insects. Oh, teacher, you must have been sick yesterday, Zhang Shou said with a smile. Although the 3rd year of junior high school is not as stressful as the 3rd year of senior high school, the study pressure is just as great, and the physical education teacher is also often sick. Chunling glared at Zhang Shou unhappily, while Yuxian looked at Yue, feeling that something was not right. Although his sense of smell and vision, enhanced by the silver blood, did not detect any problems. For some reason, he vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this teacher. The problem is that the authorities should have checked everyone present, so there shouldn't be any who slipped through the net. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Yuxian lowered his head and ate noodles. But there seemed to be a voice in his heart always reminding him that there was something wrong with Yue. 012 Lion Light. From then until noon, Yuxian was observing Yue. However, Yue did not reveal any flaws. His smell was that of a normal male. There were no tentacles crawling under his skin, and his heartbeat was very normal, indicating that there was no foreign object in his heart. Moreover, through long-term observation, Yuxian also found that Yue suffered from kidney stones, lumbar muscle strain, rhinitis, and other diseases. In summary, he is a middle-aged man. Although there are signs of exercise, they're not much. This is in line with the role of a junior high school physical education teacher. Strangeness. Yuxian was puzzled. If there was really something wrong with Yue, what exactly was it? Zhang Shou at the side could not help but say, Xin Yu, if you really think there is something wrong with Teacher Yu, why not report it directly to the soldier? Once he is arrested, you will know after a careful inspection. Do people believe my report? What if nothing is found out? By the way, where is Nora? Yuxian looked at Zhang Wei and asked 3 times in a row. Zhang Shou opened his mouth and found that he could only answer the last question. So he told Yuxian that Nora's identity was rather special, and her father was the diplomatic envoy of the vampire clan. So she was picked up by bodyguards last night. All right, Yuxian was helpless. He originally wanted to ask Nora's opinion. Although Nora sometimes looks dull, like a pretty goose, she is actually very thoughtful. Or maybe it is because she is too smart and has so many ideas that she appears dull at critical moments. Afternoon. All students were invited to separate tents for investigation and questioning. Yuxian entered one of the tents. There was a man and a woman serving as staff. They first told Yuxian not to be nervous, and then asked him some routine questions. Name: Yuxian, the Yu of having more, the Xian of the wise. Gender: male. Age: 17. Race: human, vampire, Yuxian suddenly said uncertainly. The female staff member smiled and said, As long as you think you are still human, you can fill in human. Then let's choose humans. Anyway, I will never drink blood again in my life. Yuxian thought about it and said firmly. After filling in the basic information, the two asked Yuxian to recall what happened yesterday and then recount it in detail. The 2 staff members were relatively relaxed at first, listening and writing at the same time, but their faces changed as they listened. What? Is this guy the first person to discover the alien worm? What? The sheriff's department was infiltrated? What? Also encountered a leader suspected to be a strange insect? After they finished writing, they couldn't help but look at each other, then asked Yuxian to wait here, and they hurried away with the report. After spending about an hour in anxiety, the tent was opened again. A middle-aged man with a square face and a very imposing young man came in together, and they sat in front of Yuxian. The young man said, I'm Jin Sheng. This is Jin Dajuan. We're here mainly to verify some issues with you. The moment the young man came in, Yuxian had the illusion of facing the sun, and the other person's heartbeat sounded like a lion's roar. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Okay, I will tell the truth. Yuxian took a deep breath and said nervously. Jin Dajuan couldn't help but laugh and said, Don't be nervous. We already know the details of the situation. Not only did you uncover the conspiracy of the alien insects, forcing them to act in advance, but you also saved so many students from the disaster. No one here dares to embarrass you. Student Yuxian, listen to this voice. Is it Zhou Tai's voice? Jin Sheng took out his mobile phone and played an audio clip. The audio was very noisy, with occasional screams. Yuxian listened carefully and heard an awkward male voice in the recording saying faintly, Dean, isn't this world wonderful? Chun Xing Song's office was secretly monitored by his wife, who wanted to find evidence of Chun Ching-song's affair so that she could get more property in the divorce. As a result, Chun Ching-song died and his wife also died. But this monitoring device recorded a very crucial conversation and eventually fell into the hands of Jin Sheng and his team. The voice is about 60% similar, but the tone is almost exactly the same. I can be sure it's him, Yu Xian said seriously after listening to the audio. Jin Sheng and Jin Dajuan both looked solemn. Zhou Tai was already very dangerous when he was still an ordinary person. Now those abnormal personalities can not only control the alien insects, but can even parasitize on a certain alien insect. The degree of danger has increased significantly. If it is not resolved quickly, the consequences will be disastrous. Can I ask, what was the original plan of the alien worm? Yu Xian couldn't help but ask. Jin Dajuan nodded and said, if you hadn't exposed the invasion of the alien bugs would have gradually devoured the entire Silver City, and all ordinary people would have become their food and hosts until Silver City became the nest of the alien bugs. By that time, I'm afraid we would no longer be able to completely eliminate them. Student Yu Xian, do you have anything else you want to ask? Jin Sheng looked at Yu Xian deeply, as if hinting at something. In fact, when the two came, they knew everything about Yu Xian. He was a good boy who suffered from ALS and had to become a wild vampire through illegal means. He knew that he could not protect himself, but he had a sense of justice and finally made the right choice. Because of Yu Xian's choice, at least tens of millions of people in Yinsheng were able to survive. This is a huge contribution. With his golden body, the country will definitely not leave him alone. Not to mention the Blood Clan, no other forces will be able to mess around. I want to ask, do I have a chance to join Qilin? Yu Xian rubbed his hands and asked with a longing expression. Jin Sheng was stunned, then looked at Jin Dajuan, who quickly distanced himself from the matter and said, it's not me, I never said that. I was just like you, I just met classmate Yu Xian for the first time. Student Yu Xian, who told you about Qilin? Jin Sheng asked. Jin Dajuan smiled and said, no need to ask. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Marcus's beloved daughter, right? Then he couldn't help but add, Student Yu Xian, you asked the right person this question. This guy is from Qilin, ranked 89th, codenamed Lion Light, and I am his father, ha. Jin Sheng looked at Jin Dajuan speechlessly. The reason why he suspected Jin Dajuan first was because all of Jin Dajuan's comrades in arms were boasted to by Jin Dajuan. This guy told everyone that his son had joined Qilin. Are you sure you want to join Qilin? Jin Sheng sighed, then looked at Yu Xian and asked. His original intention was to let Yu Xian ask for official asylum. The official only needed to notify the Blood Clan, saying, I will protect this kid. As long as he does not leave the country, the Blood Clan would not dare to say a word. Although people have always been bragging about how powerful the vampires are. But in fact, at the national level, the Blood Clan, which does not even have a dragon-level strongman, is just a second-rate force. Most of those wild vampires can successfully cleanse themselves through the Blood Clan, mainly because those who become wild vampires are not good people themselves. There are even cases where they attack ordinary people in order to suck blood. Naturally, the country turns a blind eye. For a man like Yu Xian, who has a clean background and has saved the lives of tens of millions of people in a city, the vampires are nothing. 013 Unconditional Trust. Blood Clan. Or vampires. In fact, it is a race with many weaknesses. They are afraid of the sun, silver, garlic, and the cross, and their only food is blood. If they do not drink blood for a long time, they will fall into a deep sleep, and their bodies will gradually turn into mummies. Only when blood falls on them one day will there be a chance of waking up. If becoming a vampire wasn't one of the easiest ways to gain immortality, blood clans wouldn't even be considered a second-rate force, but at best third or fourth-rate. The reputation of vampires among the people is loud, mainly because they are rich, extremely rich. Therefore, those wealthy people who have transformed into vampires have been hiring water armies to spread the word about how powerful, terrifying, and mysterious the vampires are. This gives ordinary people the illusion that the vampires are a first-rate force, and they really believe that offending the vampires will lead to death. In fact, the 5 major countries all have the power to easily suppress the vampires. In addition, there are some extraordinary forces that occupy many small countries and also have the ability to kill the vampires. The reason why the vampires can exist until now is not because they are powerful, but because they are sensible. Originally, Yuxian thought that joining Qilin would be difficult or require undergoing various tests. As a result, the next day, Jin Sheng put his ID, a gun, and a special mobile phone in front of him. Jin Sheng looked at Yuxian, suppressed his laughter, and said seriously, "From now on, you're a member of the evil killing team under Qilin, ranked 6330, codenamed Salted Fish." Yuxian looked at the documents on the table and couldn't help but pick them up and flip through them again and again, saying in disbelief, "Is this true?" "Of course it's true. As long as you show your ID, all public security bureaus across the country can verify its authenticity and cooperate with your actions unconditionally," Jin Sheng said with a smile. Yuxian put away his ID and asked, "How many people are there in the evil killing team? And who is the captain?" "I am the captain of the evil slaying team. Originally, there were 5 of us, and with you it will be 6 now. However, the team does not usually act together, but instead accepts missions individually. Only for missions above the sparrow level will we gather as a team," Jin Sheng explained. Then he told Yuxian the details of the team. The team under Qilin has a very high degree of freedom, mainly because most of the members who can join Qilin are extraordinary people with great potential. Since the situation of each extraordinary person is different, forcing them to act together may cause the strength of some team members to stagnate. Generally speaking, team members can freely accept insect-level and ant-level missions, and 2 or more team members can cooperate to accept B-level missions. Missions above the sparrow level must be accepted by the entire team together. "What level is Inxing now?" Yuxian asked curiously. Jin Sheng replied, "The alien insect disaster is classified as tiger level, but not because of its strength, but because of its harmfulness. Only when all the alien insects are annihilated can the mission be considered completed. However, this mission is destined to be extremely difficult to complete. After all, we are not even sure how it spreads and how many there are now. Actually, I have a suspect. I think he might be a xenomorph, but I can't find any evidence." Yuxian inexplicably thought of Yue and said hesitantly. Jin Sheng immediately became serious and asked, "Who do you suspect?" "Yue, teacher Yu, although I have observed him for most of the day and found no flaws, but when I saw him again this morning, I still had that feeling that there was definitely something wrong with him." Yuxian frowned and said thoughtfully. Jin Sheng immediately turned around and walked out, saying as he walked, "Come on, since you think he's suspicious, then take him under control and check him out." The 2 walked out of the tent. Jin Sheng ordered the soldiers to control Yue first, lock him up in a tent, and have him guarded by several soldiers. During the whole process, Yue did not resist, but his face looked a little frightened. Jin Sheng and Yuxian observed from afar, and neither of them noticed anything. "Do you still think there's something wrong with him now?" Jin Sheng asked. Yuxian nodded and said, "Yes, there must be something wrong with him, but with my ability, I can't see the problem for now. Let's wait and see. Let's go." Jin Sheng thought about it, and still decided to trust Yuxian unconditionally. The 2 entered the tent where Yue was imprisoned. When Yue saw them coming in, he quickly said, "Sir, and classmate Yuxian, what do you want to talk to me about?" Neither Jin Sheng nor Yuxian said anything. The 2 men surrounded Yue. Jin Sheng's eyes suddenly turned golden, and silver light flashed in the depths of Yuxian's pupils. "What are you doing? What's wrong with me?" Yue was a little scared by the 2 people's gazes, and his body kept leaning backwards. The golden light in Jin Sheng's eyes gradually dimmed, and he shook his head at Yuxian. Obviously, he didn't see the problem. The silver light in the depths of Yuxian's pupils also gradually returned to its normal state, and he didn't notice anything either. "Are you sure?" Jin Sheng asked without thinking. Yuxian knew what he meant and nodded. "Very sure, especially now. He gives me a very strong sense of disobedience." He was not talking nonsense. Now the distance between him and Yue was only about 20 centimeters. When he looked at Yue, he had an indescribable feeling of discomfort. No matter how he looked at him, it seemed out of place. "Then go ahead and do it. Even if you are wrong, I will take the responsibility." Jin Sheng was silent for a moment, and finally decided to insist on trusting Yuxian. After all, Yuxian is now his team member, and supporting teammates is also one of the captain's responsibilities. There's a case in the Qilin file where a team member discovered a problem, but the captain did not believe it, resulting in only 2 people surviving in the entire team. Since then, every captain of the team under Qilin has chosen to stand firmly on the side of his teammates. Yue seemed to sense the danger and said in horror, "What do you want to do?" "Help! Help! Kill people." Shut up and be quiet. Jin Sheng immediately glared at him. The next moment, Yu Wei's mouth was covered by golden light, and he could only make a woo sound. Go ahead, do whatever you want, dissect him, or cut him into pieces. Jin Sheng said coldly to Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded, looked at Yu Wei with some reluctance, and said, Teacher Yu, please bear with it. I will try my best not to hurt you. Then he condensed a thin silver thread from his fingers. Under his control, the silver thread slowly penetrated into Yu Wei's neck and moved inside his body bit by bit. Through the battle the day before yesterday, his control over the silver blood had reached a higher level. In order not to hurt Yu Wei, he operated very carefully. At the same time, this time he checked very carefully, checking the blood vessels, internal organs, bones, and nerves one by one. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the silver wires seemed to touch something wrong. Before he could react, something strange happened. Oh, you're exposed again, little brother. It turns out that you're the biggest enemy of the bugs. In an instant, Yu Wei's head turned 90 degrees, and his whole face twitched and wrinkled. Zhou Tai's voice came out of his head, and then a large number of nerve fibers drilled out from his eye sockets, nostrils, and ears, and quickly pierced towards Yu Xian. But at this time, Jin Sheng's whole body was emitting golden light. He easily blocked Zhou Tai's attack with one hand, and held the alien insect disguised as Yu Wei's nerve fibers tightly in his hand. So that's why. No wonder I couldn't see any clues. Jin Sheng said to himself as he looked at the strange insect in his hand. Yu Xian also realized the problem at this time and frowned, saying, this level of lurking is too scary. In fact, the alien worm did not completely control Yu Wei. It just disguised itself as a section of Yu Wei's nerve fibers. Because Yu Wei was still alive, Yu Xian couldn't smell the stench, and because the alien worm's simulated nerve fibers, it was almost impossible to detect unless the person was dissected. Yu Xian guessed that the reason why he felt that there was something wrong with Yu Wei was more because Zhou Tai was observing himself through Yu Wei, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. If Zhou Tai hadn't been spying, he probably wouldn't have been able to see that there was something wrong with Yu Wei. In this way, even if the alien insects infiltrate the entire country, no one may be able to detect their existence. Their current discovery is definitely a major breakthrough. 014 Panga's Blood. That night, several senior executives from Qilin headquarters parachuted into Yinshan. Yu Xian followed Jin Sheng and saw several big guys whose aura was like that of demons. Although these big guys were all smiling and very friendly when they saw him, and even shook hands with him, touched his head, and praised him for being a good boy, Yu Xian was so nervous that his limbs were stiff throughout the whole process, and he felt like a chicken falling into a group of lions. It is worth mentioning that the word airborne has a literal meaning. These big guys flew directly from the capital and dropped from the sky. The next day, Yu Wei's body and the alien insect caught by Jin Sheng were taken away by one of the big guys. I believe that Kirin headquarters will conduct various research on them in the future, and perhaps there will soon be a way to identify the victims hidden in the crowd and controlled by the alien insects. Noon. The sun was emitting a scorching breath. The soldiers stood under the scorching sun. Even though they were sweating profusely, they still stood upright. Yu Xian sat outside his tent, basking in the sun while looking at his mobile phone. This phone was a special phone used exclusively by Kirin. It was not only waterproof, dustproof, drop-proof, fireproof, and shockproof, but also able to maintain smooth signals in most environments. In addition, there are several official apps on the phone, among which the Kirin app has many interesting panels. Yu Xian's favorite is the profile panel. The main thing is that the archive panel records a large number of extraordinary events that have been solved by various Qilin teams. For example, some criminals who accidentally gain abilities, or animals who eat forbidden fruit and do evil. Each team fights wits and courage with these extraordinary beings, and finally successfully solves the problem. Of course, there are also cases where teammates don't get along, where the captain doesn't trust his teammates, which ultimately leads to mission failure and loss of team members. The reason why the authorities made these cases public internally is mainly because the situation of superpower crimes is severe and complicated. Only by constantly learning and broadening your horizons, when you encounter criminals with complex abilities, will you not be confused by the various abilities and fall into a dead end of thinking. Yu Xian has now broadened his horizons and learned a lot. For example, he used to believe that if he got the forbidden fruit, he would be able to soar to the sky. It was only after reading one of the files that I realized that forbidden fruit is not omnipotent, and there are many limitations. There's a boy named Chun Xing in the file. He found a forbidden fruit on the balcony of his home and became a god after eating the forbidden fruit. But as the price of gaining power, his self-awareness was completely destroyed. Now, Chun Xing is sealed in the extraordinary shelter of Qilin headquarters, numbered 006, codenamed God of Fortune. Anyone who kneels down to him can be blessed with good luck, but once they start kneeling, they must kneel down sincerely every day, otherwise bad luck will come once the kneeling is interrupted. The better the luck in the beginning, the worse the luck in the end. The other is number 001, codenamed Pangu, who is in a similar situation, except that he is in eternal sleep. It is said that he will only wake up after this world is destroyed, and then create the world. In the Qilin app, the Pangu's blood in the merit store comes from this person. The official has found a way to extract his blood without harming his body. The more Yuxian watched, the more he understood how strong the official foundation was. Compared with the official power, the vampires were nothing. I wonder how beneficial it would be if I sucked a mouthful of Panga's blood. After reading one of the files, Yuxian showed curiosity on his face. The captain of the team that solved the incident in the file was originally an ordinary soldier. Because of his outstanding merits, he was able to exchange for Panga's blood and thus became a Sparrow-level extraordinary person. A drop of Panga's blood can create a Sparrow-level master. As expected, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. Although Yuxian vowed that he would never drink blood again, to be honest, he was a little greedy for Panga's blood. In fact, there are warriors in Insheng who have taken Panga's blood. That is the combat police force of the Public Security Bureau. However, most members of the combat police force have only taken the diluted Panga blood, and their strength is probably at the lower insect level. Apart from having stronger physical fitness than ordinary people, they have no additional abilities. Now, the combat police force is working together with the armed police to check all the buildings in Silver City one by one and clear out any alien insects that may be hidden. The permanent population of Insheng is nearly 30 million, so it is not easy to check. In fact, the population of Insheng was only over 10 million in the past. Later, the Rongqing massacre broke out in Rongqing, and a large number of people moved here, which led to a surge in the population of Insheng. Currently, Insheng is one of the only 2 cities in China with a resident population of over 30 million. By the way, because a large number of residents from Chengdu moved here, the value of the several houses owned by Yuxian increased. However, after this incident, it is estimated that the only 2 houses left in Yuxian's hands will probably depreciate a lot again. Fortunately, he has now joined the evil-slaying team and not only has a salary, but also a regular position. That little loss is just a drop in the bucket for him. When Yuxian opened the next file and prepared to continue reading, Zhang Shou, Chun Ling, and other classmates came over. Zhang Shou came forward and asked slyly, "Xinyu, there's a rumor on the internet that the government is preparing to popularize extraordinary education. Is this true or false?" Popularizing extraordinary education? Yuxian was stunned, then shook his head and said, "I don't know, I haven't heard of it." In fact, the whole country is paying attention to the situation in Insheng. All major cities have started to conduct physical examinations for all people. Many people are panicking as if they are facing a great enemy. Then the news of the official popularization of extraordinary education came out, and netizens immediately shifted their attention and discussed the pros and cons of popularizing extraordinary education. It would be great if it were true. I would definitely become an immortal cultivator then. My fate is in my own hands, Zhang Shou said with a look of longing. Yuxian opened the contact list in the Qilin app and said, "Let me ask. Maybe the captain knows." In the past 2 days, he finally understood the value of ranking 89. In various meetings at Qilin headquarters, Jinxing not only has a seat, but also has voting rights. Jinxing can also learn about many policy news in advance. He clicked on Jinxing's avatar and started typing quickly. "Xinyu, Captain, are you busy?" "Lionlight, I just dealt with a piece of trash who was taking advantage of the chaos to cause trouble." "What's the matter?" "Xinyu, it is said on the internet that the country is going to popularize extraordinary education. Is it true?" "Sure, Ziguang. It is indeed under discussion. In fact, it has been discussed since the Chengdu tragedy. The incident in Insheng has only accelerated the process. After all, both times the alien insects were discovered by students in the school, and you and that classmate are both extraordinary people. However, I don't think it will be popularized so quickly. They should choose a few cities as pilot cities first. Salted fish, oh, I see. Yuxian looked up at Zhang Shou and said, the captain said that this is indeed the case, but they will probably select a few cities as pilot cities first. Since ancient times, heroes have used force to break the law, and although the widespread popularization of supernatural powers can allow more potential talents to emerge, it will also allow many people with ulterior motives to gain power. Therefore, the authorities must have many concerns, and it is impossible for them to make a decision all at once. I've decided. Once the government announces which city will be the pilot city, I'll go there to study. Zhang Shou immediately shouted excitedly. Chun Ling calmly analyzed. I think Yinsheng and Rongxing have a great chance to become one of the pilot cities. After all, we are both victims of the alien insects, and the country will definitely pay a little more attention to our two cities. It would be great if it really was Jinzhou, another female classmate sighed. In the past 2 days, there have been few good news heard, but bad news has emerged one after another. It is said that the casualties at number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school were even more serious. The alien insects seem to be infiltrating the schools, and the first to bear the brunt were the students of each school. Especially in many primary schools, it seems that there is not even a single survivor. We don't know how many family skies will fall. Yuxian looked at his classmates who were both nervous and expectant and felt a vague touch in his heart. Speaking of which, before he suffered from ALS, he was actually just like his classmates. He was more of a visionary about supernatural powers, but later he slowly accepted the fact that he was ordinary. Obviously, after escaping death, his classmates, like him who suffers from ALS, have an even greater desire for supernatural powers. The essence of this desire is actually the anxiety about the future and the fear of death. There is really no difference between us. Even if he gains extraordinary powers, he only becomes stronger. His heart is still a human heart, and his emotions are the same as everyone else's. What the female staff member said was right. As long as he considers himself still a human being, no matter what super race he becomes, he will always be a human being. Vampires are just a bloodline. 015 Lion's Glory. Night. Yuxian sat outside the tent basking in the moonlight. After 12 o'clock, dark clouds gradually covered the moon and a thin layer of mist rose on the ground. Seeing that he couldn't bask in the sun, Yuxian put his phone in his pocket, stood upside down, and started doing handstand push-ups. After joining the evil-killing team under Qilin, he should no longer be hunted by the Blood Clan, which means he is safe. And as a vampire, his lifespan is endless. As long as he stays in the sun, he can indeed live a life like a salted fish. The problem is that his name read backwards is Xinyu, but he himself is not a pleasure-seeking person. These past 2 days, he has been thinking about how to live the rest of his life and why to live. Because his father died of illness, he was very afraid of death, but precisely because of his fear of death, he loved life more than anyone else. The scenes in the school, the students who were originally studying hard, the students who liked to play, the students who were shy and silent, the students who were enthusiastic and cheerful, all eventually became mutilated corpses, with expressions of fear remaining on their faces and traces of tears faintly visible in the blood, all of which were imprinted in his heart. After reading a large number of archives, he seemed to see brave souls silently guarding people's ordinary lives, and he saw young lives falling in a pool of blood. Why did Jin Sheng trust him unconditionally? It was because his predecessors had used their lives as lessons and paved the way for him. Finally, he had the answer in his mind. He wanted to be a light. He wanted to dispel the fear in everyone's heart. He wanted to protect the smile on everyone's face. This requires tremendous strength. So he has to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. 1005, 1007, 10, 10, 10, 20. Yuxian supported his body with one finger and did handstand push-ups quickly. At this time, Jin Sheng came back from outside, holding a few mice that were bigger than adult pastoral dogs. He stopped and looked at Yuxian. When Yuxian changed hands and prepared to continue, he walked forward and invited, "Let's go over there and practice." As he spoke, he pointed behind him, which was the playground inside the school. Is this considered teaching guidance within the team? Yuxian's eyes lit up and he asked with a smile. Jin Sheng smiled and said, "You can think so. Do you want to go?" "Certainly." Yuxian immediately rolled over to the ground and clapped his hands. After handing the rat monsters over to the soldiers to deal with, Jin Sheng and Yu Xian entered the campus together. The two of them distanced themselves on the playground, and Jin Sheng said, "I will control my power to the insect level, come on." "Then, Captain, be careful." Yu Xian nodded immediately. He moved both hands at the same time, and a large number of silver threads shot towards Jin Sheng quickly. Jin Sheng stood in place, his fingers wrapped in golden light. When the silver threads approached, his fingers flicked on the silver threads just right, and all the silver threads were easily blocked by him in an instant. "Is the movement of your fingers necessary? It's too obvious." Jin Sheng asked curiously as he looked at Yu Xian's fingers controlling the silver thread. Yu Xian controlled the silver thread to spin with both hands, and the tip quickly stabbed Jin Sheng. At the same time, he replied, "It is easier to control this way." In fact, the silver threads shot from different positions have different flexibility. The silver threads shot from the fingertips are the most flexible, followed by the palm, then the wrist, forearm, elbow, and back arm. The silver threads shot from other places are more difficult to control. Because the silver blood in his body is limited, he must concentrate it in the most flexible part. This is also the reason why his right arm was cut off by Zhou Tai and his strength was greatly weakened. The difference between flexible silver wire and inflexible silver wire in combat is actually very huge. That's purely because you're not proficient enough. I've seen Marcus use the same ability. He manipulates the silver threads in ever-changing ways, making it hard to defend against. He can even cover his entire body to form silver armor, which is much stronger than you are now. Jin Sheng easily avoided the silver thread attack, speaking as he dodged. Yu Xian's eyes lit up. The physical defense of vampires was indeed not strong. If the silver threads could be woven into armor, it would really provide a good defensive effect. Maybe he can learn how to knit a sweater later. In theory, the two should be similar. But the most important thing now is to force Jin Sheng to take action. So far, Jin Sheng has been on the defensive and blocked all his attacks with just one finger. Facing Jin Sheng, although the pressure was not as great as Zhou Tai's, he could clearly feel the huge gap in practical experience between the two sides. Yu Xian then kept trying to break through Jin Sheng's defense from different angles, but Jin Sheng seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and no matter which angle he attacked from, he was easily blocked. After realizing that continuing the attack would only waste energy, Yu Xian quickly retracted all the silver threads. He thought about it, and immediately controlled the silver wire to wrap around his hands, forming a pair of rough silver gloves. Then he rushed towards Jin Sheng. Whether it was long-range attack or close combat, he wanted to learn more from Jin Sheng. "That's a good idea," Jin Sheng said with a smile as he looked at Yu Xian rushing up. Then he became serious, and a faint golden light appeared on the palms of his hands. Facing Yu Xian's fist, he easily blocked it with his palms. The two continued to fight on the playground, although each time ended with Jin Sheng pointing a finger at Yu Xian's forehead. "Have you learned boxing?" Jin Sheng asked while fighting. Yu Xian answered truthfully, "I learned a little on the internet, but it didn't seem to be of much use." The fighting skills on the internet are all used to deal with ordinary people. We possess extraordinary powers, and many attacks on our weaknesses have no effect on us, so you have the illusion that they are useless. You have a long life, and you should be able to embrace everything. As for skills, they're just a matter of time, and they will improve eventually," Jin Sheng said with a smile. In fact, after the fight, he had keenly noticed that there was a huge difference between Yu Xian and ordinary vampires. For the first 100 years after becoming a vampire, the general strength of a vampire is very ordinary. It's okay to bully ordinary people, but compared with the vast majority of extraordinary people, they are really no different from weaklings. This is the price of eternal life. But what about Yu Xian? Each of his punches was so powerful that it felt like being hit head-on by a rhinoceros. Simply put, Yu Xian's strength and speed have reached the lower level of the ant. He doesn't look like a new vampire at all, but rather like an old ghost who has lived for 200 or 300 years. "Okay, I have a rough understanding of your strength. Be careful next time." Jin Sheng blocked Yu Xian's jab and smiled slightly. "Danger." Yu Xian's hair stood on end, and he quickly stepped back. However, Jin Sheng seemed to have anticipated his every step and quickly caught up with him when he retreated, and the distance between them did not widen at all. Then Jin Sheng threw out punches with both hands quickly. Yu Xian could clearly see the fist, but couldn't block it at all. Punch after punch. Finally, Jin Sheng used an uppercut to knock Yu Xian into the air and said, "The secret of the tiger-shaped fist, the majesty of the lion, In the air, golden particles came out of Yu Xian's body and formed a huge golden lion in midair. The lion slapped Yu Xian to the ground with one palm. After a loud bang, Yu Xian fell heavily to the ground, his bones broken all over his body, unable to move. 016 New Capabilities. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the bright moonlight shone on the world. Jin Sheng slowly walked to Yu Xian and sat down. He poked Yu Xian's hand with his finger and smiled. "Are you still alive?" I can't die." Yu Xian groaned and said with difficulty. Although his whole body was in pain, Yu Xian was very clear that he was not seriously injured. It was obvious that Jin Sheng knew the characteristics of vampires very well and did not hit them in the vital parts. A few minutes later, Yu Xian sat up from the ground. His injuries had almost healed. "Fisk, there's really something wrong with you. I thought you would have to lie down for several hours, but you got up in less than 10 minutes. Jin Sheng looked at Yu Xian and felt that Yu Xian was more perverted than most of the extraordinary people he had met. "Is this still a normal vampire?" Yu Xian looked up at the moon and smiled. "If it were daytime, maybe it wouldn't even take a minute." "Are you a vampire or a Superman?" Jin Sheng couldn't help but complain after hearing this. How could there be a vampire whose recovery ability is stronger during the day? This is completely upside down. In the same team, trust is mutual. When Jin Sheng chose to trust Yu Xian unconditionally, Yu Xian had already decided to give Jin Sheng equal trust. The two seemed to be chatting just now, but Jin Sheng actually already knew that Yu Xian could restore his strength by absorbing light, which is why Yu Xian did not need to suck blood. "Captain, are you a person with superpowers? What happened to the lion just now?" Yu Xian asked curiously. Jin Sheng looked up at the sky and answered, "I am not a person with superpowers, but a pure warrior. I have been practicing the Golden Boy's Kung Fu since I was a child. After I perfected the Golden Boy's Kung Fu at the age of 18, I changed to the Tiger's Subduing Kung Fu. About 5 years ago, I took a drop of Panga's blood, and the Tiger's Subduing Kung Fu was transformed into the Golden Lion Kung Fu. This is my exclusive Kung Fu. From that day on, I got my current codename, Lion Light. So you are a warrior. No wonder you are so strong in close combat," Yu Xian said with sudden enlightenment. When Jin Sheng heard this, he was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He became agitated and said unhappily, "What do you mean warriors are only good at close combat? There are many warriors who are actually very weak in close combat and rely purely on their strong internal strength to fight at a distance. You will know when you see more of them. The only way to improve close combat ability is to fight more. There is no other shortcut." He was beaten by the Jin army since he was a child, which is why he has such solid combat ability now. This process contains so much blood and tears. How can it be covered up by a simple sentence, "So he is a warrior"? Seeing Jin Sheng suddenly become excited, Yu Xian could vaguely sense the resentment in Jin Sheng's words and could not help laughing out loud. Jin Sheng looked at Yu Xian, sighed helplessly, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Over the next few days, controls were gradually relaxed. The alien insects inside Silver City have been cleared out, and only some areas outside the city need to be cleaned up. Residents who took refuge in various gymnasiums have begun to return home one after another. On the 5th day, Yu Xian returned to his home. He changed into casual clothes and immediately laid down on a chair on the balcony. He had been basking in the sun these days. Perhaps because the regeneration of his severed arm consumed a lot of energy in his body, it was not until yesterday that he had gathered 9 heartbeats. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to awaken his second minor talent today. He turned on his phone and clicked in the tasks section. After the control over Insheng was relaxed, he could finally accept tasks. There are actually quite a few good things in the merit shop, such as Panga's blood, silver, storage equipment, super weapons, and super armor. All of this requires merit to exchange. Although Jin Sheng said that after the Insheng incident is completely over, he should receive a huge reward based on his merits. But Yu Xian felt that of course the more merits the better, and he had nothing to do anyway. So perhaps before school started, he could gather enough merits to buy 1 or 2 items by taking on missions. There are various tasks in the tasks section, including official tasks, but also tasks issued by other team members. Yu Xian limited the tasks to insect and ant levels. The rest of the high-level tasks were immediately blocked, leaving only all the low-level tasks. He began to carefully look for tasks he could do. Insect-level mission. Capture cold light ferrets, 10 merits each. Requirement, 100. Official insect level mission. Collect mutated ghost hand green, 15 merits per kilogram. Requirement, 1,000 kilograms. Ant level mission. Collect zombie fangs, 25 merits each. Requirement, 66 fangs. Official ant level mission. Clear the zombies that appear in Fengshui Town, 50 merits each. Requirement, kill them all. Yuxian discovered that as long as the tasks are provided by the official, the rewards are relatively high, but the demand is also relatively large. Moreover, the content of many officially released tasks and privately released tasks actually overlap. It is entirely possible to take both tasks at the same time and receive double rewards. When he was considering whether he could complete these tasks, his heart suddenly beat violently, and a warm current surged out of his heart and quickly spread throughout his body. Because of his previous experience, Yuxian did not panic this time. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and waited quietly for his new ability to take shape. About 10 minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes with a strange look on his face. He opened his hand, and a trace of blood-colored energy immediately formed in his palm, which looked like both water and fire. Blood energy. This can be said to be the most classic ability of vampires and also the most important ability. According to the popular science section of the Qilin app, this ability can only be awakened with a very low probability by vampires who have lived for more than 300 years, and it is a great innate ability. It is also suggested in popular science that when encountering a vampire that controls blood energy, members below the sparrow level can retreat immediately. Because vampires can learn various blood spells after they possess blood energy, they are no longer the bottom of the many supernatural races. Even among the magical supernatural beings, vampires who master blood energy are considered to be relatively difficult characters. If ordinary vampires are fragile assassins, then vampires who master blood energy are noble mages, and their statuses are completely different. However, when Yuxian looked at the blood energy in his hand, the first question that came to his mind was who should he learn blood magic from? It is understood that there are currently only two races that master blood magic. One is the blood elves, and the other is the vampires. The blood magic that was circulated within the blood clan was the result of the ancestor benefiting from the forbidden fruit and learning it by himself during his growth. He was a wild vampire, and the blood clan was already restrained by not killing him, and it was impossible for them to teach him any blood magic. As for the blood elves, since their ancestor died in battle hundreds of years ago, their numbers are extremely small. Now, they basically live in Europe, and they're even more xenophobic than the vampires, so it is impossible for them to teach him blood magic. Does he have to use his amazing wisdom that he has hidden for many years to create all kinds of blood magic? Yuxian looked at the blood energy in his hand, and his eyes gradually became wise. 017 Super Nanny. Insheng, Jiangxin Yuan, Building 3, Room 601. Zhang Shou rushed out of his room and ran into the bathroom. He stood in front of the toilet and heard the sound of water. He breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard a plop and couldn't help showing confusion. He was not defecating, so where did the plop sound of falling into the water come from? He opened his eyes and looked towards the toilet, and then he saw a fruit emitting red light. Forbidden fruit? Zhang Shou's eyes widened, and he quickly slapped himself. Pain. Then it's not a dream, it's real. Then, without any concern for the dirtiness, he bent down and scooped up the forbidden fruit from the toilet. He looked up at the ceiling, then looked around and swallowed subconsciously. Should he eat or eat or eat? Anyway, no one knows he picked it up from the toilet, so just eat it. In order to avoid any further trouble, he quickly put on his pants, took the forbidden fruit to the wash basin, rinsed it with water, and then swallowed it in one gulp. There is still a little smell of urine left, which makes it very realistic. Don't wish too much. Give me a system. I want a system. Zhang Shou heard Yuxian say 2 days ago that forbidden fruit is not omnipotent, and the greater the desire, the greater the price. He doesn't want to become a vegetable, nor does he want to sleep for 10,000 years, so his requirements are not high. Just having a system is enough for him. Bite. Super Nanny system activated. Zhang Shou was quite excited when he heard the ding sound in his mind, but was dumbfounded when he heard the name of the system. Wait, that's not right. What he wanted was the Sword Immortal system. How did it become the Super Nanny system? Male mother? Noah. Zhang Shou's face alternated between crying and laughing. After a while, seeing that there was no change in the system, he could only accept his fate with a bitter face. Property. Zhang Shou said sadly. Then a screen of light appeared in front of his eyes, and his attributes quickly unfolded. Name, Zhang Shou. Gender, male. Age, 17. Occupation, super nanny. Skill, primary. Healing, consume some physical strength and condense a ball of light to heal the target. Primary, healing touch. Consume physical strength to summon tentacles with healing, detoxification, and disease-removing abilities. Touching the target will remove most abnormal states of the target. Passive, the nurse does not die from injuries. The first time a fatal attack is received each day, the nurse dies and is immediately restored to full health. The second time a fatal attack is received, the nurse retains 1% of her health. The third time a fatal attack is received, the nurse dies and is resurrected on the spot 1 hour later. Zhang Shou looked at his attributes and became more and more excited. The wet nurse is good. The wet nurse is wonderful. Long live the wet nurse. 3 lives a day, who else? Zhang Shou couldn't help laughing out loud. Suddenly he thought of something and immediately turned around and punched the wall. His face then turned red, then blue, and finally white. It hurt so much. It took him a while to recover, and he just covered his fist in blue air. Didn't they say that taking the forbidden fruit would start at eagle level? How can there be such a weak eagle class? Zhang Shou looked at his fist, which had become red and swollen, and his head was full of question marks. He ran back to the room, took out his newly bought mobile phone from the bedside, and immediately dialed Yu Xian's number. Yu Xian's home. At this time, Yu Xian was standing on the ceiling, studying more uses of blood energy. Since there is no way to learn orthodox blood magic, then he will study it on his own. He already has the blood energy in his hands, so why worry that he won't be able to research some magic? It's like if you have a generator, can't you also make an electric fan, an electric rice cooker, an electric car, and an electromagnetic gun by hand? For example, Yu Xian has now developed several uses for blood energy. The first is that when it attaches to his body, he can fly over eaves and walls like Spider-Man, and he won't fall even if he stands upside down on the ceiling. In addition, by attaching to the silver wire, it can enhance the hardness of the silver wire and even make the silver wire sticky like spider silk. The above is actually the effect of making blood energy sticky. In addition, Yu Xian can also make blood energy corrosive through his mind. A drop of blood energy can corrode a big hole in the floor. Will magic be about changing the properties of blood energy to produce various magical effects? Then fire uses blood energy as fuel. Yu Xian controlled the blood energy and tried to make it burn by imagining flames. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. He took a look at the blood energy in his hand, then dropped from the ceiling to the ground, picked up the phone on the table, and answered it. Yu Xian, I ate the forbidden fruit. Zhang Shou's voice came from the other end of the phone. Most of the time, Zhang Shou called him Xin Yu, and he called him Zhang Shou Lao Zhang. Only when Zhang Shou was particularly nervous and serious would he call him Yu Xian. Yu Xian frowned slightly and asked, Are you sure it's forbidden fruit? Are you dreaming? I slapped myself and it hurts so much. It wasn't a dream. I am a superhuman now, but something seems to be wrong. Zhang Shou said seriously. Yu Xian thought for a moment and said, Don't move around at home. I'll come find you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. In fact, he didn't really believe that Zhang Shou had eaten the forbidden fruit. He even suspected that Zhang Shou had eaten poisonous mushrooms at home and had hallucinations. It's like your best friend suddenly calls you and tells you that he won the first prize in the lottery. It doesn't feel real at all and is too unreal. Yu Xian changed his clothes and hurried out. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the community where Zhang Shou lived, quickly went up to the 6th floor, and knocked on Zhang Shou's door. Xin Yu, come in quickly. Zhang Shou opened the door stealthily and said in a low voice. When Yu Xian came in, Zhang Shou quickly closed the door and locked it, as if this would give him a greater sense of security. Okay, you said you ate the forbidden fruit. So what extraordinary abilities do you have now? Yu Xian sat on the sofa and asked Zhang Shou. Zhang Shou slightly changed the location where he obtained the forbidden fruit, saying that he found the forbidden fruit in the room instead of in the toilet, and told Yu Xian the rest without reservation. Then try to summon the healing touch and let me see. Yu Xian said after listening. Zhang Shou nodded and immediately activated a skill to the side. An illusory green tentacle instantly appeared. It was like an octopus tentacle without a suction cup, and it swung slowly after appearing. Yu Xian's eyes widened as he watched the tentacles appear out of thin air. He had to believe that Zhang Shou was really lucky. He stood up and walked to the tentacles, gently touching them with his hand. In an instant, he quickly stepped back and found that his hands were actually burned. This tentacle actually has a restraining effect on vampires. Hee, do you believe it now? Zhang Shou asked with a proud look on his face. Yuxian nodded and said, I believe it, but do you know why your strength has not reached the eagle level? Yes, why? Zhang Shou asked quickly. Yuxian's face was serious, and he said unhappily, because you are too greedy. Do you know that you almost became the system instead of a person with a system? He didn't take it seriously just now, so he just smiled at whatever Zhang Shou said. But now that he is sure that what Zhang Shou said is true, Yuxian just feels terrified. Zhang Shou thought his wish was not big, but in fact it was extremely big. The system he obtained had almost no side effects, and his professional skills were extremely exaggerated, especially the passive one, which was simply amazing. Yuxian felt that Zhang Shou had definitely used up all his good luck this time. However, for safety reasons, he decided to contact the captain. After all, if someone was found eating the forbidden fruit, he had to report it, so he could arrange for Zhang Shou to have a comprehensive physical examination. 018 week. South City Security Bureau, next door. Qilin has offices in every city, and Inqing's office is located in South City, right next to the Public Security Bureau. Yuxian and Jin Sheng were sitting in the office. Through the window, they could see Zhang Shou being examined by several doctors in another room. Are the friends of a freak also freaks? After Jin Sheng learned about Zhang Shou's situation, he looked at Zhang Shou next door, who was full of energy, and said with an expression that was difficult to describe. In the era when online novels are popular, Chinese people's imaginations are increasingly being expanded by online authors. The system is nothing new. Hundreds of years ago, there was actually someone who wanted to obtain a system after taking the forbidden fruit, attempting to use the system to become a god. As a result, his wish came true, but the side effect was that he himself turned into a system and could only parasitize on other people. Once the host died, he would perish as well. The final result was obvious. He died together with his host, and neither of them became a god. Logically speaking, Zhang Shou's wish is similar to that person's. So Zhang Shou's ending should also be similar, but now Zhang Shou not only did not turn into a system, but he is still alive and well, which is very strange. After the inspection, the results will not be known until tomorrow. Zhang Shou came out of the room and saw Yuxian standing in the corridor waiting for him. He asked nervously, Xinyu, are my side effects serious? We'll have to wait and see tomorrow's physical examination report to find out, Yuxian replied. Zhang Shou nodded, then smiled optimistically and said, look at it from a positive perspective. Maybe it's because I'm so blessed that I was able to obtain such an incredible ability. Impossible, you'd better give up your luck. Although your ability is only at the lower insect level, your potential is too strong. Taking the forbidden fruit to gain this level of ability is bound to have no side effects. Jin Sheng came out of the office and said to Zhang Shou. After Zhang Shou left the room, Jin Sheng could see the doctor's expressions through the glass. Although the report had not come out yet, he estimated that the result would not be very good. He took back what he had just said. As expected, Yuxian was the only freak, and the fat guy was just a lucky, unlucky guy. The smile on Zhang Shou's face froze suddenly. He felt that he had been very restrained when making the wish, but he did not expect that the evaluation here at Jinsheng would be so high. Captain, can I transfer my merits to Lao Zhang and ask the country to rescue him? Yuxian couldn't help but ask. Jinsheng said calmly, he is staying tonight. You can stay with him or go home to rest. Everything will be decided after the report comes out tomorrow. The forbidden fruit can be said to be an opportunity, but it can also be said to be a source of disaster. Most animals will become a threat to human safety after taking the forbidden fruit, while after humans take the forbidden fruit, if they are lucky, they will soar to great heights, but if they are unlucky, they will harm others and themselves. The ancestors of zombies, drought demons, ghouls, etc., all lost their self-consciousness completely after taking the forbidden fruit and became the source of disasters that wreak havoc on the world. For example, the ancestor of zombies, after being killed by dozens of Qilin teams, a huge amount of corpse gas burst out of his body. These corpse gases cannot be completely eliminated and will spread around the world with the wind. Once a corpse is infected with the corpse gas, it will mutate and eventually become a zombie. Qilin has been clearing out newly emerged zombies. Humans can also use timely cremation to reduce the possibility of zombies appearing, But many animal zombies are very troublesome and cannot be killed at all. Because of this, now once a new forbidden fruit eater is discovered, Qilin will arrange a physical examination, and the person cannot leave without permission before the report comes out. I'll stay and accompany Lao Zhang, Yuxian said. Jin Xing nodded and said, well, it's better for you to stay so that he won't think too much and make an irrational choice in the end. In the past, people who had taken the forbidden fruit were invited to the office for a physical examination. As a result, he was alone at night and fell into internal friction. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became to know the results of the examination. In addition, he did not trust the authorities enough, so he ran away quietly. When they finally found him, his abilities had backfired on him, and he was dying. Night. Yuxian and Zhang Shou lived in the same double room. Xinyu, I can't sleep. Zhang Shou closed his eyes for a while, then opened his eyes and looked at Yuxian. Yuxian stood upside down on the ceiling and said calmly, don't think too much. At worst, I can turn you into a vampire. Anyway, there's a way to survive. I was blinded by the forbidden fruit at that time. It would have been better if I'd asked you first. Zhang Shou sighed. Yuxian manipulated blood energy to form threads. The red blood threads and the silver threads made of silver blood intertwined to form a net. He fell from the ceiling into the net and said while lying down, impossible. The forbidden fruit itself has a great temptation to living things. Your rationality is not enough to support you until the time to ask me. If two people discover the forbidden fruit at the same time in the wild, even if they are close friends, they will fight each other after being affected by the forbidden fruit. Even fathers and sons have killed each other. This is why the forbidden fruit is called the fruit from the abyss. Any creature that encounters the forbidden fruit will slowly lose its sanity. Zhang Shou simply cannot hold on for too long. So the most correct choice is to take the forbidden fruit quickly while still having sanity. The next day, Yuxian and Zhang Shou sat on chairs in the corridor. Zhang Shou looked like a suspect awaiting trial, with an uneasy look on his face. At this time, Jin Sheng came out of another office with a report in his hand and a serious face. He walked to Yuxian and sat down, handing the report to Yuxian. Yuxian took the report and handed it to Zhang Shou. Zhang Shou waved his hand and said, you read it first. I'll take a moment. Good. In fact, from Jin Sheng's expression, Yuxian guessed that the result was not good. When he finished reading the report, his brows furrowed and his face was full of worry. What? Is the result very bad? Zhang Shou asked uncomfortably after seeing his expression. Yuxian pursed his lips and replied, it's worse than you thought. Your body is now full of a special energy, and your telomeres age hundreds of times faster than normal people. Every time you consume your energy, you are actually burning your own lifespan. According to the results of your telomere test, you probably only have 1 week left to live. What if I become a vampire? Zhang Shou asked immediately. Yuxian shook his head and said, the energy in your body is extremely exclusive. The blood of the vampire will probably be reduced to ashes as soon as it enters your body. Therefore, you cannot be transformed into a vampire at all. Similarly, other extraordinary powers that can prolong life will probably not have any effect on you. So I will die in a week? Zhang Shou said with a pale face. There is no free lunch in the world. What's the use of 3 lives? If the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, all the 100 lives will be gone. Forbidden fruit is never a magic lamp or a wishing bead. When you use the forbidden fruit, you will inevitably pay a price. 019 Zhang Shou is not long-lived. In the corridor, none of the 3 spoke. Jin Shang felt it was a bit of a pity, because extraordinary healing talents like Zhang Shou were actually in short supply all over the world. If Zhang Shou did not have such a big flaw, he would definitely pull Zhang Shou into the evil-slaying team without hesitation. In this way, the evil-slaying team would become one of the few teams in Qilin with a healer. Captain, can Panga's blood save Lao Zhang? Yuxian asked unwillingly, holding the report. Jin Sheng shook his head and said, Panga's blood is just a forbidden fruit after all. Judging from the degree of side effects, Zhang Shou's level is likely to be the same as Panga's. The level of exclusive energy in him is not lower than Panga's blood. Xinyu, thanks, but don't bother me. Just leave me alone for the next week. Zhang Shou took a deep breath and gave Yuxian a forced smile. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Yuxian was worried and stood up to follow him, but Jin Sheng stood up, held his shoulders, shook his head slightly, and said, Give him some private space. Yuxian looked at Zhang Shou, who was walking away, and clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to become stronger so that no matter what happened, he would no longer be as helpless as he was today. Zhang Shou was in a daze and unknowingly came to a nearby park. He sat on one of the chairs, looked up at the sky with an empty head, and felt that the world was dark. The park was deserted, and even in the morning there were not many elderly people around. The aftermath of the anomaly incident had obviously not yet dissipated. I thought I won the jackpot, but it turns out it's not even a consolation prize. Zhang Shou couldn't help but laugh at himself when he thought of how ecstatic he was yesterday. He sat in the park for a full half hour, then got up and walked around the street for a long time. Finally, he returned home and locked himself in the room. He slept until dark, then went downstairs hungry and ate at a steamed food restaurant near the community. When he had almost finished eating, a shrill cry suddenly came from the back of the store. He could not help but look back. It turned out that a little girl had her arm accidentally scalded by the waiter with boiling tea. Her entire arm was red. The waiter kept apologizing while the young couple was in a panic. The father was trying to comfort the little girl while the mother was wiping her burned hands with a towel. Zhang Shou looked at the little girl, was silent for a moment, stood up and walked forward, saying, "Let me do the healing spell." He walked past the waiter and pointed at the little girl's burned arm, expending his energy to activate his skill. A green ball of light flew from his fingertips toward the little girl's arm. When the ball of light landed on the little girl's arm, the arm that had been burned red quickly recovered. Thank you, little brother." When the little girl's father saw this scene, he immediately thanked her repeatedly. Then the little girl's mother and the waiter next to her quickly expressed their gratitude, and the people who were originally watching showed admiration. Zhang Shou suddenly felt that his mood was not so bad. He returned to his seat, took 2 more bites of food, and suddenly put down his chopsticks. In fact, he knew why his system was a nanny system. The alien insects caused such heavy casualties in the school, which not only deeply affected Yuxian, but also deeply affected him. He and Chunling searched for the surviving classmates among the wreckage of countless classmates, trying to bandage their wounds and make them feel better so that they could hold on until rescue arrived. At that time, he didn't want to be a sword immortal. He wanted to be a doctor. He wanted to save everyone. Do you think you're a coward if you think about dying? Or do you want to be a hero for once? Zhang Shou looked at the gradually warming streets outside the hotel and muttered to himself. He stood up, smiled, and walked out of the restaurant, his steps becoming more and more determined. "Sir, you haven't paid yet." At this time, the waitress chased out and shouted loudly. Zhang Shou stopped for a moment, hurried back to pay the bill, and then fled the restaurant in shame. The next day, Yuxian received a call from Zhang Shou early in the morning. After hanging up the phone, he hurried to the entrance of the vegetable market not far from the school. Dozens of meters away, he saw a large banner in the square in front of the vegetable market. It read, "Extraordinary Healer, Free Online Treatment, Terminal Illnesses, Stubborn Diseases, Difficult and Complicated Diseases, All Cured." Under the banner, Zhang Shou sat on a chair and continuously performed healing spells for people who came forward. For some special diseases, he directly used the healing touch. Yuxian quickly stepped forward and interrupted Zhang Shou from continuing to cast the spell. He frowned and said, "You are crazy. Have you forgotten what I said? The more skills you activate, the faster you'll die. Xinyu, I called you here because I hope you can help me maintain order among the crowd. I'm going to die anyway, so at least I want my death to be more valuable." Zhang Shou looked at Yuxian and said seriously. Yuxian wanted to persuade him, but Zhang Shou took a deep breath and said, "Yuxian, if you treat me as a friend, don't stop me. Life and death are determined by fate. Don't let me die in vain." "Good." Yuxian gritted his teeth and said with red eyes. Next, Zhang Shou continued to treat those seeking medical treatment, while Yuxian maintained order in the team. Anyone who cut in line or caused trouble was directly punished by him. The sun gradually rose from the east to the middle of the sky. Zhang Shou, who originally looked like a teenager, now looked like a middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples, which made people sad. Yuxian stood in the sun and looked at Zhang Shou. Every time he finished treating a patient, a smile appeared on his face. Before he knew it, people had gathered around him. Someone brought a parasol, someone brought lunch, someone brought herbal tea, someone brought a fan. Many people came to help maintain order out of their hearts, and Yuxian became idle because no one dared to make trouble. Everyone lined up obediently waiting for their turn. Standing on the roof of the building opposite the vegetable market, Jin looked at the long line of people and clenched his hands. "Doctor, your hair. Little brother, why don't you take a rest today? Uncle, we can't treat him. You should get more rest. Look at your complexion." As time went on, more and more people noticed the changes in Zhang Shou. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he had changed from a middle-aged man to an old man. People around him began to worry, but Zhang Shou still insisted on continuing to treat the patient. Today, he has cured hundreds of terminally ill patients, dozens of physically disabled classmates, and restored many babies with genetic diseases to health. It's death anyway. He wants to cure more people. He only needs to use this skill once to make a person regain their health, or even change their life. He thinks this is a very good deal. Again and again. Gradually, his eyes began to become blurry, and he couldn't even see the patient's face clearly. Fortunately, he is not a real doctor. Treating patients only requires activating skills. So, as long as he sees someone coming, he can just activate his skills. As night fell, he saw the color in front of him change again. He immediately raised his hand to activate his skill, but his body suddenly softened and he fell to the ground. The people around him immediately supported him, and with trembling hands he used his skills on the patient in front of him. "That's enough. That's enough." Yuxian quickly stepped forward and hugged Zhang Shou, who was already skin and bones, with tears welling up in his eyes. In fact, the people around had tried to stop him many times, but Zhang Shou had always refused and insisted. Many sentimental people around him had already been crying secretly, and when they saw this scene, they started crying again. "Yuxian, this is really strange. I clearly don't want to die. I should be very afraid of death, but now I don't seem to be afraid at all. Is it because I know that what I'm doing is right?" When Zhang Shou heard Yuxian's voice, he spoke weakly, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Without waiting for Yuxian to answer, his hands slowly dropped. Yuxian couldn't help but burst into tears. His father was gone, and his best friend was gone too. He didn't know what else he had left to lose. The people around watched this scene. Some were silent, some were crying, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. 27 days of life and death cycle. In the center of the ocean of sorrow, Zhang Shou died, surrounded by the crowd. Then the passive skill nurse does not die from injuries was automatically triggered, and his shriveled and old body quickly filled up, returning to its original state in just a few seconds. His stopped heart immediately began beating vigorously, and vitality quickly spread to every corner of his body. Yuxian was holding Zhang Shou, so he noticed Zhang Shou's changes first. As soon as he stopped crying, the people around him felt something was wrong. They looked at him and then noticed the change in Zhang Shou. In fact, Zhang Shou regained consciousness the next moment after he died, but seeing that everyone was so sad, he was embarrassed to interrupt them. At this moment, he realized that the sound seemed a little wrong, so he quietly opened his eyes and found that everyone was staring at him blankly. He couldn't help but reveal an awkward but polite smile. He swallowed and asked humbly, "Well, the atmosphere has become so tense, I feel a little sorry for everyone if I don't die. How about I die again? Stop talking nonsense. Come with me and get another physical checkup. Don't try to do anything else." Yuxian changed from hugging him to lifting him and walked out while grabbing him. The crowd consciously made way for the two to leave. After watching the two people leave, people have not yet recovered from their confusion. The people who were just immersed in sadness now felt an indescribable absurdity and ridiculousness. It would have been even more appropriate if a few crows could fly in the sky. South City Security Bureau, next door. Yuxian brought Zhang Shou back and immediately asked several doctors to check Zhang Shou's physical condition again. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. As a vampire, although he did not suck blood, he was actually very sensitive to the qi and blood of living things. For example, he could easily tell whether a person was sick or not through the smell of blood, and could even tell whether a woman was a virgin or not. Legend has it that vampires like to suck the blood of virgins, probably because they are too sensitive to the smell of blood, coupled with psychological effects to form a quirk. Fortunately, Yuxian doesn't like to suck blood, so this has nothing to do with him. However, he was sure that there was definitely something wrong with Zhang Shou's qi and blood after he came back to life. The next day, Yuxian and Zhang Shou sat side by side in the office. Jin Sheng, who was standing in front of him, held the newly released report and spoke after a while. The latest report found that Zhang Shou's body has completely recovered to the state before the examination. This shows that his side effects are great, but not as great as we thought. Let me see. Yu Xian said immediately. Jin Sheng handed the report to Yu Xian, who quickly read it. In the report, Zhang Shou's side effect was named 7-day cycle of life and death. To put it simply, if Zhang Shou does not activate any skills, he will experience a cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death every 7 days. If he uses any skills, this cycle will be accelerated. The report also pointed out that Zhang Shou's passive effect begins to be recorded when the system is activated. Every time he dies for the first time every day, his body's condition will return to the state recorded when the system was activated. Simply put, as long as Zhang Shou does not die, he will be trapped in the cycle of 17 to 77 years old forever. On Monday, he is 17 years old, and on Sunday, he becomes a 77-year-old old man. This is also the reason why Yu Xian felt that there was something wrong with the taste of Zhang Shou's qi and blood. The taste of the qi and blood of a 17-year-old and that of a 77-year-old must be very different. Take a look. After reading the report, Yu Xian handed it to Zhang Shou. After reading the report, Zhang Shou didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment, and couldn't help asking, "So, I am destined to live and die in this life?" Not necessarily. For example, if you die 4 times in a day, even gods may not be able to save you. Jin Sheng looked at Zhang Shou and said. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou and warned him sternly, "Old Zhang, do you hear me? Don't act recklessly just because you have several lives. I'm not saying you can't use your skills, but at least you should be aware of it and don't leave any room for maneuver. Yesterday, I was thinking that I was going to die anyway, so I might as well be brave before I die. Since I can live, I will definitely not do anything reckless," Zhang Shou said with an awkward laugh. When he thought of the sensational scene yesterday, he awkwardly wanted to scrape out a 5-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Jin Sheng then took out a form, placed it in front of Zhang Shou, and said, "Fill out this form. Also, are you interested in joining us?" "Captain, can I do it?" Zhang Shou said with shining eyes. He knew that Yu Xian seemed to have joined some powerful official organization, but the problem was that he still didn't know the name of the organization, and this office didn't even have a nameplate. "You've already called the captain. Of course you can," Jin Sheng said with a smile, and in his heart he was already jumping up and down in celebration, because his team finally had a healer. Then he told the story of Qilin and the evil-slaying team, and asked, "So, do you want to join?" Join, I'll join. Can I be on the same team with Xin Yu?" Zhang Shou nodded. Jin Sheng glanced at Yu Xian and said with a smile, "You and Xin Yu were originally on the same team. From now on, you are the healer of the Zhuxia team, ranked 6,340th, codenamed Dead Doctor. I will give you the certificate in a few days." "Dead Doctor, hee, sounds kinda cool," Zhang Shou said happily. Yu Xian smiled and said, "Congratulations, 4th aunt." "What 4th aunt? She's a dead doctor. Even her tone of voice is different," Zhang Shou immediately retorted. Yu Xian nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Yes, I understand, 4th aunt. Captain, why don't I still call myself Lao Zhang?" Zhang Shou knew very well that Yu Xian would definitely keep calling him 4th aunt. Once the rumor got out, everyone in the team would be led astray by him. Instead of that, he might as well change his codename now. Jin Sheng said helplessly, "The codename Lao Zhang has already been taken by someone else. Otherwise, I would be too lazy to come up with another codename. 4th aunt is actually quite good and can confuse the enemy, so let's use 4th aunt." "No." When Zhang Shou heard that even the dead doctor was gone, he immediately cried out in grief. As expected, happiness is built on the pain of others. Jin Sheng and Yu Xian both smiled happily at the same time. 3 days later, at noon, Yu Xian sat on the balcony basking in the sun, checking the class group chat on his phone. Although many classmates in the class had died, no one kicked the accounts of the deceased classmates out of the group. Chunling sent a voice message in the group. "Did you hear about it? Your Majesty, just tell us directly. How can we be as well-informed as you?" Zhang Shouyin said. Yu Xian smiled and sent a voice message. "Let me guess, school is about to start again, right? School is about to start, but you will never guess where we're going to school," Chunling said in a voice. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes and sent a voice message. "Superpower Academy? Almost all schools in Silver City have been invaded by alien insects. It is said that almost all schools are invaded by alien insects because the Superpower Academy has not been invaded by alien insects." "How do you know?" Chunling asked in surprise. This was the information she had been looking for several days, but Yu Xian actually revealed it in one sentence. Yu Xian smiled and said, Not only do I know that we are going to the Superpower Academy, I also know that all the surviving students in the city will be gathered at the Superpower Academy. After all, he is now a member of the evil-slaying team, and he can get a lot of information in advance through the Jinsheng or Qilin app. There are not many students left in the city now, and we can only open 2 classes in each grade if we put them together. However, many students have psychological trauma and dare not go back to their original schools. In addition, parents are also worried about their children going to school, so only by transferring to Superpower Academy, a school without victims, can parents' hearts be reassured to a certain extent. 021 Umarin. On Monday, Super Energy Academy, outside the school gate. Many students were standing in front of the wall on one side of the entrance, carrying their school bags. Most ordinary students have heard of the name of the Superpower Academy since childhood, and many of them even fantasized when they were young that they would be able to study at the Superpower Academy one day. But when it really came to this, everyone became a little uneasy. They are just ordinary people, while all the students in the Superpower Academy are extraordinary people. The gap between the two sides is too big. Ordinary people without training cannot even break a brick, but extraordinary people can easily smash a wall. There are even powerful students who can easily knock down a building. If they were even slightly bumped by these people, they would suffer minor injuries or even be sent spiraling into the air. It's a bit scary to think about it. Salted fish this way. At this time, Zhang Shou saw Yu Xian coming over with his school bag and immediately smiled. Yu Xian walked up slowly and asked, "Why didn't I see you on the road? Did you stay overnight at the office?" "Well, Dr. Chun said that although my body cannot grow through exercise, I seem to have a digitized attribute panel on my body. The data on this panel can be improved through exercise, thereby improving my various abilities." Zhang Shou looked around and explained to Yu Xian in a low voice. Yu Xian nodded, but did not continue the topic. He looked around and asked, "Are you not going in? This is the Superpower Academy. Aren't you nervous?" Chun-Ling appeared out of nowhere, popped her head out from behind the two of them, pressed their shoulders, and asked curiously. Yu Xian shook his head and said, "It's still a school, and we are not in the same class as the students of the Superpower Academy. Let's go." He led the way towards the gate of the Superpower Academy, but at this time a car with a bat logo stopped at the school gate. Nora got out of the car, and the students who were talking in low voices around them were suddenly stunned and kept silent. The charm of the blonde beauty is so great that ordinary students can't resist it. The students at number 3 middle school have at least seen Nora, but the students of other schools have not. For a moment, they were all attracted by this perfect picture. At this moment, a voice brought everyone's soul back again. "Good morning, silly goose." Yu Xian saw Nora and greeted her with a smile on her face. At first, she was quite happy to see Yu Xian and the others, but when she heard what Yu Xian said, Nora's face suddenly turned dark. She quickly stepped forward, stepped on Yu Xian's shoes, and angrily retorted, "You are the fool." Click! Many boys' hearts were broken when they saw this scene of a talented man and a beautiful woman. "Student Nora, are you going back to your original class, or are you in the same class with us?" Chun-Ling interrupted. Noila Mo lifted her hair, feeling that she was too close to Yu Xian, and took a step back and replied, "I have already transferred to another school, so of course I am in the same class with you. What are you waiting for? Let's go," Yu Xian said with a smile, not paying attention to the shoe prints on his shoes. Yu Xian walked in front, and everyone followed. When the other students saw Yu Xian and his friends enter the school, they followed suit. Not long after they entered the school gate, the trees on both sides suddenly grew wildly, and dense flowers bloomed in an instant. A dozen students flew in the air, releasing colorful flames with their hands, forming gorgeous fireworks in the sky, and lines of words appeared around them. "Hello, new classmate. Superpower Academy, welcome." Adversity is the highest institution for tempering people. No matter how long the night is, the day will eventually come. Every time you fall, you stand up better the next time. Students from the Superpower Academy came out from the dense woods one after another. Some presented flowers to their classmates, while others gave small ornaments. At this time, many students from the Superpower Academy made way, and a tall, beautiful girl with long silver hair walked out. She smiled and said, "I am the president of the student union, Umarin. Welcome all students to the Superpower Academy. If you have any difficulties in the future, please come to the student union to find me." Because Yu Xian was standing at the front of the group of ordinary students, he had to politely express his gratitude on behalf of the ordinary students. However, when he looked into Lady Yu's eyes, he had a strange feeling. It seemed that there was no reflection of ordinary students like them in this guy's eyes. Yu Xian's heart moved slightly, but he still kept smiling on the surface. Then, under the guidance of Lady Yu, everyone followed to the teaching building. There were already teachers waiting at the entrance of the teaching building, and everyone went to the new classroom together. At the classroom door, Yu Marin repeatedly emphasized that if there were any problems, they could go to her or the student union, and any difficulties would be solved for everyone. Finally, Lady Yu took all the extraordinary students away, and Yu Xian and others began to divide them into classes. The ordinary classes in Superpower Academy are divided into 2 classes in the 3rd year of high school, namely Class 1 and Class 2. Basically, all students from the same school were assigned to the same class. Because Yu Xian rescued many classmates in time, Class 1 was almost entirely made up of students from number 3 middle school, but they were not a class before. Because of the alien insect incident, everyone had already met each other, and everyone quickly became familiar with each other after they sat down. Many students even brought gifts and came forward to thank Yu Xian and others for saving their lives. Among them, there were more than a dozen students who were cured by Zhang Shou, who showed them great respect. Yu Xian, Zhang Shou, Nora, and Chunling sat on the left side of the classroom, occupying the 1st and 2nd seats in the 3rd and 4th rows respectively. I didn't expect that the students at the Superpower Academy are so warm and friendly. I thought they would look down on us, Chunling said with a smile as she sat on Nora's right. Nora said as a matter of course, "They are not stupid. How could they do such a thing? If there are students who dare to discriminate against ordinary students like them who are enrolled today, they will be on the headlines in the afternoon and will probably be attacked by cyberbullying all over the country in the evening. There may even be official forces that quietly intervene to let these fools know who is in charge of this country." After all, the reason why they enrolled in the Superpower Academy was because of the Silver City anomaly incident, which was a major event that shocked the entire country. As long as they were related to this incident, they would definitely receive a lot of attention. Now the student union is organizing all the extraordinary students in the school to warmly welcome the surviving ordinary students. This will not only win the favor of the people across the country, but also bring honor to the student union. Even if some students have different ideas, they will be suppressed harshly with the methods used by Lady Yu. "Oh, here you go." Nora was sitting in front of Yu Xian. She turned around and put a huge silver ingot on Yu Xian's desk while wearing gloves. She had previously promised to give Yu Xian 20 kilograms of silver, but later she was taken back to the manor by Roche and never had the chance to give it to Yu Xian. Now, she finally fulfilled her promise. "Wow, such a big piece of silver," Zhang Shou said with his eyes wide open. The price of silver is now almost the same as that of gold. Not only are the vampires purchasing silver, but officials from various countries are also purchasing silver. In addition, professions such as wizards, Taoists, etc. also need to use silver. It is said that wizards can use alchemy to refine silver along with several other metals and substances into mithril. Because of the above factors, the price of silver in the international market is rising every year. "Thanks." Yu Xian picked up the silver and took a bite, confirming that it was pure, then smiled. "Rich woman, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Zhang Shou looked at Nora and said in a flattering manner. Nora placed a bullet on Zhang Shou's desk and said disdainfully, "I'm a vampire. I don't need to eat. I don't have rice, but bullets will keep you full. Do you want some?" "Well done." Chunling smiled immediately. Zhang Shou quickly surrendered, but then quietly put away the bullets, which were extremely expensive explosive bombs. The 4 of them played for a while, and then Yu Xian and Zhang Shou's phones received text message sounds at the same time. They took out their phones at the same time, and Chunling noticed that their phones were exactly the same, a bit like official phones. After reading the text message sent by Jin Sheng, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou looked at each other and nodded slightly. 022 Night Watch. After school at noon, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou left the school and came to the South City Security Bureau, next door. The 2 men walked into Jin Sheng's temporary office. Jin Sheng was leaning over his desk eating fast food. When he saw the 2 men coming, he took 2 quick bites and then covered the lunchbox. After wiping his mouth, he said, "Sit down. I have something to tell you." After both of them sat down, he looked at them and said, "I have to go back to Beijing tonight to report on my work, and I have a task for you too." Then he explained the mission in detail. During this period, the nights in Silver City have actually been uneasy. There are all kinds of extraordinary animals waiting in the wings, and some evil demons taking advantage of the troubled waters to cause trouble. However, after Jinxing's ruthless suppression some time ago, most of the high-level extraordinary animals and evil demons have been eliminated, and the only ones left are ant-level or insect-level shrimps. These small shrimps are not very strong, but there are many of them, and they are still very dangerous to ordinary people. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou's task is to patrol at night during Jin Shang's absence and to deal with all these small fry. In fact, this kind of task used to be the responsibility of the Public Security Bureau, and the war police on night shift would patrol the entire city at night. However, this time, the war police also suffered casualties when clearing out the alien insects, and now they are short of manpower, so Yu Xian and Zhang Shou will join the operation as supplementary forces. I like this task. As the little prince of staying up late, I can finally stay up late with a clear conscience, Zhang Shou said excitedly. Yu Xian smiled but said nothing. He had only slept once since he became a vampire. He didn't reject this task at all since he had nothing to do at night anyway. This mission also counts as merit. Killing a low-level supernatural animal counts as 1 merit point. Killing an insect-level supernatural animal counts as 5 merit points. And killing an ant-level supernatural animal counts as 10 merit points. Take it easy, don't work too hard for merit, Jin Shang said with a smile when he saw that both of them accepted the task. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou nodded, and Zhang Shou patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Captain Xianyu, and I will definitely not make any mistakes." By the way, when we return to Beijing this time, the incident in Yinsheng has come to an end. The headquarters will definitely reward you for your merits, but it is not impossible to exchange them for other things. Do you have any rewards you want? You can tell me now, and I will fight for it for you then, Jin Sheng asked. Zhang Shou was pleasantly surprised. Captain, I have one too. All students who participated in the rescue will receive rewards, but they should be rewarded with bonuses, honors, and extra points in the college entrance examination. You and Xinyu are our own people, so your rewards will definitely be in the form of merits, Jin Sheng explained. Zhang Shou quickly said, I want a storage ring. Captain, can I change it to a storage ring? He had looked at the prices of storage equipment in the exchange shop. A storage bag with a space of only 1 cubic meter required about 50,000 merit points. He felt that no matter how much the headquarters rewarded, it would not be possible to reward 50,000 merit points. Therefore, if he could exchange the rewarded merit for storage equipment, he would have made a profit. I'll ask, it should be okay. Jin Sheng nodded. After saying that, he looked at Yu Xian. Yu Xian was silent for a moment, then said, Can I have all the storage equipment, silver, and Panga's blood? You're dreaming, Jin Sheng complained. He joined Qilin and saved up merits for 5 years, and borrowed a lot of merits from Jin Dajuan before finally getting the blood of Pangu. Now he's still paying back Jin Dajuan's loan and doesn't even have a storage device. Captain, don't rush to refuse. You won't suffer any loss by asking. If it really doesn't work, I can give up the silver. If it still doesn't work, I can give up the storage equipment, Yu Xian said with a smile. Jin Sheng said helplessly, Okay, I'll ask, but I think Panga's blood won't be a big problem, but the remaining 2 are a bit uncertain. Then he sent the 2 of them a piece of information using his mobile phone, which contained all the students' names. He looked at the 2 and said, By the way, these are students from the Superpower Academy. Pay attention to them occasionally in school, and don't let them find out. Do they have any questions? Yu Xian asked as he looked at the list. Jin Sheng looked at the list on his phone and replied, They may not have any problems themselves, but their parents are all extraordinary people, and many of them are on the gray path. I'm worried that they will take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. Simply put, the parents of these people are extraordinary people who walk in the gray area. In the past, when Yinsheng was in good order, they might not have had the courage to do so. But now that everything is in ruins, that may not be the case anymore. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou finished reading the materials in the office and then got up and returned to school. Xinyu, do you think it's better for us to follow a car when we patrol at night? Or to act alone? Zhang Shou asked excitedly on the way. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou and asked, Don't you have a driver's license? My dad's car hasn't been sold yet, so let's go it alone. He has been taking care of his father who suffers from ALS over the years, so he has no time to take a driver's license test. Instead, Zhang Shou took a driver's license test after getting his ID card at the age of 16. Many laws today are different from those in ancient times, and the age for taking a driver's license test is one of them. The two returned to school half an hour before class started. They simply stood in the corridor and observed the students downstairs. The school uniforms of the Superpower Academy were different from those of ordinary schools, so it was easy to tell which students were from the Superpower Academy. The blue school uniform and the black school uniform now occupy each side, with a clear boundary between them, like a chasm. Do you think that student with horns is from the Dragon Clan or has deer demon bloodline? Zhang Shou asked Yuxian in a low voice while looking at a student walking downstairs. Yuxian said calmly, "Most dragons are along the coast. What do you think?" He looked at the students on both sides who were clearly divided, as if he saw a microcosm of society. In fact, the extraordinary people and ordinary people have always kept their distance from each other. Most of the extraordinary people live in the east of the city, and most of the ordinary people live in the south of the city. Because there is no intersection between them, the alien insects can invade Silver City quietly and were not noticed until Yuxian. Of course, the alien insects also learned from the experience of the last failure in Rongqing. This time they were very careful. Their actions are all done to avoid the range of activities of the extraordinary people, and they even selectively avoid the homes of ordinary people and nannies in the homes of extraordinary people. This is also the reason why the Superpower Academy was not affected at all by the invasion of alien insects. "Look, Lady Yu," Zhang Shou said in a low voice at this time. "Yu Marin is a person with superpowers. When she was a child, she dreamed of the Bai Zhe divine beast, which awakened her ability to tame beasts. There are many extraordinary animals in the school, and they are actually her tame beasts." When the two men looked at Lady Yu looked up at them, then smiled and nodded in greeting, then walked into the teaching building. It is said that President Yu monitors the entire school. It seems that this rumor is not groundless, Chen Ling said quietly while standing behind the two of them. Zhang Shou was startled, half moved away, and shouted, "Chen Ling, are you a human or a ghost? Why are you walking without making any sound?" At this time, Yuxian noticed a girl with a gloomy expression. She was wearing a scarf in the hot weather. Most of her face was covered by the scarf, leaving only a pair of lifeless eyes. Yuxian's eyes fell on the book in her hand. The book exuded a bloody smell, the smell of human blood. 023 Zombie Rabbit. Yuxian's physical fitness is improving almost every day. His 5 senses were also enhanced. Even if he didn't use the silver blood to strengthen his sense of smell, he could now easily distinguish many smells, especially those related to blood. He was very, very sensitive to them. The girl downstairs seemed to notice Yuxian's gaze, and she quickened her pace and entered the teaching building in a blink of an eye. She is Wang Qian, a member of the witch tribe. She seems to be very good at cursing. You two should not try to tease her, Chen Ling said at this time. Zhang Shou was shocked and said, "Chen Ling, are you really not a transcendent? How come there's nothing you don't know?" "Guzi, you have changed. You don't even call me queen anymore." Chen Ling had an unfathomable look on her face. She patted Zhang Shou's shoulder and said meaningfully. Zhang Shou's expression changed immediately, and he smiled and said flatteringly, "Then, Queen, are you a transcendent?" "Guess." Chen Ling smiled mysteriously. In fact, she just likes gossip and joined a lot of student groups and communities. Yuxian could tell whether the other person was a supernatural being just by the smell. He just smiled and said nothing about Zhang Shou's suspicion, quietly looking at the students downstairs. "Hey, handsome." At this moment, a girl with a pure and sexy look suddenly looked up and greeted Yuxian. She had short burgundy hair and a tail under her skirt. Yuxian just nodded slightly and didn't say anything. This girl is one of the people that Jin Sheng wanted him and Zhang Shou to pay attention to. Who to her? She has the blood of a 9-tailed fox. Her family runs a bathhouse, and her father, Hu Weijie, is a famous scavenger in the gray world. If we were to say who is most likely to cause trouble, her father would definitely be one of them. But today, there was no problem with the smell. If her father really did something secretly, as long as he had contact with Hu Tuer, Yuxian could find clues through the smell on Hu Tuer. Until the class bell rang, there was nothing wrong with other students. The only suspect was Wang Qian from the Witch Clan. Night falls. Zhang Shou was driving the car, and Yuxian was in the passenger seat, knitting a sweater. 7:30, codename Salted Fish, codename Dead Doctor, start patrol now. Zhang Shou clicked on his phone to open the Public Security Bureau's patrol software, and then concentrated on driving. There are very few vehicles on the route near the city wall of Incheon, and there's not even a single person on the sidewalks on both sides. The car drove along the patrol route for an hour, but no extraordinary animals or even ordinary animals were seen. Zhang Shou yawned in boredom. Seeing Yu Xian still concentrating on knitting a sweater, he complained, "I thought patrolling would be exciting, but it turned out to be so boring. If it continues like this, I'm afraid I'll fall asleep." "It's okay. I'll shoot you when you fall asleep. You shouldn't have died today, right?" Yu Xian said with a smile. Once Zhang Shou's status is refreshed, his day and night routine will be reversed because his skills record his status in the morning. So after resurrection, he is equivalent to just waking up from sleep, and his spirit will become full again. Of course, if he makes it to tomorrow morning, he will probably have to sleep all day. Wow, Xinyu, when did you become so vicious? Zhang Shou pretended to be horrified when he heard Yu Xian's inhumane remarks. Yu Xian was about to reply with a smile when her ears suddenly moved. Then her fingers that were knitting a sweater flicked, and a silver thread instantly shot out of the car window. "Stop the car," he said. Zhang Shou quickly stopped the car. The two opened the car door, got out, and walked to the road on the right. In the grass by the roadside, a 2-meter-long venomous snake with a drill on its head had been cut in half, and its lower body was still twisting around. 1 point of merit. Yu Xian first took a photo with his mobile phone, then took out a recycling bag from the backseat of the car and put the venomous snake into the recycling bag with a clamp. Zhang Shou took a high-intensity flashlight and shone it into the bushes. In his other hand, he held a gun, ready to shoot at any time. "No need to look. There is only this one poisonous snake here, and we don't know how it got into the city," Yu Xian said with a smile. "This is indeed very strange. There is a 15-meter-high wall built around Silver City. There are also barracks outside the city walls, and it stands to reason that these animals would never be able to bypass both and enter the city. But the reality is that animals keep appearing from nowhere, as if they appeared out of thin air. But it's actually not surprising. It's like many people's homes are in high-rise buildings with dozens of floors, but there are still cockroaches. No one knows where these cockroaches come from. Perhaps animals can always find a way to survive." The two got in the car and continued driving. About half an hour later, a black shadow jumped out from the bushes, and Zhang Shou slammed on the brakes. They rushed out of the car at the same time and ran after the black shadow. "It's just a rabbit. It might be at the insect level. I'll go first," Yu Xian said and immediately accelerated, leaving Zhang Shou behind in the blink of an eye. Zhang Shou ran for a while and finally stopped panting and complained, "I want to eat rabbit meat later." Before he could rest enough, another dark shadow flashed by. Besides, Zhang Shou's eyes suddenly widened, and he turned around to look back. There is grass on the other side of the road. At the end of the grass is a river. Across the river is a forest, and further on is the city wall. Where did this rabbit come from? Zhang Shou muttered to himself and then walked back. He insisted on looking around to see if there was a hole somewhere in the grass. On the other side, the rabbit was very fast, but Yu Xian was even faster. The distance between the two continued to narrow. A trace of blood energy appeared in Yu Xian's hand. Then he flicked his finger, and a silver thread wrapped in blood energy shot out. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the rabbit in front. Then the silver thread stirred rapidly, cutting all the bones and tendons in the rabbit's body. Blood energy has many functions, and he has been studying it. Just now he used blood energy to increase the kinetic energy of the silver thread, so that the silver thread could be shot out faster and with greater power. The touch just now was a little off. Yu Xian looked at the still, trembling rabbit, frowned slightly, slowly walked to the fallen rabbit, and turned it over with a silver thread. He saw that the rabbit had 2 fangs and exuded a strong smell of corpse. Zombie bunny. Yu Xian was stunned and quickly tied it more tightly with silver wire. It would be troublesome if this thing bit an ordinary person. He was walking back with the rabbit in his hand. When he got to the roadside, he saw Zhang Shou rummaging around in the bushes. He walked over and asked, "What are you looking for?" "Rabbit hole. Hey, why is there only one? I just saw another one running past from the back. Didn't you meet it?" Zhang Shou answered while looking at the rabbit in Yu Xian's hand, and then asked. Yu Xian was stunned. "There's another one?" He quickly walked to the front of the car, took out a body bag covered with talismans from the back seat, stuffed the zombie rabbit in his hand into the body bag, and after tying it up, he immediately ran back. Normally, he doesn't like to use silver blood to enhance his sense of smell, mainly because there are too many foul smells in the world and he can't stand all kinds of stench. But now he has to use it. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the zombie rabbit bites people. Especially some people, when bitten, do not seek medical attention immediately, always hoping for the best and thinking they can save themselves. However, they end up hurting others and themselves and cause disaster. 024 Corpse Chi Expansion Theory. Zhuo Zhengzong, male, 45 years old, cremator, metaphysics enthusiast. He wanted to become a supernatural being since he was a child, and he worked hard for it and studied a large number of public supernatural systems. In the past, he had considered becoming a wild vampire, but during that period, the Blood Clan publicly executed several captured foreign wild vampires. After watching this, he felt that the risk was too great, so he chose to give up. From the age of 20 to 35, he was fanatically obsessed with forbidden fruit. They spent a lot of money chasing their dreams, but the results are all empty. In order to pay off the loan, he had to work honestly for the next 10 years, but he never gave up studying how to become a superhuman. Finally, he really thought of a foolproof plan. That is to become a zombie. Of course, he didn't want to become a mindless zombie. He was going to be the world's first self-aware zombie. In many classics, he found ways to make up for it. First, he bought a soul-sealing talisman to fix his soul firmly on his body. Then he prepared a coffin that could seal zombies. After being infected with the corpse poison, he found a corpse-raising ground, lay in the coffin, and sank into the ground. Because the soul is fixed in the body, once the body turns into a zombie, the soul will mutate into a ghost. When a zombie becomes powerful enough, it will develop a slight sense of self-awareness and even become smarter and smarter. At that time, he will take the opportunity to devour the consciousness generated by the zombie's body, take over its own body, and perfectly merge with the zombie's body. In this way, when he comes out of the corpse breeding ground, he will become the only conscious and perfect zombie in the world. The plan is great. He even spent a year's salary to buy a real soul-sealing talisman. As long as he gets the zombie fangs containing corpse poison, he will start preparing to execute the plan. However, as an ordinary person, he can't find any channels to buy zombie fangs, so he is stuck at this step. That day, he rode his bicycle home from get off work. There are a lot of corpses that need to be dealt with recently, and we have to work overtime until 7 or 8 o'clock every day. However, there is overtime pay for overtime work, so he is very happy to work more overtime. Only with money can he continue to pursue his dream. Who the hell is so wicked? Zhuo Zhengzong returned home and saw a basketball-sized hole in the corner of his door. He walked quickly forward, took out the key, and opened the door. After turning on the light, he saw a rabbit jumping around in the corner. He frowned, took the threaded steel rod for self-defense, and walked forward cautiously. Hey! After one blow of the stick, the recoil force made his hand slightly numb. He realized that this was a supernatural creature, and immediately gritted his teeth and swung his stick frantically. After he was exhausted and beat the rabbit to the point where it could no longer move, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, just when he wanted to check what this rabbit was, Yuxian arrived. Be careful. That's a zombie rabbit. Let me deal with it. Yuxian quickly spoke up to stop it. Zhuo Zhengzong was surprised at first, then happy. He turned around and said angrily, "Who are you? Why are you trespassing into my house? Get out now, or I'll call the police. I'm a policeman. I'm on night patrol now. I am responsible for dealing with all supernatural creatures." Yuxian took out his ID and said to Zhuo Zhengzong. Zhuo Zhengzong stared at the certificate in Yuxian's hand. He had to suppress his resentment and stepped aside. "Thank you for your cooperation. And next time you encounter this kind of situation, it's best to call the police first and let the SWAT come and handle it. Your behavior is very dangerous. It will be troublesome if you get bitten." Yuxian breathed a sigh of relief, walked forward to tie up the zombie rabbit with silver wire, and said to Zhuo Zhengzong before leaving. Zhuo Zhengzong had no choice but to smile and perfunctorily respond until he saw Yuxian leave. He turned around, his smile disappeared instantly, and his expression became extremely gloomy. That was the zombie he had been dreaming of. This was definitely the closest he had ever been to becoming extraordinary. Back in the house, he looked at the place where the zombie rabbit fell. Suddenly he saw something. He immediately squatted forward and carefully picked up a piece of bone smaller than a grain of rice. These should be the bone fragments that were knocked off the zombie rabbit when he beat it with an iron rod. He looked at the fragment, and a look of ecstasy gradually appeared on his face. According to the research report of the Supernatural Alliance, the scale of corpse gas has only increased since its birth. This is the famous corpse gas expansion theory. A tiny bit of corpse gas can create a zombie. As the zombie becomes stronger, more corpse gas will be produced in its body. When a zombie is destroyed, the corpse gas will not disappear, but will be dissipated into nature. Therefore, the corpse gas will only increase and eventually drag all of humanity into the world of the dead. When Zhuo Zhangzong read this theory, he felt like the whole world was about to collapse. He was depressed for a long time because of this. Finally, he saw the wisdom left by ancient sages on the internet. If you can't beat them, join them. He suddenly felt that his run and due meridians were opened. Since this world would belong to the dead sooner or later, wouldn't it be better for him to become a dead person in advance? Yuxian was walking on the road. The man just now had a strong stench of corpse, which made him a little suspicious. He took out his mobile phone and logged into the Public Security Bureau's app. He quickly found the other party's identity based on the house number. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. It turned out that he was thinking too much. It is normal for a cremator to have a bad body smell. Yuxian quickly returned to the road, and saw Zhang Shou was still looking for the burrow. He first put away the zombie rabbit, then stood at the edge of the bushes, looked at Zhang Shou, and asked, "Old Zhang, did you find it?" "No, this is too weird. Where do they come from?" Zhang Shou stood up with a question mark on his head and asked Yuxian. Yuxian smiled and said, "This is one of the 3 unsolved mysteries in the world. If I can answer it, I will be famous." In the extraordinary world, there are always many unsolved mysteries, and the mysterious appearance of animals is one of them. Some people think that there's a bug in the world, while others think that it is the effect of some forbidden fruit. Anyway, everyone was talking about it, but still didn't know how these animals suddenly appeared. The 2 men returned to the car, and Zhang Shou continued driving. Extraordinary animals appeared from time to time on the road. Yuxian and Zhang Shou walked and stopped and slowly drove to the east of the city. Compared with other urban areas, the East City is undoubtedly much more lively. After 11 o'clock, there are still many people walking on the streets, and all the shops are open. This is a scenery that cannot be seen in other urban areas. "Xian, you look, you're so stupid," Zhang Shou said in a low voice at this time. Yuxian was knitting a sweater. When she heard Zhang Shou's words, she looked out the car window and saw who 2 were hanging out with a few young men. She smiled from time to time, charming them to death. "She is worthy of being a fox spirit. She's really powerful," Zhang Shou exclaimed. Yuxian moved his nose, but found nothing, so he said calmly, "Let's go and continue patrolling." In fact, the eastern part of the city does not need them to patrol at all. The extraordinary people living here, the strongest of whom is even at the eagle level. If any extraordinary animals really appear, they're capable of dealing with it themselves. However, as part of their duties, Yuxian and Zhang Shou still drove on patrol obediently. 025 brain-hugging neuron. A sleepless night. It was the duo's first patrol, and everything went smoothly. But this is only the first patrol. If you stand by the river often, you'll get your feet wet. It's hard to say what will happen if there are more patrols in the future. Zhang Shou drove the car to the parking lot near the school, and then he went to have breakfast. Yuxian didn't need to have breakfast, so he went to school early. She knew it's so early today. Chunling was holding her cell phone and reading gossip in the classroom. She was surprised when she saw Yuxian come in. "Good morning, you're early today too." Yuxian sat in his seat and responded with a faint smile. He put his hand in the drawer, and with a thought, the silver thread appeared quickly and was woven into a glove in the blink of an eye. Compared to knitting sweaters with wool, the silver thread made from silver blood is much easier to control. As long as he masters the correct weaving method, he can weave the protective gear he wants with just a thought. He practiced this over and over again, with silver gloves constantly appearing on both of his hands, then disappearing and reappearing again at an increasingly faster speed. After he was able to knit a glove in 0.1 seconds, he began to extend the length of the glove. "Salted fish, you know." Chunling suddenly turned around, blinked as soon as she finished speaking, and looked at Yuxian curiously. When Yuxian came in just now, he was clearly wearing a school uniform. Their school uniforms are all blue, but now Yuxian is wearing a silver windbreaker and even a silver vest underneath the windbreaker. "Are you changing clothes behind me?" Chunling asked in shock. Yuxian retracted all the silver threads the moment Chunling blinked. Chunling felt her eyes blurred, and when she looked at Yuxian again, she found that Yuxian was wearing a school uniform. "Did I not sleep well last night?" Chunling said to herself. Yuxian smiled and asked, "What did you want to say just now? By the way, do you know? The Dragon King of the East China Sea announced that he will enter the field of protective gear for ordinary people and create equipment for ordinary people that can resist attacks from extraordinary people. Chunling looked at Yu Xian's clothes suspiciously, but still couldn't help gossiping. The Dragon King of the East Sea is actually just a nickname. This man's real name is Li Donghai, one of the direct descendants of Long Zhu and also a wealthy man. The famous East China Sea Dragon Palace Group is Li Donghai's industry. In the past, he only did business with extraordinary people, but now it seems that he intends to make money from ordinary people as well. Maybe they're setting off fireworks again. Yu Xian commented. The Dragon King of the East China Sea is a big mouth. Netizens jokingly call him the Big Mouth Dragon because he likes to take advantage of every hot topic. There is no doubt that he released this satellite just to take advantage of Yinqing's traffic. It's fake, Chunling said with some disappointment when she heard it. She actually wanted to buy some useful protective gear, so her parents bought her pepper spray, bear spray, and a stun gun. However, these things are okay against ordinary people, but they may not be very effective against extraordinary people. If there are equipment for sale that can defend against attacks from extraordinary creatures, she would definitely be happy to buy it. Superb equipment must be very expensive. Even if we reduce the cost, it will probably cost several million. The material cost is there, what do you think? Yu Xian knew very well how precious extraordinary materials were. Even extraordinary people might not have a piece of equipment, let alone make it available to all ordinary people. Well, I was naive. I shouldn't have believed the Big Mouth Dragon. After hearing what Yu Xian said, Chunling completely lost hope. She held her phone and typed while talking, obviously preparing to criticize Li Donghai's account. Yu Xian smiled at this, took out his mobile phone, and while continuing to practice his knitting skills, he opened the Qilin app to see if there was any really big news. A flying zombie has appeared at Gemini West Mountain and is currently being hunted. Members below Eagle level, please do not approach Gemini West Mountain. The internal ranking assessment will begin on the 1st of next month. Members who are confident of improving their rankings are advised to sign up as soon as possible. Qilin's research department has found a way to detect the abnormal insect variant, the brain-holding neural insect, and will conduct a nationwide investigation in 3 days. When Yu Xian saw the third popular message, his eyes immediately lit up. About 2 days ago, he had seen related reports. At that time, scientists within Qilin had already thoroughly studied this new form of the alien worm and named it the brain-hugging neural worm. Because this mutant insect will transform its body into a structure that is extremely similar to the human brain nerves, and then sneak into the target's brain and replace the opponent's nerves, just like a large number of tentacles tightly hugging the human brain. At this time, the host brain is not dead, but all the information received will be filtered by the brain-hugging neural worm. In simple terms, the host will see what the brain-hugging neural worm wants the host to see, and hear what the brain-hugging neural worm wants the host to hear. He has completely become a puppet of the brain-hugging neural worm and has no room for resistance at all. Moreover, once a person is successfully parasitized by a brain-hugging neuron, although he or she is still alive, it is actually no different from being dead, because most of the current methods cannot ensure the survival of the host after separating the brain-hugging neuron. After all, the brain-eating worm eats the host's brain nerves. If a person loses that part of the brain nerves, he or she will naturally die. Yu Xian is actually feeling mixed emotions now. He is happy because the country finally has a way to prevent the invasion of alien insects and brain-hugging neural insects. The worry is that after this investigation, we don't know how many families will face the shattered ending. Go to Jinshan. The mountain got its name because someone found a huge piece of gold nugget on this mountain. However, as the number of extraordinary creatures increases, the humans living near Gatujin Mountain have long moved into the city, and now it has become an animal paradise. In an artificially dug cave on the mountainside, all kinds of animals gathered together, including wolves, bears, tigers, and even many humans. Obviously, this is not normal, and these creatures cannot live together in harmony. Suddenly, the earth shook. A 3-meter-tall, white ape fell from the top of the mountain to the flat ground on the mountainside. It turned around and tore open one of the walls of the cave. It looked at all the creatures and laughed. This body is really strong. It feels so good. Third brother, please don't damage this body. It's our important prop, Zhoutai said while sitting on a rock, swinging his legs. The tiger nodded and said, yes, it's not easy to get a supernatural creature. If you damage it, you'll be dead. Extraordinary creatures are more sensitive and will detect any foreign objects invading their bodies, so it is very difficult for alien insect to parasitize extraordinary creatures. However, after the disastrous defeat in Incheon, Zhoutai knew very well that the alien worms would never be able to develop in their lifetime just by parasitizing ordinary people. Therefore, after discovering that the giant ape was alone, he sacrificed a large number of alien insects and exhausted the giant ape to death, and only then did he successfully parasitize and take over its body. After acquiring human intelligence, the alien insects are actually afraid of death, and it is very difficult for them to unite. Now with Zhoutai as the leader, the alien insects were able to act in a unified manner. Even though they were afraid of death, they had to go forward and finally completed the breakthrough from 0 to 1. Once they parasitize more extraordinary creatures, they may be able to surround cities from the wild and eventually rule the world. 026. The use of blood energy. Super Energy Academy. There is self-study class in the afternoon. The teachers have already repeated countless times what can be taught in the third year of high school. Now, apart from various tests and examinations, the rest are self-study classes. Of course, the main reason is that the teachers in various schools are either dead or disabled, and there are only a few teachers who can still come to class, and they're simply unable to spare the time. In the classroom, Zhang Shou was sleeping soundly on the table, his head covered by a book, and his snoring could be heard. The sun shone in through the window. Yu Xian, who was sitting next to Zhang Shou, was playing with blood energy. He placed his hands under the desk and condensed a ball of blood energy in each hand. He then controlled the blood energy to bulge, forming two vague human figures. The two human figures made of blood energy fought against each other with spears in his palms, and the two spears kept colliding. The Blood Clan has two major fighting forces, one of which is blood energy. Any vampire who awakens the talent of blood energy will be trained by the Blood Clan. Yu Xian is well aware of the importance of blood energy. Besides, when he was in junior high school, he had read many online novels about vampires. What impressed him most was a novel called After Awakening Blood Energy, I Reached the Peak of My Life. The protagonist of the book accidentally saves a big shot of the vampire clan and gets the chance for the first embrace. But because his first talent is too poor, he is despised and ridiculed by other vampires. It turns out that his first great talent is blood energy, and thus he is considered a super genius that the vampire clan only sees once in 100 years. In the end, not only does he slap the faces of the vampires who look down on him, he also gets a promotion and a raise, marries a beautiful and rich vampire, and reaches the peak of his life. It is worth mentioning that this novel features a large amount of fictional blood magic. When Yu Xian was in the second year of junior high school, he was crazy about this novel and even imagined himself as the protagonist. Probably when he was still in the second grade of junior high school, he could never have dreamed that one day he would not only become a vampire, but also have a third talent, which is blood energy, which is even more unscientific than the cool novels. It has to be said that the value of the famous sayings of the ancients is still increasing. Sometimes reality is more absurd than fiction, because fiction is based on a certain logic, while reality often has no logic at all. Ever since awakening his talent for blood energy, Yu Xian has been studying blood magic. The Kirin app contains a lot of video footage of vampires using blood energy, such as using blood energy to summon a huge blood sickle and blood chains that can block the environment. There are also blood wings for flying, blood cloaks for blocking light during the day, and even the red cloud and black sky technique used by the original ancestor when fighting during the day. There are many blood spells among them, and it is impossible to understand how they are done just by looking at the effects. Finally, Yu Xian had no choice but to focus his attention on the blood scythe. Although this spell was also not simple, he felt that he might be able to imitate it. He is now controlling the little man made of blood energy to fight, which is actually training his ability to manipulate blood energy to shape it. The spear in the little man's hand is training the stability of the weapon after the blood energy is constructed. Because there was no one to guide him, he didn't know whether his ideas were correct or how big the gap was between his ideas and the blood magic of the vampires. In fact, he also developed another use for it, which is bubbles. After making the blood energy sticky, just add a little air and the blood energy will be able to easily blow bubbles like chewing gum. If a large number of bubbles are controlled at the soles of his feet, huge elasticity can be generated and his speed will become particularly exaggerated. In addition, He also envisioned laying a large number of tiny bubbles on the inner layer of the armor woven with silver blood as a buffer layer, which should provide a good defensive effect when facing powerful opponents. The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. Yusian took the blood energy back into his body, then took out his mobile phone to read various hot news and relax himself a little. Although he does not feel tired under the sun, he will feel another kind of tiredness if he concentrates all the time, just like working in a factory. Even if he is not physically tired, he will feel tired on the assembly line. It is best to combine work and rest, and relax when you need to. Xinyu, are you free tonight? Chunling chatted with Nora in a low voice for a while, then turned to look at Yusian and asked. Yusian nodded and said, I'm free. What do you want to do? Night patrols don't have to be done every day. He and Jang Shou only need to patrol twice a week, and the rest of the time will be taken care of by the SWAT team. Because he and Jang Shou had already carried out a night patrol mission last night, it would definitely not be his and Jang Shou's turn today, so he really had time. There will be a grand finale performance at the Beast Fighting Arena tonight. Nora wants to invite us to watch the performance together. Do you and Jang Shou want to go? Chunling asked. Yusian glanced at Nora, and seeing that Nora pretended not to care, he couldn't help but smile and said, Since the silly goose is treating me, of course I can't miss it. The Beast Fighting Arena is actually where the extraordinary people capture various extraordinary creatures in the wild, and then put these creatures and the extraordinary people in a cage to compete. It is a bit similar to bullfighting, and the final outcome is the killing of these extraordinary creatures. Yusian has not watched the live game, but there are many paid videos online, and he's watched many of them before. Those famous beast warriors are essentially big stars. Not only do they endorse various products, they also have a large number of fans. They can earn several small goals just from the peripheral products. If he had not joined Shilin, Yusian felt that he would most likely have become a beast warrior when he became strong enough to no longer be afraid of the vampires. You're the goose. When Nora heard this, she rolled her eyes at Yusian, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. In fact, because of Yusian, Nora's status in the Blood Clan has not declined, but has risen rapidly. If she was just jokingly called the little princess of the Blood Clan by the Superpower Academy before, now she is really about to become the little princess of the Blood Clan. Yusian used her blood to become a vampire, and he was also not afraid of the sunlight. This was a huge leap forward. If all the vampires embraced by her were not afraid of the sunlight, the vampires would no longer be limited to acting at night, but could also declare their existence during the day. It can be said that Nora is the new hope of the vampire clan. Even the ancestor has cast his eyes on her and is even considering giving her the blood of the ancestor. The next class is still self-study. After the three of them agreed on where to meet in the evening, they all kept quiet and did their own things. Yusian still put his hand under the desk, but this time he condensed a bloody knife. He pressed the knife against his palm, feeling the hardness and sharpness of the knife. If we continue to compress the blood energy, Yusian judged through touch that the knife he made was just an ordinary iron tool, so he began to compress blood energy through his mind. Although most vampires are fragile, Yusian is an exception. For some reason, his body shape was almost the same as a normal vampire, slender and even a little thin. Just looking at his face and muscle lines, no one would have thought that he could easily lift objects weighing 1 or 2 tons. In order to adapt to his own strength and speed, his skin, bones, and tendons have become extremely strong. Especially after awakening his blood energy, ordinary kitchen knives can no longer cut his skin, and weapons like iron rods can hardly cause effective damage to him. At this time, the original 15-centimeter knife was compressed into 10 centimeters. The knife made a light stroke. A blood mark appeared on his palm, but it disappeared instantly under the sunlight. 027 Nine-Tailed Fox Bloodline. Around 8:30 in the evening, the four of them met at a milk tea shop not far from the school, and then headed to the Beast Fighting Arena in Silver City together. The Beast Fighting Arena in Incheon is located on the outskirts of the East City. Yusian and Jang Shou passed by outside while on patrol last night, and could even hear the enthusiastic cheers and curses coming from the arena. Nora bought a box ticket, and when she arrived at the Coliseum, a special waiter soon led the way. The four people entered the box and sat down, then various fruits, snacks, and drinks were served. This is my first time in such a grand place. Oh no, I feel a little nervous. Jang Shou sat next to Yusian, looked at the decoration and layout of the box, as well as the exquisite and beautiful snacks, and immediately whispered to Yusian. Yuxian transferred his portion of fruit snacks to Zhang Shou and said with a smile, "It's okay. I'm nervous too. I'll be fine once the beast fight starts." Yuxian, those snacks are specially made extraordinary foods. Try them. Nora reminded while pinching a piece of snack. The bloodlines of the extraordinary people are varied, and they include almost all kinds of races. Some extraordinary people with orc blood even love to eat raw meat. Their taste buds are also different from humans, and they find cooked food unpalatable. The buyers of box tickets for the Colosseum are either rich or noble, so such low-level mistakes will naturally not occur in the arena. When guests buy tickets, the staff already know their preferences, and there will be special chefs to provide services on the day. For example, if Nora is a vampire, then most of the food tonight is extraordinary food that vampires can eat, and there's no such thing as chewing wax. "Okay, I'll try." Yuxian nodded, then picked up a piece of dessert and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, a taste he had never experienced before immediately spread in his mouth. He chewed it gently and swallowed it, his eyes lighting up. He asked curiously, "What are these made of?" "Blood lipids from various animals. There's also fat in the blood. For some reason, vampires can't eat fat, but they can digest and absorb the blood lipids in the blood. So these blood lipid pastries came into being." Nora answered while eating. Yuxian has actually always cared about one thing. Normal vampires call themselves Blood Clan or our clan, but Nora always calls herself a vampire and never mentions Blood Clan or anything like that. "Hey, can I ask a question?" Yuxian couldn't help but ask. Noilemo rolled her eyes at Yuxian and replied, "Speak properly. Don't shout. I'll answer you. I see other vampires call themselves Blood Clan, my clan, or our clan. Why do you always use the term vampire?" Yuxian asked curiously. Nora said as a matter of course, "I'm a vampire, so my mom calls me a little vampire, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But you're a silver-sucking vampire." Zhang Shou and Chunling on both sides laughed out loud at the same time after hearing Nora's answer. Yuxian didn't expect that because of his curious question, he would end up getting the nickname Silver-Sucking Ghost. Until now, Nora still thought that he fed on silver and didn't know that he actually fed on light. If she knew, perhaps he would have another nickname, Light Sucker. At this time, staff in the arena outside the box began to check the protective equipment one by one. Yuxian picked up a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth. After strengthening his taste buds, he tasted a variety of flavors. In addition to blood lipids, there should be inorganic salts and various elements whose names he didn't know. Apparently, these elements are all extracted from animal blood. It has to be said that as long as you have money, even if you become a vampire, you can still taste many delicacies that ordinary people can't imagine. The time came to 9 o'clock. The performance in the arena has begun. Hello, everyone. I am the host, Fei Chuan. First of all, welcome all the audience to the Silver General Arena. Next is the first match, 2 ant-level black wolves versus our old acquaintance, the jackal Hujunjia. With the host's loud introduction, 2 huge black wolves were released into the arena. Then a strong man with 2 tails growing behind his but also walked into the arena. For a moment, cheers resounded throughout the venue. Hujunjia. He seems to be Hu Tuer's uncle. Zhang Shou looked at the man in the arena and said to Yuxian. Yuxian nodded. Hu Tuer did have a lot of elders. According to the information provided by Jin Sheng, Hu Tuer's father had 6 brothers in total, and the 7 of them were collectively known as the 7 heroes of the Hu family. However, the 7 heroes of the Hu family did not hang out together, but instead worked in different industries. Hujunjia is a professional beast warrior and also a part-time internet anchor. He is quite famous in Yinqing. After the host Fei Chuan finished the introduction, the beast fight began. In fact, there are 2 kinds of performances in the Colosseum. One is beast fighting and the other is competition. The former is a fight between humans and animals, and the latter is a fight between humans. Now it's a beast fight. Huijia was very experienced and was well aware of the danger of having 2 black wolves together. So he first kept his distance and then adjusted his angle when the 2 black wolves rushed towards him. As soon as he adjusted the angle, the 2 black wolves that were originally running side by side quickly became one in front of the other due to the angle problem. So at the moment when the 2 black wolves approached each other, he kicked the black wolf that was closer to him away, and he quickly retreated with the reaction force to distance himself from the other black wolf. It can be done this way. I've learned something. Zhang Shou widened his eyes and said to himself. Yuxian also nodded seriously. This skill is actually not difficult to learn. The difficult part is controlling the rhythm and seizing the opportunity, which requires rich experience in beast fighting and keen judgment. Don't think that the two black wolves are brainless. The reason why they revealed this flaw is entirely because Junjie controlled the rhythm very well, and the two wolves fell into the trap he set unknowingly. Next, Junjie skillfully put the battle into his own rhythm, beating the two black wolves dizzy, and even using his tail to confuse the black wolves, moving left and right, and easily playing with the two black wolves in the palm of his hand. In the end, the result of the battle was self-evident. After some playing around, Junjie used the guillotine to easily kill two black wolves, and the whole audience cheered. The bloodline of the nine-tailed fox seems to be stronger the more tails it has. Chunling asked, looking at Junjie's tail. Nora watched the game and responded, yes, with the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, you can tell the strength by looking at the tails. One tail is insect level, two tails are ant level, three tails are bee level, four tails are sparrow level, five tails are snake level, six tails are eagle level, seven tails are wolf level, eight tails are tiger level, and nine tails are dragon level. What about the god level? 10 tails? Zhang Shou asked curiously. Yu Xian smiled and said, when the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox advances to the god level, you will know. The fox ancestor now has only 8 tails and still has a long way to go before reaching the dragon level, let alone the god level. 28 doubt. The following games were played one after another, with each game lasting about half an hour on average. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou enjoyed the show very much, mainly because each of the beast-fighting warriors was very strong. Although their strength and speed might not be stronger than Yu Xian, they were very experienced. Various movements, angles, rhythm control, and predictions make the battle process extremely exciting. It is a completely different experience from watching a video, especially some of the power details. If you don't see it in person, it's hard to tell. Dear audience, was the battle just now exciting? Fei Chuan also thinks that the competition among the beast warriors is very exciting and makes people's blood boil. But next up is the grand finale of the night. This is the super monster that our hunting team captured today, an extraordinary white ape with human intelligence. As the host spoke, a cage slowly rose up, and in the cage was a 3-meter-tall and strong white ape. The white ape lowered its head with its eyes hidden in the shadows, and its back alone gave the audience a huge sense of oppression. It was obviously just a low-level extraordinary creature, but it should not be underestimated. And our contestant is the 1,000 Victories King, the Iron God by Jinlong. On the other side, a 1.9-meter-tall, sturdy man walked out. He looked at the audience around him, smiled, raised one hand, and waved to each seat in the audience. For a moment, the whole venue was filled with cheers for the Iron God. In the box, Yu Xian was looking at by Jinlong's information. This information is provided by the arena and can be easily consulted using a tablet connected to the chair via a power cord. By Jinlong, 32 years old, B-level, a person with superpowers. His ability is to turn his whole body into black iron alloy. He not only has rich combat experience, but also has great strength. If he encounters a type that he can restrain, he can even fight against a higher-level opponent. This guy is very strong. Yu Xian looked at the information and thought to himself. He estimated that even if he tried every possible means, he would not be able to break Bai Jinlong's defense, although Bai Jinlong could not kill him either. Next, the competition began. The electric cage slowly opened after the power was cut off, and the white giant ape looked up at Bai Jinlong. Zhou Tai could never have imagined that the day before he was dreaming of ruling the world, and the next day he was easily captured by a hunting team of extraordinary people. In order to cover his other bodies to escape, they were easily killed by these bastards. Now he has 9 personalities, which are housed in weak animals such as mice, rabbits, his original body, sparrows, etc. The most powerful body has become a prisoner of humans and now has to perform like a clown. Come on, everyone. Bai Jinlong waved at Zhou Tai and said with a smile. Zhou Tai felt a surge of anger gushing out of his chest, wishing to tear all humans apart. Among all the personalities, his third child was the most domineering, and his dream was to rule the world. Unlike those idiots who only wanted to kill people and play games, he knew very well that only by becoming the king of the world could he do whatever he wanted. Whether it was skinning people, killing people and setting fires, or doing anything else, no creature dared to stop him at that time. With a roar, he immediately punched Bai Jinlong, but Bai Jinlong predicted his movement when he jumped up and easily avoided the attack. And in order to show off his skills, he didn't even use his superpowers when dodging. Zhou Tai's punch was so powerful that the earth shook. The audience around him immediately cheered, but these voices seemed to be mocking Zhou Tai. Come again. Bai Jinlong smiled at Zhou Tai at this time. It is worth mentioning that what Zhou Tai controlled was not the alien worm, but the brain-holding neural worm. So the white ape was actually still alive, but its every move was completely controlled by Zhou Tai. Human, you have completely pissed me off. Zhou Tai stared at Bai Jinlong and said in a very non-standard voice. Bai Jinlong was stunned, and the next second he was hit by Zhou Tai's arm. He flew backwards and hit the super alloy steel cage heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Die! Zhou Tai took the opportunity to rush forward and quickly blasted out with both hands, trying to kill Bai Jinlong instantly, while Bai Jinlong was injured. But soon he felt that the touch was not right. He took a step back and saw that Bai Jinlong had turned into a black Iron Man. His attack, just now, was not even a tickle to Bai Jinlong. It's beyond my expectation that he can actually speak. Bai Jinlong got up from the ground, looked at Zhou Tai's burly body, and explained to the audience. There are indeed quite a few extraordinary creatures that can speak human language. For example, some parrots can not only speak, but also speak very fluently. There are also weasels that seek titles and can also speak human language. Bai Jinlong just didn't expect the white ape to speak human language, and was accidentally attacked by the white ape. Now that he was prepared, the white ape could not pose any threat to him at all. In the box, Yu Xian and others were actually also startled by the white ape's words. Especially Yu Xian, for some reason, he always felt a sense of familiarity when the white ape spoke. Wrong. Although it is somewhat familiar, it is also different. It's probably like two brothers. He has heard the younger brother's voice, so he feels the older brother's voice is very familiar. He frowned and tried to recall where he had heard this voice before, but the white ape's voice was too rough and strange to match anywhere. This should be more like an intuition, and it cannot be compared by comparison. Yu Xian, do you have a feeling that its voice seems to have been heard somewhere before? Nora frowned, staring at the white ape, and asked Yu Xian. Yu Xian was stunned and asked, do you feel the same way? Yeah, but I just can't think of where I've heard it. Nora nodded. Yu Xian looked at the white ape and guessed, Zhou Tai. He and Nora had met many people together, but there was only one suspect, so he thought of Zhou Tai first. Zhou Tai? The voice doesn't sound like that, but it feels like it does seem a bit, Nora said uncertainly. Yu Xian watched the white ape and Bai Jinlong fighting. After he had his suspicions, the more he watched, the more suspicious the white ape seemed to him, especially since the white ape's fighting style was based on sneak attacks and surprise attacks. If Bai Jinlong's entire body had not turned into iron alloy, he might not be a match for the white ape. He is definitely Zhou Tai. Could it be that this white ape has been controlled by the brain-holding neural worm? Yu Xian's eyes gradually became serious, with silver light flashing in the depths of his pupils. He was sure that there were no tentacles under the white ape's skin, and he couldn't help but think to himself. There's never been a case of a strange insect parasitizing a supernatural creature in the past. If this white ape is really Zhou Tai, then the situation is serious. After the game is over, he will definitely check the body of the white ape. Once he confirms that the white ape is Zhou Tai, he will report it to the Qilin General Administration as soon as possible. 029 Zhu Yin awakens. Bai Jinlong was not in a hurry to end the battle. Instead, he continued to provoke the white giant ape and took on the attacks from the white giant ape time and time again, showing his strong defensive ability to the audience. In his eyes, it was all a performance. He must constantly steal the show and become the center of attention throughout the performance. In fact, he did succeed. The entire arena's audience was cheering his name, and he really enjoyed the feeling of being admired and supported by countless people. In particular, these admirations and support can indeed be converted into small amounts of money. A weak fist. If this is all your strength, what does it matter if I anger you or not? Bai Jinlong looked at the giant ape controlled by Zhou Tai. A scornful smile appeared on his face. He easily blocked Zhou Tai's fist with one hand and started to sneer. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the giant ape's fist became even faster. But the giant ape was still a flesh and blood body after all, and the blows to his alloy body did not hurt him at all. Instead, scars began to appear on the giant ape's fists. Damn it, die. Under Zhou Tai's control, The giant ape's eyes turned red, and a large amount of adrenaline was secreted in his body. He didn't feel any pain at all under stress. But after Bai Jinlong's whole body turned into iron alloy, the strength that the giant ape was proud of was completely useless, and his body, which was strong enough to withstand bullets, also became fragile. The giant ape's punch could break rocks and penetrate steel plates, but it could not cause any harm to Bai Jinlong. Kill! 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 Zhou Tai's heart was filled with murderous intent, and even if he couldn't cause any harm to Bai Jinlong, he would still punch him. Unconsciously, under his control, the blood in the white ape's body began to heat up, and a large amount of extraordinary factors were released from the blood. Compared with the white ape's own personality, his personality was more in line with the extraordinary blood in the white ape's body. He actually hid his strength. Bai Jinlong was somewhat surprised when he noticed the giant ape's power increase. The next moment, he noticed a hint of red on the white giant ape's arms. Bloodline awakening? Dear audience, the white ape in front of us has actually awakened its bloodline. Do you want to see it? This will be a rare sight in a century. Cheer and get excited. Bai Jinlong immediately realized what was happening to the white ape's body and shouted loudly to the audience in the auditorium. Suddenly, the entire audience cheered. After he asked, "Do you want to see it?" Countless people responded yes. He immediately raised his lips and decided to satisfy the audience's wishes. With his strength, what can he do even if the white ape bloodline awakens? Bloodline awakening? Zhou Tai also heard Bai Jinlong's words, and then he realized through the brain-hugging neural worm that the white ape's body was indeed undergoing earth-shaking changes. However, according to the release of extraordinary power in his body, even if his bloodline is awakened, he will not be a match for Bai Jinlong, unless I can guide the blood in the white ape's body and awaken it deeply. Zhou Tai is not a brainless man. Even when he is filled with murderous intent, he can still maintain a clear mind. Will to fight and to kill. He quickly grasped the key to awakening the white ape bloodline. Then he continued to transmit messages of anger and killing to the white ape's brain. Under the impact of excessive anger and murderous intent, new changes began to appear in the structure of the white ape's brain. Originally, the white ape's brain had an ordinary brain structure, but under Zhou Tai's stimulation, a blood-colored substance was rapidly secreted. Under the action of this red substance, the brain-hugging neural worm actually deeply integrated with the white ape's brain. At the same time, the blood temperature in the white ape's body rose to 1,000 degrees. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, the bones, meridians, and internal organs were all undergoing crazy alienation. The external manifestation is that the white ape's pure white hair has strands of flame-like red, especially the arms and feet, which have completely turned from white to scarlet red. Originally, Bai Jinlong was full of confidence and believed that he could suppress the giant ape with awakened bloodline. But after the giant ape's punch after punch, he soon found that he could not resist. The giant ape's fists were incredibly powerful, and the speed of his punches was getting faster and faster. The giant ape's strength changed so quickly that he had no time to react. Just as he was about to fight back, the fist came again. He could only defend himself. Then, just as he was about to move, the fist came again. Oh no, this is too much. Bai Jinlong's heart skipped a beat, and he wanted to retreat, but the white ape seemed to see through his intention and came close to him. He looked up into the white ape's eyes. Those were a pair of flaming eyes, as if all the wars in the world were contained in them. Zhu Yan bloodline. Bai Jinlong shouted in shock. The next moment, he was knocked away by Zhou Tai's punch and hit the cage heavily. His iron body was no longer in human form. Everyone present was shocked. The cheers stopped abruptly, and all eyes fell on the white ape. The white ape at this moment was completely different from before. Is it getting bigger? Oh my god, its eyes are on fire, and I feel like my heart is beating a little faster. Run, that's Zhu Yan, run. Suddenly, someone realized something, stood up, and shouted. After shouting, the man turned and ran away, and some smart people immediately followed him. Boom! Boom boom! Boom 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 boom! A heartbeat like a war drum sounded, and some slow-reacting viewers immediately realized that the heartbeat came from the giant ape, and at the same time, they began to panic. The next moment, suddenly everyone's heart beat violently, and then exploded. Many audience members spat out blood, and then fell in the audience seats. Some of the stronger, extraordinary audience members began to evacuate. The accident happened too fast. At this time, four extraordinary people rushed out from the passage of the arena. One of them penetrated the cage and entered the arena and attacked Zhou Tai in the heart. He has the ability to penetrate matter. During a fight, he can kill most opponents easily by piercing their bodies with his arms, grabbing their hearts, and pulling them. But this time he miscalculated. When his palm penetrated the white ape's body and grasped the heart, the intense heat instantly cooked his palm. His body suddenly could no longer maintain its power, and he screamed and tried to retreat, but his body was grabbed by the giant ape the next moment. The giant ape's body temperature was extremely high now, and being touched by it was like being burned by fire. The man immediately let out an even more miserable cry, and was then swallowed up by the giant ape's open mouth. The giant ape, whose body was a little shriveled due to the deep awakening of his bloodline, immediately gained energy and gradually became full. It looked at the other 3 people standing outside the cage and said, "Come in." The 3 of them retreated at the same time. There seemed to be materials in the box that could block Zhu Yan's abilities, so the previous wave of heartbeat attacks did not affect the 4 people in the box. "Oh no, there's an accident. Lao Zhang, go see if the people in the audience can be saved. I'll go delay time." Yu Xian stood up and looked at the arena, then said to Zhang Shou, "Everything happened so fast. It actually took only 10 seconds from the giant ape's counterattack to the killing of a large number of audience members." By the time Yu Xian realized that it was not a performance, countless casualties had already occurred in the audience. Nora stood up and said, "I'll go too." "No, you stay with Chunling. If there is really danger, evacuate immediately." Yu Xian refused. The current white ape is obviously not something that can be dealt with by guns. If he had not practiced hard during this period of time, he would definitely have to run as far as he could. He dared to go forward because he was sure that he could escape safely. 030 silver armor. Yu Xian didn't think he could defeat the current white ape. His purpose was just to delay time. Noila Mo glanced at Chunling and finally nodded and said, "Okay, then you be careful." If Chunling was left here alone, if something unexpected happened, Noila Mo would never forgive herself. So although she wanted to go up to help Yu Xian, she still stayed obediently. Yu Xian walked out of the box, and his body instantly turned red. Then a large number of tiny bubbles appeared and covered his entire body, which was enough to make people with trypophobia scream on the spot. Then, the silver threads made of silver blood quickly weaved, covering all the bubbles and forming a set of silver armor. The silver wire he made this time was extremely thin. After it was tightly woven, the armor could not be seen as woven at all. Not only did it have clear edges and corners, but it was also as smooth as a mirror, giving people a feeling of being indestructible. "Xinyu, you look so handsome," Zhang Shou shouted excitedly as he watched Yu Xian transform into cool armor in front of him. This set of armor is definitely a boy's dream. Zhang Shou feels that if he puts on this armor, his courage will increase by 1,000%, and he can stand up straight even when facing the ancestor. "Okay, let's go our separate ways. You go save the people, and I'll hold back the giant ape." Yu Xian clenched his fist to make sure that the armor would not hinder his movements, and then spoke to Zhang Shou. Now is not the time to play around. Zhang Shou nodded, turned around, and left immediately, while Yu Xian walked to the other side. In the cage of the arena, Zhou Tai held the seriously injured by Jin Long in his hands. He waited for a moment, then smiled maliciously. "Thank you very much. You helped me find a true way to become stronger. In return, I will let you experience what strength and speed are." After saying that, he threw it hard. Bai Jinlong instantly smashed the alloy cage and crashed into the audience seats. However, just when Bai Jinlong was about to hit the ground, a silver shadow flashed by and Bai Jinlong was rescued. Zhou Tai frowned and looked at the man in silver armor holding Bai Jinlong. He couldn't tell the other party's strength for a moment, so he did not choose to act rashly. The two sides just confronted each other quietly. Yu Xian had once overestimated the giant ape's power, but the moment he took on Bai Jinlong, he realized that he had still underestimated it. The moment he caught Bai Jinlong, the silver threads on his body almost broke, and the bubbles made of blood energy under the silver threads burst one after another. After 2 layers of buffering, his hands, which he used to catch Bai Jinlong, were still fractured. Of course, it was just a minor fracture, and with his physique, the injury healed in a blink of an eye. Fortunately, when he designed the armor, he designed it as cool as possible, referring to a lot of armor in film and television works, and made his own armor look very strong. As long as he stood still, no one could be sure of his true strength. Obviously, his image frightened Zhou Tai, and neither side took the first step. At this time, the three people outside the cage retreated quietly. Although they had B-level strength, they did not feel safe at all standing in front of the giant ape. However, their action broke the delicate balance between Yu Xian and Zhou Tai. Any strength does not come out of thin air. Although Zhou Tai successfully activated the Zhu Yin bloodline in the giant ape's body through the special properties of the brain-hugging neural worm, it caused the giant ape to suffer severe depletion. The giant ape's body is now in urgent need of energy replenishment. As long as there is enough food, the giant ape can become stronger, even reaching the level of an eagle. His eyes moved, instantly locking onto one of the middle-aged men, and the next second, he suddenly flew towards the other man. Yu Xian had been staring at him, so whenever he moved, Yu Xian followed suit, and a silver line shot out quickly, entangled the man locked onto by Zhou Tai, and immediately pulled him back. The middle-aged man only felt the terrifying fist wind crushing him. When he was about to be crushed, his body quickly retreated backwards. When he came to his senses, he was already sitting on a chair. Hoo. The middle-aged man realized belatedly that he had been to the gates of hell. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and gasped for breath. When the giant ape pounced, the other two people also cleverly ran back. So when Zhou Tai controlled the giant ape's body to get up, there was no one around. Your opponent is me. Don't even think about hurting innocent people. Yu Xian spoke to Zhou Tai after his voice changed through the 2 layers of bubbles in the armor. He was worried that Zhou Tai would recognize him by recognizing his voice. Once Zhou Tai realized that he was not that strong, he would be in trouble. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom, boom, boom! Zhou Tai looked towards Yu Xian and narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhu Yan's ability and the sound of war drums immediately rang out. However, Yu Xian didn't feel anything at all. If Zhou Tai could make his heart beat, he would thank Zhou Tai instead. Unfortunately, vampires don't have a heartbeat normally, so vampires are directly immune to Zhu Yan's ability. No use. Zhou Tai thought to himself and looked at Yu Xian with a higher opinion. I have to say, Yu Xian just stood there motionless, looking like a master. The armor that was as smooth as a mirror and the slightly shaking windbreaker created a strong aura. Moreover, there were red lenses blocking the eyes of the helmet, so Zhou Tai was completely unable to determine Yu Xian's emotions through his eyes. In fact, the red lenses at the eyes are made of blood energy. Not only do they have good defensive power, but they also strengthen Yu Xian's eyes. With the dual enhancement of silver blood and blood energy, his dynamic vision is very strong, which is why he can see Zhou Tai's movements clearly. If it were a different situation, perhaps Zhou Tai would have enough patience to confront Yu Xian, but now he doesn't. First of all, this is an arena, the territory of humans. The longer he delays here, the more dangerous it will be. Also, the giant ape is hungry and in urgent need of nutrition, so he can't afford to waste time. He controlled the white ape to hold the alloy cage, and suddenly exerted force and swung it violently. The cage that was originally firmly fixed on the ground was pulled up by the roots, and the entire huge cage smashed towards Yu Xian. To be honest, the scene was so exaggerated that Yu Xian was shocked by Zhou Tai's move. However, Yu Xian reacted quickly. The blood bubbles under his feet provided enough elasticity. He bent his legs and jumped up. At the moment the cage was about to fall, he pressed his hands on the cage and pushed hard. He used the force to step back. Several silver wires instantly wrapped around the chandelier on the ceiling and pulled it, narrowly avoiding the attack of the cage. Boom! After a deafening bang, dust rolled. The cage slammed down onto the audience seats so hard that the entire arena shook. The places that were hit by the cage were directly dented, and a large number of cracks appeared on the walls. If the cage hit Yu Xian hard, his body would probably be broken into 2 halves on the spot. Although he would not die, it would definitely be painful. So scary. Yu Xian looked at the completely deformed cage below and felt it was even more terrifying than facing Jin Shang. Call! At this moment, a puff of steam spurted out of the giant ape's mouth. The previous outburst had consumed a lot of energy for it. Unfortunately, he failed to hit the target and ended up wasting his energy. However, through Yu Xian's actions, Zhou Tai also came to his senses. At least when facing the giant ape's attack, Yu Xian responded by dodging instead of taking it head-on, which meant that Yu Xian's strength was definitely not as good as his. Then let's look at speed. If his speed and strength far exceed Yu Xian's, then this battle can be decided quickly. The first is to increase the attack range. Zhou looked around, then controlled the giant ape's body to walk to the bottom of the arena and directly remove the baffle in front of the audience seats. Holding the two baffles in his hands, his attack range directly increased from the original 2 meters to 10 meters. As long as Yuxian came within 10 meters of him, he could easily kill Yuxian. On the other side, Yuxian saw the giant ape remove the baffle and his brows raised slightly. Next second, Zhou controlled the giant ape's legs and kicked hard, and his body shot towards Yuxian like a cannonball. At the same time, he waved the shield with both hands to hit Yuxian in the middle. However, Yuxian hooked his hands, and 4 silver lines danced like silver snakes, passing across the baffle. The silver threads made of silver blood are not only made of silver, but also Yuxian's blood. Therefore, after getting the 20 kilograms of silver promised by Nora, his silver threads were quite full. After building the armor, there were still extra silver threads for attack and defense. Of course, it is definitely impossible to create dense silver lines with just a wave of the hand like in the previous battle with Zhou. In armored mode, he can only send out 4 to 5 silver lines at most, and the longest attack distance is between 50 meters and 350 meters. But it's quite enough. In an instant, the shield crossed Yuxian's body and turned into tiny fragments. Among the fragments, the armor on Yuxian was still as bright as new, looking very cool. 031, the Bull King. Seeing that his weapon was destroyed in an instant, Zhou roared and threw the baffle in his hand away. Then he was like a cannonball, using his powerful explosive force to rush towards Yuxian. I have to say, his fighting style actually put Yuxian under a lot of pressure. Now the giant ape is a pure numerical monster. Its strength, speed, and explosive power are all beyond the standard. If Yuxian did not have the silver blood to enhance his reaction ability, he would probably be smashed to death in 1 second. The giant ape's body radiates high temperature and is like a scorching fireball when you get close to it. If you're not protected by armor, you'll be burned by the heat even if you don't touch it. Call out. Yuxian shot out 2 silver threads from his hands, which wrapped around the chair behind him and pulled it. At the same time, a bubble appeared at his toes to provide elasticity. He pressed his toes down, and his body quickly retreated. A huge fist brushed past him, and even through the mask, he could clearly feel the terrifying heat flow. Boom! He punched the ground, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Yuxian did a backflip and landed on the back of a chair. Before he could catch his breath, the giant ape used the power of the punch to pounce on him again and stretched out its other arm to slash at Yuxian. This direct attacking style tests a person's overall ability the most. Yuxian's nerves were tense, and he dared not relax for a moment. He stared at Zhou movement trajectory, and when Zhou controlled the giant ape's arm to smash over, he quickly used the elasticity provided by the blood energy bubble to avoid it. After missing the first attack, the giant ape immediately grabbed the chair with its other hand and threw it. Yuxianren was in midair and immediately used the silver thread to pull himself into a movement that he would never be able to do normally, thus narrowly avoiding the attack of the chair. It turned out to be just a small fly. After a series of attacks, Zhou finally came to his senses. He realized that Yuxian was not strong at all, but just deceived people with his appearance and looked mysterious. Once he had confidence in his attack, Zhou launched an all-out attack. He controlled the giant ape's body to rise from the ground and used his muscles to crash into Yuxian, who had just landed like a mountain. If he was hit just once, Yuxian would be smashed to pieces. Yuxian retreated repeatedly, jumped from the audience seats to the arena, and then jumped from the arena to the audience seats, moving and dodging continuously in this way. Suddenly, both parties stopped at the same time and looked towards the ceiling. Something is falling. Boom! It was a loud bang. The floor exploded. A 5-meter-tall, bull-headed giant suddenly fell from the sky, shattered the ceiling, and landed heavily on the arena like a devil descending to the earth. Interesting, it can actually awaken to this extent. The Minotaur glanced at the white ape and a rough and domineering voice sounded. For a moment, Zhou wanted to retreat. Compared to the bluffing Yuxian, this Minotaur was really strong. But before he could make any move, the Minotaur looked around the arena and said angrily, "But you deserve to die." Boom! A terrifying black, demonic flame rose from the Minotaur's body. Before Zhou could see the Minotaur's movements clearly, his head was chopped off by the Minotaur's axe. Zhou Tai's eyes widened, totally unable to believe that he had been defeated so miserably and so powerlessly. After the Minotaur chopped off the white ape's head with his axe, it smashed heavily on the ground. In an instant, the entire arena shook and dense cracks spread from the axe to the surrounding areas. Hiss! When Yu Xian saw this scene, he couldn't help but gasp. The situation turned too quickly. He was being chased one moment, and the giant ape was dead the next. This is too powerful. He is worthy of being called the Bull King, the best master in Silver City. This person is a household name in Inxing. His real name is Tang Dali. He has the blood of the Bull Demon King and is also the strongest transcendent in Inxing. He owns many businesses, but he only holds shares and does not manage them. Apparently, he also has shares in this arena. After killing the white ape, Tang Dali's momentum suddenly subsided. Thank you, little brother, for holding this monkey back. Otherwise, I would have lost everything this time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please give me some face later and have a meal together so we can get closer. Tang Dali walked quickly to Yu Xian, smiled at him, grabbed Yu Xian's hand without any airs, and bowed repeatedly. You're welcome. It's just my duty. But don't blame me for being impartial from now on. Yu Xian couldn't break free from Tang Dali's hand with his right hand, so he had to use his left hand to take out his ID. Tang Dali let go of his hand embarrassedly after seeing the ID. Yu Xian then took out his phone to summon the X-Force to come and cordon off the scene. After completing the necessary procedures, he put away his phone and immediately condensed blood energy, and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand in an instant. He slowly walked to the giant ape's head. Although he was sure that there must be a brain-holding neuron in the giant ape's head, he had to dissect it and get solid evidence before he could report to the headquarters. When Tang Dali saw this scene, he did not disturb Yu Xian. Instead, he ran to Zhang Shou, who was treating the wounded, and expressed his gratitude. When Yu Xian raised the knife to cut open the giant ape's brain, the giant ape suddenly opened its eyes and stared at Yu Xian with resentment. If its throat had not been cut, it would probably have wanted to say something. Yu Xian ignored its glare at him and inserted the knife in his hand into the giant ape's forehead, then cut open the skull bit by bit. In fact, the bones of the giant ape were very hard, and Yu Xian had to take a lot of effort to open its skull. When he saw the giant ape's brain, his eyes widened. Unlike a normal brain, the patterns on the giant ape's brain actually formed ancient characters. Lin Bing Doja. Yu Xian took a picture of the words on his brain and guessed in his mind. Then he stabbed the giant ape's brain with a knife. The moment he cut the brain skin, nerves suddenly pierced out, but he was prepared and immediately controlled these nerves with silver wires. It's indeed a brain-hugging neurotic bug. He took a photo with his mobile phone and sent it to Jin Sheng, describing everything that happened in the arena. In less than 10 seconds, Jin Sheng replied, "Save the body and wait for support." Good. Yu Xian looked at his phone and responded. In less than a minute, the X-Person police drove over. In fact, the whole process from Zhou Tai's outburst to him being hacked to death by Tang Dali took only about 3 minutes, and everything happened very quickly. The confrontation between Yu Xian and Zhou Tai only lasted more than 10 seconds, and then he was chased and beaten by Zhou Tai. If Tang Dali had not arrived in time, Yu Xian would have had to find a way to escape if he had held on for a few more minutes. The X-Force was not summoned by Yu Xian over the phone, but they started rushing over after the escaping audience members called the police. Yu Xian met the team leader, showed his ID, and asked the team leader to take people to seal off the entire arena and not allow anyone to enter or leave. As long as Zhang Shou is around, those who can be saved will definitely be saved, and there is no need to rescue those who cannot be saved. Therefore, when the ambulance arrived, the police asked the ambulance to wait aside. Finally, after about half an hour, a golden light flew from the sky and entered the arena through the big hole that Tang Dali had smashed. Hello, I'm a member of the Chilean Support Department, codenamed Ether, and this is my ID. Golden light fell on the ground, and after it dissipated, a young man with a cynical look appeared in front of everyone. He walked up to Yu Xian, introduced himself, and took out his ID. Yu Xian used the Kirin app on his phone to scan the ID, confirmed its authenticity, and nodded, "Hello, I'm a member of the Evil Slayer team, codenamed Salted Fish. Now, this giant ape and the brain-holding neuron are officially handed over to you. Please be sure to deliver them to the headquarters. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong." Ether patted his chest and smiled. Then he looked at the giant ape's body and waved his sleeves. The huge corpse disappeared instantly. Then he took out the box and put the brain-holding neural worm into the box, and finally put the box into his sleeves. "The world in your sleeve?" Yuxian asked curiously as he watched Itai's movements. Itai was immediately embarrassed and said, "The world in the sleeve is a great magical power. I just sewed the storage bag on my sleeve." As he spoke, he raised his sleeves, and sure enough, there were several storage bags sewn inside his sleeves. "Okay, I have to go back and report. Goodbye." Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Ether said goodbye quickly. His body was covered in golden light, and he instantly flew into the sky, quickly disappearing out of the big hole in the ceiling. 032 Dragon Crisis. Here in headquarters, Ether brought back the bodies of the giant ape and the brain-hugging neural worm, and the entire scientific research department immediately studied the bodies of the two all night long. In the morning, a large amount of information was sent to the hands of Chilin's senior executives. After reading the information, everyone immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. A meeting regarding the alien insect crisis was immediately held. While the meeting was being held in Yinsheng at the East City Security Bureau, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou sat together opposite Tang Dali. Name: Tang Dali. Gender: male. Age: 98. Grade: lower wolf level. Where were you when the incident happened at the Silver General Arena? After hearing this question, Tang Dali looked embarrassed and whispered, "Can you not ask this question? Please answer truthfully." Yu Xian looked at Tang Dali helplessly and said in a businesslike manner, "If it was an ordinary war police questioning, Tang Dali would definitely fool the other party like a piece of meat on a rolling knife. But the problem is that the documents that Yu Xian and Zhang Shou placed on the table were Qilin's documents. Even though Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were old enough to be his great-grandsons, he did not dare to be careless. Especially Yu Xian. When the big guys descended collectively, most people didn't know what happened, but Tang Dali knew it very well. This young man had already caught the eyes of the big guys. If it were in ancient times, it would be called Jian in the emperor's heart. No matter how weak he was, he could not be underestimated. At that time, I was washing feet in Tinjiakshan. Tang Dali touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Yu Xian elbowed Zhang Shou, whose eyes sparkled, and wrote down Tang Dali's words. He then continued to ask a few basic questions. After getting the answers, he stood up and said, "Okay, if there are any more questions, we will contact you. Thank you for your cooperation." In fact, not only Tang Dali was summoned for questioning, but all the shareholders, waiters, and security guards of the arena were summoned. It is estimated that there will be issues of accountability, fines, compensation, etc. to be resolved later. When Yu Xian and Zhang Shou walked out of the room, Zhang Kaichao, the leader of the combat police force, immediately stepped forward to thank them. The main reason was that the combat police could not suppress strong men like Tang Dali, and routine inquiries would most likely be perfunctory. With Yu Xian and Zhang Shou's intervention, the problem would be much easier to solve. Under normal circumstances, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou would definitely not interfere, but since it involves the alien insects, the two decided to intervene after consideration, and they also wanted to know the latest information. Half an hour later, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou received the hunting team's report. Golden Doghead Mountain seems to be a mountain quite far away from Silver City. Do we have to run so far to capture supernatural creatures now? Zhang Shou asked curiously while looking at the report. Zhang Kaichao explained, because one of the tasks of the barracks outside Silver City is to clear out the surrounding supernatural creatures that pose a greater threat. There are actually no particularly big threats on the surrounding hills. They are just some insect-level and ant-level shrimps. The arena wants to capture supernatural creatures that are somewhat challenging, so we need to go to a relatively far place to have a chance of encountering them. Yu Xian analyzed. The alien bugs were still staying near the dog-headed Golden Mountain yesterday. Even if they can run faster, they can't get far in a day. Wait, let me ask the captain if we can remotely attack all areas near the dog-headed Golden Mountain. He took out his cell phone and immediately contacted Jinsheng to share the latest information. Xianyu, the situation may be a little more complicated. I'll give you some information and you can take a look at it first. Jinsheng replied. After a while, Yu Xian received the information sent by Jinsheng. He opened it and found that it was a medical record. Nowadays, the medical records of most hospitals are stored in the cloud. Therefore, after the archive room of Tsongshan Psychiatric Hospital was destroyed, the authorities still found all the medical records through the cloud. The information sent by Jinsheng is actually Zhou Tai's medical record. Zhou Tai has multiple personalities. His main personality doesn't actually have any major problems and can even be considered a good person, but his other personalities have serious problems. According to Chun Xing Song's repeated diagnoses, there are 8 confirmed personalities, and these personalities are aware of each other's existence. They're also called the eldest, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and the 8th according to the order of birth. The boss is the main personality. According to the recording left by Chun Xing Song, this personality has been replaced by the alien insect. It is not clear what the specific situation is now. The second brother likes to collect fingers. While in the hospital, he almost bit off Chun Xing Song's finger. He is also taciturn and gives people an unpredictable feeling. He may be an introvert. The third brother is playful and has unpredictable emotions. He may be extremely happy one moment and extremely sad the next. He is also the one who talks the most. A lot of the information that Chun Xing Song knows was actually provided by the third brother on his own initiative. The fourth brother has a gloomy personality and calls himself a skinning artist. When he sees a beautiful skin, he will show an obsessive look, sometimes looking lustful, and sometimes giving people a very obscene feeling. The fifth personality is insane and a complete murderer. When Zhou Tai's body is controlled by the fifth personality, his eyes are full of crazy murderous intent, and he even has a strong tendency to self-harm. This personality is almost impossible to communicate, but seems to obey the orders of other personalities. The 6th, 7th, and 8th personalities were born relatively late, and Chun Xing Song did not have much information about them, so the characters and hobbies of these 3 personalities are still unclear. After reading the information, Yu Xian frowned. Zhou Tai was so troublesome, but there were 8 such personalities. So which one did he meet last night? In addition, Zhou Tai's personality can move back and forth in the bodies of alien insects and change his body at any time. In other words, it is impossible to kill Zhou Tai unless all the alien insects are killed. According to the information provided by Jin Sheng, Zhou Tai's danger level was originally assessed as snake level. But because of the latest information provided by Yu Xian last night, Zhou Tai's danger level has now been directly raised to dragon level, which is even higher than the danger level of the entire alien insect group. If Zhou Tai could develop the potential of all extraordinary creatures, it is estimated that humans will soon face an army composed of various high-level monsters. Take a look. Yu Xian handed the phone to Zhang Shou. After reading the information, Zhang Shou said solemnly, "In this situation, it is impossible to completely wipe out the enemy, right? Alien worms can parasitize the body of any creature. If they parasitize cockroaches, they will spread through cockroaches, mice, and other creatures with amazing reproductive abilities. It is impossible for humans to kill all the alien worms. Don't worry, the top brass must have noticed the current situation." Yu Xian said seriously, "I believe that soon there will be a strong person who will be responsible for dealing with Zhou Tai. Let's wait and see. The dragon level crisis will definitely be taken seriously by Qilin headquarters." Yu Xian was very curious about how many experts the headquarters would send to deal with Zhou Tai next, and this time it was very likely that all the alien insects would be completely wiped out. After all, Zhou Tai will never die completely unless all the alien insects are killed. 033 rewards. The next day, a military plane landed quietly at the barracks outside Yinsheng. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou received Jin Sheng's message after school. They drove through 2 checkpoints and successfully entered the barracks. Team leader, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou entered a house in the barracks and said in unison after seeing Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng was the only one in the room. He was still the same, giving people the feeling of facing the sun, hot and majestic like a lion among men. He looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, "I originally thought you would have to stay in Yanjing for half a year, but you 2 have done a great deed again. However, the witnesses this time are complicated, so the headquarters quickly let me come back to escort you." Escort? Yu Xian showed curiosity. Jin Xing nodded, put away his smile, and looked at Yu Xian seriously, saying, "The struggle between countries in the supernatural field has never stopped. You made a big splash the day before yesterday. Don't think that no one knows who you are just because you are wearing armor. Maybe the hostile forces abroad have already regarded you as a huge threat in the future and can't wait to get rid of you. The easiest way for foreign forces to infiltrate the country is to grant extraordinary powers to some ordinary people and use various contracts and death curses to firmly control these people. In fact, Many spies fall into the trap out of greed and end up having to work for the other party. Generally, in addition to collecting intelligence, this kind of spy is also responsible for killing geniuses who have not yet risen. The battle between Yu Xian and Zhou Tai was so fierce. Although Yu Xian was running and dodging the whole time, it was quite remarkable that he was able to survive. This is enough to attract the attention of some hostile foreign forces. Oh my god, isn't that salted fish very dangerous? Zhang Shou said worriedly after hearing Jin Sheng's words. Jin Sheng said calmly, "That's why I came back early. By the way, the things you want now, stand at attention." The two of them quickly stood at attention, raised their heads, and looked at Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng had a serious expression. He took out a box and took out the metal inside. He looked at Yu Xian and said seriously, after review and evaluation by the Kirin headquarters, Comrade Yu Xian played an important role in the Yinxing incident, successfully disrupted the alien insect infiltration plan, and played a major role in the alien insect riot. Here, on behalf of the Kirin headquarters, I present you with the first-class Medal of Honor to commend your outstanding contribution and outstanding achievements. At this moment, Yu Xian's eyes were slightly red. When Jin Sheng pinned the medal on his chest, he saluted deeply, and Jin Sheng immediately returned the salute. Next, Zhang Shou also received the Medal of Second-Class Merit. After the medals were distributed, the two received a storage ring each. Yu Xian also found that there was 100 kilograms of silver in his ring. Originally, the commendation meeting was planned to be held after you two went to the headquarters, but you also know the current situation. According to the research of the Scientific Research Department, Zhou Tai has mastered the ability to activate the blood of extraordinary creatures. We absolutely cannot give him more time, so our time will be very tight from now on. Jin Sheng said to the two. Zhang Shou's eyes widened, and he asked, "Captain, are you responsible for destroying Zhou Tai?" "No. This operation will be commanded by General Zhao Yi from the headquarters. All the barracks in Yinsheng, Rongqing, Xiangqing, Jiangcheng, and Huacheng will blockade an area of 13,800 miles centered on the Gutu Golden Mountain. Then all members of our Evil Slaying Squad, Crime Extermination Squad, and Monster Slaying Squad will gather and enter the blockade area from different directions to kill all the abnormal insects and suspicious creatures." Jin Sheng replied. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were slightly surprised after hearing this. This was definitely a big operation. "Okay, Dead Doctor, please go out for a while. I have something to say to Xian Yu." Jin Sheng then looked at Zhang Shou and spoke. Zhang Shou was stunned for a moment, then nodded and left. "Captain, is there anything that Lao Zhang can't hear?" Yu Xian asked curiously as he watched Zhang Shou closing the door. Jin Sheng showed envy and said, "I don't know if you are lucky or not. The headquarters actually agreed to your request." As he spoke, he walked to the table and picked up the alloy briefcase on the table. After entering a series of passwords and then verifying his identity, the briefcase slowly opened and the temperature of the entire room dropped instantly. Yu Xian looked inside the suitcase and saw a pen syringe. "This is the Panga blood you applied for. After comprehensive consideration, Qilin headquarters decided to approve your application. Now you will inject it in front of me. This is a top treasure that even the ancestor of the Blood Clan cannot get." Jin Sheng introduced. He was really envious. For a drop of Panga's blood, he not only spent all his savings, but also took on a huge debt. But Yu Xian didn't even have to go into debt to get it. Captain, can I suck out with my teeth?" Yu Xian asked guiltily as he looked at the Panga blood in the pen-type syringe. In fact, he was just curious about what Panga's blood tasted like, and had no intention of injecting Panga's blood. Jin Sheng looked at Yu Xian's greedy look, and suddenly felt his temples throbbing. He pinched his nose and said unhappily, "Do you know that injecting Panga's blood will most likely strengthen your bloodline ability and even reduce your weaknesses? If Yu Xian injects Panga's blood into his body, he will most likely transform from an ordinary vampire into a super vampire, possessing more abilities that vampires do not have. And now Yu Xian is also afraid of garlic, the cross, and the energy of the sacred attributes. After injecting Panga's blood, it is very likely that 1 or 2 weaknesses will be reduced. At that time, except for relying on the strong to bully the weak and defeating him with absolute violence, it will be difficult to cause harm to him by using tricky ways. But I still want to try what it tastes like. After all, I'm a vampire." Yu Xian did not change his mind after hearing Jin Sheng's words. His talents awakened so quickly, and there's no telling when he might awaken strange talents like Garlic Blood, Cross Eater, or Holy Energy Absorber, so he doesn't care about these few weaknesses at all. Moreover, he knew very well that if his application was successful this time, it would be difficult for him to apply again in the future. From Jin Sheng's current situation, it can be seen that it is extremely difficult to apply through merit. So the opportunity is rare, and he must try to find out what the difference is between Panga's blood and ordinary blood. Seeing that Yuxian was unshakable, Jin Sheng closed his eyes with a headache, and after a while he sighed and said, "Well, after all, Panga's blood is a reward given to you by the headquarters. How you want to use it is up to you. As long as you don't leave this room, you can do whatever you want with it." "Thank you, Captain," Yuxian said excitedly. Seeing Yuxian pick up the pen syringe, Jin Sheng hesitated for a moment and said, "Since you have made up your mind, don't regret it." "Well, I will never regret it." Yuxian nodded. Then he placed the pen syringe against his fangs and pushed it slightly, causing blood to gush out. He immediately sucked the blood out instinctively. After Panga's blood was absorbed by him, he began to be drunk on blood, and at the same time, his heart, which had originally stopped beating, began to beat violently. 034 2 hearts. Yuxian felt as if he was in chaos. He waved his hands and feet to try to disperse the chaos in front of him, but no matter how he waved, it was useless. Every time he swept away one piece of chaos, another would appear, endlessly and infinitely. So he started dancing around angrily, wishing he had an axe in his hand so he could chop everything in half with one blow. In fact, vampires have another super rare talent, which is to read the target's memory by sucking the target's blood. Except for the ancestor, only 2 vampires in the entire blood clan have this talent. This is an ability that cannot be awakened by just spending time. The moment you become a vampire, you have it or you don't. It cannot be awakened later. Yuxian and Nora's blood-drunk cousin actually possess an incomplete version of this talent, so they will become blood-drunk after sucking blood. They can vaguely feel some information in the blood while dizzy, but they will forget everything when they wake up. But after Yuxian absorbed Panga's blood, this incomplete talent was violently supplemented. At the same time, he also received a large amount of information from Panga's blood. His body, which was completely different from that of ordinary vampires, was rushing in an even more abnormal direction. In the room, Yuxian stood there, swaying from side to side. Suddenly, a blood-red bubble popped out his head. The bubble separated from his body and floated in the air. Then bubbles appeared one after another, all surrounding Yuxian. Jin Sheng saw this scene and stepped back cautiously. He knew that Yuxian would get drunk on blood, but the last time he got drunk on blood, Yuxian fell asleep directly. He thought it would be the same this time, but it seems something went wrong. At this moment, Yuxian suddenly waved his hands in a disorderly manner, as if trying to drive something away. A strange scene appeared. All kinds of strange pictures appeared in the bubbles around him. As Yuxian waved his hands, the bubbles gradually changed from pure blood color to colorful ones. Especially the new bubbles that emerged from Yuxian's body. They were even more colorful, completely losing the gloomy and evil feeling of blood energy. Suddenly, Yuxian leaned back and his body fell into a bubble, where he fell into a deep sleep. The bubble not only did not carry him to the ground, but it floated in the air with countless bubbles around it spinning around it. Jin Sheng looked at the scene in front of him and was completely speechless. No matter how you look at it, Yuxian doesn't look like a normal vampire. Especially now, he has an indescribable sense of sacredness. He waited for a long time, and seeing that Yuxian showed no sign of waking up, he slowly walked forward and gently stroked one of the bubbles with his hand covered in golden light. The bubble felt very strange. He originally thought it would feel like glass, plastic, or gemstone, but in fact it felt more like the energy used to isolate space after the formation barrier was activated. He then began to increase his strength. The bubble did not deform at all. He increased his strength little by little, slowly adjusting upward from the insect level. It was not until the sparrow level that the bubbles began to ripple slightly, and it was not until the snake level that the bubbles began to deform. Jin Sheng's expression became serious, and his strength gradually increased to eagle level. The bubble began to vibrate violently. It was estimated that if he added a little more strength, the bubble would burst. He withdrew his hand and did not continue the test. This ability has great potential. If Yuxian continues to become stronger, This ability may become an extremely strong group defensive ability. Jin Sheng was very curious about what was happening to Yuxian now. If he was really drunk, then what did he see in his dream that led to him developing such a bizarre ability? Forget it. Let him sleep. Jin Sheng didn't think any further. Finally, he shook his head, turned around, and left the room. Outside the door, Zhang Shou was guarding it. When he saw Jin Sheng open the door, he quickly made way for him, secretly looking into the room with his little eyes. "Go in, but Xin Yu is asleep. Don't disturb him," Jin Sheng said. Zhang Shou nodded and walked into the house. When he saw Yu Xian surrounded by colorful bubbles and himself sleeping in a bubble, he inexplicably thought of a question. Are these bubbles breathable? If there is no air circulation, won't Yu Xian suffocate? Have a good night's sleep. When Yu Xian woke up, he felt refreshed all over, and, at the same time, he had an indescribable, wonderful feeling. When he sat up, he realized that he was inside a colorful bubble. This bubble gave him a very familiar feeling, a bit like the feeling when he controlled blood energy. Higher, Yu Xian's heart moved, and the bubbles really began to rise. Then he controlled the bubble to sometimes go up and sometimes go down, and finally it just floated around the room. After becoming thoroughly familiar with the bubble, he controlled the bubble to fall to the ground and walked out of it. He controlled all the bubbles to be retracted in his body, then raised his right hand, and a hint of golden energy immediately appeared on the tip of his index finger. The energy obeyed his wishes and quickly generated a large number of tiny bubbles, which floated away in an instant and rotated in the air according to his thoughts. The blood energy has mutated. This energy seems to have gained a spatial attribute. Yu Xian often reads various information in the Qilin app. Now he's no longer a newbie who knows nothing about the extraordinary world. Jin Sheng still needs to determine the characteristics of the bubble by touching it. But as the owner of the bubble, he can directly sense everything about the bubble. These bubbles float in the air not by buoyancy, but by spatial coordinates. Simply put, it is frozen at a certain spatial coordinate. As long as Yu Xian does not move it, and no one actively uses brute force to destroy it, it will remain frozen at that coordinate forever. Yu Xian's face looked a little strange when he thought of his dream last night. Could it be that he wanted to create the world in his dream, but he didn't have enough strength, so he produced so many semi-finished products? Strictly speaking, these bubbles are indeed an independent space, which means that each bubble, rounded up to the nearest world, is a world. If we round it off a bit, Yu Xian succeeded in creating the world. All right, although this is far from the real creation of the world. After studying the blood energy mutation, Yu Xian pressed his right hand on his heart. His heart was beating, although it was much slower than a normal person, beating about 30 times a minute, but it was indeed beating. So the question is, what about talent? He carefully felt the changes in his body and found that apart from becoming stronger, no new talents or abilities emerged. It was not until he realized through the silver blood that he discovered that there was an extra heart inside his heart. I have two hearts. When Yu Xian felt the heart inside his heart, he was stunned. He carefully felt the heart inside the heart and finally figured out the function of a second heart. A smile gradually appeared on his face. He thought he had made a big profit by taking Panga's blood this time. 035 Panga's immortality. These two hearts, one is the heart of a vampire and the other is the heart of Pangu. They have a vampire's talent skill tree and Panga's talent skill tree respectively. When a heart stops beating, it means that the nutrients absorbed by Yu Xian will be stored in that heart. For example, now, Yu Xian's vampire heart is beating, but Panga's heart is not beating, so the energy accumulated by Yu Xian will be stored in Panga's heart. When there is enough energy, the heart will beat. However, unlike a vampire who awakens a talent after jumping 10 times, Panga's heart needs to jump 36 times to activate an ability belonging to Pangu. Yu Xian can now freely choose which heart beats and which heart does not beat. Moreover, before, he could only judge when his talent would awaken by the number of heartbeats, but now he can judge when his talent will awaken by sensing the energy stored in his heart. For example, Panga's heart currently stores energy equivalent to about 34 heartbeats. It is estimated that this is the remaining energy after he took Panga's blood to transform his body. So if Panga's heart beats twice more, it should be able to awaken one of Panga's skills. I wonder what other abilities Panga has. Yu Xian sat on a bubble and took out his mobile phone to check if there was any record in the Qilin app. Qilin has been studying Pangu for a long time. Many of Panga's abilities have actually appeared in people who have taken Panga's blood, so they have all been recorded. Originally, Yuxian's authority was not enough to view this information, but his account now has a first-class merit medal mark, and a lot of information has been released to him, so he got this information in a moment after clicking on the application. He clicked on the information and read it carefully. Panga's ability is called supernatural power because this ability is an innate power for Pangu, and Panga does not need any additional conditions to use it. However, these abilities are too powerful for ordinary people, and most of them consume a lot of energy, so they need to be used with caution. The following are the magical powers obtained by all those who take Panga's blood. Pangu's great power. Anyone who obtains this power, even at the bird level, will have a force of 100 tons, an indestructible body, and can defeat 10 opponents with one force. Among all Panga's powers, this is the first one. Panga's sky-splitting power. Anyone who obtains this power, at the bird level, can tear apart space, forming a spatial blade to attack the enemy. However, this ability consumes a lot of energy for ordinary people, and is a high-consumption, high-attack ability. Pangu's transformation power. Those who obtain this power can transform different creatures into other forms, such as turning humans into sheep, dogs into humans, animals into plants, and fungi into animals. The most terrifying thing is that the effect of this ability is permanent. Pangu's immortality power. Those who obtain this power will have unimaginable vitality. At the bird level, only the head can remain alive, and even if half of the brain is cut off, it will only cause temporary amnesia. In the later stages, it is almost impossible to kill them. Rebirth by dripping blood or regenerating by exhaling breath are just routine operations. Pangu's sun pupil divine power. Those who obtain this divine power can transform their eyes into the sun, emitting the light of the sun that contains the true fire of the sun. Pangu's spirit pearl divine ability. Those who obtain this magical power can condense a spirit pearl with spatial properties in their dantian, and the bird level has 50,000 cubic meters of space. Panga has many abilities, almost all-encompassing. Yuxian suddenly felt that the vampire's talents were not so attractive anymore, mainly because Panga's talents were all super strong, especially Panga's immortality, which he really wanted. For someone like him who is extremely afraid of death, Panga's immortal power is simply the ultimate ability he has always dreamed of. Moreover, as a vampire, his self-healing ability is very strong. When combined with Panga's immortal power, it is simply double insurance. If he had this ability, he would dare to go to any dangerous place. In fact, human character is not important at all. Whether a person is reckless or cautious, the most important thing is ability, not character. It is ability, not character, that influences a person's behavior. It's like a person who has billions of assets. No matter how cautious he is, he will dare to spend money in high-end restaurants. But if he only has a few cents in his pocket, even the most reckless person will not go to a high-end place to eat. Similarly, when he has the ability, a coward like Yuxian has the courage to recklessly fight to the death, but when he doesn't have the ability, a dog is enough to scare him away. Yuxian put away his phone. He had already decided that during this period of time, he would just try to get Panga's heart. If he didn't draw Panga's immortality power, he would not switch back to the vampire skill tree. In fact, after learning about the abilities of the two hearts, he realized one thing. The blood ability of vampires is not infinite, but limited. The two abilities he had awakened before also happened to confirm this point. The first ability is silver blood. Jin Sheng told him that Nora's father had the same ability, so this ability is obviously on the vampire skill tree. The second ability, blood energy, is also an ability on the vampire skill tree. Therefore, apart from the light eater, the abilities he awakened are actually abilities that vampires may awaken, rather than abilities unique to him. As for the light eaters, it is probably related to Nora's mutation. After all, Nora is the first mixed-blood vampire who is not afraid of sunlight, and he is also Nora's first wild vampire who was transformed not through the first embrace but through blood injection. If Nora is a mutant hybrid vampire, then he is a mutant among mutants, a special vampire among specials. It is normal for his innate abilities to mutate. After checking his condition, he stood up and left the room. When he came out of the room, it was still daylight. There was a soldier standing guard outside his door. When he saw him coming out, he immediately saluted and said, "Report to the commander. Colonel Jean asked me to tell you that the operation has begun. When you wake up, Join the operation immediately and enter the secret order to get it from the action team. Report completed. Okay, thank you. Yuxian quickly returned the gift and expressed his gratitude. Then he turned on his mobile phone, entered the evil killing team, and received the secret order to enter the blockade area. He took out a Bluetooth headset from his trouser pocket, put it on, and clicked to enter the group's voice channel. Captain, codenamed Salted Fish, applies to rejoin the team. Yuxian said. Jin Sheng said, well, now that you are awake, I agree that you can return to the team. Now go to the location I marked for you as soon as possible. You will be responsible for that area. I will send Bluebird to provide support. Yes, sir. Yuxian didn't waste any words. Then, under the soldier's astonished gaze, he created a bubble, entered the bubble himself, and then controlled the bubble to fly quickly into the air. The password has taken effect on the phone. His cell phone will be automatically identified and located by satellite, ensuring that he will not be shot down by his own missiles when he flies into the blockade zone. 036 Bluebird. Although Yuxian and Zhang Shou have a good relationship, in fact their abilities are not complementary at all. Zhang Shou possesses extremely powerful healing abilities, but the skills he releases are harmful to Yuxian. At the same time, Yuxian himself possesses extremely strong self-healing abilities, and most of his injuries can be recovered in a short period of time, so he doesn't need a doctor at all. Therefore, Jin Sheng did not arrange the two of them to act together in this operation. Yuxian was floating in a bubble, and from time to time he would grab the mobile phone floating beside him to check the location. In the map software of the action team, there was the location of his own location and the location of the destination he needed to go to. It is worth mentioning that the bubble he created is not affected by gravity. The inside of the bubble is actually a weightless space. Being inside the bubble is equivalent to being in space. So he and the mobile phone are floating inside the bubble. After flying out of the military camp, he quickly entered the mountains. What a nice view. The sun rises in the east, and Yuxian floats in a bubble, gazing into the horizon. The sky and the earth are vast, and the dim sky and the earth meet in the distance to form a jagged black line. The sun gradually dispelled the last ray of darkness. The sky was blue, a few white clouds floated slowly, and the mountains were rolling, layer upon layer, with bumps and depressions, showing the uncanny beauty of nature. Yuxian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if the whole world was integrated into his breathing. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented tranquility and freedom, as if his soul, which had been trapped in his body for 17 years, was finally released into the vast universe. He has lived in Yincheng since he was a child, and this is the first time he has left Yincheng. He felt an indescribable emotion in his heart and couldn't help but burst into tears. For some reason, he thought of the second half of Song of Climbing the Tower in Yuzhou. Although it was not appropriate to the scene or the mood, he could understand the author's mood at the time. Thinking of the vastness of the universe, I was alone and shed tears. Chunxiang cried because he felt sad, but Yuxian cried because he was moved by the vastness of the universe. Dad, I'm very happy now. You didn't drag me down. Thank you. Thank you for giving birth to me and raising me. In a flash, Yuxian landed on the bubble, stood up, and shouted loudly into the distance. Then he wiped his eyes, a smile broke out on his face, and he felt his whole body become relaxed. The world is so big. One day he will go to a farther and wider sky and take in all the beautiful scenery with his eyes. Suddenly, a blue bird landed above the bubbles. She spoke in a female voice and asked awkwardly, I'm Bluebird. Am I here a bad time? No, you came just in time. Yuxian admitted that he was a bit literary just now, but he didn't care that his teammates saw what happened. On the contrary, he now feels that it is nice to have someone by his side. At least he is very happy now, and he is willing to share his happiness with the people around him. The bubble quickly fell to the ground. Yuxian came out of the bubble, turned around and looked at Qing Yao, and introduced himself. Hello, I am Xin Yu, a vampire. Thank you for your guidance. Hello, I'm Bluebird, a person with superpowers. Please give me your guidance. Bluebird spread its wings and landed on the ground, then quickly transformed into a woman in a green military uniform. The two first confirmed each other's identities using their mobile phones, then shook hands and continued walking forward. This place is not far from the coordinates given by Jinshin. My ability is to transform into a bluebird. My speed can reach 10 times the speed of sound, which is about the same as the speed of a cruise missile. And when in bluebird form, my defense will be greatly enhanced. You should be able to imagine how I fight. Bluebird introduced himself. Yu Xian nodded, and the image of the blue bird constantly piercing through the enemy like a bullet naturally emerged in his mind. Then he said, I should be at the upper level of the sparrow level or the lower level of the snake level. My current strength is about 10 tons, and my self-healing ability is very strong. Most injuries can be healed within a few minutes. In addition, I can also create a thin silver line. It can be used to cut targets or woven into armor to protect oneself. There's also the mutated blood energy, which can create bubbles with spatial properties. The blue bird, who had originally looked indifferent, felt something was wrong the more he listened, and finally looked at him in disbelief. Xinyu, are you kidding? Qingyao couldn't help but interrupt Yu Xian and asked. Yu Xian looked at Qingyao seriously and asked, We are on a mission. Do you think I'm kidding you? Okay, go on. Bluebird thought for a moment and nodded. However, after hearing all of Yu Xian's abilities, she had only one thought. Where did this monster come from? Within Qilin, there were only a few peers whom she admired in the past, and most of the team members younger than her still needed her care. This time, Jin Sheng arranged her to be Yu Xian's teammate. In fact, she had already prepared herself mentally to be a babysitter, but she found that Yu Xian seemed to be a little too strong, and it seemed that she was the one who had to be taken care of. The two quickly arrived at the coordinates designated by Jin Sheng. After confirming that they had arrived at the target location, they immediately reported to Jin Sheng. Okay, just wait there, Jin Sheng replied. So the two of them stood at the foot of a mountain in a daze. After a while, Yu Xian simply created a bubble and sat on it. Bluebird, do you need it? Yu Xian asked. Bluebird shook his head, took out a chair from the storage ring, sat on the chair, and took out a table by the way. Then, she took out the tea set and started to make tea. Yu Xian was stunned. Haven't you read the battle plan? Qingyao couldn't help but ask when he saw Yu Xian's eyes wide open. Yu Xian shook his head, took out his mobile phone belatedly, entered the evil killing team, clicked on the battle plan, and browsed through it carefully. This battle plan can be said to be simple and crude. The first step is to block off the entire area and have all personnel arrive at designated locations and be on standby. At 12 o'clock, General Zhao Yi will launch a devastating attack on the center of the entire area, killing all higher-level supernatural creatures, and the remaining minions will be blocked by various groups. The last layer of blockade is maintained by the soldiers from each barracks, and no insect is allowed to escape from this area. Do you feel that the battle plan is a bit too simple? Bluebird asked with a smile. Yu Xian shook his head and said, No, the simpler the plan, the more effective it is. As long as General Zhao Yi is strong enough, this plan is the most suitable one. Not bad. You are very smart. You saw the key point right away. Bluebird took a sip of tea and continued. Yu Xian raised his head and glanced at the rising sun. It was only a little past 6 o'clock. Were they going to wait foolishly until 12 o'clock? What if Zhou Tai noticed their actions and started a fight to the death now? If you have questions, you should naturally ask your seniors. Yu Xian expressed his confusion, and Qingyao smiled and said, So aren't we already waiting here? Be on standby, not be in a daze. If there really are alien insects that start running away now, it means that their action this time is correct. 037 forever 17. 7 o'clock. The sun was already quite warm. Yu Xian had nothing to do anyway, so he started practicing his new abilities. He turned sideways to the bluebird, his eyes fixed on a tree not far ahead. Then a bubble appeared at his fingertips. He controlled the bubble to shoot towards the tree, instantly penetrating it. Then he moved his mind, and the bubble made a circle, making a smooth hole in a rock. The bubble is not affected by gravity and has no kinetic energy. Its speed depends entirely on how fast Yu Xian's thoughts are, and its attack power depends on how much force it can withstand. Yu Xian controlled the bubble, making its speed faster and faster. After reaching an unknown number of times the speed of sound, the bubble suddenly burst and disappeared. The energy membrane that makes up the bubble can no longer withstand greater wind resistance. So, the bubble bursts? Yu Xian said thoughtfully. It's not that the bubble can't go faster, but that the energy membrane can't withstand the wind resistance. If the energy membrane had infinite hardness, Yu Xian could make it move at sublight speed or even at the speed of light. Then Yu Xian created 2 more bubbles. The hardness of these 2 bubbles was weakened by him, but their elasticity was increased. He pressed the surface of the bubble, and it did become more elastic, but because he was not manipulating it, The two bubbles were frozen at the coordinate positions, so the elastic force was very concentrated. To put it simply, it is very elastic and may have unexpected effects at certain times. What if we increase the viscosity? Yuxian then had another sudden idea. Although the blood energy had mutated, the original effect he developed had not disappeared and had even been enhanced. He created a bubble with extremely strong stickiness, pressed his finger on the surface of the bubble, and sure enough, his finger was immediately stuck. Then he tried hard to pull his fingers out, but he was unable to break free even with all his strength. Unless he was willing to cut off his fingers, his whole body would be firmly stuck to the bubble. In fact, the way to break the deadlock is very simple. That is to have enough power to destroy the bubbles, and you can move by directly breaking the bubbles. The problem is that there shouldn't be many people who have this ability. After all, one has to be at least eagle level or above to break it. If Yuxian prepares a few more bubbles and blocks some people's force points, he can even control some strong people above eagle level. At this time, a bird landed on a tree not far away, staring at the two of them with its eyes. Yuxian thought about it, and a bubble instantly circled around and stuck to the bird's back, then flew back to his hand with the bird. He looked at the struggling bird and asked, "Bluebird, if the alien bugs have already taken residence in the bird, is there any point in us doing this?" Trust the headquarters. The think tank must have considered all possible situations. Since they made this decision, there must be a reason for it. Bluebird said easily. Yuxian controlled the bubble to fly away and nodded. "Yes, I understand. It's just that this is my first time participating in such a large-scale operation, and I'm a little too nervous." He then continued to exercise his abilities, such as making the bubbles rotate or trying to modify the shape of the bubbles. The sun gradually moved towards the center of the sky, and the temperature of the sunlight became higher and higher. Bluebird simply took out a parasol and opened it, watching Yuxian exercise his abilities under the sun. "Xinyu, are you really a vampire?" Bluebird couldn't help asking as he looked at Yuxian, who was full of energy in the sun. Yuxian nodded and said, "Of course." "Then do you suck blood?" asked the bluebird. Yuxian nodded and said, "Of course I suck blood. I sucked blood yesterday. Panga's blood is also blood. Since he sucked it, he would not deny it, although the feeling of sucking Panga's blood was not good at all. Panga's memory was too painful. He even doubted whether Pangu was still repeating the dream of creating the world in chaos. That's right. Yuxian suddenly remembered that he still had a lot of silver in his storage ring. So he took out a piece of silver, opened his mouth, and sucked the silver into his body, like sucking soy milk. Qingyao always felt a sense of unreality when watching Yuxian's actions. What kind of vampire is this, basking in the sun and eating silver? The picture is too incongruous. By the way, how old are you? Qingyao looked at Yuxian and said with an idea in mind. Yuxian replied, 17 years old. How about you? I'm 24 years old. By the way, for a vampire who is being embraced for the first time, it seems that their body will be frozen at the moment of the first embrace. Doesn't that mean you will always be 17 years old? Bluebird suddenly asked after answering. In fact, the bodies of newly embraced and wild vampires will be frozen at the age when they were transformed. Yuxian nodded and smiled. That's true. So no matter how many years have passed, no matter who asks me, I will always be 17 years old. Qingyao immediately showed a doubtful expression. Was Yuxian's answer just now true or false? At this moment, Yuxian was suddenly stunned and thought of a very important question. He looked at Bluebird and asked, Bluebird, it seems that a live-born vampire will grow up, right? Indeed, although vampires have a low reproductive capacity, there are still some natural vampires. They are babies when they are born, but they can't be babies forever. It seems that they will stop growing when they reach a certain age. Bluebird nodded. After listening to this, Yuxian naturally imagined himself as he is now, while Nora has become a tall and mature older sister. The two of them standing together look like siblings, or even mother and son. I wonder what Nora will look like when she grows up. Will you stay like you are now? While he was daydreaming, the panga heart in his body beat slightly. He dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind, covered his chest with his hands, and thought expectantly. I should be able to awaken the first Pangu's magical power tomorrow. The best thing is to hit the target with one shot and directly draw Pangu's immortal magical power. Of course, if he couldn't hit the target with one shot, he could still accept Pangu's great power. All right, if it weren't for Pangu's great power, he would have thought that Pangu's power to split the sky was pretty good. As he imagined the future, in a cave deep in the mountains, Zhou Tai's several personalities, controlling different bodies, were sitting together, discussing with serious expressions. It looks like we are surrounded, Zhou Tai number 2 said. Zhou Tai, the third one, said seriously, this is indeed troublesome. The other party may have guessed our weakness. Then kill them all, kill them all. Number 5 Zhou Tai stood up excitedly and said murderously. Number 2 Zhou Tai frowned and said, the most urgent thing is to find a way to send the main body out. As long as the main body is not dead, we will not die. Although the boss was replaced by the alien worm, their existence is derived from the boss's illness, so they actually have a root, which is the alien worm version of the boss. Once this alien worm is killed, they will all die. Of course, they would not tell Chun Song about such a big weakness, and they had never even spoken about it in the past. Zhou Tai and the others couldn't understand how humans knew this. 038 Ancient Sages Meeting. Ding dong. Suddenly, a golden metal bead fell out of nowhere in the cave. Zhou Tai number 2 immediately stood up and took a defensive posture. The other Zhou Tais stood in front of Zhou Tai number 2 because the body Zhou Tai number 2 was using was the original body. The metal beads rolled on the ground, and suddenly many golden lines appeared on the surface. Then the beads opened layer by layer along the golden lines and actually formed a golden lotus. Countless golden threads spread from the lotus, dividing the entire cave into countless small grids. Good morning, everyone. At this time, a blonde foreign youth appeared behind Zhou Tai number 2, put his hand on Zhou Tai number 2's shoulder, and spoke. Number 2 Zhou Tai calmed down and said, you are not an official, right? If you think we can be of use to you, please tell us directly. We will definitely cooperate if we can. I like talking to smart people. Abe Haruaki's Golden Lotus Barrier can only last for 5 minutes, so I'll make it short. I'm Plato, the 12th seat of the ancient sages. Our goal is to become true gods, not false gods in name only. So, are you interested in joining us? Asked the blonde man. Number 2 Zhou Tai smiled and said, of course I'm interested. Life and death are not difficult to choose. Very good, then follow me, Plato said with a smile. Seeing that both parties had reached a consensus, Zhou Tai, the third one, became lively again and said with a smile, wait, the second one can go with you, but the rest of us have to stay. The game hasn't even started yet. I see. Then I'll give you a little help. It happens that China's Pangu, Niuhua, the river map, and the Luoshu, and the Xiandian Bagua are all targets of our ancient sages' society. If we can cause them a little trouble, that would not be bad. Plato looked at Zhou Tai number 3 and slowly took out a golden cup from the void. He held the cup and shook it gently. The blood in the cup emitted a faint red light. He introduced, this is the blood of the death curse. If the user drinks it willingly, he will gain extremely terrifying demonic power, but his lifespan will be shortened to only 1 day. The good news is, it only targets the body and will not cause any harm to the soul consciousness. I wonder if it is suitable for you. Zhou Tai number 3 looked at the blood in the cup and smiled excitedly. I can only say that this stuff is awesome. I like it. That's good. It's almost time. Let's drink. Plato looked at the remaining Zhou Tai and said with a smile. With so many test subjects willing to drink the blood of the death curse, he was very curious about what kind of surprise he would get next. It was totally worth taking the risk and staying a little longer. Zhou Tai number 3 took the cup, took a big sip, and then passed the cup to Zhou Tai number 4. In a blink of an eye, except for Zhou Tai number 2, who was using his real body, the other Zhou Tai personalities all drank the blood of the death curse. The reason why they believed in Plato was that they knew very well that if Plato could find them, it would not be difficult for him to kill them all. Besides, if Plato didn't take action, they would be in great danger, so there was no need to create unnecessary trouble. Snap! The body that number 3 Zhou Tai is using is formed by the alien worm parasitizing a middle-aged driver. At this time, the alien worm tears the man's skin, and the dense tentacles entangle with each other, forming a vague human shape. A large amount of red light glowed among the tentacles, and then all its tentacles merged into one. A pair of huge devil horns grew out from its head, and dense chitinous scales covered its entire body, turning it into a burly demon warrior. This feels so great. My strength, speed, and it's unbelievable. It turns out this world has this kind of layering. Zhou Tai number 3 opened his eyes that were emitting red light, observed everything in the cave, and said excitedly, his eyes are just red, and have no pupils, but he can see a more layered world and see many pictures that ordinary people cannot understand. It seems that you have acquired good abilities. Plato smiled. Number 3 Zhou looked at Plato. In his sight, there seemed to be an illusory hell behind Plato, with countless wronged souls struggling and wailing in hell. He opened his mouth to reveal densely packed, sharp teeth and smiled. It is indeed a good ability, but it is a pity, only for one day. I will continue to improve the blood of the deadly curse, and it may take more than one day in the future. Stay tuned, Plato said with a smile. At this time, several other Zhou also completed their transformations. Each of them had different forms. Some were strong, some were weak, but they all possessed some special abilities. It's almost time. Let's go, drop a drop of blood here. Plato glanced at his watch, turned around, picked up the metal lotus on the ground, and said to Zhou number 2. Zhou number 2 nodded, glanced at the other Zhou, and then walked towards Plato. After dripping blood, Plato placed the lotus on the ground and said to the others, "This lotus will replace him to be locked by the official Hichu Luoshu of China. If you don't want to die so quickly, stay away from it." Then Plato took the arm of number 2 Zhou and led him into the void. From the perspective of Zhou number 2, he only felt as if he had passed through a thin film and came to a world full of birdsong and flowers. The sky was sunny, and there was a beautiful sea of flowers all around. There were also many elves flying in the air and playing happily. "Mr. Plato, are all the members of the ancient sages as powerful as you?" asked Zhou number 2. Plato smiled and said, "Of course there are strong and weak ones, but there are only 15 who are stronger than me, and the rest may be close to me or not as strong as me. What does the ancient sage see in us?" Number 2 Zhou continued to ask. Plato replied, "In fact, you have already entered the sight of our ancient sages since your first appearance, but at that time you were not worthy of being invited. There's a saying in the ancient Eastern country that goes, 'Blessings and disasters go hand in hand.' The Silver General Arena was a wonderful performance, and it also allowed us to see your potential. So, I am here." "I see." Number 2 Zhou understood that the ancient sages society was impressed by their ability to deeply activate the extraordinary bloodlines in extraordinary creatures. This is indeed a very powerful ability. Once they activate the blood in those extraordinary creatures, the other party can collect blood and mass-produce more monsters of the same level. However, number 2 Zhou is not afraid of being used. He is more afraid that they are of no use. That would be the worst situation. If they're useful, then they are our people. No use value? Then they're most likely the guinea pigs on the experimental bench. On the other side, Zhou number 3 in the cave watched Plato and Zhou number 2 moving further and further away in hell. There were mountains of swords and seas of fire all around them, and all kinds of disgusting and horrible corpses crawling everywhere. There was even a woman who wanted to grab Zhou number 2's feet, but her arm was cut off by a knife, and she could only roll over and scream. "Plato, is that your ideal country?" Interesting, so fun, ha ha ha." Zhou number 3 watched Plato and Zhou number 2 disappear from sight, thinking silently in his heart, and then he let out a series of rough laughs. This world is really fun, and he hasn't had enough of it. 039, a shooting star. 1150. Yu Xian and Bluebird sat together in the bubble, looking at the green mountains ahead from afar. There are still 10 minutes before the action begins. Both of them are ready to fight. Now it depends on how General Zhao Yi will open the situation. "Bluebird, what are General Zhao's abilities?" Yu Xian asked curiously. Bluebird shook his head and said, "I don't know. The abilities of high-level officials above the dragon level are confidential. Even if you know, you can't tell them." Then she remembered something funny and couldn't help laughing. She looked into the distance and said, "It is said that a long time ago, the strong men of the island nation loved to show off their abilities during battles and even tried to explain the principles of their abilities to their opponents. As a result, they were later specifically targeted for research by various countries, and a large number of extraordinary men died. Only then did they learn their lesson and dare not easily disclose their intelligence." Yu Xian looked strange after hearing this, and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. This is indeed a bit funny. As the two chatted and laughed, the time finally came to 12 o'clock. Suddenly, both of them found that there was an extra person in the sky. The other person was standing at a higher altitude. His body was not very big, but he exuded some kind of indescribable aura. It's finally started. Bluebird muttered to himself as he looked at the tall figure. Yuxian looked up and asked, "Is he General Zhao?" "Well, watch carefully. The following scene is rare." Bluebird nodded and then said seriously. In the distant sky, Zhao Yi stood on an atom, quietly looking at the mountains below. His ability was very special, called reference between the micro and macro. Just as he can step on an atom, he can make something small have the qualities of a large thing, and something large have the qualities of a small thing. Essentially, he cannot make objects bigger or smaller, but he can actually give objects the qualities of being relatively large or relatively small. A shooting star. He flicked it lightly, and a speck of dust in the air fell to the ground. The moment the dust settled, the whole world seemed to lose its sound. The earth collapsed layer by layer, followed by a terrifying white light, and a shock wave erupted. The scene looks like a huge meteorite hitting the earth. The surrounding mountains were reduced to ashes, and countless creatures turned into smoke in the light, leaving only dark shadows. The mushroom cloud slowly rose up. Not long after Yuxian saw the light, he felt a gust of wind blowing, and slight ripples appeared on the energy membrane of the bubble. They were actually very far away, but they were able to see General Zhao only because both of them had incredibly strong eyesight. After the first wave of impact ended, the second and third waves of impact came one after another. In just half an hour, the terrain within the entire blockade area changed fundamentally. Billowing black smoke rose into the sky. The earth was in a mess. The uneven ground was full of boiling magma. There is no doubt that after the magma cools down and there is a heavy rain, a huge lake will be formed here. Although Yuxian was mentally prepared, he was still stunned by the exaggerated scene before him. He didn't even see how Zhao Yi attacked, and had no idea of General Zhao Yi's abilities. Judging from the degree of the depression in the ground, something should have hit the ground, but he found nothing. What exactly is that ability? Yuxian was very sure that there was no way to deal with this ability except relying on defense to resist it, as he couldn't even detect the attack trajectory. In other words, facing a strong man like Zhao Yi, he has absolutely no chance of winning. Is this the dragon rank? Yuxian looked at the scene in front of him and muttered to himself. The blue bird next to him came to his senses and said, "No, General Zhao, he did not use his full strength. After all, this is our home, and he actually couldn't bear to cause too much damage." "How do you know?" Yuxian asked curiously. Bluebird smiled and said, "It's confidential." "Okay, we should get started." Below, many wild animals were fleeing frantically. They were not within Zhao Yi's attack range, so they survived. However, after being frightened, they began to flee instinctively. Unfortunately, this operation cannot leave any survivors, so they're doomed to have no chance of survival. "Let me do it. I just happened to have a little idea," Yuxian said to Bluebird as he looked at the wild animals running towards them over the hill. He stretched his hand out of the bubble, and then many tiny bubbles kept popping out from his fingertips. These bubbles were colorful and very beautiful. Under the sunlight, they looked like a dream. After creating a large number of bubbles, he controlled all the bubbles to move quickly towards the ground. On the ground, wild boars, leopards, wolves, snakes, tigers, squirrels, deer, pheasants, bison, mice, all kinds of animals were fleeing frantically, and predators and prey were even running side by side. Suddenly, a large number of bubbles fell from the sky and stopped in front of the animals. Many animals fell to the ground before they even realized what was happening, and were trampled to death by other animals. Yuxian fixed most of the bubbles on the paths that animals must take when escaping. The principle is the same as that of a motorcycle driver who drives too fast and encounters a steel wire rope and gets his neck cut. The animals that fell down actually bumped into the bubbles themselves. Because the bubble is fixed at that spatial coordinate, as long as the energy membrane of the bubble is not strong enough, colliding with it will almost certainly lead to death. However, there were some smaller animals that did not collide with these bubbles, so Yuxian controlled a bubble to continuously shuttle through these animals. Rats, snakes, and squirrels all fell down one after another, with small bloody holes pierced through their bodies, as if they had been hit by a bullet. "Xinyu, your ability is too terrifying." Bluebird couldn't help but sigh as he watched hundreds of wild beasts below disappear in just a few seconds. She simulated the scene of herself fighting with Yuxian in her mind, and finally discovered in despair that even if she used all her means, she would probably not be Yuxian's opponent. These space bubbles are enough to make Yu Xian invincible when fighting with her. Of course, the main reason is that her attack is far from reaching the eagle level. If it reaches the eagle level, she might have a chance to fight with Yu Xian. Below eagle level, unless one possesses top-level abilities like Pangu's Hercules power, fighting with Yu Xian would be tantamount to seeking death. After listening to Qing Niao's words, Yu Xian looked at the huge pit in the distance and said modestly, "It's not bad. Compared with General Zhao Yi's ability, my ability is nothing." Bluebird rolled his eyes at Yu Xian. He didn't think Yu Xian was being humble, but just thought he was being Versailles. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted not far away, and the two looked in the direction where the sound came from. Their teammates fighting. Qing Yao's eyesight was better than Yu Xian's. He immediately saw a burly, ferocious, red-skinned monster chasing and beating two team members. However, those two team members were not members of the Zhuxi team, but should be from other teams. 040, the untruth. Before the two men could decide whether to go for support, the arm of one of the young men in the distance was cut off by the monster's sharp claws. "No, you stay here. I'll go for support." When Bluebird saw this scene, her face changed slightly, and she immediately said to Yu Xian. The next second, she turned into a bluebird and flew out of the bubble. After number 5 Zhoutai took the blood of the death curse, the ability he gained was simple and brutal. That is, an extremely strong body, and his whole body was covered with bone blades suitable for killing. "Is this all you have got? You are so weak and overconfident. Who gave you the courage to seek death?" Number 5 Zhoutai caught up with a dodging young man, opened his huge mouth and roared, then tried to bite the man's head from top to bottom in one bite. Boom! But just as he opened his mouth to bite, the bluebird flew over quickly. She used her beak to hit number 5 Zhoutai's cheek hard, causing a terrifying explosion sound. Number 5 Zhoutai had a very strong defense. Ripples appeared on his cheeks, but his defense was not broken. He only paused for a moment. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he immediately grabbed the man's shoulders and threw him towards the bluebird. Bluebird originally wanted to punch through number 5 Zhoutai's head with one blow. However, she didn't expect that number 5 Zhoutai's head was so hard. When she couldn't penetrate it, she could only use the reaction force generated by the collision to turn back and prepare to launch another attack after making a circle. But one wrong move, and the whole game is lost. Bluebird didn't expect that number 5 Zhoutai would react so quickly. She had just flown less than 5 meters when she was hit on the back by the man thrown by number 5 Zhoutai. The main thing is that her fastest speed is indeed 10 times the speed of sound. But after she attacked number 5 Zhoutai, her speed slowed down instantly, and she also needed to accelerate when turning back. And now that she was hit by the man, her body froze. "All of you die." Number 5 Zhoutai did not give Bluebird any chance to breathe. While Bluebird was slowing down, he kicked his legs and slashed at the two men with the sharp bone blade. It was obvious that he was planning to kill the man and the Bluebird together. Finished. Bluebird turned his head and looked at the bone blade coming at him, and his heart suddenly sank. She didn't expect that although number 5 Zhoutai's behavior seemed crazy and reckless, he was actually very meticulous and forced her into a desperate situation with just one move. At the critical moment, 2 bubbles passed over number 5 Zhoutai and directly wrapped up the bluebird and the man. Number 5 Zhoutai's bone blade slashed on the surface of the bubbles, and a large number of ripples appeared immediately. He wanted to continue attacking, but the 2 bubbles quickly took off into the air. Without the ability to fly, he could only watch the bubbles fly away. Save! The bluebird turned back into human form, looked at number 5 Zhoutai below, and breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment just now, she really thought she was dead. Number 5 Zhoutai's strength was probably at the upper snake level, much stronger than her. "Bluebird, are you okay?" In the air, Yu Xian floated over in a bubble and asked while looking at the bluebird in the bubble next to him. Bluebird shook his head and said, "It's okay. Thank you, otherwise this time." "Okay, we are comrades in arms, so there's no need to be polite. I'll go meet him next." Yu Xian interrupted, then looked at number 5 Zhoutai. On the ground, number 5 Zhoutai roared, turned around, and prepared to kill another team member, but found that the man whose arm he had cut off was also rescued. "Ah, who is it? Who is it? Come out!" He roared angrily, and then was hit by a sudden bubble, which pushed him into the rocky mountain. Yu Xian fell from the sky, controlling the bubbles like a wrecking ball to demolish a house, and continuously smash them at number 5 Zhoutai. It must be said that number 5 Zhou Tai's body was terribly hard, and the rocky mountain was dented by several meters, but he was still not seriously injured. However, Yu Xian then created another bubble and controlled the two bubbles to collide and turn in a V shape. Gradually, the bone blades on number 5 Zhou Tai's body broke, and his body began to deform severely. Even steel cannot withstand repeated beatings, let alone flesh and blood. A few minutes later, Zhou Tai number 5 was no longer in human form. After making sure that Zhou Tai number 5 was no longer able to resist, he stepped forward and asked, "Which Zhou Tai are you?" "Kill you. I will kill you." Number 5 Zhou Tai muttered weakly. Yu Xian nodded and said calmly, "I see. It turned out to be number 5 Zhou Tai." After saying that, he imprisoned number 5 Zhou Tai with bubbles and prepared to turn around and ask the captain how to deal with this thing, etc. Yu Xian turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly realized something belatedly. Although number 5 Zhou Tai is not too strong for him, in fact, for many people, it is already a monster level. In fact, the combat capability of Zhou Tai number 5 is even higher than that of the previous giant ape. If other Zhou Tais were still alive, it would be possible for them to break through successfully. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, he quickly took out his mobile phone to contact Jin Sheng and conveyed the matter to the other party. Jin Sheng then responded immediately and ordered Qing Yao to patrol the surroundings. Once Zhou Tai was found, he immediately notified everyone around and asked everyone to provide as much support as possible. Both Yu Xian and Jin Sheng mistakenly believed that Zhou Tai's sudden strengthening was due to the changes that occurred after they mastered the ability to tap the blood of extraordinary creatures. While Jin Sheng was adjusting his strategy, on a mountain peak in a marginal area, number 3 Zhou Tai was squatting in the shadow of a boulder, looking at Yu Xian in the distance. Because of Plato's reminder, of course they stayed as far away from the metal lotus as possible. So Zhao Yi's attack actually only destroyed the metal lotus and a large number of alien insects that could not escape, and several Zhou Tais all escaped. "Brother Yu Xian, what kind of monster are you?" From the perspective of Zhou Tai number 3, Yu Xian was like a bloodthirsty beast, devouring everything madly. Originally, number 3 Zhou Tai thought that Plato's truth was terrifying enough, but now seeing Yu Xian's truth, he felt that Yu Xian was even more terrifying. It was a beast whose shape was difficult to describe, and its body was made up of countless whirlpools. It seemed that anything that approached would be sucked into it. What's even more terrifying is that it is eating all the time. Its body is like a bottomless pit, and there is no telling how much food it needs to eat to fill it up. However, it is more interesting to have a challenging opponent. Number 3 Zhou Tai was eager to try. Even if he did nothing, this body would die in a day anyway, so he might as well have a good time and see how strong Yu Xian had become. He quickly jumped down from the mountain peak, jumping from one mountain to another, approaching Yu Xian at an extremely fast speed. After reporting the situation, Yu Xian did not sit idle, but continued to kill more beasts. The place where they were on standby was actually one of the few ways for animals to go down mountain. The rest of the places were either cliffs or thorny wildernesses, and any animal that went in would be dead. "Little brother, I'm here to play with you again." Suddenly, a wild buffalo flew into the air in the distance and smashed directly towards Yu Xian. At the same time, the voice of number 3 Zhou Tai sounded. Yu Xian was sitting in the bubble. When he saw the bison coming towards him, he immediately controlled the bubble to change its properties, from being hard to being elastic. At the same time, the bubble also expanded from a diameter of 2 meters to a diameter of 5 meters. The bison hit the bubble and was bounced back the next second. "Are you the Zhou Tai from school before?" Number 3, Yu Xian looked at Zhou Tai number 3, who caught the bison and quickly jumped out of the herd, and asked. Number 3 Zhou Tai opened his mouth and took a heavy bite on the struggling bison. With his mouth full of blood, he smiled and said, "It seems that you have investigated it very clearly." "Yes, I am number 3. You can call me Xiao San San." After saying that, he suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a ball of bison flesh and blood that attacked Yu Xian like a cannonball. However, his attack was still easily blocked by the bubbles, and even the flesh and blood bounced back. He could only slightly sideways to avoid it. "Where are the remaining Zhou Tais?" Yu Xian looked around and continued to ask. Zhou Tai number 3's mood changes very quickly. At this time, he said unhappily, "Little brother, you're obviously playing with me now. Why are you always thinking about other people?" "Okay, Then I'll deal with you first, and then look for other Zhoutai, Yu Xian said calmly. In an instant, dense bubbles gathered from all directions, and then shot towards number 3 Zhoutai like dense bullets. After his mutated blood was endowed with the exclusive skill of bubbles, Yu Xian's fighting style had changed from a melee fighter to a noble wizard. In many cases, he could easily defeat the enemy without even having to take action. Number 3 Zhoutai had very fast dynamic vision and reaction speed. He quickly retreated, created some distance, and then jumped left and right, constantly avoiding the attacking bubbles. These bubbles appear hollow and give people a light feeling, but their movement speed and attack power are unexpectedly strong. He avoided the bubbles' attack, and the surrounding grass, trees, and rocks were destroyed. The rocks were instantly shattered into pieces by the bubbles, and the flowers and plants looked like they had been bitten by a large number of insects, with semicircular or circular notches all over the leaves. Compared to when he was in school, Yu Xian is much stronger now. This speed of becoming stronger is amazing. 041 Devil's Eye. So strong. When number 3 Zhoutai was shocked at how fast Yu Xian became stronger, Yu Xian was also shocked at the growth speed of number 3 Zhoutai. If number 3 Zhoutai was still as strong as when they met in school, he would be fully capable of dealing with number 3 Zhoutai within a few seconds. But now, no matter how he attacked, number 3 Zhoutai seemed to have foresight and easily avoided it. Compared to Zhoutai number 5, Zhoutai number 3 is obviously much more difficult to deal with. Little brother, eat my tree. Number 3 Zhoutai jumped from the ground to a tree, and then from one tree to another. He suddenly turned around and kicked the tree trunk in half, then kicked the upper half of the tree towards Yu Xian with his other foot. Good opportunity. Yu Xian's eyes lit up. He let the big tree hit the bubble that was protecting him, and immediately controlled the bubble to hit Zhoutai number 3, who was in the air with nowhere to gain support. A play. Number 3 Zhoutai's eyes trembled, and he stepped on a bubble. With the help of the elasticity of the bubble, he quickly avoided the other bubbles, and his body instantly passed through them and landed on a tree on the other side. He can see through the properties of bubbles. Yu Xian frowned slightly. He didn't expect that his little trick gave number 3 Zhoutai an opportunity. In fact, not all the bubbles he created were hard bubbles. Among a large number of bubbles, there were sticky bubbles, elastic bubbles, and even corrosive bubbles. Originally, Yu Xian wanted to use the special nature of these bubbles to give number 3 Zhoutai a little surprise, but number 3 Zhoutai saw through it. You can even accurately find the elastic bubbles among these bubbles and use them. So that's how I use my eyes. Number 3 Zhoutai stood on the tree branch. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up, and he was so happy that he almost forgot himself. In his eyes, every bubble is different. Some bubbles emit a foul smell, some bubbles vibrate constantly, and some bubbles are sticky. He kicked the tree down, just now, not to attack Yu Xian, but to quietly use leaves and wood chips to conduct experiments and figure out the effects of different bubbles. Smelly bubbles are corrosive, sticky bubbles are extremely sticky, and once you get stuck, you're done for, while vibrating bubbles are elastic. I see it all clearly. Devil's Eye. This is the demonic power he was given. This is an ability with strong malice that will distort the world in the user's eyes into an absurd appearance. But while distorting the world seen by the devils, I will also reveal some real information that is invisible under normal circumstances. This is what is called the untruth. For example, the monster that number 3 Zhoutai saw on Yu Xian was false. But it was true that Yu Xian was eating all the time. Plato's ideal country was like hell, which was false. But it was true that the ideal country was born in a sea of blood and corpses. How to distinguish true from false depends entirely on the wisdom of the devil's eye user. Apparently, Zhoutai number 3 has now begun to adapt to the demon eye and is finding real and useful information from countless unreal images. I saw it all. Number 3 Zhoutai twisted his waist to avoid Bubble's attack, and the corners of his mouth cracked, revealing a smile full of fangs. He suddenly turned his body and punched a bubble. Then he raised his legs to avoid the attack of many bubbles. While leaning back, he kicked the bubble that he had just punched. Spin, attack, dodge, spin again, and attack again. It was just a very slight movement, but it was able to effectively avoid Yu Xian's attack. Finally, in the intensive counterattack, one of Yu Xian's bubbles was burst by a punch from number 3 Zhoutai. The whole process is actually very fast, only 1 or 2 seconds. In Yu Xian's eyes, Number 3 Zhou Tai was just spinning his body at high speed, but he strangely avoided his attacks and even made a series of counterattacks with Dong Dong Dong. A bubble was burst by number 3 Zhou Tai. Little brother, the next step is to change the attack and defense. Suddenly, Zhou Tai number 3 shuttled out of the bubbles, and the scales on his body made strange sounds. Boom! Before Yu Xian could react, number 3 Zhou Tai suddenly came towards him and punched the bubble that was protecting him, causing ripples to appear on the entire bubble. Yu Xian realized it later, and his pupils contracted violently. The feeling of being chased by number 3 Zhou Tai at school came back to him. His brain was working at high speed, and his eyes fell on one of the bubbles. The bubble was sticky and had a scale on the surface. He instantly understood how Zhou Tai number 3 moved in front of him at such a high speed. Number 3 Zhou Tai first used elastic bubbles to accelerate himself, and then paid the price of a scale to use sticky bubbles to modify the angle of attack. The two combined, number 3 Zhou Tai suddenly appeared from an unexpected angle, so fast that Yu Xian couldn't react. My own offensive means were used instead. Yu Xian's mind moved, and all the sticky and elastic bubbles around him were quickly recovered, and more hard bubbles quickly chased after number 3 Zhou Tai, who was retreating after one attack. It's useless, little brother. I've seen all your tricks clearly. Number 3 Zhou Tai saw Yu Xian collecting those elastic and sticky bubbles while avoiding the attacks of many hard bubbles, and said to Yu Xian with a smile. The fact was just as he said. Yu Xian's attack no longer posed a threat to him. The hard bubbles have strong attack power, but Zhou Tai number 3 can predict the trajectories of all the hard bubbles, and can even step on one of the bubbles and let the bubble carry him moving. However, Yu Xian remained calm and continued to manipulate a large number of hard bubbles to attack from different angles, but he seemed to have run out of tricks. Boom! In order to prove that what he said was correct, number 3 Zhou Tai began a counterattack frequently while dodging, punching the bubble that was protecting Yu Xian again and again. Unfortunately, because his attack frequency was not high enough, he had no chance of breaking the bubble protecting Yu Xian. And Yu Xian obviously wouldn't give him this opportunity. Once he attacked the surrounding bubbles, they would immediately surround him. If he didn't run, he would die. Running would mean failure. The two sides were in a stalemate, and it seemed like neither could do anything to the other. Number 3 Zhou Tai has already adapted to the rhythm of being attacked by a large number of hard bubbles. He slid away to avoid dozens of bubbles shot from different angles, exerted force on his feet, jumped up, stepped on several hard bubbles, and instantly bounced in front of Yu Xian, punching the bubbles. Although he couldn't break the bubble, it was just a game. His ability to fight back meant he hadn't lost yet. However, just as he threw this punch, Yu Xian opened both his hands at the same time, and countless silver threads shot out from his fingertips in an instant. The distance between the two was now too close, less than 30 centimeters. Number 3 Zhou Tai's eyes trembled, and his scarlet eyes seemed to see the god of death waving a scythe at him. In an instant, his body was tied up by silver wires like a mummy. If there were only 1 or 2 silver wires, he might have been able to break free, but now his body was so densely packed with silver wires that he could only twist his body like a worm. What? Have you forgotten that I have this ability? Yu Xian looked at number 3 Zhou Tai and asked with a smile. After realizing that Bubble could not do anything to Zhou Tai number 3, he came up with this plan. As long as Zhou Tai number 3 got carried away, he would have a 90% chance of capturing this guy alive. Obviously, he won this battle. 042 killed. Let me explain this on 2 sides. While Yu Xian was fighting with Zhou Tai number 3, the other Zhou Tais also attacked one by one. After drinking the blood of the death curse, number 4 Zhou Tai turned into a half-human, half-spider form, with his hands turned into scissors and his 6 legs giving him powerful mobility. He weaved a web in a forest and decided to take the initiative before the prey came to him. He left the spider web he had woven and crossed a grove of woods. Suddenly, he saw a little girl with bright eyes and white teeth squatting on the ground, roasting chicken wings in front of the stream at the foot of the mountain. What a beautiful human skin. Number 4 Zhou Tai looked at the little girl. His whole face was distorted, and the 6 eyes on his face showed obsession. In his mind, there was already a scene of himself dancing a duet with this piece of human skin, and even a scene of himself wearing this piece of human skin and admiring himself in front of the mirror. Beside the stream, Gongqian swallowed and slowly turned the branch. The golden fat on the surface of the chicken wings exuded an enchanting aroma. Just a little bit more to eat. Gong Qian closed her eyes and murmured devoutly, I want to thank Brother Chicken for his selfless dedication, thank nature for the gift, and thank myself for practicing barbecue skills. Now I'm going to start eating. She opened her bloody mouth, but before she could put the grilled chicken wings into her mouth, someone suddenly attacked her on the back of the head. The air suddenly became quiet. Number 4 Zhou Tai stared at his hands with wide eyes. His hands had clearly turned into extremely sharp and hard scissors, but when he cut the little girl's head, he didn't even cut a single hair. How is that possible? Number 4 Zhou Tai's face was distorted. He used all his strength to try to crush Gong Qian's head, but found that he was totally unable to do it. This head is terribly hard. It's almost a diamond head. No, it's harder than diamond. It should be a super alloy head. Asshole, stop disturbing me while I'm eating grilled chicken wings. Gong Qian began to bare her teeth. Veins bulged on her forehead, and she turned around and punched him. Boom! Before number 4 Zhou Tai could react, Gong Qian's punch blew his body apart. A large amount of mucus and debris were blown away by the wind from the punch and finally scattered all over the ground. Hateful! Gong Qian cursed, squatted down, and looked back at the grilled chicken wings, ready to savor her masterpiece. She opened her mouth and was about to take a bite of the chicken wing, but she heard the sound of running in the distance. The next moment she sighed and slowly stood up. Captain, help! A brown-haired girl with tears in her eyes ran out of the woods in panic and quickly came towards Gong Qian. Then a black tiger about the size of an elephant chased out of the forest. This black tiger had nothing to do with Zhou Tai and the others. It just ran all the way here after being affected. After meeting the brown-haired girl, it became nervous and attacked the brown-haired girl directly. At this time, the black tiger was only a few hundred meters away from the brown-haired girl, and with its speed it could catch up with her in just a few steps. The brown-haired girl looked at Gong Qian as if they would be separated from each other in the next second. Court death. Gong Qian suddenly appeared in front of He Hu and smashed most of He Hu's face with a slap. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely brutal. Boom! The black tiger that had lost most of its head fell down with a bang. Gong Qian turned around and was hugged by the brown-haired girl. The girl cried, Captain, I thought I would never see you again. I was scared to death. She was 1.7 meters tall, and Gong Qian was 1.46 meters tall. She held Gong Qian like a mother holding her child. She was obviously very scared the moment before, but at this moment, a little man in her heart raised his scissors hands and jumped for joy. It seemed to be saying, Great, I got the captain. Gong Qian was helpless as she was being held. She wanted to struggle, but was afraid of hurting the other person, so she could only sigh and say, It looks like there are a lot of oversized creatures. Come on, let's go and stretch our muscles. Yes, Captain. The brown-haired girl tactfully let go of his hand and responded with a smile. Although Gong Qian is only at eagle level, she is a supermodel and it makes you feel safe to be around her. Among all the young talents at Qilin headquarters, Gong Qian ranks number 1, with the code name Number 1. Anyone who knows of her existence understands that she is a true monster, because she is the only one who obtained Pangu's supernatural powers after taking Pangu's blood. At the bird level, she has a strength of 100 tons. Serpent level, she has 1,000 tons of strength. Now she has reached eagle level and possesses a strength of tens of thousands of tons. Most carbon-based creatures in this world could not withstand her full-strength punch, and most attacks could not leave any marks on her delicate skin. On the other side, number 6 Zhou Tai was staring at a man and a woman at the foot of the mountain. After drinking the blood of the death curse, number 6 Zhou Tai's body became thinner, and he grew a tail that could be freely retracted. The demonic power he gained was invisibility. This is a very advanced form of stealth. After using the ability, the body's shape, smell, light, shadow, movement, and sound are completely blocked, and no trace will be left when stepping on the ground. Number 6 Zhou Tai was very satisfied with his abilities. Now, as long as he didn't take the initiative to attack, no one could detect his existence. Unfortunately, this body is destined to live only one day. In order to thank humans for their tireless pursuit, number 6 Zhou Tai decided to give everyone a surprise, such as killing all the weak ones here. He walked down the mountain silently, his long tail extending over the heads of the man and woman. The end of his tail has a dagger-like structure, which is not only hard and sharp, but also coated with a deadly poison. As long as it hits the target, even if it cannot kill the opponent with one blow, It can quickly make the opponent lose its combat ability. At this time, he controlled his tail and stabbed the woman's crown. Bite! The woman was hit by the tail, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. Then the woman's figure became illusory, like a puff of smoke shrinking into a sharp sword. Long sword moi. The man then held the sword, drew the sword, thrust the sword out, and put the sword away. Countless tiny bloodstains instantly appeared on number 6, Zhou Tai's body. He looked at the man in disbelief. The man's aura was obviously very weak, and the woman was also weak, so why? Was she suddenly so strong? Unfortunately, the man obviously wouldn't explain anything to him, so he could only fall down with endless confusion. At this time, the sword turned back into the appearance of a woman. The two of them walked to the body of number 6, Zhou Tai, with their mobile phones, took pictures, and then uploaded them. Codename Ganjiang. Codename Mo Xie. Kill a target that looks like Zhou Tai. Codename number 1. Kill one target suspected to be Zhou Tai, and kill one suspected snake-level extraordinary creature. Codename Salted Fish. Capture Zhou Tai number 3. Capture Zhou Tai number 5. Codenamed Lion Light. Killed number 7 Zhou Tai, and killed a large number of extraordinary beasts. Yu Xian returned to his original position, holding his mobile phone in his hand, looking at the messages that kept refreshing on his phone, and always felt that something was wrong. He clicked on each message, opened the photos one by one, and then frowned slightly. His senses were very sharp now. The Zhou Tai in these photos did not give him the same feeling as the Zhou Tai he met in the arena before. What's Zhou Tai's number? Could there be some personality that has not been discovered yet? 043 Demos. Deep in a mountain, inside a cave. Number 9 Zhou Tai is drawing a formation, and the demonic power he obtained is used to summon demons. Although he was not very satisfied with his ability, it was only a one-time ability after all, and would be gone after today, so he didn't care much about it. Third brother, let me go right now. I didn't agree to cooperate with you. If you dare to use me as a sacrifice, the others will never let you go. Zhou Tai number 8 was pressed against the formation by Zhou Tai number 9 with a huge rock, and he kept threatening and tempting him. I don't know if it's the personality that determines the direction of the mutation. Because number 8 Zhou Tai likes to lie, he didn't become stronger after the mutation. Instead, his body became weak. The only demonic power he has is his big mouth. His mouth becomes a trumpet-like shape that allows him to make loud noises. Shut up. If you don't want to be a sacrifice, change your body. I want this body. Number 9 Zhou Tai said domineeringly. He was born to be particularly domineering. Since the eldest child was unshakable and the second child sounded like a pendant, he decided to occupy the position of the third child. Fortunately, the third brother was also a man who knew the times and took the initiative to give up his position. Otherwise, he would definitely fight with the third brother. After drawing the formation to summon the devil, he cut his wrist and let the blood drip onto the formation. Gradually, the formation was filled with blood and emitted a red light. Old 9, remember this. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel down and beg me. Number 8 Zhou Tai roared in anger when he saw that the formation had been activated. Then he quickly withdrew his consciousness and returned his body to the original alien insect. Number 9 Zhou Tai curled his lips and didn't take the threat from number 8 Zhou Tai seriously at all. Besides, he was number 3 Zhou Tai, and he even called his name wrong. So who was he threatening? At this time, the red light of the formation enveloped the entire cave, and then number 8 Zhou Tai's body quickly shrank, and a huge arm stretched out from the formation, and with a light slap, the rock pressing on number 8 Zhou Tai was knocked away. Then it gradually expanded the cracks in the formation to let its head stick out. Tell me your wish, bug. It looked at number 9 Zhou Tai and spoke a language that number 9 Zhou Tai had never heard of but could understand the meaning. Number 9 Zhou Tai smiled and said, "My wish is very simple, to kill everyone here. Anyone you see can be killed. It's a reasonable request. I agree to it. Call me by my name. My name is Demos." The devil showed a fong-filled smile and said to Zhou Tai number 9, "If the request is unreasonable or Demos is not interested, then it will not tell Zhou Tai number 9 its own name, which means that this summoning of the demon will not only lose the sacrifice, but also accomplish nothing. Now that Demos has told number 9 Zhou Tai's name, it means the deal is done. Come out, Demos." Number 9 Zhou Tai smiled and immediately shouted loudly. The space crack in the middle of the formation became bigger and bigger, and Demo's terrifying body slowly emerged from the crack. The ceiling of the cave was directly blown up by Demo's head, and even the whole mountain was quickly knocked open by Demo's body. Demo's head is like a combination of a baboon and a crocodile. His body is similar to that of an orangutan. He has bat wings on his back, and his tail is that of a cobra. It was very large in size. After coming out, it first let out a long roar, and then held number 9 Zhou Tai in one hand. You and I will stay until the end and kill you. Demos looked at number 9 Zhou Tai and said with a smile. Number 9, Zhou Tai didn't care at all. He also smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, but now I want to see a river of blood. I hope you can kill as much as you can." When Demos came out of the formation, each team immediately sounded the alarm in the liaison group because Demos was so huge, more majestic than a mountain, and everyone could see its existence from afar. Jin Sheng was very close to Demos, only 3 mountains away. He held his phone and sent a message while observing Demos. His eyes were solemn as he asked, "Tiger level? Dragon level? Evacuate. The situation has changed significantly. All members below the snake level must evacuate as soon as possible." Bluebird flew quickly over the mountains and shouted immediately when he encountered members of various teams. Many people packed up their belongings and began to evacuate the blockade area. Yuxian sat on a bubble, looking at Demos who was emitting a terrifying aura in the distance, and asked in surprise, "Which Zhou Tai is he?" "Haha, he is the real number 3 Zhou Tai. I am actually number 9 Zhou Tai. You didn't expect that, did you?" Number 3 Zhou Tai immediately burst into laughter. The reason why Yuxian opened his mouth and let him speak was because Yuxian discovered that number 3 Zhou Taijin was a big mouth. This guy seemed unable to keep secrets and dared to tell everything. Zhou Tai number 3? Zhou Tai number 9? He inexplicably thought of the giant ape he had fought before. Could be that Zhou Tai? This is too much. Originally, Yuxian felt that the speed at which he was getting stronger was already exaggerated, but now he felt that he could actually improve a little bit more. It's decided. From now on, he will fly up to the sky to bask in the sun. At this moment, Demos suddenly exerted force with his legs, and his body jumped high into the air in an instant. Then he opened his mouth, and a red light bullet quickly condensed in his mouth, emitting a light brighter than the sun. Not good. When Yuxian saw this scene, he immediately controlled the bubbles to retreat quickly. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and released a large number of bubbles continuously. His bubbles could probably withstand 5 times the speed of sound. At this time, he pushed his speed to the extreme. Many team members who had not had time to evacuate were instantly wrapped in the bubbles and then taken away by the bubbles. At first, some people didn't react and thought they were attacked. When they found that the bubble was far away from the center area, they realized that it was a friendly force. Boom! The red light bullet condensed at an extremely fast speed and fell at an equally astonishing speed. In an instant, a red beam of light shot up from the ground, and then more and more beams of light shot out from the ground. This was completely different from the explosion Yuxian had imagined, but the power was equally terrifying. Every time a beam of light appeared, the terrifying high temperature and shock waves caused huge damage to the surroundings. Some people who Yuxian did not have time to protect or who did not react in time were instantly reduced to ashes. You bustot. At this moment, a petite figure flew quickly towards Demos from a mountain and then punched Demos in the face. Boom! The flesh on Demos' cheeks trembled wildly and his eyes kept rolling up. But the next moment it gritted its teeth and shook its whole body, actually resisting the girl's attack. Then it whipped the girl with its tail, and the girl flew backwards instantly, crashing into 3 mountains in succession before stopping. Lion's glory! Then a lion's roar was heard, and a golden lion made entirely of energy appeared, its mane emitting a scorching light like the sun. Boom! The golden lion collided with Demos, and the terrifying vibrations blew away everything around them. The next second, Demos roared, lifted the golden lion with both hands, and threw it hard. The golden lion flew out and hit the ground heavily. Golden light burst, revealing Jin Sheng's figure. Jin Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and the light in his pupils suddenly dimmed. 044 save people. Bug, I'll crush you to death. Demos took advantage of the victory, leaped up with his huge body, and punched Jin Sheng on the ground with his right fist. In a flash, a sword light flashed along the ground, and Demos punched the open space, hammering a huge hole in the ground. Demos immediately looked to his left and saw Jiang holding Moi with one hand and supporting Jinsheng with the other, and was retreating quickly. "You little bug, you're looking for death." Demos grabbed the ground with his right hand, and a large amount of soil instantly turned into hard rock. Then he raised his hand and threw the huge rock in the direction of the three people. Jiang, who was fleeing quickly, was shrouded by a huge shadow the next second. He looked up and saw rocks falling from the sky. Long sword Moi. He didn't care about anything else. Let go of Jinsheng and was carried up by the sword, slashing the rock with the sword. So hard. This is not an ordinary rock, but a rock with some kind of magic attached to it. Jiang swung his sword, and his body immediately rotated. When he was on top and Moi was below, he instantly turned into a broadsword. Moi, on the other hand, turned from a sword into a person. She held the broadsword and Jiang slashed the rock. A sword mark appeared on the rock, but was obviously far from enough. In an instant, Jiang and Moi began to spin as fast as fan blades, sometimes above and sometimes below, and the two swords kept rotating and changing. Sometimes Jiang was holding Moi, which had turned into a long sword, and sometimes Moi was holding Jiang, which had turned into a broadsword. When the rock hit the ground, countless cracks appeared on the rock, and once it touched the ground it broke into countless tiny cubes and scattered. Jiang and Moi fell to the ground at the same time, both panting. Before they could relax, Demos appeared in front of them, looking down at them with his fists clenched. Jiang, Moi, life and death follow each other. Jiang and Moi held each other's hands and swung them at the same time. In an instant, the two of them turned into long swords and broadswords and shot them towards Demos. The two swords collided with Demos' fists, and in an instant, the two swords flew backwards and the sword bodies were all cracked. The two swords turned into human shapes and fell to the ground, both spurting out blood. Demos was too strong, and both were seriously injured with just a slight collision. "Quick, kill them all." Number 9 Zhou Tai shouted excitedly when he saw this scene. Demos did not care about what Number 9 Zhou Tai said. Compared with Jiang and Moi, he disliked Jinsheng more because the light emitted by Jinsheng when he turned into a golden lion had a subtle restraint on him. The two are incompatible, so Jinsheng is its first target. It looked at Jinsheng on the ground with a ferocious smile. It felt so good to kill this potential threat that had not yet grown up. But just as it raised its hand, golden threads quickly wrapped around it, instantly fixing it in place. At the other end of these golden threads, a group of men and women in Taoist robes were making seals with their hands. Each of them had a solemn expression and gritted their teeth to persist in outputting spiritual power. Fortunately, we made it in time. "Captain Jiang, Captain Jinsheng, are you still able to move?" One of the Taoists shouted to Jinsheng and Jiang, but neither of them responded. The Taoist priest's expression suddenly became serious. This was a big trouble. They couldn't imprison Demos for long. At present, among the 4 teams participating in the operation, 2 captains were seriously injured, and 1 captain's life or death is unknown. Only the demon-killing team can continue to fight. The problem is that the demon-killing team is really good at killing and capturing demons, but they are not professionally suited to dealing with creatures like Demos that have no demonic aura. Among the 4 teams gathered this time, the evil-slaying team is good at dealing with zombies and evil spirits. Jinsheng's lion power has the ultimate restraint on this kind of creatures. It can be said that as soon as he shines, the evil spirits will be reduced to ashes. The evil-slaying squad is better at dealing with various large monsters. When facing Jiang and Moi, those gigantic creatures are often like livestock to be slaughtered and will be chopped into pieces in a few strokes. The captain of the crime-fighting team is Gong Qian. She is particularly good at dealing with all kinds of evil and criminal supernatural beings, and she can defeat a small karami with one punch. The last is the demon-killing team, which normally manages and deals with demons hidden in the city, such as fox spirits and other creatures that have cultivated from animals into humans. By the way, although Hutuer has the blood of a 9-tailed fox, she is a human being, not a real fox spirit. Snap! At this moment, Demo's body shook slightly, and many golden threads immediately cracked. "Not good, Tianxian. You should quickly take the 2 captains and Moi away from here. We may not be able to hold on for too long," said the leading Taoist priest. There are 7 people in the demon-killing team, and their code name is the Big Dipper. The captain is Tian Shu, and the rest of the team members are Tian Xian, Tianji, Tian Quan, Yuheng, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang. Captain, can you hold on? Tian Xian asked hesitantly. Now the 7 of them had to work together to barely restrain Demos' mind. Even so, Demos' body's instincts were still resisting. If she left, as long as Demos' mind worked a little, the remaining 6 people would probably be in danger. At least now, we are standing while they are lying. How can we just stand by and watch them die? Go quickly, Tianshu said with a determined and serious look. In fact, he had already prepared himself mentally. If Demos really had a chance to break free from his restraints, he would burn his essence to imprison it and would never give it any chance to attack. The monster binding rope is a dragon-level item itself, made from a large amount of precious materials. It has been invincible in the past monster-killing operations. If it weren't for the mismatch in expertise, Demos would have had to obey. Tianxian gritted her teeth and nodded, immediately stopping the supply of spiritual power. But as soon as she stopped, Demos' whole body shook, and the golden threads that made up the demon-binding rope kept bursting and breaking. The spiritual light shakes the pillar of heaven. The red dragon stirs the gate of essence. With this breath, the 5 fires burn the navel chakra. Tianshu quickly formed seals with his hands, then clapped his abdomen and muttered something. The other team members' faces changed, and Tianxian shouted with red eyes, "Brother, stop talking nonsense and carry out the mission." Tianshu's entire body burst out with a terrifying aura. Veins on his forehead bulged, and endless spiritual power formed a golden dragon that wrapped around Demos' body along the golden thread. Tianxian gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran towards Jin Sheng. 1 minute ago, after Yuxian rescued a large number of team members and placed everyone in a safe place, he pulled Zhang Shou, who had also retreated, and flew quickly towards the exploded mountains. On the front battlefield, they are definitely not qualified to get close, otherwise the slightest aftermath could kill them. But this does not mean that they can't do anything. For example, they can save people. The 2 of them rode on a bubble and landed next to the 3rd mountain that had exploded. Yuxian walked out of the bubble, moved his nose, and then controlled a large number of sticky bubbles to start moving stones. After a large amount of sticky bubbles stuck to the rocks and moved them away, a girl covered in green appeared in front of the 2. 045 First hearing of the abyss. Lao Zhang, can she be saved? Yuxian looked at the girl with her eyes closed and immediately asked Zhang Shou. This time Zhang Shou didn't dare to make any promises. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know. I'll try my best." After saying that, he summoned the healing touch to roll up the girl. When the healing touch touched the girl, it made a sizzling sound, and a large amount of white smoke came out of the healing touch. Hiss, what a horrible poison. Xinyu, you'd better stay away. Those smokes are all poisonous. Zhang Shou took a breath and quickly said to Yuxian. Yuxian nodded and stepped back, then used bubbles to protect himself. In the past, when Zhang Shou used the healing touch, even terminal illnesses could be cured easily. This was the first time he saw Zhang Shou's skill produce such an exaggerated effect, which showed that the poison in the girl's body was extremely terrifying. In the end, the healing touch was like ice placed on a red-hot iron plate, melting in just a few moments. Upon seeing this, Zhang Shou immediately gritted his teeth and continued to use the healing touch. A tentacle formed again, and he continued to summon the healing touch without stopping. In a blink of an eye, the girl's entire body was wrapped in tentacles, which looked a bit evil from the picture. Sizzle. The girl's entire body was filled with smoke, the poison fighting against the healing touch. Whenever the healing touch was dissolved, Zhang Shou would immediately activate his skill to add a tentacle. He also aged rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he looked like a middle-aged man. This poison is too horrible. He looked at the green poison on the girl's body, which was gradually fading, and said to Yuxian. Yuxian nodded in agreement. If this poison fell on him, his entire body would probably be dissolved in a liquid in an instant. But this also shows that the poison girl is very strong. Such a terrible poison did not kill her. It is hard to imagine how terrible her body is. Half a minute later, the girl slowly opened her eyes and immediately frowned when she saw the tentacles on her body. "Don't be nervous. We are members of the evil-slaying team, and we are detoxifying you." Yuxian had been looking at the girl and spoke immediately when he saw her wake up. Gong Xian suppressed her uncomfortable feeling and asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" About 5 minutes. Yu Xian replied. Gong Qian wanted to get up immediately, but Zhang Shou said, the poison in your body has not been completely eliminated yet, so be patient for a while. No, that monster is too strong. Others can't stop it. I must go back quickly. Gong Qian gritted her teeth and said firmly. She couldn't even blow up the creature with one punch, so the remaining 3 captains were definitely no match for it. She knew this very well. Where's General Zhao Yi? Zhang Shou couldn't help but ask. Gong Qian sat up and replied. General Zhao Yi was teleported here directly by the teleportation formation. He needed to guard an abyss crack, so he was teleported back after launching the attack. Abyss rift? Can't I teleport here now? Zhang Shou used his skill again, and he looked even older. Gong Qian shook her head helplessly and said, the space near the abyss rift is very chaotic. It takes more than a day to prepare for a teleportation. Otherwise, why do you think we have to delay the operation until noon? Don't we want to solve the problem earlier? Are there any other dragon-level ones that can provide support? Yu Xian asked thoughtfully. Gong Qian rolled her eyes at Yu Xian and complained. Dragon-level soldiers are not cheap. The minister needs to guard Yanjing, and the other generals need to guard the Abyss Rift. In addition, they need to deter foreign forces at the border. Even if there is support, I'm afraid it will take until tomorrow noon at the earliest. Are there any dragon-level masters among the people? Yu Xian asked. Gong Qian fell silent, and Yu Xian quickly spoke up. Now is not the time to hesitate. If there are any dragon-level experts among the people, we should call for help immediately. This place is still too close to Silver City. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be too serious. Okay, I'll try to apply. Gong Qian thought of the consequences of the fall of Yinxing and immediately took out her cell phone. Then her cell phone was dissolved by the toxin contained in her palm. She and Yu Xian fell silent. Zhang Shou saw this and couldn't help asking, how come your clothes are fine despite such a terrible toxin? Pervert, do you really want to see my clothes dissolve? Gong Qian blushed and asked Zhang Shou while staring at him. Zhang Shou looked at the old but clear-minded high school student. He was embarrassed and quickly explained, I'm just curious. My clothes are made of dragon-grade material. How could they be dissolved so easily? Gong Qian explained unhappily. She is very strong, and ordinary clothes cannot withstand her efforts. The slightest movement will turn ordinary clothes into rags. So Qilin headquarters has spent a lot of resources to make the current clothes specifically for her. Not only can this suit perfectly withstand her tremendous force and remain undamaged when she moves, it also has multiple resistances. How could a mere toxin possibly dissolve such a treasure? So what should we do now? Yu Xian looked at Gong Qian, still more concerned about asking for support. Gong Qian pressed her palm on the tentacle and said, don't be afraid because I can easily break things, so I have hundreds of mobile phones. Once my palm is no longer poisonous, I can immediately call for support. She pressed her palm against the tentacles, and a sizzling sound continued to be heard. Doesn't it hurt? Zhang Shou asked curiously. Gong Qian said calmly, this toxin is indeed strange. Even I'm not immune to it. However, it doesn't hurt. It just makes it difficult for me to move. Maybe you just don't feel any pain. Yu Xian complained. Demos' poison can even dissolve mobile phones instantly. How could the infected not feel pain? Most people would probably melt into liquid in pain if they were touched. Finally, with Gong Qian's active cooperation, the toxins in her palm were cleared away. After making sure that there was no residual toxin on her palm, she quickly took out her mobile phone and turned it on. After some communication, her face flushed and she cursed, asshole, why did you go to the abyss at this time instead of earlier? Damn it. What do you mean? Yu Xian asked. Gong Qian said angrily, Dragon level is already the top powerhouse. Even the official ones are hard to offend. Among all the unofficial dragon level powerhouses, only the Monkey King is the easiest to talk to. As long as you give enough benefits, you can ask him to help, but he went to the abyss. Where is the abyss? Zhang Shou was very curious just now, so he asked quickly. Gong Qian said in a distracted manner, the abyss is the abyss. No one knows how the abyss appeared, but it is certain that all forbidden fruits come from the abyss. Because the space near the abyss cracks is very chaotic, once the forbidden fruit appears near the abyss cracks, it will be randomly teleported to all corners of the world. Then why did the Monkey King go to the abyss? Yu Xian asked. Gong Qian replied, of course, to look for treasures. Most of the materials above dragon level come from the abyss. When you reach eagle level, You will be eligible to apply to the headquarters to go to the abyss. What should we do now? Zhang Shou asked. Gong Qian and Yu Xian were both silent. At least the three of them could only leave it alone. 046, the Great Demon. When Gong Qian woke up, she really wanted to go to support, but when she sat up, she found that her lower body was completely numb. That was why she obediently accepted Zhang Shou's treatment. Otherwise, she would have gone and beaten Demos long ago. When the three of them were at a loss, Gong Qian's phone rang. Gong Qian answered the phone immediately and said, "Minister, Xiaoyi, are you okay?" Yu Lai immediately asked with concern on the other end of the phone. Gong Qian quickly replied, "I'm fine. I'm receiving treatment now and will be able to resume my activities soon." Okay, then just rest assured and get your treatment. Support will be here soon. Yu Lai soothed from the other end of the phone. Gong Qian asked, "Minister, what kind of monster is that?" Although he knew that Zhou Tai possessed the special ability to tap into the potential of extraordinary creatures, that monster was too strong. That is the great demon Demos of the Abyss, whose rank is upper dragon level. If it is not summoned, but encountered in the Abyss, most dragon-level creatures are no match for it. It seems that external forces have intervened this time. Yu Lai replied. Yu Xian and the other two were shocked after hearing this. They had thought it was Zhou Tai until now, but now they realized that the enemy was no longer Zhou Tai, but Demos. Damn it! Gong Qian clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Her father was killed by external forces, and as a martyr's relative, she got a drop of Panga's blood. Therefore, what she hated the most were those forces that infiltrated from abroad, and the ones the crime-fighting team attacked the most were the bastards trained by these forces. Okay, just rest assured. I hope everything is fine, Yu Lai reminded. After hanging up the phone, Gong Qian put away her phone and punched the ground in anger. The earth suddenly shook and a stone flew across Zhang Shou's cheek, leaving a bloody mark in an instant. Gong Qian reacted and apologized quickly. Zhang Shou wiped the blood off his face, swallowed his saliva, and forced a smile. It's okay, I have thick skin and flesh. This little injury won't cause any trouble. He was already thinking in his heart, whoever marries this woman in the future, if he accidentally hits her while sleeping, wouldn't he be in danger of seeing his grandmother? Hiss. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. On the other side, Tianxian carried Moi on his back, holding Jinsheng and Ganjiang in each hand, and moved quickly towards the periphery. She was extremely anxious, knowing that the longer she delayed, the greater the backlash Tianshu would have to endure. She had to find a doctor as soon as possible to accommodate the three people and then return to the team. Although on the surface, Ganjiang and Moi seemed to be more seriously injured, the actual situation was that Jinsheng was more seriously injured. The main reason was that Jinsheng's power was incompatible with Demos' demonic power. When Demos raised the golden lion that Jinsheng had transformed into, the demonic power pierced into Jinsheng's body like lightning. So Jinsheng was seriously injured in one blow. Tianxian went up and down the mountain quickly, and suddenly she saw a middle-aged man in military uniform coming towards her. Uncle! Tianxuan's eyes lit up, and he shouted immediately. Jin Dajuan stepped forward, took a look at Jinsheng in Tianxuan's hand, and said with a smile, "It seems that this kid has suffered a great loss this time. Tianxian, you take them to get treatment first, and then I will go to meet the big demon from the abyss. Although he is only at the tiger level, this is Earth, and even if he cannot defeat Demos, he can still delay time. The plan of Qilin headquarters is very simple, which is to let him delay time as much as possible. Once it is noon tomorrow, Zhao, he will be teleported again. And this time several other generals will also be teleported here to join forces to kill Demos. This is a good opportunity to kill the great demon of the abyss. Once Demos is killed, his whole body will be full of treasures. It is estimated that a lot of dragon-level equipment can be made. Moreover, his blood can also be used for various researches, and even for the development of new extraordinary systems. Jin Dajuan said goodbye to Tianxian and continued moving forward. He twisted his neck, making a crisp sound, and then clenched his fists. Although he looked calm and didn't seem to feel sorry for his son, the anger in his heart had already begun to burn. Demos, huh? Jin Dajuan laughed lowly, took off his military uniform, and put it into the ring. He then took off his shirt and put it away, revealing his muscular upper body, and then his skin gradually turned red, his hair burned, and his eyes radiated golden light. Fiery Vajra Kung Fu. This is a form of horizontal training. When practiced to perfection, the whole body will be indestructible, immune to all poisons, and difficult to be harmed by water and fire, and have infinite strength. Jin Dajuan not only cultivated to perfection, but also took Panga's blood to gain strength, making him even more powerful. He pushed his feet hard, and his body suddenly turned into a red light and quickly approached the battlefield. The battlefield ahead. Although Demos was unable to move, Zhoutai number 9, who was standing on its shoulder, could still move. However, his feet were entangled by a golden thread, and it was difficult to pull them out for a while. He kept pulling, but no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't get his foot out. After struggling for a while, he stopped struggling. He took out the knife he used to cut his wrists and cut off his feet cleanly. It's really useless. In the end, I still have to take action. Number 9 Zhoutai first looked down on Demos, and then quickly slid to the ground along Demos' back. He landed on one foot and turned to look at Tianshu and others. The members of the demon-killing team also discovered number 9 Zhoutai. Many people's faces changed slightly, realizing that something was wrong. Now, they have put all their efforts into imprisoning Demos, and even Tianshu has burned his essence. They are unable to move now. Once someone cuts off the spiritual power supply, Demos will break free from the restraints in minutes. But if the supply is not cut off, it means that they cannot move, and they will become lambs to be slaughtered in front of number 9 Zhoutai. Be afraid, tremble. Who should I kill first? Number 9 Zhoutai limped towards the crowd and said grimly. Tianshu didn't even look at Zhoutai, the 9th one, and said, Tianji Tianquan, you burn your essence. Yuheng, you go and deal with him. Yes, Captain. Tianji and Tianquan's eyes suddenly became fierce, and they said in unison. Upon hearing this, number 9 Zhoutai immediately charged forward, shouting, Don't even think about succeeding. Prepare to die. It's too late. Tianji and Tianquan's faces changed. It takes time to burn the essence. It's over. The members of the demon-killing team began to feel despair as they watched Zhoutai number 9 approaching. At this moment, a red light came like a meteor from a distance. Number 9 Zhoutai's face showed a look of madness, his arm muscles bulged, and he was ready to stab Tianshu to death with a knife. But the next second, he felt a huge heat coming from behind him. As soon as he turned his head to look back, he saw a flash of red light, and instantly he was crushed to death by the huge air pressure. Boom! Jin Dajuan landed on the ground, one foot stepping on the inhuman number 9 Zhoutai, and laughed. Ha! Fortunately, we are not too late. You guys should retreat quickly. Leave the rest of this to me. Yes, sir. Everyone in the demon-killing team breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ran away, carrying Tianshu. As they ran, the golden threads on Demos' body broke one after another, and Demos immediately let out a roar. 047 Primitive Violence. How to anger a big demon? The answer is very simple: to sabotage its evil plans. Compared to the cunning and cowardly little devil, the big devil is a very warlike and cruel creature, and also has extremely terrifying execution ability. Once the big devil makes a decision, even if he dies, he will die on the way to charge, rather than choosing to give up. After being summoned by number 9 Zhoutai, Demos already had a plan, which was to kill all the creatures within his sight, and then kill number 9 Zhoutai, who summoned him bit by bit to see if number 9 Zhoutai was really not afraid of death. But now its plan was destroyed by the Jin army, and number 9 Zhoutai died early. Ant, you're looking for death. Demos' eyes radiated anger as he growled at the Jin army. In the culture of the Great Devil, insults are also divided into different levels. Insects are the lowest level, and ants are slightly higher than insects. Obviously, Demos also saw that the strength of the Jin army was not weak. Is he your son? Sorry, I accidentally stepped on your son to death. Jin Dajuan kicked number 9 Zhoutai on the head and said to Demos with a smile. Demos became instantly furious and swept his tail towards the Jin army. But the Jin army had been on guard and directly collided with Demos' tail with an Iron Mountain backbone. Boom! The earth shook violently. Jin Dajuan's body sank slightly, and dense spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground under his feet. Obviously, Jin Dajuan was much smaller than Demos' tail, but after the collision, it was Demos' tail that was knocked away. Laugh! On the left side of the Golden Army, all the parts that touched Demos' tail were emitting green flames. If Gong Qian saw this scene, she would understand how she was poisoned. Every scale on Demos' tail is highly toxic, and anyone who touches it will be infected with the poison. Demos was not surprised that his tail was knocked off because he did not use much force in the first place. He just wanted to use the poison in his tail to kill Jin's army. At this moment, it saw that its poison had no effect on Jin's army, and its golden vertical pupil shrank slightly. In an instant, its huge body appeared in front of Jin's army, and it punched at Jin's army like a battering ram. However, Jin Dajuan's reaction was not slow. He took the initiative to step back before being hit by the fist. Then the two sides advanced and retreated, and Demos simply punched out with both fists, continuously hammering the Jin army from top to bottom. But the Jin army avoided the attacks every time, so that Demos' fists all hit the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions and vibrations spread all around. In the distance, Yu Xian heard continuous bombardment sounds and immediately controlled the bubble to rise into the air. Then he saw the Jin army fighting with Demos. It turns out that the support Minister Yulai was talking about is the captain's father, Uncle Jin. Yu Xian said with sudden enlightenment. Jin Dajuan was not hiding all the time, but counterattacking while dodging Demos' attacks. His fighting style was completely different from Jin Sheng's. Jin Sheng's moves were often grand and majestic, while Jin Dajuan's were more steady, and his every move was very restrained and delicate. Obviously, the distance between the two was less than 3 meters, and Demos was huge in size, so the range covered by one punch was far more than 3 meters. However, as it dodged and moved, it didn't even touch Jin Dajuan's hair. Instead, it was hit on the wrist by Jin Dajuan's fist many times, and the hit was in the same place. Facing severe pain in his wrist, Demos simply opened his mouth and instantly sprayed a red energy bullet towards the ground. At the same time, the cobra at the end of its tail also opened its mouth and shot a green energy bullet into the sky. Devil's Cage. The green energy bomb in the sky exploded, turning into countless green lines that fell down. At the same time, the ground exploded and red beams of light rose up. In a blink of an eye, a cage made of green lines and red pillars enveloped and blocked the surroundings. Jin Dajuan decisively distanced himself and looked around, but could not find a gap to escape from the cage. It was obvious that Demos was preparing to use some tactics, and this cage was designed to prevent him from escaping. Poisonous Swamp. The cobra at the end of Demos' tail lowered its head, opened its mouth, and sprayed a large amount of green venom onto the ground. The entire venue quickly turned into a swamp, and even bubbles continued to emerge from the green venom swamp. Hiss! Green flames immediately emerged from Jin Dajuan's body, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a fireman. The poison is so terrible that one cannot avoid being poisoned as long as they step on the ground. Ant, you are surrounded by my poison now. As long as you are in the cage, you will continue to be poisoned. You will slowly dissolve in despair. Demos looked at Jin's army and suddenly revealed a cruel smile, as if he had already seen Jin's army's tragic end. Oh no, what should we do? What if Uncle Jin dies? When Yu Xian saw this scene, he began to worry about Jin Dajuan. From Gong Xian's performance after being poisoned, he knew very well how terrible Demos' poison was. But now he could only watch and could do nothing. Not to mention getting close, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the cage, and even if he could get in, he would just die in vain. But just as he was worried, Jin Dajuan's body expanded in the green flames, rapidly expanding from the original 1.8 meters to about 5 meters. It's powerful. This poison really hurts me a bit. Jin Dajuan's blood vessels were bulging all over his body. He looked at Demos with a ferocious smile on his face. When Demos saw this scene, he immediately roared, raised his hand, and punched at Jin Jun. But Jin Jun also punched out, and the big fist and the small fist collided with each other. No one took a step back, and the two sides were actually evenly matched. You are the first guy who can make me enter the angry King Kong form so quickly, so enjoy my fist from now on. Jin Dajuan grinned and took the initiative to attack. His fighting style has changed. Originally, his moves were steady and he behaved quite restrainedly. But now he started to throw violently, and each punch was extremely violent. Demos growled and immediately fought back. Both sides bombarded each other frantically, abandoning all rules and routines at the same time, and fought fiercely in the cage, causing great chaos. The scene was so shocking that Yu Xian swallowed his saliva, as if he saw two ancient ferocious beasts fighting in hand-to-hand combat. Too strong. Is this the world of the strong? After he took Panga's blood, He was promoted directly from the lower ant level to the upper sparrow level. He originally thought that he was quite strong, but today's experience gave him a huge sense of urgency. He was still too weak. But as he watched, Yuxian couldn't bear it anymore because the battle between Jin's army and Demo's was just like this back and forth, with each punching the other and then rolling over on the swamp ground, splashing a lot of venom. There is no skill involved, it's all just raw violence. Time passed slowly, the sun gradually set, and the moon quietly climbed up the sky. When Yuxian fell to the ground, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian immediately asked about the situation. After Yuxian told them the situation on the battlefield, both Gong Qian and Zhang Shou fell silent. That is to say, even if I have detoxified myself now, I still can't help. Gong Qian clenched her fists for a while and said to herself. She simply couldn't withstand Demos's poison. Now the entire battlefield was full of venom. Although she wouldn't die if she went in, she would definitely be paralyzed. Instead, she would become a burden to the Jin army. 048, the best fortune. At this point, we can only conserve our energy and wait and see what happens. Yuxian had no other choice. Some things can be done, and some cannot be done. He knew better than anyone how cruel reality was, so he didn't say anything to comfort others. He simply took out his cell phone and sat in the bubble to continue looking at the various files inside Qilin. Strength can be divided into hard power and soft power. Enriching one's brain is also a way to become stronger. He now can't wait to become stronger. Suddenly, he thought a question. Since he can fly now, he can chase the sun, and maybe he can awaken Pangu's magical powers in advance. But when he told Zhang Shou and Gong Qian about his idea, Gong Qian rolled her eyes and said, "Chasing the sun? I don't know what you want to do, but I must tell you that as long as you fly across the border into other countries, you may be shot down by other countries with strange abilities at any minute. There are also dragon-level experts in other countries. China has dragon-level masters to suppress the border, and foreign countries naturally have them as well. Moreover, even if some small countries do not have dragon-level strongmen, they also have tiger-level strongmen." Okay, forget it. Yuxian gave up the plan immediately after hearing this. He doesn't want to be shot down from the sky by other countries as an invader. He hasn't lived enough. Then, he continued to look at his phone. Zhang Shou simply committed suicide before 12 o'clock. After he was resurrected, he continued to treat Gong Qian. Gong Qian was shocked when she saw Zhang Shou commit suicide for the first time. When Zhang Shou turned back into a teenager, she realized that Zhang Shou was not a wretched uncle. In the second half of the night, Gong Qian fell asleep unknowingly due to poisoning and boredom. Zhang Shou refreshed his status, which was equivalent to having just had a nap for him, so he was full of energy. Yuxian chatted with Zhang Shou in a random manner until about 5 in the morning. He thought of one thing. In fact, even in China, due to its vast territory, there is also a time difference. The sun has risen in some places, but not in others. It's already past 5 o'clock, so he can still go out and greet the sunshine in advance. He said something to Zhang Shou, then quickly flew high into the sky, heading east. After flying for about 10 minutes, he saw the sun gradually rising from the distant horizon. The sunlight shone on his body, and he closed his eyes comfortably. The silver blood enhanced his ability to absorb sunlight, and he instantly turned pitch black. As the sun got closer to the center of the sky, Yuxian absorbed more and more sunlight. When the time came to around 10:30 in the morning, the temperature of the Pango heart in Yuxian's heart rose rapidly. Yesterday, he had stored the energy equivalent to 35 heartbeats, and now he finally had enough energy for 36 heartbeats. Pangu's blood contracted violently, and then beat vigorously, completely detonating the energy accumulated in the heart. Fortunately, with the improvement of his physical condition, Yuxian's endurance is much stronger now. Even with huge amounts of energy coursing through his body, he remains calm. When this energy burst out, it also cleansed his muscles and bones, improving his physical condition. Then this energy gradually turned into light and transparent energy, quickly condensing towards the Dantian. Yuxian immediately knew what his awakened talent was. Pangu's magical power. This ability can condense a spirit bead in his Dantian and open up a huge space. It's actually a bad sign. What Yuxian wanted most was Pangu's immortality, followed by Pangu's great strength, and what he wanted least was Pangu's spirit pearl. After all, he already had a storage ring and didn't need a bigger one. When he was a little disappointed, The energy used to condense the spirit beads and open up space suddenly collided with another energy in his dantian. In the past, blood energy flowed in the blood vessels, but after taking Panga's blood, the mutated blood energy somehow settled in the dantian. However, the mobilization speed was accelerated, so Yu Xian didn't care. But he didn't expect that the two energies would collide. He could only observe silently and didn't dare to interfere at all, for fear that he would make things worse. The two energies continued to collide and blend in his dantian, gradually turning into a pure white energy. Perhaps because the mutation of blood energy was related to Panga's blood, the whole process was unexpectedly smooth, and even the collision of energies was calm. When a mutation is over, the dantian returns to calm. Etc. Yu Xian was dumbfounded and couldn't help muttering to himself. That's not right. Where's my spirit pearl? He carefully sensed his dantian, not missing any corner. In the end, he had to admit that although he had awakened the Pangu spirit pearl's magical power, the energy used to condense the spirit pearl and open up space had merged with the mutated blood energy, so he really had no spirit pearl. Pangu has the magical power of the Lingzhu without the Lingzhu. It is estimated that he is the only one in China who has it. Forget it. If there is no such thing, then there is no such thing. Yu Xian sighed and comforted himself that this supernatural power was not his goal anyway. Then he tried to mobilize the energy in his dantian and found that this energy was smoother than the mutated blood energy. In an instant, this energy was transferred to his hands. As soon as he thought about it, a bubble quickly formed. Apart from the color changing from colorful to transparent, there seems to be no other changes. Yu Xian carefully observed the new bubble, but couldn't see anything from the outside, so he put his hand into the bubble. The next second his eyes widened slightly. In his perceptual world, he could clearly feel the existence of this hand. He pulled his hand out, then put it back into the bubble, moving it back and forth to make sure the feeling was not an illusion. But the question is, what's the use of this? He controlled the bubbles to spin around, and then released them to test their various properties. First of all, the bubble's spatial barrier is more stable and can withstand 20 times the speed of sound. In addition, the original abilities have not disappeared, but the attack power has been greatly improved. Is it just a strengthening? Yu Xian was a little disappointed. He manipulated the bubble back to his right hand, then habitually condensed another bubble with his left hand. Two basketball-sized bubbles were spinning in his palm, and he simply put both hands into the bubbles. The next second, he showed an expression of disbelief and looked down at the two bubbles. He slowly stretched his hand forward, and in an instant his left hand and right hand exchanged with each other, the left hand appearing in the bubble of his right hand, and the right hand appearing in the bubble of his left hand. The internal spaces of the two bubbles are actually connected. He immediately expanded the two bubbles, got into one of them, and recycled the old one. Then he thought about it, and he appeared in another bubble. Sure enough, the space inside the two bubbles can really be teleported to each other. Yu Xian sat in the bubble, looking at the bubble opposite, thinking with great surprise in his heart. Compared to Panga's magical power, which only has an additional storage ability, this mutated ability is definitely a life-saving skill. It turns out to be an excellent fortune. Yu Xian was so happy that he couldn't help laughing out loud. This ability is so amazing that he would never trade it even if he was given the authentic Pango Lingzhu magical power. Next, he continued to create bubbles, and there were more and more bubbles in the sky. Originally, the mutated blood energy in his body could only support him to create 100 bubbles with a diameter of 2 meters, but now the newly generated energy in his body can support him to create 500 such bubbles. In addition, the mutated blood can create bubbles. If the bubbles are not recovered, the mutated blood in the body will recover very slowly, while the newly generated energy will recover almost 10 times faster than before. Even if these bubbles are not recovered and are fixed in certain places by him, he can recover in a short time. It's time to go back. Yu Xian's figure kept flashing in different bubbles. Because the transmission speed was so fast, it seemed as if he was in every bubble. After becoming proficient in practice, he looked at the battlefield vaguely visible in the distance and felt that it didn't seem so scary anymore. 049 Best Support. Flying all the way, Yu Xian returned to the sky above the mountain outside the battlefield that was destroyed by Gong Qian. On the ground, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were staring at each other. Yu Xian fell from the sky and looked at them curiously. Xin Yu, you are finally back. Please try to persuade her. She actually wants to make things worse. Zhang Shou said to Yu Xian immediately when he saw Yu Xian coming back. Gong Qian was unconvinced and said, "What do you mean by making things worse? I won't get close. I just want to try to see if I can break the cage open from outside." "That's a good idea." Yu Xian nodded, then looked at Zhang Shou to see what he would say. Zhang Shou frowned. What if she is poisoned again? Yesterday was definitely the most tiring time for him, even more tiring than when he died in the vegetable market. Because of the detoxification for Gong Qian, the healing touch was consumed very quickly, and he had to replenish it constantly. One afternoon was busier than the entire day. Although Demos was now locked in hand-to-hand combat with the Gene Army, he had just climbed to a high place and seen Demos use his tail to attack from a distance, so he really didn't want to detoxify Gong Qian anymore. "What you two said makes sense, but I have an idea that might be worth a try," Yu Xian said with a smile. When he just came back, he simulated many uses of the new abilities in his mind. The simplest one was to shuttle between different bubbles, but there were actually many subtle operations that could be used in battle. For example, a throwing knife can be shot into a bubble and then teleported to another bubble, thereby changing the shooting angle. You can even use multiple bubbles and silver lines made of silver blood to form an elusive guillotine. Yu Xian stretched out his hand, and bubbles quickly formed. Then he moved the bubbles to the sky, forming a circle around Demo's cage. He created another bubble, looked at Gong Qian, and smiled. "Now pick up a stone and throw it into the bubble with all your strength and try." Although Gong Qian was confused, she still picked up a stone and threw it hard at Bubble. Boom! A sonic boom sounded. The stone instantly flew into the bubble, and then a loud bang was heard in the distance. Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were both stunned. They ran to a high place and looked in the direction where the sound came from. There was a big hole on the ground inside the cage made by Demos. "We didn't have experience the first time, so it wasn't very accurate. Let's try again," Yu Xian said with a smile. Zhang Shou was surprised and said, "Xin Yu, your bubbles have this function. It's amazing. There are only a few people in the country who have spatial abilities, and abilities like his have never been seen before. If the headquarters knew about it, his ranking would definitely go up." Gong Qian nodded. When she woke up this morning, she had nothing to do, so she used her mobile phone to check the information about the new members of the evil slaying team, and thus got to know a little about Yu Xian and Zhang Shou. This is an authority only available to captains and above. Then, Yu Xian and Gong Qian continued to cooperate, constantly throwing rocks into the cage. From a beginning, 8 out of 10 shots missed, but gradually 9 out of 10 shots could hit Demos. But Demos didn't care about this interference at all. It was already engaged in a fierce battle with the Gene Army, and had no spare energy to defend against Gong Qian's attack. Of course, the more important reason is that Gong Qian's attack was just throwing stones. Even if she was very strong, the material of the stone itself limited the intensity of her attack. Those stones would only cause a little pain when they hit Demos, and would not cause any harm at all. What a pity. I should have prepared some throwing weapons. Gong Qian picked up a stone and said with some disappointment. Yu Xian picked up a stone and held it in his palm. Suddenly, he turned his hand over, and the stone disappeared from his right hand and appeared in his left hand instead. He kept practicing back and forth and smiled. "Don't worry, I have another idea, but I need to practice more." He discovered that the new bubble's teleporting ability could adjust its location according to his thoughts. For example, the first stone that Gong Qian threw just now appeared in the center of the bubble, but because Demos was not within the target range of the bubble, it missed. Later, Yu Xian made an intentional adjustment so that the stone no longer appeared from the center, but could be offset internally and teleported to appear from various positions in the bubble. Because of this adjustment, he thought of a solution, but now he needs to become more skilled to be sure of it. The two of them cooperated to continuously attack Demos. Finally, after half an hour of practice, Yu Xian could control the stone to appear at any position in the bubble, and the hit rate reached 100%. "Okay, everything is ready." Yu Xian dispersed the 2 bubbles in his hand, and then created a large number of small bubbles. These bubbles were only the size of Gong Qian's fist. He controlled these bubbles to enter Demos' cage. Although most people cannot get out of Demos' demon cage, fist-sized objects can still enter and exit freely through the mesh. A large number of bubbles were suspended in the cage. Although Demos noticed these bubbles, he had no extra energy to destroy them because of the distraction of the Golden Army. Besides, he did not think these bubbles could pose a threat to him. Captain Gongqian, you walk into the bubble in front and punch seriously. As for the rest, leave it to me, Yu Xian continued to say to Gongqian. Gongqian had been throwing stones at the bubbles in front of her, so when Yu Xian spoke, she immediately understood what Yu Xian wanted to do. Okay, I'll punch you hard. Gongqian smiled and walked into the bubble. In the demon cage, Jin Dajuan punched Demos in the face, and Demos also punched Jin Dajuan in the abdomen. Then when Demos wanted to use his tail to hit Jin Dajuan, a bubble suddenly came over. Boom! A small fist suddenly broke out from the small bubble and hit Demos heavily on the cheek. Demos was punched on the cheek, and his eyes rolled back. He was too familiar with this feeling of pain. That kid isn't dead yet. Before it could react, another bubble came over and Gongqian punched it on the chin. Because the first punch made Demos slightly distracted, the second punch directly sent it flying. Another bubble in the air approached, and Gongqian knocked it to the ground with one punch. There was already a bubble waiting on the ground, and another punch sent it flying. Snap! Under the bombardment of tens of thousands of tons of force, cracks suddenly appeared on Demo's spine. Then it was hit again on the top of its head, and its skull cracked on the spot, making a crisp sound that only a healthy head could make. Everything happened very quickly. In an instant, Demos was beaten back and forth like a sandbag by Gongqian and Yu Xian. He didn't even have a chance to think, let alone fight back. Knowing that Demo's tail is highly poisonous, Bubble specifically avoids the tail and only attacks Demo's head, abdomen, arms, and other parts. Gongqian's power was too great. Demo's eyes rolled back, and his brain was buzzing. He completely lost the ability to think. After about a minute, Demo's huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Good opportunity! When the Jin army saw this scene, they immediately rushed forward. He sat on Demo's body and hammered Demo's abdomen, causing Demo's body to shake wildly and blood to spit out of his mouth. However, neither Gongqian nor Jin Dajuan relaxed, but continued their attacks. The two men were determined not to stop until they had beaten Demos into a pulp, and each punch was more powerful and passionate than the last. 050 Yu Xian's meritorious service shocked the boss. The great demon's vitality is extremely tenacious. Jin Dajuan and Gongqian teamed up to throw more than 10,000 punches before Demos died completely. Moreover, Demos pretended to be dead several times during this process, but the two men didn't care and hammered him back to life from the state of suspended death, and then he was hammered back into the state of suspended death by the two men again. This happened several times before Demos was finally killed completely. However, the two men did not stop, but continued to beat Demos until his eyeballs fell out of their sockets, and only then did they stop. Dead. Jin Dajuan kicked Demos' body and stood there, still unwilling to let down his guard. On the other side, Gongqian was sweating profusely and felt as if her arms were no longer her own. Although she was very tired, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. It was the first time she enjoyed playing so much. Every punch hits the flesh. You don't have to consider your surroundings, no need to run around, no need to aim. Just close your eyes and punch with all your strength. In fact, only in this state can she unite her waist and horse and exert her greatest strength. Demos should be the first enemy to suffer from every one of her punches, which has a real force of tens of thousands of tons. At this time, the staff who were originally responsible for sending generals, such as Zhao Yi, overlooked at each other in bewilderment. Demos is dead. Do they need to continue? The team leader immediately contacted his superior, who then contacted his superior, and soon received new instructions to suspend the transmission. Qilin headquarters began to verify the information, and finally the call was made to Jin Dajuan to confirm that the dragon-level demon Demos was really killed, but it was not Jin Dajuan who killed Demos alone, but also with the help of Gongqian and others. Jin Dajuan could recognize Gongqian from her fist, but he had never seen Yu Xian's bubbles, so he didn't know that bubbles was Yu Xian's ability. But soon the top management learned from Gongqian's phone call about Yu Xian's MVP-level supporting ability. At Qilin headquarters, the senior executives gathered in the conference room. Minister Yu Lai hung up the phone, looked at the other deputy ministers, and said with relief, "Everyone, it has been confirmed that the dragon-level threat, the great demon Demos, has been killed by Jin Dajuan, Gongqian, and Yu Xian. Gongqian possesses Panga's powerful abilities, so it's no surprise that she can intervene in dragon-level battles. But Yu Xian, isn't he ant-level?" A deputy minister asked in confusion. When he first arrived in Incheon, He specifically touched Yu Xian's head to confirm Yu Xian's level. Haha. Not only did he take action, but he was also the key to killing demos this time. Let's discuss how to reward him. Yu Lai smiled bitterly with a headache. Yu Xian destroyed the alien insect's plan and saved tens of millions of people in Silver City, so he was rewarded with all the rewards he could get. 2 days ago, Yu Xian discovered in advance that Zhou Tai possessed the ability to tap into the potential of the blood of extraordinary creatures and reported it in a timely manner, exposing the potential dragon-level crisis. Now they're still discussing whether this is a first-class merit or a second-class merit. Who would have thought that before they could come to a conclusion, Yu Xian had made another great contribution? Everyone looked at each other and finally smiled bitterly. The annual quota of Panga's blood was limited. It had to be divided within Qilin and also outside with the Azure Dragon, Suzaku, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and other brother departments. The headquarters really couldn't squeeze out the money. If all else fails, just reward him with weapons. Make him a dragon-grade weapon, said a deputy minister with a painful look on his face. Yu Lai thought for a moment and said, let Jin Sheng ask Yu Xian what he wants, and then we can decide. Although everyone was racking their brains over how to reward Yu Xian, everyone actually knew very well how many resources Yu Xian had saved this time. If it weren't for Yu Xian, they would have to spend a lot of resources and take huge risks to teleport several generals over. If some monsters with unknown abilities sneaked into the earth from the cracks in the abyss, there would be another alien insect crisis in a matter of minutes. Therefore, if Panga's blood was not in short supply, it would not be impossible to reward Yu Xian again. Extraordinary people have their own great powers. You can't retain talents by fooling people or making empty promises. Qilin has always had a clear distinction between rewards and punishments. Merits must be rewarded, and the reward is proportional to the merit. Only in this way can we retain people's hearts and unite everyone. After Daimos' death, the demon prison gradually collapsed, but the ground was permanently transformed into a highly poisonous swamp. At present, no one except Jin Dajuan can enter the swamp, so the task of dismembering demos falls on Jin Dajuan. The entire blockade area is expected to remain blocked for a very long time, and may even be designated as a permanent restricted area. Yu Xian and the other two returned to the barracks outside Yincheng. The entire camp was in a state of bustle. Gong Qian saw that a member of her team was missing a leg, so she quickly said goodbye to Yu Xian and Zhang Shou and ran to find out what happened. Bluebird, where's the captain? Yu Xian quickly found Qing Niao, who looked unwell and seemed to have just cried, in the crowd, and asked, Xin Yu, the captain is still trying to rescue him, and we're the only ones left in our team. Qing Niao looked up at Yu Xian, his eyes suddenly turned red, and he spoke in a crying voice. Originally, with the addition of Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, the number of members of the evil-slaying team increased to 7, but due to Demo's sudden attack last night, 3 members died. Sister, where's Brother Bo? Zhang Shou asked nervously when he heard it. The blue bird glanced at Zhang Shou and shook his head sadly. Zhang Shou was completely stunned. Yesterday, Yu Xian and Qing Yao carried out the mission together, while Zhang Shou was in a group with Yubo was the oldest member of the evil-killing team. He was smooth but not worldly. He talked and laughed with Zhang Shou on the way and taught him a lot of experience. After demos appeared, Yubo asked Zhang Shou to evacuate quickly while he went to find the captain. As a result, the separation between the two turned out to be a farewell forever. The image of Yubo turning away with a smile on his face emerged in Zhang Shou's mind. It was clearly agreed that nothing would happen. Isn't it said that he is very experienced? He must have seen at least 8,000 dangers like this, right? Zhang Shou clenched his fists, his eyes reddened. He wiped his eyes and asked, what about the captain? I'm the healer of our team. Follow me. Upon hearing this, the blue bird stood up and led the way. Yu Xian followed the 2 men with a heavy heart. When they arrived at the military doctor's office, many people were waiting anxiously. 4 or 5 men and women with swords on their backs saw Yu Xian and immediately came forward to thank him. They were some of the people saved by Yu Xian. Yu Xian chatted with them and found out that they were all members of the Evil Slayer team. The reason they were here was because their Captain Gan Jiang and Deputy Captain Moy were still receiving treatment. Among the 4 teams, the Evil Slaying team and the Demon Slaying team can be said to be relatively lucky. They both suffered no casualties, but their captains were seriously injured. The most unlucky one was Gong Qian's crime-fighting team. Apart from Gong Qian, there was only one survivor, and the rest of the team members all died. 051, The Burden Man. When Yu Xian found Gong Qian, she was squatting behind a tree outside the barracks, crying softly. Although the two had only known each other for less than a day, Yu Xian was very clear that although Gong Qian looked strong, she was actually very soft-hearted and kind-hearted. The members of the entire crime-fighting team were not just teammates to her, but also family members and brothers and sisters. From the information provided by the Evil Squad, it can be seen that the members of the Crime Squad actually treat Gong Qian like a younger sister, especially the girls who always like to find excuses to kiss and hug her. Although Yu Xian was very worried about Jin Sheng was being treated by Zhang Shou, so he shouldn't be seriously injured. So after hesitating for a moment, he decided to come find Gong Qian. Gong Qian needs company more now. He squatted beside Gong Qian and accompanied her quietly. I clearly told him to retreat. I told him not to look back. Gong Qian hid her face in her knees, shielding her forehead with her hands, and spoke in a crying voice. As a result, when the members of the crime-fighting team saw her being blown away by demos, they all changed direction and tried to bypass demos to find her. In the end, they were killed instantly by a pillar of fire that suddenly appeared from the ground. Only one girl survived because her leg was hit by a rock, and she was pushed out of the range of the fire pillar by her teammates. Yu Xian listened silently. He couldn't say any words of comfort, nor did he want to say any words of comfort. He just listened quietly and accompanied her. After an hour, Gong Qian stood up, sniffed her nose, and whispered, "Thank you, I'll go see Sister Finfin." After saying that, she walked out. Yu Xian waited for her to leave for a while before he stood up. A bubble appeared on his palm. He walked into the bubble and appeared at the military doctor's office the next second. He walked out of the bubble, sat on a chair outside the operating room, and waited quietly. In the afternoon, Zhang Shou came out of Jinxing's operating room and sat next to Yu Xian tiredly, with no smile on his old face. "Is the captain's injury serious?" Yu Xian asked after looking at him. Zhang Shou nodded and said, "It's not serious, but very serious, even more serious than Captain Gong Qian's poisoning." Dr. Wang said that the demonic power in the captain's body is very high level, and it is incompatible with the captain's own energy, so they are entangled and will never stop. I can only treat the external injuries. This fragile balance can only be handled by the captain himself. Otherwise, once the balance is broken, the captain will die faster. His healing touch could indeed slowly remove the demonic power from Jin Sheng's body. But in doing so, the fragile balance would be broken and Jin Sheng might suddenly die at any moment. Therefore, he could only treat some external injuries and actually stayed by Dr. Wang's side the whole time to learn how to deal with this situation. By the way, Xin Yu, is Zhou Tai dead? Zhang Shou suddenly thought of the real goal of this operation and asked immediately. Yu Xian shook his head and said, "I don't know. Didn't the minister say that there are external forces interfering?" The two Zhou Tais he captured were handed over to relevant personnel yesterday. He didn't know where they were now, but he felt that Zhou Tai might not be completely dead. "Don't let me know who it is, otherwise I will kill him." Zhang Shou clenched his fists and said seriously, "If there were no external forces intervening, Yu Bo would not have died and the captain would not have been seriously injured." Yu Xian responded and silently kept the matter in mind. He knew very well that anyone who could break through the heavy encirclement and formation blockade and enter the blockade area must be very powerful. He was definitely not an opponent now, but that might be the case after he continued to develop for a while. Around 4 o'clock, Zhang Shou was asked by Dr. Wang to treat Ganjiang and Moi. Although the two were seriously injured, it was not difficult to heal because there was no other energy interference. Zhang Shou released 4 skills in a row and the two had fully recovered. Because Jin Sheng's injuries could not be treated in Yinsheng, he was picked up by a military plane in the evening and taken to Yanjing for treatment. Also picked up was Tian Shu, the captain of the demon-killing team. Tian Shu was also seriously injured and was carried away by his teammates. But his injuries were the sequelae of burning his essence, which consumed his potential and lifespan. The treatment conditions in Yinsheng were just insufficient, but once he arrived in Yanjing, there would be plenty of ways to make up for the consumption. Night. Zhang Shou and Yu Xian took a car back to Yinsheng. Both of them felt a little heavy, but their hearts had also grown. When the car entered Yinsheng, the two looked at the lights of thousands of homes. Zhang Shou couldn't help but stop the car and look at the lights of the buildings in the distance. He didn't think there was anything wrong with all this before, but now he had new feelings. Everyone can enjoy a peaceful life in Yinsheng because there are countless people protecting it with their lives. Xin Yu, You said that we can grow up safely. How many people are carrying the burden for us? And how many people have sacrificed their lives like Bogu? Zhang Shou said to Yuxian, looking at the figure reflected on the curtains by the light not far away. Yuxian shook his head and said, I don't know, but it must be a lot. I can't sleep. How about we go out for a midnight snack together? Zhang Shou wiped his eyes and said to Yuxian. Yuxian smiled and said, It just so happens that I know a good shop. Let's go. At night, other urban areas were closed, and only the streets in the east of the city where the extraordinary people gathered had shops open. The two took a car to the east of the city and stopped at a food stall. The two ordered a variety of stir-fried dishes and grilled skewers, and also specially ordered mouchwang, which vampires can eat. While eating, they enjoyed the hustle and bustle of the world around them, and gradually they felt like they were back to the human world, as if everything that had happened in the past 2 days was very far away from them. After eating and drinking, the two decided to drive around Silver City. Zhang Shou was driving the car, and Yuxian opened the window to let in the cool breeze. Neither of them spoke, quietly enjoying the moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Yuxian glanced at the bushes, and a bubble flew out instantly, then brought back the body of a weasel. Next, he continued to clean up the extraordinary creatures he found, and unknowingly filled up a big bubble. There seemed to be a lot of supernatural creatures tonight. Zhang Shou couldn't help but say as he looked at the corpses of various supernatural creatures in the bubbles. Yuxian guessed it may be related to the blockade area. Such a big commotion should affect many creatures. But where did they come from? Zhang Shou complained. Yuxian guessed it may be some kind of spatial ability. For example, now I can easily use bubbles to enter and exit Silver City. Before he returned to the city, he placed bubbles in many places. After obtaining the consent of the battalion commander, he also placed 3 bubbles in the barracks. Therefore, he now did not need to go through the city gate inspection and could leave the city anytime and anywhere. At this time, an SUV with a SWAT police badge came towards them, and the two sides stopped when they met. Zhang Kai, the leader of the combat police force, leaned out of the car window and smiled when he saw Yuxian. Yuxian, Zhang Shou, it turned out to be you two. I was wondering who was walking along this road in the middle of the night. I thought I had encountered a big fish. Captain Zhang, good evening. We just can't sleep, so we came out to relax. By the way, these extraordinary creatures were captured on the road. Let us give them as a snack to the brothers and sisters in the team. Yuxian said with a smile, while sending the extraordinary creatures out of the car. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up. He opened the rear window to receive these extraordinary creatures and said with a smile, Wow, so many. You're too polite. I don't feel comfortable saying this. If you're sorry, don't accept it. Yuxian and Zhang Shou watched Zhang Kai's acting with amusement. Then everyone exchanged greetings and said goodbye to each other, and the two cars passed each other. Captain Zhang and his men haven't had an easy time either. Zhang Shou sighed as he watched the police car leave through the rearview mirror. The SWAT team has also made great sacrifices for the peace of Silver City. A large number of SWAT team members sacrifice their lives every year across the country. He used to just admire them, but now he can understand how difficult it is. It is no longer distant news, no longer cold numbers, but every flesh and blood person. 052 Gong, Qian joins the team. The next day, Yuxian and Zhang Shou attended classes as usual. Because the blockade area had a formation that blocked off all movement, most people in Inxing were unaware of yesterday's battle. However, there are some rumors in the Superpower Academy, such as treasures appeared outside the city, and many extraordinary people started a big fight because of the forbidden fruit, and the rumors sounded incredible. Especially the gossip Queen Qinling, who mysteriously revealed the news she had heard to the two of them. Zhang Shou and Yuxian could only smile out of politeness after hearing it. For the next 3 days, Yuxian and Zhang Shou went to and from school as usual. The two have been paying attention to the latest news in the Qilin app, especially when Jin Shun will be able to return to the team. Yuxian also added a lot of friends, and his network of contacts was greatly expanded. Through the introduction of his friends in the Evil Squad, he got to know members of many different teams across the country, and was also pulled into various mutual aid groups. After getting to know the members of the mutual aid group, a young lady who was staying in Yanjing told Yuxian some bad news. Jin Sheng's injury was more serious than expected, and he probably wouldn't be able to recover to the level of normal activities in a short period of time. Yuxian and Zhang Shou both felt a little heavy, not knowing where the evil killing team would go in the end. Day 4. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou both received text messages from Qingniao and went to the South City Security Bureau together. Next door. When the two arrived at the office, Qingniao was already waiting for them in the corridor, and then the three of them entered the temporary office that originally belonged to Jin Sheng. In the office, Gong Qian sat in Jin Sheng's seat. Because she was not tall enough, only her head was exposed. The three of them wanted to laugh when they saw this scene, but fortunately they held it back. Seeing that everyone was present, Gong Qian said, "Because Captain Jin Sheng is temporarily unable to lead the Evil Slayer squad, Minister Yu Lai appointed me as deputy captain, temporarily responsible for all affairs of the Evil Slayer squad." He was demoted. Zhang Shou couldn't help but teased when he heard it. Gong Qian's face suddenly turned dark, and she glared at Zhang Shou fiercely. Zhang Shou quickly looked away and whistled guiltily, pretending that it was not him who had just spoken. But Gong Qian was indeed demoted. Although she played an extremely important role in killing demos and deserves first-class credit, it is also a fact that the team she was in charge of was almost wiped out. The headquarters is also heartbroken that so many talented people have died. Merits are merits. Faults are faults. There is no such thing as offsetting merits and faults. Therefore, after discussion, Qilin headquarters arranged her to be the deputy captain of the Zhuxia squad. In addition, the headquarters also considered that her cooperation with Yu Xian could bring out stronger combat effectiveness, so they made such an arrangement. In fact, the headquarters had considered promoting Yu Xian to be the temporary captain and letting Gong Qian assist Yu Xian, but considering that Yu Xian had joined the Zhuxia squad for too short a time, they eventually gave up the idea. If Yu Xian had joined the Zhuxia squad for more than a year, the person sitting in Jin Sheng's position now would definitely be Yu Xian, not Gong Qian. So what is our team's mission now? Yu Xian saw Gong Qian glaring at Zhang Shou and took the initiative to ask. Gong Qian retracted her gaze and replied, "There is no group mission for the time being. The minister wants us to get used to each other first, and also get familiar with each other's abilities." In fact, Yu Lai also told her earnestly that she should listen to Yu Xian's opinions more when encountering problems and not to be impulsive in everything. Although Yu Xian has only been with Qilin for a short time, his performance during this period has been very impressive. He is very capable, brave, and resourceful. He does not fail at critical moments and is quite reliable. When rewards are given based on merit after the memorial service, not only will Yu Xian's ranking be raised, but he will also receive various rewards and benefits. "What plans does the deputy captain have?" Yu Xian asked Gong Qian. Gong Qian shook her head, and Yu Xian immediately smiled and said, "Since we have no plan, why don't we go catch mice tonight?" Catch mice? Everyone present was stunned and looked at Yu Xian. Yu Xian formed a bubble the size of a pinhole with his fingers and explained, "You all know my ability. My bubble spaces are interconnected, so theoretically, sound can also be transmitted through bubbles. I had nothing to do these 2 days, so I released a lot of these bubbles in various corners of the city at night, and then heard some interesting news through these bubbles. For example, if a group of stupid thieves are planning to attack a silver shop tonight, we can wait for them and catch them all in one fell swoop." As Yu Xian spoke, she pushed aside her hair to show the bubbles hidden in her ears that looked like earplugs. "It can be used this way," Zhang Shou said in surprise, looking at the bubbles in Yu Xian's ears. Yu Xian smiled faintly. This was just the beginning. He didn't need to sleep at night. These days he had been thinking about more uses of bubbles and experimenting with a lot of interesting moves. And by adjusting the size of the bubbles, his energy consumption is very low. The bubbles he released usually remained the size of a pinhole. When they needed to be expanded, he would transmit energy to the tiny bubble through the principle of spatial communication, and instantly the pinhole-sized bubble would become a large bubble with a diameter of 2 meters. In this way, each of his transmission points is not only extremely energy-saving, but also quite secretive. When necessary, it can also be used as a way to gather information. It can be said that he kills 2 birds with 1 stone. In addition, the bubbles no longer require him to use his mind to control their movement. He can also attach the bubbles to a certain coordinate object, and when the object moves, the bubbles will be moved with it. The bubbles in his ears are like this. Otherwise, he would have to take the trouble to control the movement of the bubbles in his ears every time he took a step, which would be too tiring. Next, Yu Xian attached a bubble to the ears of the 3 people, so that they could communicate anytime and anywhere. "Can you hear me?" Zhang Shou ran outside the office and asked in a low voice. In the room, the 3 people could clearly hear Zhang Shou's words. Bluebird asked curiously, Xinyu, the dead doctor's voice was obviously not loud. Why can we hear it so clearly? Because the bubbles in our ears are elastic bubbles. Their internal space has a stronger resonance ability. Once the sound outlet of the bubble is set inward, the sound we hear will be very clear and loud. Yuxian explained. In fact, he didn't think about this problem at first. Because his hearing was enhanced by the silver blood and was very strong, he could hear even the smallest sounds clearly. Later in school, Zhang Shou encountered several incidents where people couldn't hear him clearly because the noise around them was too loud. This made him realize that not everyone's hearing was as good as his, so he made many adjustments after some research. Also, there's one thing he didn't mention, which is that he can set what sounds are allowed to enter the bubble. These bubbles are meant to be used for both offense and defense. Without his permission, other creatures will have no chance of entering the bubble, even if they die on the surface of the bubble. Even if they have the ability to break the bubble barrier, the result will only be the bubbles bursting. By further developing this function, Yuxian can specify whose voice can enter the bubble, and the rest of the voices will be isolated outside the bubble, thus obtaining pure sound without any noise. After Zhang Shou came back from outside, the four of them agreed on the time to meet tonight and then adjourned the meeting. Yuxian walked out of the temporary office, and a bubble appeared out of thin air in front of him. He entered the bubble and returned home the next second. The bubble in the office quickly shrank and fell back into a small depression on the ground, inconspicuous at all. Capabilities can be developed in the direction of big. It can also be developed in the direction of small. Sometimes small is not necessarily worse than big. Especially after becoming proficient in micromanagement, you can use your skills to defeat the strong with the weak and turn the situation around in minutes. As Yuxian continued to practice, he became more and more adept at using the energy in his body, and his control over the bubbles became stronger and stronger. He could perform many incredible operations through the ultra-small bubbles hidden in the depressions of his fingerprints, and he could use the space bubbles to create all kinds of effects. For example, by placing a bubble in space, he can even banish the enemy directly into space. He even thought of an extremely destructive tactic, which was to place a teleportation point at the Qilin headquarters and send enemies that he could not defeat to the Qilin headquarters, allowing the enemies to enjoy a righteous beating. However, thinking that if he did this, the big guys from Skyfall Silver City would definitely come after him, he strangled this suicidal idea to death. 053 trump card. At 2 o'clock in the morning, in the east of the city, whispers were heard. Manhwa is a store that specializes in purchasing silver, then refining it into mithril, Dan silver, and Maru silver before selling it to customers. Because of its characteristic of not opening for 3 years, but making enough money for 3 years after opening, the store was open on the second floor of an equipment store. The store is very small, but the interior is very deep. Although small, it has all the necessary facilities, including an alchemy room, and a huge silver storage room. Tonight, a group of extraordinary people who came from Rongqing set their sights on the silver vault of Manhwa. Speaking of which, each of them is really talented. They originally had cases on their hands. Because of the alien insect incident in Incheon, Rongqing started a nationwide physical examination, and they fled out of the city for fear of being exposed. After a few people discussed it, they decided that the most dangerous place was the safest place, so they sneaked into Silver City after the control of Silver City ended. If they could successfully steal a large amount of silver from Manhwa and sneak out of the city overnight, the money they would earn would be enough for them to stay at large for a long time. This kind of roving crime is mostly very difficult to investigate. If it weren't for Yuxian, the probability of this group of people succeeding would be very high. But now Yuxian was sitting above the secret silver flower, waiting for something to happen. He was completely black, reflecting no light at all, and no one would be able to see him if they looked up. In a high-rise building 1,000 meters away from Manhwa, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were holding telescopes and also observing Manhwa's movements. In addition, on the electric pole to the right of Manhwa, a blue bird is squatting on the top of the pole in the form of a bird, which is also inconspicuous. At this time, a van drove over from the front and stopped next to the telephone pole. 5 minutes later, 5 people got out of the car and walked stealthily towards the alley next to the equipment store. At the end of the alley on the right is a gate. One of the men put his hand on the door, and it immediately deformed, with a hole in the middle large enough for an adult to enter and exit. "We can start now," Yuxian said with a smile when he saw this scene. The fact that the other party destroyed the door was already solid evidence in the world of extraordinary people, so Yu Xian and the others didn't need to wait until they entered the store before taking action. In fact, different countries have different attitudes towards extraordinary criminals. In some countries, extraordinary people are very rare, so even criminals will be treated leniently, such as being taken away for breeding. However, since the emergence of supernatural beings, China's attitude towards supernatural crimes has never changed. That is, to be strict and severe. When facing supernatural criminals with conclusive evidence, the combat police force has the power to use unlimited force. Simply put, they deserve to be beaten to death. Precisely because domestic laws are stricter on extraordinary people, Yu Xian, Zhang Shou, and others had never been harassed or bullied by extraordinary people when they were still ordinary people. At this time, Qingyao heard Yu Xian's words and took the first step. She swooped down from the top of the telephone pole, then transformed into a human form the moment she entered the alley and kicked one of the criminals at 3 times the speed of sound. The criminal's ribs made a crisp cracking sound on the spot, and the whole person flew backwards and hit the wall at the end of the alley. Oh no, there are cops, run! The faces of the other 4 criminals changed drastically. 3 of them ran out of the alley, while the criminal who had just opened the door gritted his teeth and fled inside. 3 people ran out of the alley, 1 ran to the left, and the other 2 rushed toward the van. Boom! At this time, Gong Qian came roaring from the sky, her small body containing great energy. She fell on the van, and the entire van exploded on the spot, bursting into flames. The 2 criminals looked at Gong Qian from afar, who was standing on the roof of the car, ignoring the flames and clenching her fists. They decisively and skillfully squatted down with their heads in their hands. They can't afford to mess with this violent little girl. Before the other criminal ran 50 meters, a bullet hit in front of him. He froze for a moment. Then bullets hit the ground one after another. He trembled like a sieve and quickly raised his hands in surrender. In the distance, Zhang Shou was holding a sniper rifle with a helpless look on his face. He aimed at the opponent's legs and shot, but he missed. Inside the Miu Yinhua house, the masked criminal rushed forward frantically while looking for a window through which he could escape. Suddenly, he saw someone standing upside down on the ceiling in front of him. Before he could react, his neck felt tight behind him and his whole body was spinning. When he came to his senses, he found himself on the street outside Miu Yinhua. He was still lying on the ground with someone stepping on his head. It's better not to move, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Yu Xian stepped on the other person and warned. He appeared on the ceiling not to show off, but because the bubble he had placed in the secret silver flower in advance was on the ceiling. If he didn't want to fall to the ground when he came out of the bubble, he could only attach the energy to the soles of his feet so that he could stick to the ceiling. Then the battle process is very simple. That is to control a super small bubble to fly behind the criminal. Then others teleport over to pinch the criminal's neck and then teleport to the street. The criminal will feel dizzy because there is no gravity inside the bubble and his neck is pinched by Yu Xian, causing him to lack oxygen. Next, the 5 people were handcuffed with super alloy handcuffs, and Yu Xian contacted Zhang Kai to come and take them away. The 5 criminals squatted on the ground against the wall. Yu Xian and the others gathered together. Zhang Shou complained, "That's it. I thought it would be some vicious guy. Since the person has been caught, I'm going to go back to sleep." Gong Qian yawned and continued. Yu Xian nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Deputy Captain. Well, you've worked hard too. Bye." Gong Qian's eyelids began to twitch, and she said in a daze. In fact, she seldom stays up late. In order to grow taller, she has always maintained a regular schedule, and it is very rare for her to be awake after 2 a.m. Qingyao was a little worried about Gong Qian, so he said something to Yu Xian and Zhang Shou and went back to the office dormitory with Gong Qian. Neither of them has a house in Incheon, so they currently live in the office's dormitories, which are the same dormitories where Yu Xian and Zhang Shou lived. After Gong Qian and Qingyao left, several criminals began to exchange glances quietly. In fact, what they feared the most was Gong Qian. With her strength that she could smash a van with one, but and still remain unscathed, they knew that even if they used all their tricks, they would not be Gong Qian's match. But apart from Gong Qian, the remaining Yu Xian and Zhang Shou don't seem to be particularly strong. If they use their trump cards, they may be able to solve the problem. 5-2, the odds are good. Do you want to do it? Done. The 5 men reached a consensus with their eyes, and then one of the burly criminals yelled, stood up and slammed Yu Xian with both hands. Because everyone was leaning against the wall, after Yu Xian dodged them, he used his handcuffed hands to smash the wall. Another criminal quickly came behind the burly criminal, took out a syringe from his waist bag, and inserted the syringe into the burly criminal's back. After being injected with an unknown drug, the muscles on the burly criminal's body all turned red, and then his body expanded rapidly, and the alloy handcuffs were broken on the spot. 054 Big Fish. Ha ha ha. I'm invincible. The burly criminal felt that his whole body was filled with explosive power. He looked up at the sky, opened his hands, and felt very excited. Then, he suddenly lowered his head, locked onto Yu Xian with a wild laugh, rushed forward and punched him quickly, but Yu Xian just moved left and right, taking only a small step each time to easily avoid his attacks. The burly criminal didn't realize that his attack intentions were all seen through. He felt extremely good about himself, and had the illusion that he could blow up the earth with one punch. This man's name is Sun Yohu. He is considered a martial artist. He has been adopted by his master to strengthen his muscles since he was a child. But sometimes people are just too mean. They will not cherish things that they get easily, but always stare at things they don't have. He has no interest in practicing martial arts. He just wants money and wants to get rich. Because he was not diligent in his practice and often went down the mountain to gamble, he was eventually expelled from the sect when he reached adulthood. Afterwards, he began to pursue wealth and pleasure, using the power he gained from not practicing hard for many years to oppress ordinary people in order to make money. However, after being reported, he was severely suppressed by the ex-person police and was sentenced to 20 years in prison for robbing 10 yuan. In prison, he met these like-minded friends. After he was released from prison, the 5 of them hit it off and began to commit crimes in various cities. At the age of 38, with only insect-level strength, he is actually just a weakling. However, after being injected with a mysterious potion, he felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. This feeling was so wonderful. D. Seeing that he still failed to hit Yu Xian, Sun Yohu instinctively started to use the tiger boxing that he had practiced for decades without any effect. Faced with Sun Yohu's sudden change of tactics, Yu Xian simply lay down on the ground. A small space bubble on the ground expanded rapidly. His body passed through the space bubble and appeared in the bubble in the air. Then he put one leg on Sun Yohu's head. What did you inject? Yu Xian looked at Sun Yohu at his feet and asked. If he wasn't curious about what Sun Yohu had been injected with, he would have been able to kick Sun Yohu to death. But how could Sun Yohu answer Yu Xian's question? He immediately grabbed his head with both hands, but Yu Xian kicked away lightly and disappeared into the air. Then, before Sun Yohu could react, he was kicked in the cheek and fell heavily against the wall. The next moment, Yu Xian looked at the criminals who were being injected with drugs. A short criminal immediately kicked the wall and pounced over. Yu Xian frowned slightly and created a large number of bubbles. One of the bubbles collided with the criminal who was rushing over. In an instant, the criminal's eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. The space bubble was almost invisible in the dark night. The remaining 3 criminals were hit by the bubble before they could react, and they all lost their combat effectiveness in less than 5 seconds. At this time, Sun Yohu stood up from the collapsed wall, grabbed a lot of broken bricks, and threw them at Yu Xian, but Yu Xian disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind Sun Yohu, kicking Sun Yohu on the back of the head. Sun Yohu rolled his eyes and passed out on the spot. During the battle, Yu Xian had already attached bubbles to the back of Sun Yohu's head. As long as he wanted to attack Sun Yohu, he could kill him instantly at any time. However, Yu Xian has been practicing how to teleport quickly during this period, so he can use them in practice. Currently, he can compress the time of the entire teleportation operation to less than 1 second, and his goal is to complete the operation within 0.01 seconds. At that time, he will be able to move more quickly and freely and perform more magical skills. About 10 minutes later, the X-Pollock police car arrived. After Zhang Kai got out of the car, he asked his police officers to take the unconscious criminals into the car. Then he walked over to Yu Xian and Zhang Shou and asked curiously, "Don't you guys need to sleep at night?" "Captain Zhang, look at the dark circles under your eyes. How can you have a nerve to criticize us?" Zhang Shou said with a spirited smile. In the past few days, he had been asking the doctor at the Qilin office to prepare some painless drugs to refresh his passive state. Every time it was almost 12 o'clock, he would actively refresh his status. In theory, he would not start to feel sleepy until noon. Yu Xian explained, "I just happened to notice the movements of these stupid thieves, so I came over guard for a while, but it seems that I really caught a big fish. As he said this, he told Zhang Kai that Sun Yohu and the others had been injected with medicine, which increased their strength tenfold. 10 times? Are you sure? Zhang Kai stared. Yu Xian nodded and said, I have tested it specially, otherwise I would have kicked that big guy to death long ago. With his current strength, let alone if Sun Yohu's strength increased tenfold, even if it increased 20-fold, he could still kill him with one kick. Then we really need to dig deeper, Zhang Kai said seriously. Then the three of them decided to go back to the Public Security Bureau together, wait for Sun Yohu and the others to wake up, and interrogate them carefully to find out where the medicine came from. 10 times, that's too exaggerated if any level is effective. Zhang Kai still felt incredible while driving. Yu Xian sat in the back seat and said calmly, it's unlikely to be effective on any level, otherwise it would be too outrageous. It's okay at low levels, but if it's effective against tiger and dragon levels, it would be too terrifying. Everyone returned to the police station and sent all 5 people to the interrogation room. Yu Xian followed Zhang Kai into Sun Yohu's interrogation room. Wake him up, Zhang Kai said to the young police officer beside him. Then the young police officer slapped Sun Yohu several times, causing his face to swell, but at the same time Sun Yohu actually woke up faintly. Sun Yohu, 38 years old, was released from prison half a year ago. After he was released, he and his cellmates Zhong Fa, Kong Jimao, Wang Hao, and Su Long committed robbery and theft many times. He also injured and disabled 15 witnesses. Am I wrong? Zhang Kai opened the folder and read Sun Yohu's file selectively. Sun Yohu felt a burning pain on his cheeks. He glanced at Yu Xian and snorted coldly. Since you all know so clearly, you can kill me or chop me up. It's all up to you. Let me ask you, where did the medicine you injected today come from? Zhang Kai changed the subject and asked. Sun Yohu stiffened his neck and said nothing, just glared at Yu Xian fiercely. Given the financial situation of you scumbags, it is impossible for you to buy it. Tell me, where did you steal it from? Yu Xian looked at Sun Yohu and asked with a smile. Zhang Kai said sternly, confess and you will be treated leniently. You should know that we will never show mercy to extraordinary criminals. If you don't want us to resort to any means, you'd better answer the questions honestly. In an instant, Sun Yohu recalled the first time he went to the Public Security Bureau and acted like a rogue and refused to plead guilty. He originally thought that the armed police couldn't do anything to him unless they had evidence, but it turned out that they had no intention of sharing the evidence with him. Whenever he recalled what happened afterwards, he could feel his legs shaking involuntarily. In the cloud warehouse in the north of the city. Which warehouse? 35. No, it was warehouse 32. We just wanted to steal some food, but there were a lot of high-end looking equipment inside. We didn't dare to move, so we just took a suitcase and ran away. Inside the suitcase were these medicines. Where's the suitcase? Throw it away. Where did you throw it? A trash can on the outer street of the South City. How do you know the efficacy of the drug? Jimao? No, Kong Jimao injected it into a dog and found that the dog became stronger. The only after effect was that it was listless for 2 days. After Yu Xian and Zhang Kai asked the questions they wanted to ask, they looked at each other, warned Sun Yohu, and quickly left the interrogation room. 055 silencing. North of the city, Cloud Warehouse, warehouse number 32. 3 police cars stopped at the door of the warehouse. Zhang Kai, Yu Xian, and Zhang Shou got out of the cars, and many police officers quickly surrounded the warehouse. Several police officers holding super alloy shields that were almost 10 centimeters thick formed a shield formation and moved forward cautiously. One of the police officers holding a door-breaking hammer stood behind the shield formation. They arrived at the warehouse door and waited for the order to break in. Yu Xian watched their actions, and suddenly his head began to buzz, and his vampire heart began to beat faster. Wait, Captain Zhang, let me do it. I have a bad feeling. Yu Xian grabbed Zhang Kai's hand holding the communicator and said seriously. Seeing Yu Xian's serious expression, Zhang Kai immediately ordered the troopers to retreat. After everyone retreated to a certain distance, a bubble the size of a basketball appeared in Yu Xian's hand. He controlled the bubble to float in front of the door and pushed the door open little by little. Click! After the door cracked, there was a crashing sound. In an instant, the entire warehouse exploded and a terrifying shock wave spread. Even though the X-Force was holding a heavy shield, they were still swept away dozens of meters away from the explosion. Yu Xian was well prepared. He used bubbles to protect himself and the people around him at the moment of the explosion. He used 3 layers of bubbles this time, so the explosion had no effect on them at all. Fuck. Zhang Shou came back to his senses and shouted subconsciously. Zhang Kai, standing aside, had a very grim expression on his face. If Yuxian had not stopped the X-Pix from forcing the door open, those X-Pix brothers would probably have died on the spot. Damn it. We must investigate. Who owns this warehouse, and who is behind it? If I don't get to the bottom of it, I'm not Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai gritted his teeth and said angrily. Yuxian also felt that this matter was becoming more and more complicated. Originally, they were just catching a few little mice at night, but who would have known that these little mice would be involved in such a big case? The other party may have guessed that we would come, and this is a warning to us not to investigate further, Yuxian said thoughtfully. After Sun Yohu and his gang stole the suitcase, the other party had already anticipated this. After all, Sun Yohu and his gang were roaming around, and they were wearing hats and masks when they entered the warehouse, so it was difficult for the other party to find out who they were. But as long as Sun Yohu and his men continue to steal, they are very likely to fall into the hands of the Public Security Bureau. Once the syringes are discovered, it is only a matter of time before the warehouse is exposed. Many people may think that it is easier for evil forces or criminals to find Sun Yohu and his gang. But the actual situation is just the opposite. Sun Yohu and his gang work as a team and have been roaming around in different cities. They don't trust anyone at all, and even the local bosses may not know that such a group of people exists. Moreover, after they succeed in stealing in a city, they will not sell the stolen goods in this city, but will go to the next city or even the next city to sell the stolen goods, and they will not sell them again in the city where they sold the stolen goods. This means that it is difficult for ordinary forces to catch them unless they can conduct a citywide search before they flee to other cities. But the control of Insheng has just ended. Not to mention the evil forces hiding in the sewers. Even the big guys in the open need to behave themselves for a while, so it is really safe for Sun Yohu and his friends to stay in Insheng. Under the above conditions, the possibility of Sun Yohu and others exposing the potion is at least increased to 80%. It is not difficult to imagine why the original owner of the potion did this. Leaving behind a team of SWAT officers to investigate the surrounding warehouses, Yu Xian and his team returned to the Security Bureau. After a while, the war police who were responsible for searching the temporary residence of Sun Yohu and others came back, and brought back several medicines hidden by Sun Yohu and others. There were a total of 10 potions in the suitcase. Sun Yohu and his companions used one for the dog, and then each of them took one. So there were 4 potions left at the temporary resting place. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou each asked for a potion and put in their storage rings as a backup. As for the remaining 2 potions, one was left to the Public Security Bureau to test the ingredients, and the other was taken by Yu Xian to the office next door to have Qilin's people test the ingredients. The 2 came out of the office. Yu Xian sat in the green belt between the Public Security Bureau and the office. Zhang Shou sat down with him and asked, "Xinyu, are you waiting for the other party to make a move?" Well, the warehouse exploded. The other party must have known that the thief who stole the suitcase has been arrested. Given their audacious style, do you think they will choose to silence him? Yu Xian nodded and asked seriously. If only the Public Security Bureau caught Sun Yohu, they would most likely do this. Now it depends on how much the other party knows. If someone comes tonight, it means that the Public Security Bureau is fine. If no one takes action, then it is necessary for the Public Security Bureau to conduct another screening. However, Yu Xian still believed in Jin Sheng's ability. Before the Security Bureau was infiltrated by alien insects, Jin Sheng had already searched the entire Security Bureau in Insheng. If there were still people with problems in this situation, it would be a big problem. 4 o'clock in the morning. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were both in high spirits, one looking at the stars and the other playing with his cell phone. Suddenly, Yu Xian stood up. Zhang Shou quickly stood up and looked around, and then a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 300 meters suddenly appeared above the Security Bureau. It really appeared out of nowhere, so that no one had time to react. If this fireball falls, the entire police station will probably be reduced to ashes and everyone will die. But the next second, a huge bubble appeared above the sheriff's bureau, and the fireball was directly swallowed by the bubble. If the extraordinary person who created the fireball could see a large lake hundreds of kilometers outside Silver City, he would see a fireball suddenly appear at the bottom of the lake and then be extinguished neatly by the lake water. About 200 meters away, Scott stared at the sky above the sheriff's office with wide eyes in disbelief. He still had the magic scroll in his hand, and it had clearly been torn apart. The Scorching Sun fireball should have been successfully activated. This was a wolf-level, higher-level spell, and was enough to make the entire Security Bureau evaporate from the face of the earth. The question is, where his fireballs? Not good. The Public Security Bureau might have some experts there. Scott came to his senses, and his IQ finally returned to his brain. He realized that something was wrong. So he quickly took out the teleportation scroll, tore open the scroll, and escaped instantly. 5 seconds after he left, Yuxian fell from the sky, his body remaining pitch black. Run away. Yuxian looked around and frowned slightly. The other party seemed to be even richer than he expected. There was no trace left in the air, not even any smell. He could conclude that the other party was definitely well-equipped, and the abilities he used were probably not from their own system. Simply put, the other party did not reveal any information about himself, except he was rich. Could it be a vampire? Yuxian suddenly had this thought, and then shook his head. He couldn't just conclude that the vampires were the murderers just because they were rich. 56 ability flaws. 5-star hotel. Scott stood in the darkness and said, "Master, something happened in Warehouse 32. A shadow quickly condensed into a human shape, and the whole room seemed to fall into darkness. A voice that was difficult to distinguish between male and female came from the shadow. Now you should understand that warnings have no deterrent effect on the Chinese. They will not give up and continue to investigate. Have all the clues been cut off? Master, I have cleared up all the clues that could be eliminated. Unfortunately, there are experts in the Public Security Bureau, and I was unable to completely silence them. I'm afraid they will continue to investigate," Scott said with his head down. Shadow was silent for a moment, then said, "Then let them continue their investigation. Use all anti-reconnaissance methods and don't expose yourself." "Yes," Scott responded immediately. Yuxian returned to the Security Bureau, and the entire area was already guarded by fully armed SWAT police. Zhang Kai, the leader, saw Yuxian coming back and immediately asked nervously, "Yuxian, was that the flaming sun fireball that just appeared in the air?" This wolf-level superior spell is very famous internationally. Because its attack range is relatively small, but the temperature is very high, enough to turn everything within the attack range into magma. Many criminals like to use this spell to destroy corpses. Even though it only appeared above the Security Bureau for less than 5 seconds, the roof of the Bureau is now charred black, and much of the equipment on the top floor has been damaged by the high temperature. Yes, it is indeed the flaming sun fireball technique. Yuxian nodded and replied. Zhang Kai frowned and asked, "Could it be related to the warehouse over there?" "Yes, so our evil-slaying team has taken over this case, and you guys can just let it go." Yuxian continued to nod, and then said to Zhang Kai seriously, "If he hadn't been guarding it just now, the entire Security Bureau would probably have become a big pit, and all the police officers would have been reduced to ashes under Yin Yang's fireball. The levels of the war police are generally between insect level and ant level. They are obviously no longer suitable to continue to participate in this case. After all, the other party's first attack is at the upper wolf level. No matter how many war police there are, it will be useless. Well, I'll hand over Sun Yohu and the others to you as well." Zhang Kai nodded calmly. Although he was very angry, he had to be responsible for his brothers. The criminals behind this case were of too high a level, and it was too dangerous for the ex-person to continue to intervene. "Okay, hand them all over. I'll have someone check their bodies to see if the injections of those drugs really don't have any greater side effects." Yuxian agreed. After all, the fact that the side effects are not serious is just Sun Yohu's one-sided statement, and Kong Jimao's observation object is just a dog, so the conclusion he drew may not be reliable. The subsequent handover work does not need to be done by Yuxian himself, but will be handled by the office staff and the combat police force. Yuxian was suspended above the Security Bureau in a bubble, carefully reviewing his actions. If the other party had 2 people and was trying to lure the enemy away from their position, then if he rashly left the Security Bureau to pursue the enemy, by the time he came back, the entire Security Bureau would probably be gone. He was still too impulsive. "Xinyu, do you want to wake up Sister Qing Niao and the deputy captain?" This time, Zhang Shou's voice came from the bubble in his right ear. Yuxian replied, "No need. Let's talk to them tomorrow. We can make plans after the test results come out. By the way, let Brotherly check who owns warehouse number 32 in the Cloud Warehouse and who it has been rented to during this period." Originally, the X-Men were already investigating the ownership of the cloud warehouse, but now that everything has been handed over to Kieran, it will naturally be Kieran's turn to investigate. There are many clerks in the office who are actually staff members who specialize in assisting each team. The brotherly, mentioned by Yuxian, is one of the clerks who is familiar with them. Okay, I understand. Zhang Shou responded. Next, Yuxian continued to exercise his abilities while being on guard around him. He remotely controlled the two bubbles outside Silver City to constantly exchange underwater stones and river water, and even the fish that entered the bubbles were directly exchanged by him. The two bubbles, one in the river and the other in the lake, are several kilometers apart from each other. Many fish are lucky enough to have this spontaneous trip. He knew the space inside the bubble very well, but he actually didn't know what was outside the bubble. Manipulating bubbles to move in the distance is like groping forward with eyes closed. Only when he includes things in the water into the bubbles can he know what he has encountered. Whenever he had time, he would think about how to see the scene outside the bubble in the distance. The next day, Yuxian and Zhang Shou asked for leave again. Fortunately, several teachers at the Superpower Academy knew that they were affiliated with the Public Security Bureau, so they did not make things difficult for the two. At 8:30 in the morning, Gong Qian and Qing Niao came out of the room. In fact, they had woken up once when a yin-yang fireball appeared, but the yin-yang fireball disappeared too quickly and there was no other movement afterwards. In addition, Yuxian and Zhang Shou did not notify them, so they mistakenly thought that nothing serious happened, so they continued to sleep with confidence. Office. While eating the breakfast bought by Zhang Shou, Gong Qian and Qing Niao listened to Yuxian recounting what happened last night. Neither of them had expected that a case of catching a thief would lead to such a big case. Using wolf-level spells to attack the Public Security Bureau is a capital crime, and there is no room for negotiation. As long as you find the attacker, you will be rewarded if you kill him. So how many clues do we have now? After listening to Yuxian's words, Qing Niao swallowed a mouthful of century egg and lean meat porridge and continued to ask. Yuxian held his phone and read the message sent by Brother Li, saying, "The test results of the medicine in the syringe will not be available until the afternoon, but the owner and tenant of warehouse number 32 have been investigated. The owner of warehouse number 32 is Lu Yingshi, the leader of the Lion Gate in the east of the city and a snake-level warrior. We have sent someone to invite him back for investigation. The tenant is Hu Weijie, one of the 7 heroes of the Hu family. He is a famous scavenger on the Grey Road. We have also sent someone to invite him to come for investigation. Then we'll wait for Lu Yingshi and Hu Weijie to arrive, and then we'll continue investigating along these clues." Gong Qian said after listening. While cleaning up the breakfast garbage, Bluebird said, "But Xianyu, I must criticize you. Next time you encounter this kind of thing, you should wake me and the deputy captain immediately, just in case the other party has any backup plan. Just because we are girls, we don't need to be taken care of. We are also experienced in many battles." Yes. Next time, just notify us directly. There is strength in numbers, and it will be harder for us to fall into the other party's scheme of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Gong Qian nodded. Yuxian had already reflected on this last night, so he nodded and said, "Well, I will review this, and I will inform you in time next time." At about 10:30, several clerks came back. Also returning with them were Lu Yingshi, Hu Tuer, and a woman who looked very similar to Hu Tuer. Brotherly knocked on the door and entered the office, saying, "Leaders, LV Yingshi has been brought in. Hu Weijie's whereabouts are currently unknown, but his wife, Hu Xian'er, and daughter, Hu Tuer, have come to cooperate with the investigation. They hope that we can help investigate Hu Weijie's whereabouts. Sorry to trouble you, Brotherly. Let's go and meet Lu Yingshi first and see what he says." Gong Qian took the initiative to speak. Then everyone went to the reception room. As soon as they entered the room, they saw the burly Lu Yingshi. When Yuxian saw him for the first time, he inexplicably had a familiar feeling. Then he discovered that Lu Yingshi's temperament was very similar to Jin Sheng, both like a lion. However, there are differences between the two. Jin Sheng is more like a shining lion, while Lu Yingshi is more like an old lion who has his own territory and just wants to guard his own little piece of land. Lu Yingshi is already 98 years old this year, but because he is a snake-level warrior and has maintained his body very well, he looks like a middle-aged man in his 50s. It is estimated that in a few years, if he cannot break through the eagle level and does not want to die, he will probably have to consider becoming an immortal species, such as a vampire. 057 Hichu Luo Shu. I don't know whether it's because I have a clear conscience or I was prepared. Lu Yingshi was very cooperative and told everything he knew about warehouse number 32. The problem is that he doesn't actually manage the property under his name. Warehouse number 32 was just a gift from a wealthy businessman on his 90th birthday, and it has always been managed by his eldest apprentice Wang Xiaohu. Fortunately, Wang Xiaohu also came with him this time for investigation, so Yu Xian and others met Wang Xiaohu again. Unfortunately, Wang Xiaohu did not provide any valuable clues. Now warehouses for rent are all posted on an app called Beizuk, and there is no need to meet the tenants in person. After sending the two away, Zhang Shou asked, "Do you think what they said is true?" There shouldn't be any problem. Although the Lion Gate is not a particularly strong sect, it has many industries under its name. Lu Yingshi won't be too concerned about a warehouse that someone else gave him as a gift. Bluebird analyzed. Yu Xian said calmly at this time, "Okay, let's go meet Hu Weijia's family and see if they can provide any clues." If Hu Xianer and the others were just like Lu Yingshi and the others and knew nothing about anything, then this connection would be broken. Everyone entered the reception room opposite. When Hu Tuer saw Yu Xian coming in, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stood up and said happily, "Handsome guy, it's you. Do you know each other?" Bluebird asked curiously. Yu Xian looked at Hu Tuer speechlessly and said calmly, "We went to the same school and met once." "Handsome guy, I want to call the police. My dad is missing." Hu Tuer looked at Yu Xian with shining eyes, and there was no sadness in his tone. Zhang Shou asked curiously, "How many days has your father been missing?" "Officer, Brother Jie disappeared on the day the control ended," said Hu Tuer's mother, Hu Xianer. Although Hu Xianer is already a wife and has a 17-year-old daughter, she looks very young, and she and Hu Tuer look like sisters when standing together. Moreover, she has a very good temperament, and her every move is full of breathtaking charm. Ordinary young people can never resist her temptation. If I have to describe it, it would probably be, when you see her, you can understand why Chow Chow likes wives so much. "Brother Jie, aren't you his wife?" Yu Xian elbowed Zhang Shou, who was in a daze, and asked Hu Xianer. Hu Tuer probably didn't want Yu Xian's eyes to stay on his mother, so he answered quickly, "Handsome, I have heard my mother call my father like this since I was a child." "Okay, can you tell me what Hu Weijia was doing before he disappeared? For example, any abnormal behavior?" Yu Xian didn't dwell on this question. After all, it might just be a little interest between the couple. Hu Tuer shook his head and said, "No, my dad is a quiet guy with a low presence at home. He often disappeared and would come back after a while." "Then why do you think he is missing this time?" Bluebird asked puzzledly. Hu Tuer looked at Yu Xian and the others in confusion and asked, "Because you are looking for him. Although my mother and I didn't know where he went before. You are police officers, and you should know. But now you are all looking for him, so he must be missing. That makes sense. Totally irrefutable." Gong Qian and others remained silent. They didn't expect Hu Tuer's answer to be so simple. "Actually, we don't know whether Hu Weijia is missing. We're looking for him to find out one thing. Do you know that he once rented warehouse number 32 in the cloud warehouse?" Yu Xian coughed and continued. Hu Tuer shook his head curiously and said, "I haven't heard of it. Why did he rent this warehouse?" Everyone was speechless. They also wanted to know the answer. Qing Yao looked at Hu Xianer, who also shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. She said, "Brother Jie is a playboy. He only comes back to rest every time. Tuer, and I don't really know what he does outside. He doesn't make money to support his family?" Zhang Shou couldn't help but ask. Hu Xianer explained, "Our bathhouse is a gift from Brother Jie. Tuer and I are not short of money to run the bathhouse, so we have never asked him for money. She has always been in charge of running the bathhouse, and Hu Weijia is not involved in it. So are there any clothes of Hu Weijia at home, or things he often uses?" Yu Xian was unwilling to let the clue end like this, so he thought for a while and asked. Hu Xianer shook her head, but Hu Tuer said, "There's a pair of his slippers." Yu Xian's face turned dark, and he didn't want to talk anymore. He was planning to use his extraordinary sense of smell to try to find some clues, but smelling other people's slippers, forget it. A minute later, the four men saw off the Hu mother and daughter and stood at the door of the office, looking at each other. As expected, the clue was broken. Back in the office, Zhang Shou sat on a chair and asked doubtfully, "Do you think Hu Weijia is cleaning? There's a lot of strange knowledge on the internet, but it is all true. For example, scavengers deal with corpses and erase traces of crime scenes, which is called cleaning in the Grey Road. Generally, after finishing this kind of work, the scavenger will hide for a while, and will not reappear until he is sure that the limelight has passed. It is indeed possible. Generally, scavengers should have their own safe houses. Or we can contact the city's public security bureau and let all the security guards look for people together. Bluebird said, security guards are ordinary people. In most cases, they're only responsible for handling cases involving ordinary people. However, when it comes to finding people, they actually have more advantages than extraordinary people because they have more people. Could it be that Huijia has been silenced, and then the other party used Huijia's mobile phone to rent warehouse number 32? Zhang Shou guessed. Yuxian looked at his phone and said, warehouse number 32 was rented by Huijia before the regulation. It's too difficult. There are no clues. How can we investigate this? Zhang Shou wailed. Gong Qian, on the other hand, was not in a hurry at all. Seeing that Zhang Shou was about to roll on the ground, she said, you seem to have made a mistake. We are not security guards. We don't need to investigate cases step by step. We are the evil killing team affiliated with Qilin. When encountering a situation like this, we just need to ask for assistance. The problem is that we don't have any clues. Will it be useful to apply for help? Zhang Shou asked doubtfully. Gong Qian said confidently, of course it will work. At least now we know that it is Huijia who rented warehouse number 32. We just need to apply to the headquarters to lock Huijia's location. Once the headquarters uses the Hichu Luoshu to lock Huijia and sends the location to us, we will be able to find him. It's very expensive to apply once. Don't lose money later. Yuxian frowned. The river map in Luoshu is a special dragon-level item. Its main body is a huge turtle shell with a map of China on it. Qilin headquarters can use it to lock onto any target in China. However, because activating the river map in Luoshu requires a large amount of spiritual energy, applying for the river map in Luoshu as a team requires a large amount of merit. If the merit rewarded after solving the case is too little, the team will suffer a loss instead. Generally speaking, each team would not apply if they could avoid it, preferring to conduct their own investigation rather than wasting merit. 058 Natural disaster or man-made disaster. I will make up for whatever loss you suffer. Gong Qian looked at Yuxian and took charge of everything. This was her first battle after joining the Zhuxia squad, and she would rather lose money than fail miserably. Besides, she really has no shortage of merit points now. Her Panga blood is the compensation for her father's sacrifice. Her storage ring is her mother's relic, and the clothes she is wearing are the reward for her meritorious service a few years ago. She has everything she needs now, so there is no point in saving so many merits. It would be better to use them to solve cases. Don't be impulsive. Wait until the drug test report comes out this afternoon, and maybe there will be new clues. Bluebird smiled and comforted the two people who were a little too impatient. Zhang Shou also nodded and said, yes, there is also the clue of the potion. Let's not worry about it for now. Then let's wait and see. Gong Qian agreed. Then the four of them dispersed. Yuxian left the office and returned home instantly. He walked to the balcony and sat down, basking in the sun while thinking about the clues currently known, while his fingers manipulated a few tiny bubbles to spin in circles. Compared to when he first acquired this ability, he can now very skillfully control multiple bubbles to spin and rotate in different directions. The bubble actually has two layers, the outer layer and the inner layer. The outer layer is composed of a space energy membrane, and the inner space is composed of the space energy of the universe itself. Both have spatial properties, but the former absolutely belongs to Yuxian, while the latter is not absolutely. Yuxian could sense the difference between the two, but the former was easy to control, while the latter could not be directly controlled at all and could only be influenced indirectly. It was not easy, but with his unremitting efforts, he made some progress. At the beginning, there was no gravity inside the bubble, but later there was gravity, and then the gravity was reversed, and even objects could be controlled inside the bubble. His goal in practicing this ability is to have absolute control over the space inside the bubble. Although it is of little use at present, if he can create a supergiant bubble that can swallow the entire Earth in the future, then the Earth will be completely controlled by him. This is the value of practicing this ability. Afternoon. Yuxian was called back to the office by Zhang Shou. He entered the office. Besides Gong Qian, Qing Yao, and Zhang Shou, there was also a young man in a white coat. Sirs, I am level 3 researcher Lin Yan. This time, I will be the one reporting the test results to you. If there are any deficiencies, please point them out. The researcher said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Gong Qian nodded and said, well, everyone is here. Let's start reporting. First, we detected a high-concentration nutrient solution in the unknown liquid in the syringe. This nutrient solution generally needs to be diluted 100 times before it can be safely absorbed by the human body. Lin Yun said at this time, holding the report. Zhang Shou interrupted. What will happen if it is not diluted? Most creatures will be blown up. Lin Yun replied. Zhang Shou frowned and said, that's not right. Sun Youhu and his men injected it directly last night, and it didn't explode. Old Zhang, let's listen to what researcher Lin has to say. Yu Xian said calmly. Lin Yun got a hint from Yu Xian and continued. At the same time, this liquid also contains 3 unknown elements. Because they are discovered for the first time, they are temporarily named Q1, Q2, and Q3. In addition, we also found that this liquid contains almost 1/10 of the alien insect's serum. What does the alien insect clearing liquid have to do with the alien insects? Yu Xian couldn't help but ask after hearing this. Lin Yun replied, the heteromorphic insect serum only exists inside the heteromorphic insect eggs. It is a liquid with very strange properties. The professors at Yinjing are still studying it, and its specific function is unknown. What do you think? Yu Xian looked at Gong Qian and others and asked. Bluebird keenly sensed the anger hidden under Yu Xian's calm expression and immediately guessed. Xianyu, do you suspect that there are so many abnormal insects in Silver City because someone deliberately released them? Where else would they get so much alien insect clearing liquid? Yu Xian asked back. The eggs of the parasite are extremely small, even smaller than a grain of rice, and 10% of the liquid in a syringe is parasite serum. How many insect eggs are needed? If you think about it, you will know that it takes a huge amount of insect eggs to produce enough abnormal insect clear liquid. At this moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. If someone was behind the invasion of the alien insects in Silver City, then that person absolutely deserved to be put to death. Damn it, if that's true, I will definitely kill them. Zhang Shou recalled the deaths of his classmates at school and suddenly became angry. Yu Xian looked at Lin Yun and asked, is it possible to artificially synthesize the alien insect serum? The possibility is very small. This kind of liquid involving extraordinary elements, original embryos, egg fluid, and the like often has extremely complex causes, and it is almost impossible to synthesize it artificially. Lin Yun shook his head, but then he glanced at the information and said hesitantly, but my dear officers, I don't think the alien insect crisis in Silver City was deliberately released by someone. It is more likely to be an accidental leak. Why do you say that? Gong Qian asked. Lin Yun explained, heteromorphs are not limited to parasitizing humans. They can parasitize almost all animals, so why not use insects that are more cost-effective? Insects reproduce quickly and have a short lifespan. The eggs they produce also contain the same insect serum. In theory, a large number of eggs can be obtained in a short period of time, which is much cheaper and more efficient than using humans as materials. That seems to be true. Zhang Shou agreed. Bluebird said in a deep voice, let's put this topic aside for now. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, we will know once we find the person. Attacking the Public Security Bureau is a serious crime in itself. Since there are no more clues about the medicine in the syringe, let's apply for the river map and Luo Shu. Gong Qian said at this time. Zhang Shou said, I agree to apply for the Hichu Luo Shu this time. I feel this case is not simple. If we can find the maker of the potion, it will definitely be a great achievement. I agree too, said Bluebird. Yu Xian looked at Lin Yun and asked, Researcher Lin, is the high-concentration nutrient solution expensive? Are there many channels to buy it? Commander Yu, many alchemists can make high-concentration nutrient solution, and the price is between 300,000 yuan per milliliter. There are many channels for purchasing it. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find the source of the high-concentration nutrient solution in the mysterious liquid. Lin Yun replied. Yu Xian looked at Gong Qian and said, then I also agree to apply for the river map and Luo book. In that case, leaders, I will take my leave first. Lin Yun smiled slightly when he saw that there was nothing for him to do here. After Lin Yun left, Gong Qian immediately took out her mobile phone to apply for the use of the river map and Luo Shu. However, before the application was approved, Minister Yu Lai called and asked why she applied to use the river map and Luo Shu. After all, Gong Qian had just joined the evil slaying team, and it was only the second day. However, When Gong Qian told Yulai how they caught the thief, and then followed the clues through the thief and found that someone might be secretly raising alien insects and using the eggs of the alien insects as materials to develop a mysterious drug, Yulai was shocked on the spot. Yulai also immediately thought that someone might be releasing alien insects, but after Gong Qian finished speaking, he came to his senses and realized that the possibility of releasing them was not high, but the possibility of the alien insects leaking was very high. No matter what, the Silver City anomaly crisis is most likely a man-made disaster rather than a natural disaster, which is enough to attract Yulai's high attention. 0:59 a.m. A fairy or a god. The subsequent applications were naturally given the green light. After the application to use the Hichu Luoshu was approved, Gong Qian entered Hu Weijia's name, gender, and ID number into the interface, and then she clicked search. Far away in Yanjing, at the Qilin headquarters, a 9-meter-long and 5-meter-high tortoise shell slowly emitted a white jade-colored light thanks to the efforts of a large number of Qi refiners. Countless light spots immediately appeared on the map on the tortoise shell, and each light spot represented city. An old Taoist with a white beard quickly took out a yellow talisman, wrote Hu Weijia's birth date on it, and then waved his hand. The talisman paper immediately flew into the tortoise shell and automatically burned inside the tortoise shell. On the turtle's back, a red light spot slowly appeared not far from the light spot representing Silver City, and the light spot soon turned into a beam of light. The recorder immediately converts the location of the light spot into coordinates, enters them into the electronic map, and finally clicks send. Silver City office. Yu Xian and the others waited for about half an hour, and Gong Qian immediately stood up and said, "Found it. Hu Weijia is at the Starbird Airport outside Yincheng." In fact, Yincheng used to be bigger and more spacious than it is now. It had subways connecting to several cities, including Rongqing, and there was an airport further away. However, since the forbidden fruit appeared, these facilities have gradually been abandoned. Although Yu Xian and his friends had never left Yincheng when they were ordinary people, they had ancient maps in history class, so they roughly knew where the airport was. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Zhang Shou stood up and said. Yu Xian was playing with 2 bubbles in his hands, as if he was playing with walnuts. He took the initiative to say, "There is a teleportation point I set up not far from the Starbird Airport. We can teleport directly there." "Wait, I'll go to the equipment room to get some weapons and ammunition," Bluebird said quickly. Zhang Shou also reacted and said that he would also apply for weapons. He was weaker than Bluebird. If he had no weapons, he would be a pure nurse, and his lethality would be almost negligible. "Then let's go together. Once we get our weapons, we'll set off." Yu Xian got up from his chair. He had never been to the equipment room, so he decided to go and broaden his horizons. Finally, the 4 of them went to the equipment room together. When a staff in charge of managing the equipment saw them coming, they immediately opened the door of the warehouse and allowed everyone to enter and choose. However, they needed to sign and register after choosing. In fact, every city's office and equipment room stores a large amount of munitions, but these munitions are not used against humans. The recoil of many guns is incredibly large. Most people will suffer fractures or even be seriously injured by the recoil after being shot. Of course, the attack power of these weapons is much stronger than that of ordinary firearms. Yu Xian was not very interested in guns. He took 10 standard super alloy steel knives and then asked for more than 500 bombs, including flash grenades, stun grenades, incendiary bombs, and fragmentation grenades. Finally, he also got more than 50 super alloy shields. Although they are not top-level equipment, if used unexpectedly, they may bring unexpected surprises. After signing and registering, he put all his equipment into the storage ring, and then sat aside waiting for Zhang Shou and others to select their equipment. When everyone had prepared their guns and ammunition, Yu Xian walked out of the equipment room. He pointed his hand forward and a small bubble froze in midair. Then he input energy to enlarge the bubble and walked into the bubble himself. The next second, he appeared on the top of a mountain. Looking to the right from the top of the mountain, you can see the Starbird Airport, which has become a wreck. "Xinyu, your ability is so convenient. I'm so envious." Zhang Shou came out of the bubble, looked at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but sigh. Qingyao and Gong Qian came out of the space bubble. Qingyao exclaimed, "Our team now may be the strongest team in history, and also the most functional team. If you need teleportation, Yu Xian has it. If you need a doctor, Zhang Shou can be brought back to life in minutes. If you need reconnaissance, she is here. Finally, there is Gong Qian, the top attacker who can even beat up a dragon-level powerhouse. She couldn't imagine what kind of monster could pose a threat to them. In fact, if the captain were here, the functionality would be more complete, Gong Qian added. She is very powerful, but she is not without weaknesses. For example, she doesn't have any good methods to deal with monsters that are not very susceptible to physical attacks, such as ghosts and evil spirits. If Jin Sheng were there, the lion's might would burst out from his body, and these monsters would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Deputy Captain, shall we start the mission now? Qing Yao looked at Gong Qian and asked with a smile. Gong Qian nodded and said, let's get started. Qing Yao, go to Xingyao Airport for reconnaissance and find Hu Weijia's hiding place. Don't alert the enemy. Salted fish, fly high in the sky, and make a few teleportation points. If necessary, teleport me into the air and directly attack the ground of Starbird Airport. Dead Doctor, be prepared. If Bluebird and I are injured or poisoned, you will immediately cooperate with Salted Fish to remotely detoxify me. Then I'll go first. After Gong Qian finished speaking, the Bluebird immediately turned into a bird and flew towards the Starbird Airport. Yu Xian nodded to Gong Qian, then created a bubble, entered the bubble himself, and also flew towards the direction of Starbird Airport. However, he and Bluebird happened to fly higher and lower respectively. When the bubbles rose to the clouds, Yu Xian sat in the bubble and looked down. Then, just like playing Go, he threw one space bubble after another to the ground. With the Starbird Airport as the center, the bubbles soon formed a large area and took care of each other. Then he closed his eyes and listened carefully to the sound coming from the Bluebird. He really hasn't found a way to see the scene outside the bubble, but he thought of a way, which is to use the principle of sonar to judge the situation outside the bubble through sound. Although it is not very accurate now, it is at least better than knowing nothing. Looking down from the sky, the Starbird Airport is shaped like a Y and an H put together. Because no one has maintained it for 700 or 800 years, the entire airport is overgrown with weeds. There's even a tree growing out from inside the airport, forming a huge canopy. The Bluebird flew to a branch and landed, only to find that the airport was eerily quiet. Past experience made her immediately realize that something was wrong with this place and that there might be some terrible danger lurking there. There's not even a single animal. That's so abnormal. The Bluebird spread its wings slightly and quickly landed on a broken part of the airport roof. The situation inside the airport could be seen from the broken glass window. It was already past 4 in the afternoon and the sky was still bright, but the airport glass was too dirty and almost let in no light, so the inside of the airport was rather dim. Faintly, one could see many animal skeletons and some broken syringes. Bluebird jumped into the airport through the broken window and landed on a sign that vaguely read, "Pack your luggage." She looked around and didn't see any living creatures, but she didn't like the smell of the entire airport. It stinks. Moreover, this stench is mixed with the urine smell that is only found in dogs. There were many cages on the ground, but these cages had been torn open violently. In addition to the pile of bones, there were also many canine bones scattered on the ground around. Bluebird estimated that these bones were either from dogs or foxes. Suddenly, Bluebird's body stiffened, and a chill slowly rose from her back to her head. She didn't dare to move at all. She sensed that there was a pair of huge eyes behind her staring at her. Her pupils kept trembling, and the gray glass next to her dimly reflected a fox about 10 meters tall with a long tail behind it. Nine-tailed fox? Hu Weijia? There was disbelief in the Bluebird's eyes. The problem is that although Hu Weijia has the blood of a nine-tailed fox, he is not a monster at all. How could he become a monster? At this time, the monster behind the Bluebird stared at the Bluebird and asked word by word, "You said, am I a fairy or a god?" Its voice had the power to shake the soul. The Bluebird's body suddenly became stiff and unable to move, and its mouth trembled as it opened little by little. Asking for a title? How could it be a request for a title? Hu Weijia is a human being, not a real fox, so why does it need to ask for a title? However, Bluebird was unable to control her body at all. She knew very well that if she answered, the consequences would be disastrous. 060, you are like yourself. All monsters in the world originate from the monster ancestor. The demon ancestor is a despised and treacherous person in the folks, and everyone uses the word dog thing to describe her. This was mainly because the demon ancestor was cold and cruel to her own kind, but treated animals, especially dogs, like her own children. After luckily eating the forbidden fruit, she became the first human demon in the world. She can transfer demonic energy to other creatures, awaken their intelligence, and thus embark on the path of demon cultivation. As a result, she cultivated hundreds of great monsters. In order to help these monsters survive the heavenly calamity and transform into human form, she took the initiative to attack human towns and captured a large number of ordinary people, making them consumable for the monsters to demand titles. The final fate of the demon ancestor can be imagined. She was expelled from the human race, and then killed by powerful people, and her bones were reduced to ashes. Unfortunately, after the birth of the demon ancestor, the demonic energy was already born. From then on, any creature that was lucky enough to obtain the demonic energy had the opportunity to open up their spiritual intelligence, embark on the path of cultivation, and become a terrifying demon. It's over, it's over, it's over. Qingyao knew very well that the demon clan's request for a title was actually to extract everything from the target, replenish the demon clan itself, thereby sublimating its wisdom and strengthening its foundation, so as to achieve the goal of transforming into a human form. After she answered the question, her body would be hollowed out in an instant and she would die on the spot. However, just as her body opened her mouth involuntarily, the bubbles in her ears that originally served as headphones suddenly grew larger, wrapping her body in the bubble. The next second, the surrounding scenery changed, and she had been teleported back to the original mountaintop by Yuxian. She felt her whole body relax and immediately gasped for breath, as if she had escaped death. "Bluebird, are you okay?" Yuxian teleported back and asked while looking at the bluebird. At first, he did not notice that the bluebird was in danger. It was not until the monster that looked like Hu Weijie came to ask for a title and asked the bluebird whether it looked like a fairy or a god that he realized that the bluebird was most likely controlled or captured. So he decisively used the bubble in the bluebird's ear to teleport the bluebird back. Bluebird recovered and replied, "I'm fine, but there's a monster in the airport. I suspect it's Hu Weijie." As soon as she finished speaking, a huge roar was heard from Starbird Airport. The next moment, a fox with 9 tails and a body covered with strange muscles rushed out from the airport. It looked left and right, and suddenly looked up and locked onto the location of Yuxian and the others. Then its muscles bulged up strangely, and its limbs began to run in a very uncoordinated manner, rushing towards the mountain. The muscles on its body are too weird, and a lot of the protruding muscles are completely redundant. Gong Qian frowned as she watched the 9-tailed fox approaching quickly. Yuxian frowned and said, "If he is really Hu Weijie, I'm afraid we won't be able to get anything valuable out of him. It's so fast, Xinyu. Let's knock it down first. It won't be too late to consider other problems later." Zhang Shou took out a gun from the storage ring, looked at the 9-tailed fox getting closer and closer, his palms sweating. Although he was not afraid of death, the feeling of oppression from having such a huge fox rushing towards him was too strong. "Then do it." Gong Qian immediately clenched her fists, kicked her legs forward, and quickly went down the mountain. At the same time, Yuxian took a step back, passed through a bubble, and appeared high in the sky in an instant. He looked at the 9-tailed fox on the ground, and his fingers immediately released a large number of tiny bubbles. These bubbles fell to the ground and formed a circular circle around the 9-tailed fox. Boom! At this moment, Gong Qian collided with the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox was hit on the head by a punch, and its huge body exploded on the spot. Kill with one punch? Everyone was stunned, and then they saw blood, residue, and hair quickly reorganizing in midair, and in the blink of an eye the 9-tailed fox was resurrected. Assuming it is really Hu Weijie, the 9 tails mean it should have dragon-level strength. This is too weak, Zhang Shou said to everyone. The blue bird said, and it was asking me for a title just now. This is so weird. Is there a possibility that it was also injected with the same medicine that Sun Yohu and the others injected, but the dosage it injected was far greater than that of Sun Yohu and the others? Yuxian said thoughtfully as he looked at the reorganized 9-tailed fox. The main thing is that when a 9-tailed fox was reorganizing its body, its flesh and blood were reorganized layer by layer. Yuxian saw its muscle texture, the glowing lines in the muscles, which were very similar to the glow emitted by Sun Yohu's muscles after he was injected with the drug. Next, Gong Qian blew up the body of the 9-tailed fox with another punch, but as expected, the nine-tailed fox reassembled itself. Yu Xian looked more carefully and found that the muscle lines on the nine-tailed fox were as similar as 90% to the muscle lines of Sun Yohu and others after they were injected with the drug. Boom, boom, boom. Gong Qian continued to hit the nine-tailed fox from different angles, easily blowing it up with each punch. However, her attacks seemed to have little effect on the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox kept regenerating tirelessly and immediately attacked Gong Qian after regeneration. It has absolutely no fear and probably no self-awareness at all. But every time it charged, it would mutter to itself, asking Gong Qian whether it looked like a fairy or a god. Yu Xian suddenly had an idea and teleported to a place not far from Gong Qian through a bubble. He shouted to the nine-tailed fox, "You are neither like a fairy nor a god. You are just like yourself. You are Hu Weijie." The originally extremely violent nine-tailed fox suddenly seemed to be frozen. Its pupils split and trembled wildly, and then its huge body seemed to be sucked away by some force, and the flesh and blood under its skin quickly dried up. Gong Qian originally wanted to take the opportunity to kill it, but was gently stopped by Yu Xian with his hand. "Don't worry, let's see if it can find itself," Yu Xian said to Gong Qian. If Hu Weijie could regain consciousness, they could learn more secrets of the potion from Hu Weijie, and this was the focus of their trip. Killing Hu Weijie would only cut off the clues and would not be of any benefit to them. At this time, the body of the nine-tailed fox completely withered, but a human figure slowly grew on the top of its head. The lower body of the other party was covered with fur, and the upper body was that of a human, but there was a huge eye on the chest. "I look like myself, but who am I? I am a fairy? I am a god. What am I? Hu Weijie." The human figure muttered to himself and jumped from the fox's head to the ground. In an instant, 9 tails of different colors, made entirely of energy, appeared behind him. These energy tails were like burning flames, emitting astonishing temperature. "It seems to have completely turned into a dragon level," Gong Qian said solemnly. Although the 9-tailed fox originally had 9 tails, it was actually not dragon level at all. Its strength was probably only wolf level at best. But now, the strength of this humanoid monster has definitely reached the level of a true dragon. "You are Hu Weijie, Hu Tuer's father, and Hu Xianer's husband." Yu Xian looked at the human figure and spoke at this time. The human figure's head suddenly tilted, and its lifeless eyes looked at Yu Xian sideways. Suddenly, one of its tails turned into a huge palm and grabbed Yu Xian, but Yu Xian and Gong Qian were teleported away in an instant, and its palm grabbed nothing. 061 perfect creature. Miscalculated. Yu Xian originally thought that doing so would awaken Hu Weijie's mind, but it ended up strengthening him unexpectedly. At this time, Hu Weijie couldn't find Yu Xian and kept searching around. Gradually, more eyes grew on his head, and a human face grew on the back of his head, with 6 more eyes. Eyes continued to grow all over his body, and finally an eye on the top of his head locked onto Yu Xian, who was in the air. Boom! In an instant, he pushed hard with his legs, and his body appeared outside the bubble, breaking it with every punch. But the moment he jumped, Yu Xian noticed it coming, so he teleported away first. It looked down at the bubble in the distance, and the tail behind it turned into wings and flapped, and it instantly appeared in front of the bubble and punched it again. The bubble burst on the spot, and Yu Xian and Gong Qian were teleported away again. This time, Hu Weijie seemed to have adapted to Yu Xian's fighting style. With the densely packed eyes on his body, he could quickly find Yu Xian, who appeared in other directions. So he burst the bubble with a punch, and then used his wings to provide power and appeared in front of Yu Xian at 100 times the speed of sound. But this time, as soon as it approached, a small and exquisite fist appeared on the right side. Boom! A punch hit its cheek, and it was knocked away on the spot with a fist mark on its cheek. The defense has improved a lot. Gong Qian frowned. Originally, she could blow up the 9-tailed fox with one punch, but now, she couldn't even blow up Hu Weijie with one punch. At this time, Hu Weijie inserted his tail into the ground and stopped steadily. He looked in the direction of Yu Xian and pushed with his tail suddenly, attacking Yu Xian again. "Let's use that trick, get ready." Yu Xian looked serious and immediately said to Gong Qian. In an instant, Gong Qian knew what Yu Xian wanted to do and nodded. "Come. Hu Weijie is too strong now. It's okay if he fights with Gong Qian, but once Yu Xian is hit by Hu Weijie, he will be killed instantly. This is too dangerous." Yu Xian controlled a large number of bubbles to quickly gather towards Hu Weijie. When Hu Weijie swept his tail and shattered a large number of approaching bubbles, a fist appeared above its head and knocked it into the mud with one punch. Boom! Hu Weijie plowed a long ditch in the ground in an instant. He was lying in front of the pile of earth and just wanted to get up when he was punched on the head again, leaving a big hole in the ground. Then Gong Qian didn't need to aim at all and punched forward madly. Her fists appeared from different bubbles and angles, and she beat Hu Weijie completely to the ground and couldn't move at all. Hu Weijie tried to prop himself up with his hands several times, but as soon as he exerted force, he was hit by Gong Qian's fist. Under the huge force of tens of thousands of tons, his body suddenly fell to the ground, and the big hole on the ground became deeper and deeper. But Hu Weijie is different from demos after all. His eyes are shaking wildly, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Then, because they couldn't find the right opportunity, these eyes gradually turned red. Suddenly, red light shot out from these red eyes. Many bubbles were shattered by the red light on the spot. Yu Xian frowned slightly and immediately created more bubbles to fill the gaps. He thought about it and sent a voice to Hu Weijie through one of the bubbles. You are Hu Weijie. You are Hu Tuer's father. You are Hu Xianer's husband. Wake up. Hu Weijie immediately grabbed the bubble with his hands. Because he resisted too fiercely, a new arm grew out of his elbow and kept pulling forward. Wake up. You are Hu Weijie. When Yu Xian saw that it reacted to this, his eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately repeated this sentence continuously. Suddenly, Hu Weijie stopped struggling to get up. He seemed to be in a state of stillness, lying on the ground, motionless. Yu Xian and Gong Qian looked at each other and stopped without interfering with or attacking it. After all, neither of them wanted to kill Hu Weijie, but wanted to learn more secrets of the potion from it. Fame that does not match one's ability is like a crown that is too heavy, which can make a person feel suffocated. Hu Weijie is one of the 7 famous brothers of the Hu family in Yinsheng, but he is actually very miserable inside because the other 6 brothers are all very successful in their careers. In contrast, he is like garbage in a garbage dump. Hu Junjie, in particular, is extremely popular. Everyone who mentions him will give him a thumbs up and call him a manly man. And he, Hu Weijie, seems to be just there to make up the numbers. The Hu family's 7 heroes require 7 people, so he is one of them. He is not good at speaking, not smart, and taciturn. Even his wife and daughter don't care much about his existence. He always feels that he is a superfluous idler who just happens to be alive. One day a year ago, after cleaning up a corpse, he saved an old man on his way back to the city. The old man extended an olive branch to him out of gratitude and invited him to conduct a great experiment together. The other party possesses a mysterious medicine that can strengthen the blood and strength of a living being. It can also fuse the blood of other living beings, thereby breaking through the limits of one's own blood. All he needed to do was dispose of the failed experiments. As a mature scavenger, he has been working for this mysterious old man in his spare time, quietly carrying out the corpses that have become grotesque due to failure one after another out of Silver City. Finally, the experiment was successful. They created a perfect creature. The opponent is able to change into 1,000 different forms, possesses a large number of genes from extraordinary creatures, has no weaknesses, and is so powerful that he is almost invincible. However, an accident happened. This perfect creature easily broke through the blockades of a laboratory, disappeared into the night, and even caused the leakage of the alien insects in the laboratory. When the alien worm was leaked, Hu Weijie realized that something was wrong. He took advantage of the chaos to get a large amount of perfect potions and left Silver City under the cover of night. His idea was very simple, which was to achieve self-evolution and become a more powerful and perfect existence than the fox ancestor. He wants to become the most outstanding among the 7 heroes of the Hu family. At Starbird Airport, he prepared everything, even installing a large number of recorders to awaken his self-awareness. He took off his clothes and injected the medicine in the syringe into his body, one after another, continuously. His body began to surge with powerful strength. He originally only had 2 tails, but now 1 tail after another grew out. The tape recorders around him kept playing his name, and the foxes in the cages cried out in fear. Whenever he began to lose himself due to the overwhelming power, these voices would always pull him back and make him realize that he was undergoing a great evolution. Boom! Just when he felt that he was about to grow a ninth tail, a loud noise was heard from outside the starboard airport, and then he saw the escaped perfect creature appear outside the door. The way the other person looked at him made him shudder. 062, to protect them, please kill me. Hu Weijia, think about your wife. Think about your daughter. Wake up quickly. Yu Xian stood behind Gong Qian and called out loudly to Hu Weijia, who was lying motionless on the ground. His nose moved, and the smell of Hu Weijia changed drastically. If the smell of Hu Weijia just now was like that of a wild beast, then now it was like that of a person who had just revived. Hu Weijia, Hu Weijia, Hu Weijia. His eyes lit up, and he continued to shout the other person's name. Hu Weijia moved at this time. He slowly got up from the ground. His body was like a model with a bug. His flesh and blood kept flashing and changing. Sometimes a fox head grew on one side. Sometimes his mouth turned into a bird's beak, and sometimes his arms turned into snakes. But that face began to look a bit like Hu Weijia. He looked at Yu Xian and said, I am Hu Weijia, but I am dead. Dead? Yu Xian and Gong Qian were both stunned, unable to understand what Hu Weijia meant. Hu Weijia has clearly woken up, so why does he say he is dead? Hu Weijia looked at the two of them and said indifferently, You are here to investigate Peng Zhu, right? Sorry, I only know his nickname is Peng Zhu, and I don't know anything else. Although this is the reason, your wife and daughter are very worried. They called the police hoping that we can find you. Yu Xian looked at Hu Weijia and said seriously. He could sense a determination to die from Hu Weijia's tone, which was exactly the same as his father's attitude when he was determined to die. Perhaps he could empathize with the other person, so he subconsciously comforted the other person and wanted to inspire the other person's will to live. They don't worry about me. Don't lie. I'm just a loser, a dispensable, redundant person. Hu Weijia lowered his head and said dully. Yu Xian shook his head and said seriously, No, I didn't lie. Although I don't know why you misunderstood them, they definitely love you. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone, opened the recording of his previous conversation with Hu Xianer, Hu Tuer, and others, and played what they said. As the recording played, Hu Weijia gradually became stunned. Although there was not a single word in the recording saying they loved him, or even that they were sad about his disappearance, the words of his wife and daughter, connected to their past life, made him suddenly realize something. Dad is just more silent? Is he a prodigal? That's how they viewed him. From the conversation, Hu Weijia felt how his wife and daughter really felt about him. It turned out that his daughter had always thought that he was rather silent and was used to his silence, not that she did not love him. It turned out that his wife thought he was a playboy, so she had been silently indulging him and tolerating his willfulness and his absence from home, not because she did not love him. And what about him? He was immersed in his own world and was obsessed with the title of one of the 7 heroes. In order to prove that he is worthy of the reputation of the 7 heroes, he did one stupid thing after another at all costs, and finally even ruined himself. But it's too late. It's too late to understand everything. Black tears flowed from Hu Weijia's eyes, and his body suddenly went berserk. A large number of messy organs grew out of his lower body. He looked at Yu Xian and said sadly and desperately, Kill me quickly. This body is a monster, and it cannot continue to exist in the world. As he said, he was actually dead. The body he has now is not his body, but the perfect creature created by Peng Zhu. The day he was injected with the drug, he was visited by the perfect creature. He had no power to resist and was eventually eaten alive. Because he was injected with a large amount of potions containing a large amount of high-concentration nutrient solution, even a perfect creature would find it difficult to digest him in a short period of time. During this period, the perfect creature devoured a large number of foxes he had prepared for himself, and as a result was infected by the demonic energy. Its form changed drastically, and under the influence of the demonic energy, it instinctively began to seek a title. Once it succeeds in getting the title, it will become more powerful and perfect. But because Yu Xian had always mistakenly believed that perfect creature was Hu Weijia, and had been calling out Hu Weijia's name, perfect creature's attempt to obtain the title went wrong, and this gave Hu Weijia a chance to wake up. However, Hu Weijia was very clear that the perfect creature was resisting instinctively. He simply can't hold on for long, and soon his consciousness will be completely shattered by the perfect creature. At that time, the perfect creature will become even more terrifying and even endanger Silver City. Insheng, the 2 people he loved most lived in Insheng. Perfect creatures must not be allowed to continue living. Kill me now. Huijie inserted his arm into his chest, pulled his heart out, and shouted at Yu Xian and Gong Qian. However, as soon as he threw the heart out, a new heart quickly grew in his chest, and an extremely cold eye appeared above this heart. Die. Huijie tore off his flesh with his hands and threw it everywhere, but no matter how hard he tore it, his body recovered quickly. 100 meters away, Yu Xian and Gong Qian were dumbfounded. Gong Qian was shocked and asked, "Why would he hurt himself?" "I don't know, but he seems to want to protect something important. I can feel his mood." Yu Xian looked at Huijie and said with a complicated tone. The look in Huijie's eyes was exactly the same as the look in his father's eyes when he was suffering from ALS and was secretly seeking death. Is there anyone he doesn't want to be a burden to? Subconsciously, Yu Xian clenched his fists and his eyes turned slightly red. Gong Qian hesitated and said, "Should we stop him? The Pengzu he mentioned just now should be the person we're looking for. If he can draw his appearance, the possibility of us finding him will be higher." "Kill me. This body is not mine. I was eaten by a monster. This is the monster's body, and it is about to wake up." Huijie yelled at this time, and an arm grew out of his back uncontrollably, grabbing the hand that he wanted to take out his heart. In fact, only about half a minute had passed since Huijie committed self-mutilation. Gong Qian and Yu Xian were shocked when they heard his words. This body was not Huijie's body, but had another owner? In a flash, Yu Xian's brain seemed to be enlightened, and he shouted, "Deputy Captain, move. Cover me." After that, he manipulated a large number of silver threads to quickly weave into armor, covering his entire body, and then flashed to the right side of Huijie through the space bubble. He shouted, "Huijie, don't let it disturb me, help me." One arm immediately slapped towards Yu Xian, but Huijie grabbed the uncontrolled arm with his other arm. Yu Xian immediately opened the visor of his helmet and bared his fangs towards Huijie's neck. He bit Huijie's neck hard, and Huijie quickly cooperated to soften that piece of skin. Otherwise, with the hardness of Yu Xian's teeth, he would not be able to bite through its skin. Huijie didn't know the purpose of Yu Xian's doing this, but now the only people he could trust were Yu Xian and Gong Qian in front of him. So while being bitten by Yu Xian and sucking blood, he still gritted his teeth and continued to help Yu Xian block the limbs around him that intended to attack. After taking Panga's blood, Yu Xian gained the rarest ability of a vampire, which is to obtain the target's memory by sucking blood. He now wants to obtain Huijie's memory before Huijie dies, so as to understand Pengzu. If he does not kill Pengzu, tragedies like this will continue to occur. At this time, a huge arm turned into a big snake and opened its mouth to bite Yu Xian, but before it touched Yu Xian, it was knocked to the ground by Gong Qian's punch. Then Gong Qian landed and kept bouncing around Huijie, breaking, exploding, and bending all the limbs that were not under Huijie's control. 063 Perfect Creature Skill Tree. Are you done? I can't hold on any longer. A minute later, Huijie's face twitched, and his cheeks grew an even smaller face. He couldn't help but slapped his cheek and shouted loudly. Yu Xian immediately used all his strength to suck the blood in big gulps. Suddenly, an old face appeared in his mind. The other person was bald, but had a white curly beard. His facial features were a bit like a mixed-race person, and his eyes were vicissitudes and full of ambition. "This is Pengzu." Yu Xian immediately opened his mouth and jumped back. A bubble appeared on his back, and he was instantly teleported 100 meters away. "No, do it, kill me." When Huijie saw Yu Xian retreating, he thought Yu Xian wanted to run away and shouted angrily. But then he saw Yu Xian taking out a large number of bombs from his storage ring and put all the bombs into a bubble. Then Zhang Shou and Qingniao were also teleported over. The two of them had taken more bombs in the equipment room than Yu Xian, and at this time they took out an astonishing number of bombs from their storage rings. It's not that technology is useless, it's just that under normal circumstances, even insect-level monsters won't stand there stupidly and get bombed. In fact, if the extraordinary creatures do not dodge or evade, the simultaneous explosion of thousands of enhanced bombs will be enough to seriously injure or even kill most of the extraordinary creatures. Hurry, it senses danger. I can't control it anymore." Huijie shouted anxiously. After Yu Xian was ready, he nodded to Huijie, and the next moment he teleported everyone away, leaving only a bubble filled with bombs that quickly flew towards Huijie. "Xianer too. Goodbye, you must live well and live happily." At this moment, Huijie not only did not retreat or run away, but instead opened his arms and embraced the bubbles full of bombs, completely removing his own defenses. At the last moment, all he could think of were who Xian'er and who Tu-er. He felt only longing and reluctance, but no fear. On a distant hilltop, Yu Xian pulled the ring of an incendiary bomb and threw it into a small bubble. The next second, he saw a horrific explosion suddenly sounded in a large pit in the distance. Although the weapons in the office's equipment room are not of high grade, they are developed for extraordinary people and are much more powerful than ordinary bombs. An incendiary bomb is more than 10 times more powerful than an ordinary incendiary bomb. Moreover, the bubble used to load the bomb did not disappear, but expanded at the last moment to form a large bubble of 50 meters. It exploded inside this large bubble. In an instant, the bubble became like a pressure cooker, greatly enhancing the power of the explosion. Although the bubble lasted less than a second before bursting, the high pressure generated at the moment of the explosion was enough to increase the power of the entire explosion. At the center of the explosion, a raging flame was burning. Suddenly, a monster with a charred body rushed out from the flames and fled towards the starboard airport at an extremely fast speed. He's not dead yet. Yu Xian and others were shocked, and then Yu Xian teleported Gong Qian to a high altitude. The perfect creature was running when it suddenly felt a strange sound coming from the air. It looked up and saw Gong Qian's fist falling from the sky. The next moment, it was hit on the head by Gong Qian's punch. Boom! The earth shook, and the perfect creature was flattened by Gong Qian's punch, lying in the center of the pit like a ball of mud. Then Gong Qian continued to punch the perfect creature. This time, she would not stop until she had completely beaten the perfect creature's flesh and blood into a paste. Yu Xian stood on a rock at the top of the mountain. Seeing that Gong Qian had already suppressed the other party, he was not in a hurry to take action. After absorbing a large amount of blood from perfect creatures, he not only obtained part of Hu Weijia's memory, but also part of the memory of the perfect creatures. In addition, after digesting this special blood, his body seemed to be changing silently. The perfect organism develops from eggs, which are injected with a large amount of drugs while in the egg stage, and eventually develop into shape. Therefore, although it is powerful, it is not smart, and all its actions are driven almost instinctively. It has amazing hunting instincts and is extremely good at camouflage and color changing. Even though the laboratory has used a series of isolation and confinement measures such as formations, barriers, high-voltage electricity, aqua regia, etc., it still escaped easily. Yu Xian could see through its memory that it had spent its short life either eating or looking for food, until it smelled Hu Weijia's scent and rushed all the way from several kilometers away to the starboard airport, where Hu Weijia was hiding. After swallowing Hu Weijia and the fox that Hu Weijia prepared for it, it was infected by the evil spirit, but it instinctively felt that the evil spirit was beneficial to it and not harmful, so it decisively accepted the evil spirit. In fact, if it is allowed to succeed in its quest for a title, it will become extremely intelligent in a short period of time, and at that time it will become a real threat to mankind. Unfortunately, because Hu Weijia was too nutritious, its desire to hunt decreased significantly due to hunger and fullness, so it simply stayed at the starboard airport, ready to digest Hu Weijia before looking for humans to complete the task. The evil-killing team arrived. Yu Xian felt somewhat fortunate that they discovered it early and did not give the perfect creature a chance to continue developing. Otherwise, it would definitely be humanity's greatest enemy. It has endless potential and is ever-changing. Its only weakness is probably that it is not smart. If Hu Weijia hadn't taken the bomb head-on, the perfect creature would have been able to defend itself with its ability. However, Hu Weijia completely eliminated the body's defense ability with his unimaginable willpower at the last moment, causing the perfect creature's main body to be severely injured. Thump! Plop, plop! Yu Xian pressed his chest. His heart was mutating. The blood of the perfect creature contains a large number of genes of extraordinary creatures. Under the strong stimulation of these genes, both the vampire heart and the panga heart are affected. Now a new heart is growing from the intersection of the two hearts. Hu Weijia's memory and the perfect creature's memory are actually just gifts. The most important thing for vampires is to absorb nutrients from blood. As a vampire that has mutated again and again, Yu Xian is no longer the same as ordinary vampires. His body's absorption ability is even stronger than that of the original vampire. When the new heart grew out, Yu Xian closed his eyes and it was as if a skill tree was growing vigorously in his mind. Each branch of the tree represented a skill. If the skill trees of Pangu's heart and Vampire's heart are full of question marks and can only activate innate abilities randomly, then all the skills in this newly appeared skill tree are open and transparent, and Yuxian can freely choose to activate the abilities on the skill tree. Perfect skill tree. The ability represented by the first branch is the super stomach, which gives the host powerful digestive ability. Any food swallowed into the stomach will be quickly digested and absorbed by the super gastric juice. The ability represented by the second branch is super self-healing. As long as the body has sufficient energy, every cell can divide infinitely, thereby achieving the effect of repairing all injuries in a short period of time. The ability represented by the third branch is super sense of smell, which is no longer an ordinary sense of smell, but a mysterious superpower that can smell distant odors from kilometers away, even if the odor has not spread that far. Yuxian kept checking the abilities represented by each branch. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. At the same time, he understood more and more why Hu Weijie and Peng Zhu both believed that perfect creatures were truly perfect. Because its capabilities are so perfect, it has no real weaknesses. 064, the heart of the future, is like a bunch of grapes. The skill tree of the perfect creature is the same as that of the vampire, where a talent skill can be activated every 10 days. The problem is that there are hundreds of thousands of skills on this skill tree, and he can't activate all of them in a short period of time. So he must selectively activate some of the more important abilities first. For example, his super stomach ability will most likely allow him to eat without indigestion, and his super taste should allow him to eat without having to taste the taste of chewing wax. After all, he is only 17 years old, and there are still many delicious foods in the world waiting for him to taste. Losing his sense of taste and digestion ability would mean that more than half of the fun in life would be lost. Now that he has the opportunity to make up for it, he naturally won't miss it. Just 20 days, he can afford it. After checking the changes in his body, he looked up at the battle in the distance. It would be difficult to kill a perfect creature with fists alone, or even impossible, because the perfect creature has an ability called photosynthesis, which is very similar to his light eater. As long as there is light around it, it will continue to recover its physical strength, but this ability cannot make it feel full. Although it was implicated by Hu Weijie and seriously injured in the explosion, as long as this ability is still functioning, Gong Qian's attack frequency is not enough to kill it completely. On the contrary, although Gong Qian has plenty of energy and is very powerful, it is impossible for her to exert her full strength all the time. Once Gong Qian feels tired and her attack speed slows down, it will be the perfect creature's turn to fight back. Yuxian knew very well that if there was no external interference and Gong Qian and the perfect creature were to fight one-on-one, even if the perfect creature was now seriously injured, the final result would be that the perfect creature would kill Gong Qian, rather than Gong Qian killing the perfect creature. This thing is so terrifying, it's simply the legendary king of endurance. Yuxian took out his cell phone and dialed the number of the director of Qilin headquarters. He had always been able to contact Yulai and got the director's phone number when they first met. However, unless there is a major problem, or when the captain or deputy captain is in the lead, he will not contact the minister without going through the two of them. The reason they're in contact now is because it is necessary. If they rely solely on Gong Qian and these small shrimps whose killing power is not even as strong as that of wolves, they will probably never be able to defeat the perfect creature, even if they fight until the end of time. Shall you? Yulai answered the phone and asked. Yuxian stood up and said, Minister, it's me. I have something important to report now. Then, after waiting for Yulai's consent, he briefly reported to the other party the process of the operation, the encounter with the perfect creature that devoured Hu Weijie, and how he awakened Hu Weijie's consciousness and, with the other party's cooperation, successfully sucked his blood and obtained the perfect creature's memory. Perfect creature? The actions of the evil-slaying squad were truly full of twists and turns. After listening to Yu Xian's report, Yulai was speechless for a moment about the situation of Yu Xian and the others. However, after learning about the horror of the perfect creatures, he immediately realized how much of a threat this creature would pose to the country. Only one was made this time. What about next time? Once this monster can be mass-produced, the consequences will be disastrous. Silver City, a 5-star hotel. Scott was still sleeping, and suddenly the darkness spread around him, sinking the entire room into a dark abyss. Scott immediately opened his eyes, stood up and knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Master, what can I do for you?" The perfect creature was found by Cheelan's people first. We must not let them kill the perfect creature. A cold voice came from a shadow in the darkness. Scott frowned and said, "But master, I'm afraid my power alone is not enough to recover the perfect creature. Nightwing will support you in 10 minutes. Remember to fight quickly and recapture the perfect creature and retreat immediately." Shadow said in a deep voice, "Do you want to fight Cheelan's people head-on?" Scott took a deep breath, lowered his head, and said, "Yes, my master." In fact, the main reason why the news could spread so quickly was that dragon-level combat caused a lot of noise. This time, Yu Xian and his team did not set up a formation like they did in the blockade area. Now people outside Silver City can feel the ground shaking slightly. Every time Gong Qian's punch landed, the sound could be heard from far away. If Scott hadn't been sleeping, he would have probably noticed the noise of the fight long ago. The darkness lifted and Scott returned to the hotel. He got up from the ground, put on his windbreaker immediately, wrapped himself tightly with black bandages, and then quickly left through the window. When he left Silver City and came to an abandoned village outside the city, a man wearing a mask and carrying 2 machetes walked out of the house. Set off. The man glanced at Scott and then said coldly. On the other side, Yu Xian hung up the phone and waited for follow-up support with peace of mind. Since Gong Qian cannot deal with the perfect creature alone, the simplest way is to get more people to help. For example, the Jin army that was still dealing with Demos' body, the Tiger-level naval colonel stationed along the coast, and the evil-slaying team that had just arrived in Rongsheng were all summoned. With these people coming to support, it is enough to deal with the perfect creatures. Since there is most likely nothing for him to do here, he can just focus on his own business. He created a bubble, lay inside it, and began to summarize his own situation. So far, he had sucked blood 3 times. The first time was instigated by Nora, and he sucked artificial blood. The time he was just blood drunk and didn't get any skill trees. The second time was with Panga's blood. Not only did he complete the vampire's special abilities, but he also gained Panga's skill tree and had a second heart. Now is the third time of sucking blood. He obtains the skill tree of perfect creature and grows a third heart. In other words, he can obtain the target's skill tree with a high probability by sucking blood. This is obviously not an ability that vampires have naturally, but he can't figure out whether this is an ability he has naturally after becoming a vampire or a special ability that was derived after absorbing Panga's blood. In addition, does this ability work on all creatures? If they are all effective, then can he directly obtain the abilities of all living things by sucking their blood? For example, the bluebird can also turn into a bird after sucking blood. There is another question, which is whether he will have more and more hearts. He already has 3 hearts now, 2 of which are beating. If this continues, won't he grow a lot of hearts? He even had an image in his mind of his heart looking like a bunch of grapes, with each grape being a heart. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and shifted his attention to a bubble. Just a moment ago, this super tiny bubble hidden on the ground was stepped on by something. Because he can sense the space inside each bubble very clearly, he can be sure that the bubble he stepped on is made of plastic. In other words, it was not an animal, but a person that passed over the bubble. This bubble is located between Starbird Airport and Silver City. There's only their evil-slaying team at Starbird Airport, which means that someone is coming from Silver City to Starbird Airport. Enemy? Yu Xian already had the answer in his mind instantly. After all, none of the support he called for was in Silver City, so the only answer coming from Silver City was the enemy. 065 air-to-ground blocking battle. In the dim jungle, Scott and Nightwing moved forward quickly. They must rush to the scene and retrieve the perfect creature before it is captured by Cheelan's people. Suddenly, an inconspicuous silver thread appeared in front of Scott, and before he could prepare, his neck was instantly beheaded by the silver thread. On the other side, Nightwing reacted extremely quickly. At the moment when he was about to be beheaded by the silver line, he drew his sword and slashed forward. The silver line in front of him was instantly split into 2. Be careful, there's an ambush. Scott's body and head were separated, but the blood spurting out from the broken parts was like a rope connecting them to his head. This was one of his abilities, blood manipulation. He manipulated the blood to rotate his head, and when he looked carefully, he found that the jungle was full of silver lines. The heads and tails of these silver threads are connected to a very, very tiny bubble, which looks like a mini version of a meteor rope. The most terrifying thing is that they can move. Before he had time to think of a way to break the spell, two bubbles connected by a silver thread instantly cut off one of his arms from his blind spot. He had to use blood to reconnect his arm, but the nerves in his hand were disconnected, so he could not use the arm until it was reconnected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense silver lines moved along with the bubbles, constantly attacking from various angles, leaving no time for Scott and Nightwing to breathe. What kind of power is this? Where is the enemy? Scott's body was gradually cut into many pieces. If he had not been able to control his blood, he would have died from excessive bleeding. On the contrary, Nightwing, who was traveling with him, held two swords and almost perfectly resisted all attacks from the silver wires. His swords were obviously not ordinary items, but weapons of extraordinary level, and he could cut the silver wires with one sword. High in the sky, Yu Xian watched the two people's performance calmly. He didn't believe at all that they were really in a tough fight. The logic is very simple. These two people are here for the perfect creature or their evil-killing team, or maybe even both. Gong Xian's battle made such a loud noise that they had no reason to misjudge their opponent's strength, so since they dare to come, they must have the confidence to win. If they can't even solve his little trick, are they here to die? Assuming that the two were stronger than himself, Yu Xian had no intention of confronting them head-on. Fighting is not about levels, nor about numbers. It is about flexibility, on-the-spot reaction, and combat wisdom. At this time, Scott and Nightwing on the ground realized that the enemy hiding in the dark would not be fooled. The two exchanged glances, and then with Nightwing as the vanguard, they broke forward directly. It was true that Scott was beheaded by the silver wire. The first attack was indeed too sudden, and his neck was cut off, but the second time his arm was cut off was fake. In the subsequent series of attacks by Yu Xian, he selectively endured some of the attacks that seemed fatal but actually did not cause him much harm. Logically speaking, they were already in an absolute disadvantage, and the enemy should at least come out and ask who they were or investigate what force they were. It turned out that the attacker had no intention of coming out at all. Since the first plan didn't work, Scott and Nightwing simply used an open strategy to attack the enemy and then rescue them. The other party obviously didn't want them to get close to the battlefield where the perfect creatures were, so as long as they rushed forward regardless of anything, they could force the other party to show up. At this time, Nightwing's double swords danced so fast that wherever they passed, whether it was the silver wire or the trees, they were all cut in two. He walked in a straight line and killed anyone who stood in his way. Scott hid the knife light behind Nightwing. He spliced his hand onto the broken part. The blood was like glue that glued the two together. In just a few seconds, all the injuries on his body were repaired by the coagulated blood, leaving only the scars coagulated by the blood. He took out an arrow from his storage ring and said with a sad face, "Damn it, I am wasting a wolf-level treasure of mine." As he said this, he smeared his blood on the arrow and threw it upward. The arrow immediately flew into the sky. He looked up at the sky and said, "The enemy is in the air." As soon as he finished speaking, the arrow suddenly disappeared. Then when he took a step forward, his other foot had just been raised but had not yet fallen. The arrow he shot came out from the ground and instantly pierced his foot. Scott suddenly let out a scream, and his body was hung upside down in the air by the arrow, flying quickly towards the direction where Yu Xian was. Anyone with the ability to teleport can be invincible as long as they use the ability well, even if they cannot kill enemies above their level. After using the silver blood to enhance his vision, Yu Xian had been observing the two people from high altitude. He could see their every move, and Scott's little movements could not be hidden from him at all. When he saw the arrow, he controlled a bubble hidden underground to move quickly towards Scott himself, and then used another bubble to collect the arrow and teleport it to Scott's feet. Theoretically, as long as it was an attack that he could react to, it could actually all be deflected. Only attacks that were much faster than his reaction speed would pose a threat to him. For example, some of the attacks of the perfect creature were so fast that he couldn't react at all, and the bubble would be burst instantly, leaving him with no time to react at all. Compared to the perfect creature, Scott was too slow, and Yu Xian could easily deflect all his attacks. Waste. Nightwing cursed inwardly when he saw Scott was injured by his attack, but he still turned around, jumped up, and cut off the arrow's tip with a knife. After landing, he quickly cut off the silver wire surrounding him, giving Scott a chance to receive treatment. Scott pulled out the arrow without an arrowhead from his foot, then took off his shoes, quickly took out the healing spray, and sprayed it. then took out new shoes and changed into them. The whole process took about 4 to 6 seconds. After everything was completed, the two continued to break through tacitly. The tacit understanding between them is not because the two of them often cooperate and are familiar with each other, but because their rich combat experience has given them the same understanding of combat, which is an unspoken consensus. Now, both men knew that the enemy was in the sky, but the problem was that neither of them had the ability to fly. The ability to fly is not particularly rare among extraordinary people, but not everyone has it. About 30% of extraordinary people can fly by their own ability, and another 20% can use their ability combined with technology or ride on pets to fly, and the rest can only run on the ground. Scott and Nightwing have anti-aircraft means, but because they cannot fly, their tolerance for error is low. Both of them are running while looking for opportunities to counterattack, and the counterattack must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Otherwise, the attack will be diverted to yourself by the enemy at any time. Scott's feet are the best lesson. 066 Yu Xian's combat IQ. Xinyu, I've got all the bombs you wanted. Should I send them to you now? While the two were looking for an opportunity, Yu Xian heard Zhang Shou's voice from the bubble in his ears. Before he came over to stop the two, he sent Zhang Shou back to the office and asked Zhang Shou to go to the equipment room to help get more bombs. The main reason was that he discovered that bombs were actually very useful. Especially when combined with a space bubble, the enemy has no chance to dodge at all. The bombs made by Qilin are very powerful, but the only problem is that they cannot hit people. If used too close, it can easily hurt its own people. If used too far away, it will be too obvious. With the reaction speed of most extraordinary people, they can escape before the explosion. Therefore, these bombs can generally only be used to deal with extraordinary creatures with low IQ or large extraordinary creatures with slow movements. Unless in some special terrain environments, they are very ineffective when used against extraordinary humans. The Navy is actually the one that uses the most bombs at present, because the extraordinary creatures in the sea are often very large. Throwing a few bombs at random can blow them up. Okay, send them all over. Yu Xian immediately responded that all the bombs he had previously taken had been used to blow up the perfect creatures. After a while, more and more bombs were sent over, and he immediately put all the bombs into the storage space. With these bombs, his problem of insufficient lethality was well compensated. His silver thread couldn't even kill the weaker Scott, let alone Nightwing, who was wielding dual swords. He even suspected that even if Nightwing didn't use the dual swords, the silver threads created by the silver blood might not be able to break Nightwing's defense. Just as people will feel fear in their hearts when they see an adult tiger, Nightwing's every move also carries this kind of deterrence. It is obvious that Nightwing is very strong. Even if he is not at the tiger level, he has the strength of a wolf. At this moment, the two people on the ground suddenly separated. One ran to the right and the other ran to the left. Their plan was simple. After they separated, the enemies in the sky could only focus on one of the targets, and the other target could take the opportunity to attack. Sometimes, the simpler the plan, the more effective it is. Unless Yu Xian has a wide range of perception abilities, he can really only focus on one of them. Normally, he would be targeting Nightwing, who posed a greater threat, but he had a hunch that Scott was actually more dangerous. So after the two separated, he targeted Scott and manipulated the surrounding silver lines to quickly surround him. Damn it, they're targeting me. Could it be that I used the killing tracking arrow, which aroused the other party's vigilance? On the ground, Scott dodged a silver line attack, frowned slightly, and couldn't help thinking in his heart. Just as Yu Xian judged, although Scott's strength is not as good as Nightwing's, the equipment and props he possesses are far superior to Nightwing. As long as he is given a chance, he can exert a lethality far beyond Nightwing. The problem is that Yu Xian is locking onto him, and he has no chance to use those props and equipment. Even if he uses them, Yu Xian has enough time to react and transfer the attack to him through spatial ability. Now he can only pin his hopes on Nightwing. Suddenly, a man in silver armor appeared in front and rushed over quickly with a steel knife in his hand. Scott didn't expect the enemy to dare to get so close to him. He sneered, and a dagger immediately appeared in his hand. The two sides approached and attacked at the same time. The dagger easily cut off the steel knife. Then Scott stabbed the dagger into the armored man's chest. Wrong. There is something wrong with the feel. The moment Scott stabbed the dagger, the smile on his face quickly disappeared, and the next moment the armor exploded. Boom! Scott flew backwards and hit a rock hard, which was immediately covered with spiderweb-like cracks. In the air, Yuxian saw that the situation was settled and smiled. Fighting has never been a test of strength, but a test of brains. He used the silver thread of silver blood to weave an armor and put a large number of bombs into the hollow armor. He easily deceived Scott. Puff! On the ground, Scott spurted out a mouthful of blood. He didn't have time to heal his wounds, and when he looked down, he saw 50 bombs waiting for him. I'll kill you while you're sick. Boom! This explosion was much more powerful than the previous one. In an instant, Scott's body was like a broken sack in the explosion, trembling in blood and flesh flying everywhere. The combination of space ability and technology can actually cause such great destructive power. Scott had some inexplicable thoughts in his mind at the last moment, and then his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. After the explosion, a large number of silver wires quickly stretched out from many tiny bubbles. After cutting Scott into pieces, one of the silver wires carefully removed the storage ring from Scott's finger. At the same time, another silver wire found the dagger that was blown away. This dagger was definitely an extraordinary equipment, and its value would not be too low. After collecting the spoils, Yuxian dropped another 100 bombs, completely blowing Scott's body into pieces. The vitality of most extraordinary people is far beyond that of ordinary people, especially vampires, werewolves, or lucky ones with abilities like Pangu's immortality. When they are at a high level, they can survive even with only a head left. There's a large amount of information within Qilin that proves that we must eradicate the roots of evil and eliminate all evil, and we must not give these enemies any chance to start over. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. After confirming that Scott was dead, Yuxian looked to the right, and it was another one's turn. He disappeared from the bubble in an instant, and when he appeared again, he was in another bubble. Although he didn't have the extra energy to monitor another enemy, he could control a bubble to fly in the direction the opponent left. As long as the opponent doesn't change direction randomly, his bubble should not be too far away from the enemy. Where are the people? The enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark. We will settle accounts one by one. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Proceed with caution. Yuxian sat in the bubble and looked down at the ground, but did not see any trace of Nightwing. He immediately smelled the danger signal, and immediately changed his position, teleporting himself to a space bubble closest to the perfect creature. No matter what the other party's plan is, he just won't accept it. Anyway, the opponent's ultimate goal is either the evil-slaying squad or the perfect creature. No matter how secretly they hide, they will still have to come after going around in circles. Yuxian didn't need to play hide-and-seek with the other party and put himself in danger. On the other side, Nightwing, disguised as a stone, has been observing the sky. Because of Scott's arrow, Yuxian had just changed his position, so it would take some time for him to find Yuxian high in the sky. He believed in Scott's strength and thought that even if Scott couldn't defeat the enemy, at least he would not die at the hands of the enemy. He had enough time to find the enemy in the air. The other party is hiding so deeply. Nightwing looked solemn as he kept scanning the sky. As long as he locked onto the target, he was confident that he could kill this troublesome and powerful enemy with one blow. 067, it's great to have a big boss as your backer. In fact, whether it is Scott, who has reached the eagle level, or Nightwing, who has reached the wolf level, they're all strong men who have experienced many battles. In the past, there were at least 800 extraordinary people who died at the hands of these two people, if not 1,000. The reason why they were able to cooperate so well with each other was due to their rich experience in killing. The reason why they were manipulated by Yuxian was mainly because Yuxian was in the dark and they were in the light. Now Nightwing wants to turn the situation around, hide himself in the dark, and wait for Yuxian to be exposed. Once he locks on the enemy, with his rich experience in killing, he has 1,000 ways to kill the enemy. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Nightwing did not find Yuxian hiding in the air, and at the same time realized that the enemy seemed to have no intention of looking for him at all. A strong, murderous intent suddenly surged in his heart, and his hands holding the knife tightly gripped the handle. However, just as he was about to give up his disguise, a powerful aura flew past quickly in the air. Golden Army. Nightwing's heart trembled, and he immediately retracted his disguise, not daring to move. Although he was very confident in his own strength, and even possessed weapons that were powerful enough to cause great damage to the dragon level, those were props used against perfect creatures. The props to deal with Qilin were in Scott's possession. After Jean Dajuan left, he lay dormant for another 10 minutes. When he stood up and wanted to leave again, a huge seagull flew across the sky. Nightwing shrank back again. The seagull was Navy Colonel Oh Huchin. This guy was also a strong enemy with tiger-level strength. Now, Nightwing began to worry about the situation on Scott's side. If Scott was encountered by the strong men mobilized by Qilin, he would surely die unless Scott used his trump card in advance. He felt that the possibility of completing the task was becoming increasingly low. Originally, according to the plan, he and Scott raided the other side. Scott deployed a treasure that could suppress the dragon level, and he used a dragon-level weapon that could cause huge damage to the perfect creature. After paralyzing the perfect creature, the two killed Qilin's people as quickly as possible, and then retreated with the perfect creature. As a result, they were attacked before they reached the target location, and were stuck in a position where they could neither move forward nor backward. If they opened the treasure, the mission would fail. If they did not, it would be difficult to defeat the enemy for a while. In the end, the entire plan was disrupted. Another 5 minutes passed, and when Nightwing was sure that Kieran would not receive any more support, he prepared to come out of disguise. At this moment, a huge seagull flew back, and he froze again. Before he could react, a fist fell from the sky and instantly smashed him into the ground. Then, water arrows pierced his body and nailed him to the ground. The whole process was so fast that he didn't even have the chance to draw his sword. A bubble appeared next to the seagull. Yuxian looked at Nightwing on the ground and said, "That's right, Colonel Jean. Colonel O, this is the man. Don't let him die easily." "Don't worry. Lao, O and I are both professionals in this area," Jean Dajuan said with a smile. Then the two of them cooperated and attacked Nightwing, breaking his spine, pelvis, and various joints cleanly and efficiently, making him completely unable to resist. After confirming that Nightwing's recovery ability was not particularly strong and that he could just break his bones once every hour, Yuxian slowly landed on the ground. He stared at Yuxian, wishing he could eat him up. He didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of a little kid. However, Yuxian just smiled happily in response to Yi's glare. He originally wanted to sit back and wait for the opportunity, but Jean Dajuan and Oh Huchin came over one after another. With a big boss as his backer, he immediately told the two of them the enemy's intelligence. Coincidentally, when Oh Huchin turned into a seagull and flew across the sky, he actually noticed the existence of Nightwing, but at that time he thought it was one of his own. After knowing that it might be an enemy, he returned with the Jean army. I have to say, it's nice to have a big tree to lean against. Yuxian needed to be careful in dealing with the enemy, but Jean Dajuan and Oh Huchin took action and resolved the battle in 2 moves. "Where's Scott?" Nightwing asked hoarsely. Yuxian approached Nightwing and smiled. "If you're talking about the other one, of course he's dead. You don't think he still has a chance to survive, do you?" Although he was very close, he was actually ready to teleport at any time. He walked forward just to see if Nightwing still had the ability to resist. After confirming that Nightwing was unable to move, Yuxian bared his fangs, bit his neck under Nightwing's incredulous gaze, and began to suck blood in big gulps. "This kid finally looks a bit like a vampire now." Jean Dajuan couldn't help laughing. The main reason is that during the previous few meetings, Yuxian was either basking in the sun or lying in the sun. Compared to a vampire, he was more like a Superman who could become stronger by basking in the sun. At this time, Yuxian took the initiative to let go of Yi and frowned, saying, "It seems that he is on Qilin's bounty list. If you catch him, the headquarters will reward him with 100,000 merits." "Is the killer Nightwing?" Jean Dajuan asked in surprise. Although the 3 of them captured Nightwing, they actually didn't know his identity. They only knew that he was an enemy who came to sabotage the operation. But now Yuxian has found a lot of information from Yi's memory and is already familiar with this person's identity. Nightwing was originally a martial artist, but not an extraordinary martial artist. He was just an ordinary person who had practiced a sword technique to an extremely high level. After realizing that he could never defeat an insect-level transcendent even if he trained until his death, he was seduced by foreign forces and became a genetically enhanced human. After he acquired physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people, his swordsmanship also became extremely lethal due to his improved physical fitness. Even extraordinary people with special abilities often find it difficult to get the upper hand at him. From then on, he began to work for foreign forces, and in order to practice his sword skills, he became a killer. While completing the tasks for foreign forces, he also took on various sniper missions to make money. Yu Xian told all of Yi's information one by one, and Jin Dajun immediately stepped forward and slapped Yi on the face twice, cursing, "Damn it, he turned out to be a traitor." Take him back. We are also researching genetic enhancement technology. Foreign countries are far ahead of us in this type of technology. Perhaps we can collect a good sample from this guy. Ohuchin said lightly. After saying that, he walked forward and held Nightwing down with his hand, and the next moment his ability was activated. Nightwing's body slowly shrank and turned into a pig in a green light. He looked terrified, but when he opened his mouth, he made a series of groaning and sneering sounds. This is Panga's magical power of transformation, Yu Xian said in surprise. Jin Dajun nodded and said, "Yes, Lao O is one of the lucky ones who awakened Panga's magical power. This ability is really enviable. This magical power is not as strong as you think. Even turning an object weaker than yourself into other animals requires a lot of physical strength. In fact, the real use of this magical power is to change your own form, allowing yourself to change in 1,000 ways. And the most important thing is to change yourself, and the consumption is very small." Ohuchin smiled at the two of them while holding Nightwing's pigtail. He usually transforms into a giant seagull, actually using this ability. 068. No one can become rich without unexpected wealth. After dealing with Nightwing, the three returned to the front battlefield. Jin Dajun called out and immediately stepped forward to suppress the perfect creature with Gong Qian. Ohuchin handed the piglet Nightwing to Yu Xian, then slowly stepped forward, his body gradually turning into a 3-meter-tall gorilla. Huff huff. Pig Nightwing struggled fiercely for a few times in Yu Xian's hands. Unfortunately, he is a pig now, with his tail in Yu Xian's hand. No matter how he twists, he cannot break free from Yu Xian's big hand. Yu Xian carried the piglet Nightwing back to the top of the mountain. Zhang Shou had been teleported back. When he saw the tender white, suckling piglet in Yu Xian's hand, he immediately asked in surprise, "Xianyu, where did the piglet come from? Are we going to grill it here?" The image of roasted, suckling pig appeared in his mind, and he swallowed subconsciously. This pig was originally a human being. It was just transformed into its current appearance by Colonel O using Panga's magical power. "Are you sure you want to eat it?" Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou and asked with a smile. When Zhang Shou heard that it was a person, he immediately shook his head and said, "Forget it then." In fact, in theory, the creature transformed by Panga's magical power has already undergone changes at the cellular level. It is indeed a pig now. There is no falsehood about this, Bluebird said, holding back a smile. Zhang Shou looked at the bluebird and said sarcastically, "Sister Bluebird, do you dare to eat it?" "I don't like meat," Bluebird said immediately. Yu Xian created a bubble and threw the piggy Nightwing into it. He said with a smile, "Even if you dare to eat it, you can't eat it now. His body is still worth studying. You can consider it after the study is completed." "Who would consider it?" Zhang Shou complained. Bluebird looked at the three people working together to beat up the perfect creature in the distance and asked, "Xinyu, now we could just wait? What else?" Yu Xian took out a storage ring from his trouser pocket, looked up at Qingyao, and asked, "If they really dare to go up now, they will be killed by the aftermath of the three people's attack in minutes. So people must know themselves, and fragile mages should not always think about charging to the front line. For example, when Yu Xian fought with Scott and Nightwing, he never dared to appear in front of the two from beginning to end. Both Scott and Nightwing were actually ridiculously strong for their level, and without spatial abilities, it would have been impossible for Silver Blood and ordinary bubbles alone to cause much damage to the two. Of course, where there is loss, there is gain. Scott lost his life, so Yu Xian got his wealth. Because he killed Scott alone, all the spoils on Scott's body belonged to him. What he was most curious about now was how much belonging Scott had, and he hoped that Scott had the habit of carrying all his property with him. He first followed the common sense in the Qilin app and carefully checked the entire ring, especially the inner circle of the ring, to make sure there was no mechanism. Generally speaking, the internal space of a storage ring is self-contained, so it is impossible to tamper with it. But the ring itself can be equipped with mechanisms, such as small hidden weapons like stingers. However, Scott was probably very confident in his own strength, as his storage ring did not have this kind of mechanism. After making sure it was safe, Yu Xian put the ring on his left hand, mainly because he already had a storage ring on his right hand. After putting on the ring, he focused his attention on his left hand and immediately sensed a huge space. The space of his storage ring was actually larger than his storage ring. This is too exaggerated. The first thing Yuxian saw were stacks of money in the space. He roughly estimated that it was at least tens of millions. The first thought that came to his mind was that such a large amount of money was enough for him to buy back the small factory inherited from his ancestors. At the beginning, his father did not sell the factory to seek medical treatment. Firstly, even if he sold the factory, there would not be enough money. Secondly, he wanted to leave the factory to Yuxian so that Yuxian would not have to worry about money. Yuxian has ALS and decides to sell the factory because he is the only child left in the Yu family. If he can't survive, the factory will eventually be taken back by the government. Instead of that, he might as well fight to the death. But he didn't expect that after all the twists and turns, he not only survived, but now has the money to redeem the factory. However, after hesitating for a moment, he gave up the idea of redeeming the factory. After all, he had now stepped into the world of extraordinary people and should not have too much involvement with ordinary people. If an enemy used the factory to threaten him in the future, it would be too dangerous for the workers in the factory. Of course, with such a large sum of money, he will never be short of money in the future. Once he activates the super stomach and super taste on the perfect skill tree, he can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day and enjoy life. He thought about what to do with the money, and then continued to check the things in the space. First, he saw a large pile of potions. These potions were all packed in exquisite bottles, and the name of the potion was written on each bottle. Lots of healing medicine. Yuxian checked and found that there were more than 50 bottles of medicine for healing alone, as well as those for increasing defense and improving reaction ability. But Scott was plotted against by him at that time. The attack was killed instantly without any intention, so there was no time to use these drugs. After reading the medicine, Yuxian continued to look down and saw Scott's storage ring, which contains so many good things. Next to the potions are a wide variety of weapons, and these weapons are not ordinary standard weapons. Just looking at their appearance, you can tell that each one is carefully crafted, and at worst they should be eagle grade. Yuxian took out a staff, and instantly his hand and the staff felt as if they were extended, as if the staff was one with his body. He felt that his spirit had become very active, and his perception ability had greatly improved. Although he could not see the scenery behind him, he could vaguely feel the trees swaying. In game terms, this staff should have attributes such as Spirit +1, Perception +1, Spirit Recovery Speed +10%. Yuxian played with it for a while, then threw the staff to Zhang Shou and said with a smile, "Old Zhang, try to use it to activate your skills." "Fuck, a magic wand?" Zhang Shou said in surprise. Extraordinary equipment has always been in short supply. As an Eastern force, Qilin has never had many extraordinary weapons like staffs. Every time it gets a staff, it will be snatched up by its subordinates. Zhang Shou tried to activate the healing touch, and instantly a tentacle that was 1/3 thicker than before appeared out of thin air. The strengthening effect is too obvious, Zhang Shou said in surprise. Yuxian smiled and said, "I'm giving it to you. Use it well. This is too valuable. I'd better return the merit to you." Zhang Shou said seriously, "It's okay to treat you to food and drinks. It doesn't cost much anyway. But this magic staff is too valuable." He also uses the Qilin app every day to learn all kinds of knowledge about the supernatural world, so he knows very well that if he puts this staff up for sale in Qilin, it may not fetch 100 million, but it can at least sell for 70 or 80 million. Although the price is definitely a premium. "You can use it first, and we'll come back to it when you have some free time," Yuxian said casually. Then he continued to check Scott's storage ring, and even felt like he was treasure hunting. This guy had so many good things. 069, several small goals. It is true that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. Yuxian then found a large amount of gold in Scott's storage ring, estimated to be at least 100 kilograms. Now the price of gold has been rising, and it is ranked as the most expensive metal together with silver. However, the price of silver is deliberately hyped up by vampire capital, while gold is truly rare. Gold is the most important medium in alchemy. Alchemical products, such as the Philosopher's Stone and the Philosopher's Stone, all require a large amount of gold. Yuxian estimated that if he sold all the gold, he would become a billionaire. Although the so-called billionaires are just small rich people who have just achieved a small goal. Yuxian is already thinking about buying a new house. The residential complex where he lives now is, after all, where ordinary people live. He often cannot relax for fear of affecting other people. If conditions permit, he still wants to buy a bigger house, preferably a single-family villa with a large garden and high privacy, so that he can bask in the sun in the large garden and exercise his abilities in the garden without worrying about affecting others. 100 million should be enough. Yu Xian recalled the housing prices in Yinsheng and calculated them in his mind. Not long after the alien insect plague broke out in Yinsheng, housing prices have fallen sharply. Houses that used to cost 4 or 500 million now only cost 1 or 200 million. There are even some houses in bad locations that can be bought for 70 or 80 million. It can be said that if you need to buy a house in Yinsheng, now is the best time. Next, Yu Xian continued to count Scott's property. Scott may have the habit of collecting and storing trophies, and there are a lot of secondhand equipment in the storage space. Because there are so many types of weapons, and some of the equipment was engraved with the names of the original owners, Yu Xian knew very well that these were theoretically all stolen goods, and the owners were either dead or robbed by Scott. Yu Xian sorted the weapons into categories and carefully checked each one. The quality of a weapon is not necessarily related to the strength of one's strength. A weakling may also possess a divine weapon, and an adventurer who has just left the novice village may even have a good sword. In fact, there are some good things in these weapons and equipment. For example, a second-generation apprentice who had just graduated used a dragon-level sword as a weapon. After Scott killed the opponent, he put the sword away and has never used it since. After Yu Xian counted the equipment, he estimated that if he sold it, he could make at least 500 million or 600 million. He felt a little numb. He became so rich by killing one Scott. If he killed a few more in the future, wouldn't he become the richest man in Silver City in a matter of minutes? Killing and arson, gold belt. Yu Xian decided to keep the gold and not sell it, and sell all the unused equipment to the headquarters. Qilin has been recycling various extraordinary equipment, mainly because each team is in short supply of extraordinary weapons and equipment. According to the process, Qilin will first publicize the weapons and equipment seized from criminals to the extraordinary people and contact the owners or the parents and relatives of the victims to inform them that the murderer has been killed and ask them whether they want to redeem these weapons and equipment. If the other party does not want to pay for the redemption, the weapon will be placed in the official store and members of each team can purchase it. In the world of extraordinary people, laws only apply within the city. Once you leave the city, the law of the jungle applies, with a strong prey on the weak. This is also the reason why extraordinary people must pay money to redeem their equipment. If Qilin kills the murderer, it means he is helping to take revenge, and the spoils will naturally belong to Qilin. This is the rule of the game recognized by all extraordinary people. When Yu Xian learned about these rules, he was a little curious why they had to be made public, and even the owner had to be contacted. Later, he learned from one of the files the necessity of doing so. Hundreds of years ago, when Qilin did not have this rule, a team member was holding a weapon seized from criminals. As a result, the victim's father mistakenly thought he was the murderer and he was brutally murdered. After this case, Kirin headquarters promulgated this regulation and it has been enforced to this day. In fact, many parents of missing persons have been paying attention to the website of the SWAT team, hoping to get news about their children, but also afraid that their children's weapons will appear on the public notice website. Yu Xian took a look at Scott's spoils and knew that hundreds of parents would be sad in the future. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the perfect creature finally died. Perhaps because it could not continue photosynthesis at night, the energy in its body was not enough to repair its own injuries, and eventually it withered and died, and its body looked like dried straw. After confirming that the perfect creature was dead, Jean Dajuan and Oh Huchin left separately. Both of them took time out of their busy schedules to come and help, and now that it was over, they naturally had to go back and continue with their own work. The evil killing team carried the corpse of the perfect creature through a bubble and returned to the office. The corpse of the perfect creature will be handed over to the headquarters for research. Yu Xian, Zhang Shou, Gong Xian, and Qing Yao discussed it and decided to take a night's rest and discuss anything tomorrow. Now all the clues about the potion are in Yu Xian's mind, and Peng Zhu must have hidden himself. Even the Peng Zhu that Hu Weijie had seen in the past was just a disguise, so even if he was in a hurry, there was no way he could get back to where he was. Yu Xian returned home. He first fought with the perfect creature, and then had a battle of wits and courage with Scott and Nightwing. Even though I wasn't physically tired, I was a little exhausted mentally, So after taking a shower, I simply laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shouxian returned to school, and the process was unremarkable. After school in the afternoon, the two came to the office. With the help of the staff, Yu Xian perfectly reproduced Peng Zhu's appearance. As long as Peng Zhu had appeared in public with this appearance before, he would definitely not escape investigation. Yu Xian then took out a large amount of equipment and asked the staff to count them, and then sold them all to Qilin headquarters. Qilin headquarters will definitely not suffer a loss, and Yu Xian will also benefit from it, becoming a small tycoon with several small goals. After finishing his own work, Yu Xian leisurely returned to Jinxing's office. Zhang Shou was lying on the sofa playing games, while Gong Qian and Qingyao were discussing clothes and dressing in a low voice. Yu Xian sat on the single sofa and asked, "Who's free this weekend?" "I'm Busa. I saw a good task, and I'm going to Rongqing." Qingyao said immediately. Under normal circumstances, team members don't really get together. Everyone is looking for tasks that suit them and working hard to earn merits and become stronger. This time, because of a series of events involving the alien insects, Zhoktai, demos, and perfect creatures, they have gathered together for such a long time. Now various things have come to an end, and Peng Zhu cannot be found in a short time. So after the memorial service on Saturday, Bluebird will leave. Sister Qingyao and I will go together. Zhang Shou raised his hand. Yu Xian was surprised and asked, "You're going to Rongqing?" "Well, I also have to work hard to become stronger. I can't always be a spectator." Zhang Shou nodded seriously, which was rare. This mission was a huge blow to Qingyao and Zhang Shou. Both of them failed to perform at all. If it weren't for Yu Xian, Qingyao would be dead now. Zhang Shou just watched the show from beginning to end, as if it had nothing to do with him. When Yu Xian went to stop Scott and Nightwing, Bluebird and Zhang Shou reached a consensus that they must catch up, or at least not become a drag on the team. Since the two of them really had something to do, Yu Xian had no choice but to look at Gong Qian, but Gong Qian also said that she had some personal matters to attend to. Yu Xian was helpless. Suddenly, an image of a golden goose popped up in his mind. Since no one was free, why not try asking Nora?